Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we will see sixth part, what if Harry Potter used Slytherin legacy to destroy the Dark Lord. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video, and if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. When faith in Dumbledore's plan fades, Harry turns to the one legacy everyone fears, Slytherins. Armed with forbidden magic and unlikely allies, he'll fight Voldemort not as the chosen one, but as something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The Ministry of Magic is currently undertaking a survey of all Muggleborns who reside in England. A commission has been formed, headed by upstanding members of the ministry, to catalogue the details of Muggleborns. The register will also provide a list which shall allow the ministry to better protect the members of our society who are being targeted by he who must not be named. A representative from the commission has stated that once a full list has been collated, Muggleborns will receive newsletters and updates to keep them apprised of changes which may affect them, as well as informational defense pamphlets. A spokesperson from the highly commended Department of Mysteries has also commented that the register will assist in researchers understand how Muggleborns came to possess their magical powers. They obviously didn't inherit it, so their magic has come from some other source. An in-depth study using data from all known Muggleborns will provide significant data to help us learn more about the situation. Dolores Umbridge, long-term ministry employee, has been appointed as head of the Muggleborn Registration Commission. Any Muggleborns choosing not to register will be subject to fines and punishment under the new laws passed yesterday. People won't let this happen, said Ron, clearly indignant, his arm hanging supportively around Hermione's shoulders. To protect Muggleborns. No one will believe that's what this is about. What are they going to do about it though? Asked Harry. It has too much ministry support. The order should never have let Thorn be voted in. He's just taking over more and more of the ministry. And if you ask me, Thorn seems pretty popular. People might believe this is for their own good. It's just ridiculous, exclaimed Hermione. And putting that horrible Umbridge woman in charge, too. Harry scowled at the memory of Umbridge, seeing her smirking face in his mind. He pushed the image aside. Don't worry, Hermione. We aren't going to let anything happen. Yeah, agreed Ron. Not to you, and not to anyone other Muggleborns, either. Once again, Harry had crossed the bridge into the soul that still occupied Voldemort's own body. He stepped off of the bridge, keeping his mind as clear as he could. Immediately, the winds and whispering started up, louder than he'd heard so far. He wished that he could see something, anything, but all around him was only darkness. He took a few more blind steps and stopped. Harry felt a cold dread rise as a figure appeared in front of him, but he squashed the feelings down below his shields almost subconsciously. Suddenly, something that Harry had been hoping wouldn't happen anytime soon, did. A figure approached, holding an oil lamp that lit a small circle around the figure. When the figure got close enough, Harry recognized him, though it had been obvious who it was anyway. Voldemort's representation was as frightening as the living counterpart. He had a terrifyingly cold demeanor that radiated off of him in waves, and his intense red eyes bored holes in Harry. His face was more human though, far less snake-like. His skin was still unnaturally pale, but his features, except for the eyes, were all distinctly human. The tall, thin frame seemed the same, and he stared imposingly down at Harry. Who are you? Asked Voldemort, his voice a cold and deadly whisper. How did you come to be in this place? This question worried Harry. If Voldemort's soul was recognizing him as some foreign presence, there was every chance that his mind would start to notice it too. Harry hadn't managed to perform phytolemancy on himself without Snape leading him yet, but Voldemort was a far more skilled legilimens than Harry was. He couldn't risk that Voldemort would figure out what was going on and find out what Harry was up to. He gritted his teeth against the pain that was pulsing in his head. He couldn't do anything radical, anything that would make him stand out too much against the rest of Voldemort's soul. He imagined himself as something insignificant, something drifting unseen. He looked down, and found his body had disappeared, like he was a pair of eyes floating in this black place. He moved away somehow, despite the fact that he had no legs to speak of. Worryingly, Voldemort's soul seemed to know exactly where he was, because the representation followed him, the red eyes searching the darkness around Harry, but never locking directly on him. After 10 minutes, Harry realized he couldn't just float around, waiting for this representation to go away. He didn't think that was going to happen, anyway, and the splitting pain in his head was only getting worse. He decided he would just have to get on with it. He imagined himself in the room with all the doors, and immediately appeared there. He just hoped the representation couldn't get in. "Show me the diary," he murmured, and a door clicked open. He didn't bother looking inside, just used his wand to engrave the word diary into the stone. He closed the door again, and when they stopped spinning, he noted that the word was still there. Good. One by one, he marked the doors of the Horcruxes he knew: the diary, Nagini, himself, the locket, the ring. That left 2 unknowns, plus the soul in Voldemort that would most likely have to be destroyed by Phytolemancy. It was better than 7, he supposed. "Show me an unknown Horcrux," he said, and one of the unmarked doors clicked open. He opened it further, revealing yet another bridge. "Show me what you are," he said, not knowing if it would work. It didn't. "Wishful thinking," he muttered. He was going to go into the Horcrux, when his vision started to waver. His whole body was trembling with the pain, and he realized he felt sick. Deciding he'd done enough for today, he left back to his own soul, staggering into the light. Half an hour later, he left Snape's office, pulling on his invisibility cloak. He felt sick still, but he had something to do, and there was no point putting it off because he didn't feel well. Harry was skipping dinner. He walked through the corridors, peering at the map to make sure he didn't run into anyone. Suddenly he spotted a person that wasn't usually in the castle: Narcissa Malfoy. Grasping the pendant, he apparated to the waterfall painting. It has been where he was headed anyway, but now he decided to take a short detour. Before he stepped in, he pulled his invisibility cloak on. Less than a minute later, he was standing, silent and invisible, in Abraxas Malfoy's portrait in Malfoy's room, just in time to hear the knock on the door. Malfoy was sitting at his desk, and when he heard the knock, he stood, straightened his robes, and walked over to the door, opening it to reveal Narcissa. "Hello, my darling," she cooed, stepping inside and pulling Draco into an embrace. Draco stepped back, smiling. "Mother, you look well." She smiled. "Thank you, darling. I feel well. I came to see that you were all right. Your father told me about the Dark Lord's suspicions." Narcissa looked worriedly at her son. "I'm fine, Mother. He knows it wasn't me." "Come and sit down," he said, gesturing to the armchair in the middle of the room. She did so, and Draco leaned back against his desk. "How are things at the manor?" he asked. Narcissa gave a small smile and waved her hand. "Oh, quite lovely, once those dreadful Order members left. It's rather quiet now though. I do miss the company." Harry suspected she didn't quite mean that last bit, judging by her tone and the small smile about her lips. Draco gave a satisfied smile at his mother's obvious happiness at the turn of events. "Where is Gaspard?" asked Narcissa, glancing about the room. As soon as she spoke the ferret's name, a bump in the middle of Malfoy's bed shot up, making a tent out of the sheets. Narcissa saw it too and let out a soft laugh. Following the sound, the bump under the sheets raced around, looking for a way to get out. It found one at the side of the bed, and Gaspard appeared, scampering across the carpet and leaping onto Narcissa's lap. "He's a playful little fellow, isn't he?" stated Narcissa, as Gaspard rolled onto his back and wiggled around, apparently waiting for his belly to be scratched. "Yes, Mother." Malfoy grimaced slightly, though not so his mother could see. "Adorable." After a few more minutes of conversation, Narcissa gave a sigh and stood. "I shall be off then, darling." Narcissa embraced her son once more, pressing a key to his cheek. Watching Malfoy with his mother gave Harry an extraordinary feeling of jealousy. He turned away abruptly and jumped through to Phineas Nigelus painting in Dumbledore's office. To his surprise, Phineas was there. It had been a while since Harry had actually seen him in the painting, and he hadn't been expecting it. He collided solidly with the once headmaster, almost knocking him over. Phineas gave a yell and withdrew his wand, his eyes scanning the air around him for the invisible force that had nearly knocked him over. Harry stood as still as he could. He was unreasonably annoyed by the fact that Phineas was holding him up, and he was feeling greatly impatient. "Who's there?" called Phineas. "Headmaster, someone has just entered my domain, but I cannot see them." Harry looked out through the canvas to see Dumbledore peering up at the painting, a frown on his face. Deciding he didn't want to wait any longer, Harry slowly withdrew his own wand beneath his cloak. Keeping it close to his body, he poked it through the folds of the cloak and performed a wandless stunning charm. The beam of red light hit Phineas squarely in the chest, and he fell backwards, hitting the ground and laying unmoving. Suddenly a witch, another former head of Hogwarts, burst in from behind Harry, and another behind her. Before Harry could raise his wand, the witch had fired off her own stunner, and Harry felt his stomach sink as it hit him. He'd been stunned before, and he waited for unconsciousness to claim him, but 2 seconds later, the realization hit him that the spell had had no effect. Not wanting to hang around and see if the next one did, he took off running towards the door at the back. He opened it and slipped through, slamming it behind him. He headed for the other door with a sign saying, 12 Grimmauld Place, and opened it. He could hear running footsteps from the other side of the other door, but they disappeared when he shut the door to Grimmauld Place behind him and left Hogwarts completely. He knew the only one who could follow was Phineas himself. The door would not appear to the others. He huffed in frustration that he hadn't been more careful. It wouldn't do at all for Dumbledore to find out Harry was able to get into the paintings and spy on his office. He banged his fist against the wall in anger. He knew he wouldn't normally be this quick to anger, that it was probably because he had just had a phytolemoncy session with Snape. Harry knew he should occlude, but for some reason he wanted to be angry. He was trying to help, and people were just getting in his way. He had a right to be angry. He kicked at the canvas, hearing it rip as he stepped through into the next painting. He found a way up to the 3rd floor of the house and then tumbled out of a painting, making sure he was kept covered by his invisibility cloak. Up another set of stairs, and he was in the attic. He went quietly up them. At one point he thought he heard a thump somewhere in the house and he froze, expecting someone to appear, but the house was silent and still again. He continued up, finally reaching the attic. He closed the attic door quietly behind him. There was a window and a light pole was shining in through the window. It wasn't particularly bright though, so he cast a wandless lumos and directed it to hover over a stack of boxes. There were lots of them, and with a sigh, he lugged one down and opened it, revealing all manner of treasures and trinkets. Harry rubbed his eyes tiredly and glanced at his watch. He'd been searching through boxes for over 2 hours now, and his head was throbbing sharply, despite the pain relief potion Snape had given him. Deciding to give it up for the time being, Harry used his wand to burn small, inconspicuous X's into the boxes he'd looked in, stacking them back neatly against the wall. He'd actually gotten through a fair few, though he'd found nothing that was really of interest. He went back down the stairs, and was stepping onto the landing of the 3rd floor when a door at the shadowy end of the hallway caught his attention. It was directly opposite Sirius' room, and the name on the door read Regulus. They hadn't touched that room when Harry had been here, though of course they could have since then, but there were more than enough bedrooms on the lower levels of the house. Deciding it was worth a quick look, Harry tried the handle and found it locked. He tried an Alohomora on it, but it remained locked. He tried the Parseltongue locking spell he knew, and it was stronger than whatever locking charm had been placed on it, and after casting it the handle turned easily. The room was dark, and his eyes were only just starting to adjust to the dim light when he saw an even darker figure hurtling towards him. Out of reflex, Harry threw up an arm to shield himself, catching someone hard across the face with the heel of his hand. There was a loud thump as whoever it was fell backwards, and he took the opportunity to pull out his wand and level it at them. "Lights," he said, and wall sconces lit the room. On the floor in front of him was none other than Bellatrix Lestrange. "Don't move," he ordered, as she regained her surroundings and started to get to her feet. She stood up slowly, but hung back, a look of rage on her face. Her eyes flickered from Harry, to his wand, to the door and back again. She wiped a hand gingerly across her nose, flicking her hand once to get rid of the blood that came away on it. Her nose was bleeding quite freely, a stream trickling over her lips and chin, and dripping as she swayed slightly on her feet. She looked slightly feral. Her hair was a mess and her eyes were bloodshot. "Itty bitty little Potter," she said so quietly that Harry nearly didn't hear. "What are you doing here?" spat Harry. Was she here of her own accord, having somehow gained access to Grimmauld Place, or was she being kept here by the Order? It was only about a week since they'd gone to Malfoy Manor. Perhaps she had been captured there. Bellatrix gave a feral grin then. Doesn't he know? Then, being adventurous, walked into the wrong room by accident, naughty boy. She lunged at him then, and he dodged out of her way, realizing he'd left a clear path to the door. Perhaps it had been her plan, because she didn't falter or change direction, moving straight towards it. With a flick of his wand, the door slammed shut in front of her outreached, clutching fingers. His hissed spell stopped her in her tracks, and she didn't bother trying to turn the handle. There was an obvious look of trepidation in her face as she turned to face him again, though she tried to hide it behind a malicious sneer. "What are your intentions, little boy?" she growled, her eyes shifting around, looking for anything to help her, but there was nothing. Harry shrugged, staring hatefully at her. "I guess you were right before. I walked in here by accident." She let out a cackle and clapped her hands together, once. "And no one here to protect the wee one," she commented, her voice gleeful. Harry scoffed. "I don't think I'm the one that needs protecting here." Her eyes glinted dangerously. "I'll get you, itty bitty Potter, like I got your dear godfather, my dear cousin." Poor little Sirius. Harry's eyes hardened. "You'll get me. You and what army? You don't even have a wand." He twitched the one he held. "Fevicus!" shouted Bellatrix, her hand making a wild motion in the air. A purple jet of light shot from her fingertips. Harry barely got a shield up, taken off guard by the display of wandless magic. She seemed to have a bit of an aptitude for it. Most wizards could do anything, let alone such a complex spell, with such precision. Bellatrix leapt forward, muttering some spell hadn't heard. A basic shield charm stopped it and a mild bludgeoning spell sent her tumbling backwards, hitting the wall with a thump. He knew he was toying with her. Given the skill he knew she possessed, had she a wand, it would have been a real duel, but he was doing nothing more than mocking her with his own half-hearted spells, and she knew it. They were circling each other, Bellatrix crouched and growling, Harry almost dancing as he moved lightly around the room, confident that he had the power. She growled in frustration, and after a few more harmless spells on Harry's part, she was getting hysterical, trying anything to get at him. Her hands clawed the air manically, and somehow he slipped and let her get close enough for one of her wild hands to catch him, her nails grazing painfully the area just below his ear and along his jaw. He thrust out his hands, angrily pushing her back. She spun as she fell, and the side of her head was unfortunate enough to impact the top of the bedpost. Her neck bent in a way that looked painful and unnatural, and when her body thudded to the ground, she didn't move. Harry approached her carefully. He was sure that at any moment she would open her eyes and leap up, but she remained still. She was lying on her side, and when he prodded her with his foot, she flopped over onto her stomach. He walked around to her other side and saw that her eyes were staring blankly, lifelessly. There was a darkish blotch on her temple where she'd impacted with the bedpost. He leaned down, hesitantly placing 2 fingers against her neck, searching for a pulse. He could feel nothing, but, not knowing if he was pressing in the right place, he felt for a pulse at her wrist, too. Again he could detect nothing. He held his hand for several moments an inch from her slack mouth, but there was no breath to warm his hand. He'd killed her. Killed Bellatrix Lestrange. His skin prickled and his vision wavered slightly as the fact washed over him. It was something he'd imagined, in the weeks after Sirius had died. He'd thought of so many different ways she could die. The killing curse, a cutting curse, but to fall like that, to be knocked down physically, it was so muggle. He smiled slightly at the irony as he stared down at her body. It was almost frustrating that it had been accidental. He'd meant to hit her, sure, to hurt her, but not to kill. He wondered if he would have killed her, if he hadn't done it by accident. He shook his head. He had a problem here. If she had been kept prisoner, which he suspected, the Order were going to find her body, unless he moved her. They'd know that someone had been into Grimmauld Place, unless he got rid of the body somewhere. If he did that though, they might think she'd escaped. That left the headquarters of the Order vulnerable. They certainly wouldn't use it for meetings anymore, and he didn't know where they'd go instead, besides Dumbledore's office. On the other hand, there was already discord between members of the Order, already people who didn't trust each other. So what if there was one more thing for them to be suspicious of others about? Yes, he decided, better to leave her here and let her be found dead than for them to worry that Grimmauld Place's whereabouts were known to anyone outside the Order. His decision made, he looked around the room. The locket was almost certainly not in there. The only furniture in the room was a bed with a few tousled sheets, and a single chair, which had been knocked over in the fray. Everything else had been cleared out, probably to the attic as well, or one of the other rooms on this level. He looked back down at the dead body of Bellatrix Lestrange with an odd sense of detachment. It was surprising. He'd thought it would feel sickening to kill another human being, but he felt nothing, now. He was numb about what he'd just done, and a small part of his mind told him it just hadn't hit him yet. It was time for him to leave. There was nothing more he could do here tonight. The event that had unfolded might make it unsafe for him to come back here for a while, too, which didn't suit him, since he still had a good many boxes to go through. Harry closed the door behind him, the lights in the room going off as he did so. He didn't know what spell they'd locked the door with, knew it hadn't been Alohomora, but it was the only locking charm he knew that wasn't in Parseltongue, and he couldn't use that one. The lock clicked and he started down the stairs. He'd almost forgotten to be careful, when he heard muted voices from the lowest levels of the house. They'd probably just arrived and hadn't heard any commotion from the third floor. His invisibility cloak, he realized, was bunched in his hand, which was silly given that paintings lined the walls of the house. He felt a stab of fear. What if one of the paintings had seen him? Would they recognize him from the times he'd been here before? He cast a look at the nearest one as he pulled his cloak on. It was a landscape, but the one next to it was a portrait. The occupant was asleep. Harry stepped closer. He'd seen many portraits pretending to sleep before, just so they wouldn't be bothered by people they didn't want to talk to, but this one looked to be genuinely at rest. He hoped all the ones he'd passed had been. Moving slowly so that he didn't make any noise, he made it downstairs without seeing anyone. There was a rectangle of light shining on the wall, from the open kitchen door, and as he passed he caught sight of Remus and Tonks sitting at the scrubbed wooden table. "I'll put some tea on," said Tonks, beginning to stand, but Remus jumped up and pushed her down gently. "You just rest, honey. I'll get it." Tonks smiled brightly, and that was the last Harry saw as he went on into the darkness of the hallway beyond the kitchen. Mrs. Black's portrait was covered and he took extra care as he passed not to disturb it. The front door opened easily, soundlessly, and he slipped outside into the cool night air. It had been his intention to return to Hogwarts immediately, but now that he was out in the fresh air, away from the oppressive atmosphere of number 12, he didn't feel like going back to the castle. The cobbled street of Grimmauld Place was fairly quiet, but coming out onto the next street, he found it quite busy. It was a Friday night after all. It was expected that there would be lots of people out. He wandered along it for a while, until he felt he was safely far enough from Grimmauld Place. He ducked into an alleyway and pulled his cloak off, and then his robe. In his shirt and old jeans, he stepped out of the alleyway and onto the footpath. He felt looser and freer out of the clinging robes, and he rolled his neck, stiff from the time he'd spent hunched over boxes. He walked along the street slowly. He'd gone looking for a stupid piece of jewelry, and on top of the fact that he hadn't found it, he'd killed someone. Great. Fan-bloody-tastic. It then occurred to Harry that he shouldn't be here. He should be at Hogwarts. He didn't want to be missing when Bellatrix was found dead, and as far as he knew, that could already have happened. He stood abruptly and walked into a busy pub, heading for the toilets and quickly finding an empty stall. He closed the door, though he didn't lock it. It bounced against the frame, and by the time it swung open, he had disapparated. He hurried up through the darkness of the school grounds and into the castle. Looking at his watch, he saw that it was past curfew, though not too far past. He hurried up to Gryffindor Tower, to find Snape talking with Ron at the portrait of the fat lady. They looked at him as he approached. "Mr. Potter, there you are," said Snape, his tone reprimanding Harry. "What?" he snarled, and a shocked look appeared on both Snape's and Ron's faces. "I am returning your bag, which you were thoughtless enough to leave in my office," replied Snape, pursing his lips at Harry's belligerent tone. His eyes roved Harry's appearance. "Where is your school uniform?" Harry realized his robe was still shrunken, in one of his jeans pockets. Snape took a step closer, crossing his arms across his chest and looking down his nose at Harry. "Where have you been?" "Nowhere." "The library." "Doing what?" inquired Snape silkily. "Surely not homework, without your things." "Maybe I was just reading. And Madame Pants failed to clear you out when curfew passed." "I guess she didn't see me," he retorted, hands on hips. He didn't care if Snape believed him or not. He just wanted to be left alone. After a few more questions from Snape, who finally took 15 points for being out after curfew and told Harry to never leave his things in Snape's office again or he'd throw them in the bin, Harry grabbed his bag off Ron and marched up to his dorm. Harry collapsed onto the edge of his bed, overcome with weariness. He leaned his elbows on his knees, his head cradled in his hands. After a few moments he opened his eyes, letting them adjust to the dark. He felt his body tense. There was a splash of blood on the boots he'd gotten from Niall and Anna. He cast a charm and the blood disappeared, but it wasn't good enough. He still felt like they were tainted. He pulled both boots off and took them into the bathroom, locking the door with a Parseltongue command so that no one else could get in. Running hot water, he cleaned them both thoroughly, and then took them back to the dormitory and polished them fanatically. He finally put them away when the boys started coming into bed, complaining at the smell. Someone cast an air freshening charm, and the smell of polish dissipated. As he pulled the curtains around his bed and laid down, he wished it were as easy as that to wash away what he was feeling. It was not the best day for Harry to be playing Quidditch. His head was killing him. He'd gotten very little sleep the previous night, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw Bellatrix's blank eyes staring at him. His thoughts kept drifting back to the previous evening, no matter what he did to distract himself. He'd hardly spoken a word all morning, and Ron and Hermione had been shooting him worried looks all morning. Soon enough, it was time for them to be getting ready for the Quidditch game. He walked with Ron and Ginny down to the changing rooms, broom in hand. He looked at himself in the mirror as he dressed. He looked gaunt. His face was white and there were dark bags beneath his eyes. He saw, with a touch of surprise, that his hair had grown quite a bit. It had been a while since he'd cut it, and it was now chin length. Only now did it occur to him that no one had asked about the scratch on his face, and he realized that, along with his scar, it was mostly covered by his hair. He pushed the dark strands aside, revealing 3 long color cuts, and a 4th shorter, lighter one. He'd have to go to Madame Pomfrey and get something for that. It was obvious that he'd been scratched, and quite nastily. He didn't want people asking questions, especially when Bellatrix was found dead. He realized that she'd almost certainly be found today, if she hadn't already, and from then after he was plagued with worry that Aurors would come marching onto the Quidditch pitch and drag him off. Of course, the only Aurors that would know about it were Tonks and Kingsley, and any other Order members. He reminded himself that he hadn't been seen, repeating it in his head like a mantra, and trying to ignore the niggling voice in his head that told him the hallways of Grimmauld Place were lined with potential spy holes. Anyone in any of the paintings he'd passed could have witnessed him there, and if they had it would be all too soon before he was called to Dumbledore's office. He shook the thoughts from his head and found that he was standing on the Quidditch pitch. He couldn't remember walking out there. Madame Hooch was shouting into the wind, though he wasn't really listening to what she was saying. He titled his head, assessing her. If he squinted, she actually looked like Bellatrix, with her black hair, square jaw and heavily lidded eyes. He didn't hear her blow the whistle, and everyone else was already several meters into the air before he realized and pushed off from the ground. He shot straight up above everyone else, and the other seeker did the same. Hufflepuff had a new seeker now, though Harry was too distracted to remember the girl's name. His eyes scanned the pitch. He wasn't particularly enthused about this game, he had to admit. He'd been looking forward to it for weeks, but now, all he wanted to do was catch the snitch so the game could end and he could go somewhere and find some peace and quiet. He probably wouldn't have even cared too much if it wasn't him who caught it. It turned out that it was Harry who caught the snitch, 5 hours later. An hour after that, and they were once again being clapped and cheered as the Tam entered the common room after showering. Someone had supplied the usual party after a Quidditch win, food and beverages, and everyone was having a good time. The whole house was milling around the common room and it wasn't hard for him to slip away after a while. He took the stairs up to the dormitory 2 at a time, pulling his invisibility cloak out of his trunk and pulling it on as soon as he got through the door. He went back downstairs. There was no need to be quiet. A group of boys was singing loudly, standing on a table, and everyone else was laughing and chatting happily. He snagged a bottle of fire whiskey and a butterbeer off a table as he passed, drawing them beneath his cloak. As soon as he was a few minutes away, he pulled off the cloak and wrapped the 2 bottles in it. He headed towards Ning Myrtle's bathroom, nodding politely to anyone who congratulated him on winning. Suddenly a figure stepped out of a classroom right in front of him, and he nearly ran into them. "Look where you going," he breathed, stepping around them. "Potter." He looked up, seeing that it was Malfoy. He stared for a second, and felt his face flush, sure that Malfoy could read what he'd done on his face. Malfoy raised an eyebrow at the reaction. "Something wrong?" Harry shook his head and walked on. "You're going to the chamber," stated Malfoy, falling into step beside him. "Why aren't you celebrating your win?" Harry didn't answer. I suppose, it was only Hufflepuff. Not really much of a victory after all. Malfoy stuck his hand out, running his fingers lightly along the stone wall as they walked. "I heard Boot had 6 galleons on Hufflepuff to win. Idiot. And he calls himself a Ravenclaw." Harry grunted in reply. They reached the bathroom and Malfoy strode in first, but then stood back so that Harry could open the sink. Harry did so and then turned to the Slytherin. "Look, Before he could tell Malfoy he wanted to be alone though, the Slytherin had walked past him and slipped into the tunnel. Harry scowled and slipped in after him, the stone sliding shut behind him and obliterating all light in the tunnel. He held up his hand and muttered a Lumos, and a bright ball of light opened up in his palm. He dropped his hand and let it hover ahead of him as they walked. Malfoy admired the ball of light as they walked. "How many wandless spells can you do?" Harry shrugged. "A few. All it takes is practice." Malfoy finally seemed to catch on to the fact that Harry wasn't in a talkative mood, because they spent the rest of the journey in silence. In the library, Harry dragged the low table closer to the lounge and unwrapped the 2 bottles from his cloak. He placed them on the table and hung his cloak over the back of the lounge, sinking down onto the cushions with a sigh. "Didn't feel like sharing with your friends?" asked Malfoy, taking the other end of the lounge. Harry leaned his head against the back of the lounge with his eyes closed. "I came down here for peace and quiet, Malfoy, not to hear smart comments from you." "That doesn't really answer my question, you realize. You know, most people would be happy about catching the snitch, even if it was against Hufflepuff." Harry gave a resigned sigh and sat up straighter. Malfoy clearly felt chatty. He leaned forward to grab the butterbeer, but before his fingers could close around the tankard, Malfoy's hand shot out and grabbed it. The Slytherin twisted the lid of and took a swig. Harry pursed his lips and grabbed the bottle of fire whiskey instead. He twisted the lid of, the seal making a cracking sound as it broke. He had no glasses, so he took a long drink straight out of the bottle. It burned his throat on the way down and he coughed. Salts appeared from somewhere, his tongue flickering at the air as he curled around Harry's neck. He hissed softly in Harry's ear and then slithered over to say hello to the Slytherin. "Traitor," muttered Harry, swallowing another mouthful from the bottle. "He knows who the Slytherin here is," said Malfoy, running a finger over Salazar's scales. Harry didn't bother to tell Malfoy that Salazar was hissing about the meal he'd just eaten and was just looking for a comfortable place to digest. Harry drummed his fingers on his leg, feeling distinctly on edge. It was late afternoon now, and he was in no doubt that the Order knew Bellatrix was dead. They'd be trying to find out who'd been in the house the previous evening, be asking all the portraits if they'd seen anyone, heard anything. And what if one of them had? To say he would be in major trouble was an understatement. Harry knew it would only be luck that got him out of this, the chance that none of the portraits had seen him. They'd all been sleeping, or visiting other portraits. Going to share that Potter. Malfoy's demanding voice brought him out of his thoughts. Harry considered the bottle and then held it out. Malfoy reached over with an arm which Saul's was curled around. He'd abandoned the butterbeer to the table. They passed the bottle back and forwards for a while, until Harry was feeling pleasantly numb. An overwhelming feeling of guilt bubbled up in Harry every time he looked at Malfoy. Was this how Snape felt every time he looked at Harry? Did he feel better now that the truth had been revealed? Harry thought he should ask Snape. Maybe if he told Malfoy what he'd done, the guilt wouldn't be weighing quite so heavily on him. He held out his hand for the bottle and Malfoy passed it back. It wasn't the fact that he'd killed Bellatrix Lestrange that made him feel guilty. She deserved it, no doubt, and even though he hadn't planned to do anything of the sort, he'd still felt some sick sense of satisfaction at seeing her lifeless body and knowing he'd done it. What he felt guilty about was the fact that he'd killed Malfoy's aunt. Harry didn't doubt the Slytherin had had a better relationship with her than he had. Do you like your aunt? He asked suddenly, looking over at Malfoy. The Slytherin looked back at Harry, seemingly surprised by the question. He shrugged. I suppose. She is my aunt, after all. Yeah, but I have an aunt and I don't like her. She's horrible, always has been. But she's much nicer than your aunt. My aunt's nice to me. I can't help it that she doesn't like you. Lots of people I know don't like you. Nice of you to say. Malfoy shrugged and grinned. A Malfoy never lies. Harry snorted. Unless it suits them. You never told me who that girl you liked is, he commented, not wanting to dwell on depressing subjects. Malfoy smiled dreamily up at the ceiling, swirling the bottle clumsily in his hand before swallowing a mouthful and passing it off to Harry. The Slytherin hummed placidly as he gazed at the high ceiling. I told you you could guess. Harry waved his hand languidly. I don't know. All you've told me is she's in Slytherin and not a 7th year. I guess you'll never know, said Malfoy in a sing-song voice that made Harry laugh. Hey, at least I have a girlfriend, or I will, when she agrees to go out with me. Malfoy pouted. Ha, she doesn't even like you back. Yes she does. Well, unlike you, I actually have a girlfriend. Retorted Harry. Oh, who? The Weaslette. Malfoy laughed at the idea. No, of course not, he laughed, thinking that it had been a while since he'd talked to Ginny. He should, soon. Her name's Aislinn. He smiled as he thought of her. The smile dropped from his face as he wondered what she would think of him if she knew what he'd done. Aislinn. What house is she in? Malfoy frowned, clearly trying to match a face to the name. She doesn't go to Hogwarts. Muggle, repeated Malfoy, his tone disparaging. I should have guessed. She doesn't know who I am, said Harry quietly, ignoring Malfoy's obligatory anti-Muggle comment. Are you saying she thinks you have some other desirable quality besides being famous? Joked Malfoy. Harry laughed as well. I guess so. Malfoy leaned over with a wicked look, his eyes slightly unfocused from the alcohol. Did she give it up for you yet? Harry choked, spilling the last small bit of fire whiskey all over himself. Don't ask me that. Malfoy laughed and pushed himself off the lounge. I'll take that as no. Harry felt his face flush, and he threw the fire whiskey bottle at the Slytherin. Malfoy tried to avoid it, but his reactions were somewhat slowed by the considerable amount of alcohol he'd had, and the bottle hit him, though not hard. He weaved slightly and collapsed in a heap on the ground, chuckling. Ow. Harry laughed as Malfoy climbed unsteadily to his feet again. I have an idea, announced the Slytherin dramatically, holding a finger up. What? Asked Harry, pushing himself into a standing position. The room spun slightly, but stopped after a moment. Let's go outside. We need to try out my fire resistance. Harry's eyes grew wide. That's a great idea. Where should we go? Malfoy scratched at his head, thinking. Down near the lake, there's that big open patch of grass, it'll be perfect. Harry nodded, and Malfoy took off for the stairs. No, wait, we can use the pendant. It'll be heaps faster. Malfoy ran back, pulling the chain over his head. Moments later they were standing 40 meters from the lake, the silvery moon shining down on them. Get your wand out, commanded Malfoy, and Harry did so. In front of him, Malfoy performed the animagus transformation. Wow, you're really big. Harry craned his neck up, but it was too dark, and Malfoy's head was too high for him to see it. Harry brandished his wand at the huge dragon in front of him, then pointed it at the ground near the dragon's foot. Incendio. The dragon flinched away, but then seemed to relax. The grass around them started to burn, though there was dew on the grass and it didn't catch very well. The dragon's tail flicked towards the small flames, and then held still in one of the bigger ones. The flame licked around the tail. Cool, breathed Harry. You can't feel that. The dragon shook its head, his long neck twisting around to look. Suddenly Malfoy's head shot up, and moments later he transformed back to his human form and looked at Harry, whispering, I think someone's coming. Harry scanned the dark grounds. I can't see anyone. He listened hard. I can't hear anyone either. Are you sure? I thought I heard talking. Dragons have superior hearing to humans. They moved silently to a stand of trees, and then out onto the other side. We should go back to the castle, suggested Harry, feeling suddenly tired. He wanted to curl up on the ground and go to sleep. Malfoy nodded and they started off again. A woman's voice spoke, and Harry froze, feeling Malfoy do the same thing beside him. Remus, stop, I thought I heard something. A moment later, Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks came into view. Harry yanked Malfoy next to him and fumbled around for his invisibility cloak, throwing it over both of them. They jostled around, making sure it was over both of them. Is it working? Asked Malfoy. Why are they stopping? Shush, shush. They can't see us if we don't talk. Stay still, too. Malfoy jerked to an attention position, his arms straight by his sides. Harry sniggered, trying not to laugh, but he just made Malfoy snigger as well. They'd stopped, and Lupin was looking at Tonks. Harry nudged Malfoy. See, he whispered, they've got no idea. Do you think Lupin can smell us? Whispered back Malfoy, his eyes widening with the realization. Don't werewolves have a better sense of smell than normal wizards? Don't be silly, that's only when they're transformed. Not, it's all the time, I'm telling you. Well then he can probably hear you too, so be quiet. You're talking too. Oh, look, now he's looking this way. Harry huffed in annoyance. Remus was giving an amused smile in their direction. You may as well come out from under that cloak, Harry. And friend, we can see your feet. Tonks laughed. Someone's been drinking, I think. Lucky we caught you before Snape or McGonagall did. Harry pursed his lips in annoyance at the Slytherin and then dragged of the cloak. The smile fell off both their faces. Hi Remus. Harry smiled stupidly. Hi Tonks. Draco. Exclaimed Tonks. Harry, what are you doing with him? SSH. Don't tell, said Malfoy in a carrying whisper. Nothing. We were just walking, improvised Harry. He pointed at the ground. Look, you can even see our footprints. Harry looked at Malfoy to see if Malfoy was happy with the story, but the Slytherin was looking thoughtfully at Tonks, his eyes narrowed. Are you pregnant? Draco gave a theatrical shiver. I'm going to have half-breed second cousins. First cousins, once removed, corrected Harry. Malfoy frowned thoughtfully. Oh, yeah, gross. Harry looked at Tonks. You're really having a baby? He asked, looking hard at her belly and seeing there was a bump. Congratulations. Remus cleared his throat. Well, thank you Harry. We're very happy. When's it due? Just short of 3 months now, replied Tonks, still eyeing Malfoy with worry. Perhaps we should be getting up to the castle now, suggested Lupin. Come on. They all walked up to the castle, stopping in the entrance hall. Are you going to report us? Asked Malfoy loudly. You can't take points off us. We'll see. Malfoy crossed his arms and scowled. Lupin turned to his wife. Tonks, if you want to see Harry back to the tower, I'll accompany Mr. Malfoy. All right, I'll meet you up there, replied Tonks. I don't need an escort, pouted Malfoy. I can find the way on my own. He started off, still weaving slightly as he walked. All the same, I'd feel happier seeing you there myself. He nodded to Tonks and then directed Malfoy away. Harry and Tonks set off in the opposite direction. Is there an order meeting? Asked Harry in a loud, conspiratorial whisper. Why so late? Has something happened? Tonks pursed her lips. No, nothing's happened. This was the only time we could all get together this week, that's all. Oh, what are you going to call the baby? Tonks smiled brightly. We haven't decided yet, but we've got a few names. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, though, so we have a few names for both. Harry nodded. That's a good idea. Tonks' tone changed. Harry, I'm a little concerned about this interaction with the Malfoy. What's going on there? Harry shrugged. Nothing. We were just having some fun, that's all. Tonks sighed. Just be careful, okay? You can't trust a Malfoy. He can't tell anyone, anyway, replied Harry, in a tone which suggested that solved everything. What do you mean? Tell anyone what? Anything. He promised. Harry nodded and then patted Tonks' spiky head. Good night. Harry climbed through the portrait hole, with a bit of assistance from Tonks. Night, Harry. Tonks nodded once more with a small smile, and then closed the portrait of the fat lady between them. Nymphadora Tonks turned away from the portrait with growing unease and set off toward the headmaster's office. She just couldn't wrap her head around the scene she and Remus had found. Secrets and promises between a Gryffindor and a Slytherin were surprising, between Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy was shocking and disturbing. Of course she couldn't be entirely sure there were secrets or promises between them. She couldn't bring herself to trust the ramblings of an obviously drunk teenage boy. And what was Harry doing, letting himself get into such a situation with someone like Draco Malfoy? Tonks knew her Aunt Narcissa, and she also knew Narcissa's husband Lucius. A dangerous man with a dangerous and powerful influence. Even worse was her Aunt Bellatrix. A sadistic, twisted woman and far more dangerous than Lucius. She was in no doubt that Draco had been influenced in undesirable directions throughout his young life from his family and their associates. If Draco was associating with Harry, there was nothing good that could come of it. This would definitely need to be discussed, tonight. She'd reached the gargoyle now, and she spoke the password. The spiral staircase took her up to the oak door. Sighing, she reached out and turned the handle. Beside him, the handle of the door turned. Severus stepped to the side to avoid being hit by the door. He'd been standing silently in Dumbledore's office, surveying the rest of the gathered order members. He'd lightly breezed across their minds, one at a time. No one had felt it. He was too good for that, plus they were all preoccupied at the moment. Preoccupied with the death of Bellatrix Lestrange. As a matter of policy, he wouldn't normally intrude on his colleagues' private thoughts. Well, no, that was a lie. But he was particularly intrigued at the thought that one of the people in this room may have acted alone and cut short the life of a Death Eater for their own, personal reasons. Even though he'd expected it, he had amused him to find that a good number of them suspected him of having done it, given his history. He had made no secret of having hated the woman, and they all knew he had been a victim of her curses on the night he had been found as a spy. He certainly had motive. If he was honest with himself, and he always was, he was actually disappointed he hadn't had the chance to exact a little personal vengeance on her. He was not the only one who had motive, however. Everyone had hated Bellatrix Lestrange, some more than others. Moody's eye had been on him since he'd entered the room. Now there was a man who would have taken great pleasure in the act. He'd spent a good few years chasing down the Lestranges, only to have them escape Azkaban years later. Yes, Moody had had a deeply seated hatred for Bellatrix. Kingsley was the Auror tracking her down now, at least officially. Snape ruled him out though. Kingsley was a bit of a gentle giant, when all was said and done. The man could duel, could kill if the situation called for it, but Bellatrix had been safely secured and Kingsley would never have taken matters into his own hands when she was already under their control. And the younger Auror, Nymphadora Tonks. Her relationship with her aunt certainly hadn't been amicable. She played by the rules though, most of the time. Speaking of Nymphadora, he caught her spiky black hair from the corner of his eye as she closed the door behind her and stood quietly beside him. That was odd in itself. She was very rarely quiet. He enjoyed an odd relationship with the young Auror. She was one of the few who he knew trusted him implicitly, and she was sharp enough he could enjoy an intelligent, witty conversation with her now and then. Only Merlin knew why she'd taken up with someone such as Lupin, but now that they were together, he could never quite see either of them with anyone else. Nymphadora, wonderful to see you, he intoned, a sarcastic lilt in his voice. How is the baby? Fine, thank you for asking. And where is that wolfishly handsome husband of yours this fine evening? Tonks sniffed and crossed her arms in a defensive posture. She smiled sweetly. Don't start, Sevi. He cringed inwardly at the ridiculous name. She was the only person who had ever dared to call him such, and she was the only person who would ever get away with it. Actually, she continued, he's accompanying one of your students to the dungeons. Oh, he inquired. Yes, my dear cousin Draco. Remus and I found him as we were walking up through the grounds. He seemed to be quite intoxicated. Well, it is a Saturday night, after all, he replied. Tonks snorted. No wonder your house lacks discipline, if that's your attitude. Come now, Nymphadora. Surely you had similar experiences during your time at Hogwarts. I can recall many occasions, in fact. Maybe so, but his intoxication is hardly the issue, anyway. What I find concerning is the fact that he's gallivanting about in the middle of the night, wandering the school grounds with. Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. I couldn't care less, Nymphadora, if he was frolicking with Santa Claus. There are more important issues at hand right now, not least of which is your dear aunt's unfortunate demise. And what about if it was Harry Potter? Snape frowned. Potter. Yes, Harry Potter, and they seemed pretty chummy, if you ask me. He finally turned to face the young woman. A word I never thought I'd hear describing my godson and Harry Potter. He noticed the worry lines that were creasing her forehead. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Alcohol and teenage boys can lead to unpredictable circumstances. He wasn't sure if he believed that was the complete truth in this instance, however. It isn't the first time I've seen them together. You remember the instances I mentioned when I was posing as a student. From what I understood, that was merely talk about their joint potions assignment. No one has seen them together even once this year, to my knowledge. Well, maybe that's true and maybe it's not. All I'm suggesting is that maybe instead of having Owens and Mulgrave keep an eye on Harry, which I think we can both agree just does not work, we should have them tailing Draco, instead. Severus nodded slowly. Perhaps talk with Kingsley about it. I agree Potter has proven to be exceedingly elusive and resourceful when it comes to disappearing and accessing places he shouldn't be. He broke off, a sudden thought hitting him like a brick. Almost immediately, he tossed it aside as ridiculous, but for the rest of the meeting, it continued to nag at the back of his mind. At that point the door handle turned again. He caught Nymphadora by the elbow and pulled her gently out of the way so she wasn't knocked over by the door. Not that that was something she couldn't accomplish on her own, but she was with child. It was the decent thing to do. Shame, too. He was in a foul mood, and displays of clumsiness were generally amusing. All fun and games, or so the saying went. The latecomer was Lupin. He felt his lip twitch in an automatic sneer. Ironically, if it weren't for the annoyingly mild-mannered werewolf's activities behind different, closed doors, Severus would be wearing a smile right now, while Nymphadora picked herself up off the floor. Draco is back in his room now? Asked Tonks, wrapping an arm around Lupin's waist. Lupin smiled, wrapping his own arm around his wife. Yes. No doubt he'll be feeling a little the worse for wear come morning. The meeting began. You all know why we are here this evening, rather than meeting at our more usual location. Everyone around the room nodded or murmured their assent, someone exclaiming, I don't understand how someone found out the address, to sneak in and kill her. Severus rolled his eyes at the stupid statement. It was obvious someone from the Order had done it. He for one was extremely interested in who had had the backbone to cross Albus. Albus stroked his beard. I believe our headquarters is still safe. So you are saying someone from the Order is responsible? Severus bit back a stinging retort. These meetings were always a constant battle to do so. It would seem that way, replied Albus. I am certain no one outside of the Order has gained knowledge of the address. We have been exceedingly careful about that. The Dark Lord was exceedingly careful about such measures as well. Dumbledore inclined his head in Severus' direction. Nonetheless, I am sure. The question is what we do about it. None of us are comfortable with the idea that someone is acting alone, if in fact that is the case. I'm trying to believe it was an accident, said Arthur. You placed the charms on that room yourself, Albus. Who could have broken past them? Asked Pomona. The charms I placed ensured Bellatrix could not escape. Alas, I admit I did not cast charms specifically to keep others out. I thought there no need. The room was silent for a few moments. Well, I say we find out who did it, stated Moody. We make a list of all Order members, and then start striking off names to narrow it down. No one really agreed nor disagreed with Moody's suggestion, so the X-Or produced a quill and parchment. Somewhat reluctantly, everyone in the room called their names out one by one, and then started on names of Order members who were not present. Mulgrave and Owens, said Kingsley, naming the two Ors who were stationed at Hogwarts. Molly, of course, said Arthur. Dung. Severus snorted at the thought that the seedy man could have surpassed charms cast by Dumbledore. There were few in the Order who could, and even for those with the ability it would take some time. There was a minute of silence as people racked their brains for anyone they might have missed. The children, the Weasleys, Granger, Potter, he suggested. Moody let out a bark of laughter. None of those kids have the gumption to commit such a crime, Snape. Severus spared the Auror a withering glance. Neither do half the other people on that ridiculous list. I am simply stating their names for completeness. It wouldn't do to leave anyone out merely because we think they didn't do it. Surely you don't think everyone on the list did do it? Kingsley nodded. Best to cover all the angles, I agree. A few more people were named and the list was complete. What now? Asked someone. Now we cross of who couldn't have been there. Anyone with an alibi, replied Moody, promptly marking off what Severus presumed was his own name. People began giving alibis, and Moody wrote them down with, Severus assumed, the intention to check them later on. He didn't bother giving his own alibi. This whole process was a farce, completely ridiculous. Anyone with a spare 5 minutes could have apparated to Grimmauld Place, entered, killed, and left. Then again, the manner of the death had not appeared particularly well planned. That was what was odd about it. None of the Order members, he was sure, were quite that idiotic that they would wander in by accident, or just to have a chat. It's getting rather late, and I'm sure we'd all rather be in bed now. We'll take this up in the next meeting, announced Dumbledore, much to Severus' relief. If you ask me, we'd gotten enough out of her anyway, growled Moody, rolling up the list and handing it to Dumbledore. Enough that she could be done away with, perhaps. Severus suggested silkily, rejoicing in the way Moody instantly fired up at the implication he was making. He smirked, ignoring the disapproving look Minerva shot his way. She could purse her lips and glare all she wanted. It was only Moody's reaction he wasn't interested in. Right now, the look on Moody's face said he wanted to kill him. Is there any other business? Asked Dumbledore loudly. Severus glanced sideways at Lupin and Nymphadora. They both looked unsure about mentioning it, but the young Auror decided to. Yes, there's something worth mentioning, she said loudly, to override the chatter that had started to break out. It's Harry. On the way up to the Castle Remus and I found him, along with Draco Malfoy. Concerned murmurs sounded around the room. They'd apparently been drinking, and were wandering the grounds together. We asked what they were doing and they'd clearly been up to something, but wouldn't tell us. Moody gave an audible growl. I said it. You all heard me. They should never have been allowed to associate. The grizzled Auror looked directly at him. And it's you that's encouraged it, Snape. First in defense, and then you placed them together in potions. The first was a tactical decision on their part, the second luck of the draw, Alistair. I doubt either instance kindled any sort of friendship between them. Friendship's not what I'm worried about, Snape. Malfoys are sneaky, conniving creatures, and Potter's not the shrewdest individual you could meet. Naive, he is. He can be a little too trusting at times, and very forgiving, agreed Lupin. But I really doubt he's silly enough to go running round drunk with a Death Eater. Snapped Moody. For all we know, that Slytherin scum was about to lead him off the grounds and into you-know-who's waiting arms. I highly doubt that is the case, hissed Severus, fed up with the Auror's constant disparaging remarks. I have to agree with Severus, supplied Lupin. I've never seen the boys exchange a friendly word. As far as I can see, Harry's had a little too much to drink after their Quidditch victory and gone running about with the wrong person. What if that's not the case? Growled Moody, pausing for effect. Maybe he's been converted. That's preposterous, Alistair, really. Replied Minerva indignantly. Severus privately agreed, and judging by the grumbling in the room, so did everyone else. Dumbledore sighed. Well, perhaps I shall have a talk with Harry. It would certainly be a good idea to remind him to be more careful. I don't think there was any danger involved tonight, but that might not be the case next time, said Arthur, picking his cloak off the arm of the chair it was hung over. I agree, put in Sprout from a chair on the other side of the room. And I think when they both wake up tomorrow and realize just who they were living it up with, they'll think twice about drinking so much in future. Several of his colleagues in the room tittered amongst themselves. He of all people had to admit it was unlikely in the extreme that there was any sort of friendship between the two. That particular notion could be safely dismissed. Shortly after, the office began to empty. Severus waited silently to be joined by Minerva, who was having a quiet word with Arthur. The two finished their conversation and he nodded goodnight to the red-headed man. Severus offered his arm to his elder colleague, and they set off towards her office in a comfortable silence. It would have to be broken, however, because Severus had things on his mind that needed to be discussed. You are Potter's head of house, Minerva. I wonder, have you noticed anything odd in his behavior lately? After a moment's thought, she answered. He has seemed distant these past months, and quite obviously preoccupied, but that is to be expected, with all the extra lessons he is taking from you. Most lately his mood seems to fluctuate quite dramatically. One day he seems quite at ease, the next, she shrugged and he nodded, understanding. It is dark days, Severus, and I fear for the poor boy. He has far too much on his shoulders for one so young. And yet he insists on carrying more, muttered Snape, his mind wandering again to what truly concerned him at the present moment. Potter has shown the ability to surpass wards and passwords with the use of Parseltongue. That could possibly explain how he'd gained access to the room Bellatrix had being kept in, though he didn't offer the explanation to his colleague. Why Potter may have done so was the more important question, and there was no plausible reason that he could think of. Potter had no way of knowing who was in that room, and no other reason to go in there. Yesterday evening, I encountered him outside of the Gryffindor common room in an exceedingly agitated state. What are you saying? Snape sighed tiredly. You know, of course, that I have been training Potter in the mind arts. They regularly leave him in a restless state, a bad mood. Perhaps that is all it was. However, I saw him several hours later and he seemed worse than when he left my office. Worse than usual. I simply wonder if something else passed in the intervening time. You can't honestly think. You cannot deny he held a grudge against her. No, but Severus, that's a preposterous idea. Severus closed his eyes and let out a long breath, rolling his neck. Yes, perhaps it is. He looked down at Minerva and gave a wry smile. I am getting too old to be worrying about such things as hormonal teenagers, too old for this job. You're not even 40 yet, Severus. Wait until you get to my age and see how you feel. Oh, but Minerva, you are only getting finer with age. Minerva smiled, coming to a stop and tapping her wand against the handle of her office door. I shall keep a closer eye on Mr. Potter, perhaps have a talk with him. Severus inclined his head, bid her good night, and swept away, heading to the dungeons. Minerva watched Severus sweep down the corridor before closing her door and doing what she always did to relieve stress. She sat back at her desk with a pot of tea and a tin of mixed biscuits, musing on the events of the evening. Nymphadora and Remus. Recount had been concerning, but she was inclined to believe it was a bit of an anomalous event, just alcohol causing a lapse in judgment on both their parts. She thought back to the appearance of the parchment holding the address to Malfoy Manor. They'd all thought it highly suspicious, even when it turned out not to have been a trap. They'd captured one of Voldemort's most trusted Death Eaters in the raid, and several doses of Veritaserum had her spilling the secrets she knew. including the fact that her nephew was a Death Eater, had been marked since the day after his 17th birthday, and been training long before that. It always saddened her to see students take that path, but she supposed that in that particular case it had been inevitable, ever since the return of he who must not be named. The fact was that the parchment had been written by a member of the Malfoy family, and left quite deliberately where it would be found by the Order, or at the very least by Albus Dumbledore. She wouldn't even begin to contemplate how they'd gotten past Albus' wards. Anyone who had ever been summoned to the office knew the password was always some kind of lolly, but other wards sprang up if he was not there. Minerva dunked a newt biscuit into her tea. She simply couldn't begin to imagine that the Malfoy boy had left it. She knew Malfoys, and they didn't risk themselves. But if he had, and he and the young Mr. Potter had some kind of alliance, that could explain how the Gryffindor had known that the Lestrange woman was being kept at headquarters, or at least being kept somewhere by the Order. Bellatrix is taken prisoner. Narcissa or Lucius Malfoy mention it to their son, or he hears it from any other Death Eater, and then passes it on himself. Should she mention it to Severus? No, he already worried about the boy enough, and if it was a logical thought, he would think it on his own. At any rate, the idea was ridiculous, both that the Slytherin and Gryffindor were in cahoots, and that Harry Potter had had anything to do with the death. Just quietly, between herself and no one else, she applauded whoever had done away with the woman. Bellatrix Lestrange had been a blight upon England, nay, the whole world, and it was a brighter future that did not have her in it. Minerva spooned half a teaspoon of sugar from a tin into her tea, stirring it into the hot amber liquid. Serenius Mowbray looked up from his methodical stirring when a dark shadow passed in front of his canvas. Snape, old boy. A pale face appeared inches from the canvas, shadowed by the oily strands of hair that fell around it. Hello, Serenius. Working late tonight, I see. Serenius nodded, finishing the 49 clockwise stirs and hanging the curl of the ladle over the lip of the cauldron. He looked out at one of the only people who had ever correctly guessed a brew. He'd been the last, if he discounted those two infernal, arrogant, self-assured students of late. Still, perhaps they would turn out for the better. The young Severus Snape certainly seemed to have. A man after his own heart, he was. Serenius grinned slyly. Any guesses forthcoming? Snape leaned forward, peering as best he could into the cauldron. His brow furrowed slightly. I see a light-colored potion green. Serenius nodded. A silver sheen over the surface. Serenius nodded once more. A cool fire. Snape's eyes moved from the cauldron to the table, his eyes squinting to see better. Almond flowers and honeydew. Correctly identified. They were the only ingredients Serenius had chosen to leave visible. Andromeda's mist. Raw. Surely Orly is Snapey. Strange, murmured Snape. Have you given any students a hint about this potion? The smell of it, perhaps? Serenius shook his head indignantly. Of course not. Snape frowned. Well, 60 points to Slytherin, and just in time to avoid them going to Gryffindor, if I am not mistaken. Good night, Serenius. But Serenius didn't answer. He was already busy rifling through his favorite potions text, looking for the perfect potion, one the students would never get. Arthur felt a perfect sense of home as he stepped into the kitchen of the burrow. His eyes automatically traveled to the clock on the wall to check that all was well with each member of his family. There was always a tightening in his chest before it registered that no arrows pointed to mortal peril. He trudged slowly up the stairs, overcome with weariness. The house was dark and quiet. Molly must have gone to bed. Well, he was going straight to join her. He pulled off his shoes in the hallway and entered the bedroom quietly, pulling off his robe as he moved to the bed. He hopped into the bed, trying not to disturb his wife, but she stirred and opened her eyes. You're home late, dear. The meeting went longer than expected. Did you find out who did it? She asked sleepily. No, he replied, ing the top of her head and wrapping an arm around her. The mystery remains. Molly snuggled against him. Maybe it would be better to forget the whole thing. She's gone and people are safer now. Maybe that's what matters most. He sighed, seconds from falling asleep. I think I might just agree with you. Draco Malfoy thought he might never drink again. It wasn't that he felt completely awful. No, there were potions to fix that. There weren't potions, however, for utterly stupid, mindless, thoughtless, careless, senseless, dim-witted behavior. He could come up with a good dozen other words, if his head hadn't been pounding and he'd cared to think long enough. After all, he was a well-educated young wizard. This evening, or last night, now, however, he'd acted with complete idiocy. He waffed her. To use a word he'd heard often enough in his youth, he tried not to think from whom he was a complete dunderhead. His problem now was women. Their gossiping ways, to be exact. Women gossiped. It was a fact of life that they just couldn't help themselves. Daughters gossiped to mothers, and mothers gossiped to sisters, even sisters they supposedly didn't associate with. And, inevitably, those very same sisters gossiped to their husbands who, on occasion, might even listen. And husbands reported. Well, that's how it usually went. Like, for instance, when his cousin Nymphadora informed her mother of the impending birth, and his aunt Andromeda ecstatically relayed the news in a hushed flow call to the manor, and his mother just couldn't keep it to herself, announcing it over dinner. And then, Draco's father reported. Still, this was a different sort of matter, all things considered. Was the fact that he'd been caught completely inebriated with the bloody boy who lived, whose fault all this was gossip-worthy information for an Auror, something she'd share with her mother? Would said mother feel it necessary to mention it to her sister, perhaps out of some intended caution? Would said sister approach her husband? Maybe. Maybe it would get that far. But it would go no further. He could at least comfort himself in that. He would have to prepare himself for a visit from his father. A stern lecture from a bewildered and angered father, if this did all come to pass. Exasperated, irritated, frustrated, he sighed. Counting words was about as effective as counting sheep as a method of bringing on sleep. Draco massaged his temples, shifting into a more comfortable position in his warm bed. There was a significant disadvantage in not being on speaking terms with one's godfather, especially when one's godfather had been one's primary source of any needed potions. It wouldn't be half so bad, he thought, if it weren't for that bloody ferret that just wouldn't stop squeaking and twisting around his feet when he was trying to sleep. What charm are you working on, Harry? Hermione's voice held just the slightest desperate whine. Harry grinned and shook his head. I'm not telling you, Hermione, no matter how many times you ask me. Seamus laughed softly. Hermione huffed and cast a dark eye at the back cover of the book Harry was leaning on to do his work. She'd been trying to get it out of him for a while now, unable to fathom why he wouldn't tell anyone, and he could tell she was becoming increasingly curious. Apart from the fact that he wanted to keep it to himself in case it didn't work, he had other reason for keeping it to himself. He'd gathered a good list of possible component spells for his chant, and also associated runes. The next step was to combine them in a chant that allowed for a smooth, unbroken wand movement. Harry turned his hand palm down and shook his sleeve back to check the time on his watch. It's nearly 9:30, guys. We'd better get going. The other two stopped what they were working on and they all packed up their books before heading down to the dungeons for potions. The classroom was already open when they got there, and Harry glanced briefly at Serenius Mowbray's painting as he passed on their way in, remembering the potion he'd seen brewing. They took seats around a table. Hermione, what's a potion with honeydew and flaxweed in it? Hermione tapped her chin thoughtfully. Well, I suppose there's quite a few. Is it a 7th year level potion? Harry shrugged. All I know about it is that it has honeydew and flaxweed in it. At least it smelled like it had those two ingredients in it. Also, it's a silky, pale green color. I believe the potion you are referring to may be Coleridge's antidote, or perhaps Andromeda's mist, said Snape as he swept past their desk, apparently having heard Harry's question as he entered the classroom. Both of those potions fit your description. Thank you, sir. Thanks is hardly necessary, Potter. It is my job to teach. Though if you wish, you may thank me by retaining the knowledge. Seamus rolled his eyes, an action Snape luckily didn't see. Suddenly a small paper bird, magically enchanted, fluttered from somewhere across the room and landed on their desk. Hermione plucked it off the desk, also looking around to see where it had come from, but no one was looking at them. She unfolded it, her eyes flickering back and forth as she read over whatever was written on it. She gasped, an indignant expression appearing on her face. Harry tugged the piece of parchment from her fingers and read it. It appeared to be some kind of brief pamphlet-type thing, the headline reading, "Mudbloods. And the danger they pose to society." Harry scrunched it in his fist, not bothering to read what it said. He glared angrily around the room. Several others of his classmates were whispering over what appeared to be copies of the same thing, and several of the Slytherins in the room were sitting with smug expressions. The whispering in the room was getting louder and louder, most of the class now shooting daggers at the Slytherins. "Is something the matter?" asked Snape, turning around with a glare on his face, from where he was writing on the board. "I do not remember asking you to talk." No one seemed willing to say anything, but Snape seemed to know exactly what had happened. The advantage of being a legilimens, thought Harry. Snape strode forward to the nearest desk and snatched one of the bits of parchment out of a girl's hand, his eyes scanning it rapidly and his dark scowl deepening. He looked up, his livid expression sweeping the entire class. After a minute of silence, he spoke. "I will not have this vilifying propaganda in my classroom," he hissed in a deadly whisper which nonetheless carried to every corner of the classroom. He turned towards the Slytherins. "Nor will I see it being tossed about the rest of the school, unless you wish to see me take points from anyone with a hand in thus. Yes, Ms. Parkinson, I will take points from my own house. Not only that, but I will give anyone I find to be involved a month's worth of detention cleaning toilets under the supervision of our resident caretaker." He raked his gaze over the rest of the class. "The same goes for anyone else here whose sympathies are aligned with those of the people who fabricated this filth." Snape waved his hand behind him and the rest of the text appeared on the black surface. "Instructions are on the board. Begin." People moved to gather their ingredients, no one daring to utter a word as Snape strode angrily out of the classroom. There were a few muttered comments during Snape's brief absence, but when he returned, nobody spoke for the rest of the lesson. One of the few sentences spoken that lesson was an order from Snape as people began finishing their potions. "Draco, remain behind after class please." Malfoy sneered at being addressed by his first name, but answered formally, "Yes, sir." Harry wondered what it could be about. He assumed at first that it was about the pamphlets, but then wouldn't the others have been asked to stay behind as well? Then it occurred to him that perhaps Malfoy was about to find out his aunt was dead. When Snape told him, would he remember the brief conversation they'd had about her? Would he think it suspicious that Harry had asked him such questions? Harry stirred his cauldron on automatic, his eyes staring blankly at the stone wall as he considered this. He would have completely mucked up his potion if Hermione hadn't hissed at him to stop stirring and turn down the heat. He felt his guilt and worry rising again as he bottled a sample. He'd been surprisingly happy on Sunday, and this morning, but he could feel gloom settling over him again at the thought of what he had done, and worry that someone would know he'd done it. They mustn't though, because nobody had asked to talk to him, and he was in no doubt that they would have already, had he been seen by any portraits. The fact that he wasn't a suspect, at least yet, lifted a weight off of him. He focused on that feeling, pushing any others below his shields. It worked, and his mood improved after that. He knew it couldn't last though. "You will be pleased to hear that Bellatrix Lestrange has been found dead, Potter." Harry's head shot up to meet Snape's black gaze. "Murdered, in fact." Harry averted his eyes, clearing his throat nervously. "Good. She deserved it. Indeed. Although, the circumstances surrounding her death are something of a mystery. You don't seem surprised. Don't you want to know what happened?" Harry's palms were sweating. He wiped them on his thighs, marking his robe with two dark smudges. Why was Snape speaking in that tone of voice? He couldn't know. No one could know. What happened? A scuffle with an unknown assailant. Exactly what happened may never be known, but it appears she hit her head. Perhaps she fell. Perhaps she was pushed. Snape shrugged casually. "I leave it up to your own imagination. Shall we begin?" Harry blinked, and then nodded, confused by the abrupt end to the conversation. Moments later, they were in Harry's mind. Snape was looking around at the memories that swirled around them, something he never usually did when they practiced phytolymmancy. He seemed to be walking more slowly than usual too, though perhaps it was just Harry's guilty imagination. He forced himself to not think about Bellatrix. He didn't want to inadvertently call closer any memory of that night. It was almost a relief to step into Voldemort's Horcrux, though he wondered suddenly if Snape could access his memories without him knowing while he was preoccupied here. The thought scared him, but there was nothing he could do about it if that's what Snape decided to do. He stayed in the Horcrux that was attached to his own soul, though he didn't stay very long. Are you certain this activity is having no effect on yourself? Asked Snape yet again, eyeing Harry closely. I'm fine, once the headache passes, assured Harry, before changing the subject in case Snape wanted to pursue it. I found how to get into the other Horcruxes. Snape's eyes widened in surprise. Really? I went over there. You what? Snapped Snape. I have to at some point, don't I? Argued Harry, or I'll never destroy the other Horcruxes. You should have discussed it with me first, in case something went wrong. Sorry. Alright, I just wanted to see. It's pretty much the same as the Horcrux in me, at least so far. I seem to be able to get to the other Horcruxes from there as well. Snape asked a few more questions which Harry answered as well as he could, and then he left, returning to the Gryffindor common room. The next morning, everyone found out about the death of Bellatrix Lestrange. It was front-page news in the Daily Prophet. Harry had nearly choked when he'd caught sight of Bellatrix's face staring up at him from the paper. The entire hall was a babble of voices, but the noise faded away and all he could hear was the thud of his racing heart as his vision filled with the photographed image he had already seen, in person. His eyes flickered to the head table, to Snape, specifically. With a shock he saw that Snape was staring directly at him, a mug clasped between his hands. Assessing Harry's reaction. Did Snape suspect something? It had crossed Harry's mind after their conversation, but he'd pushed the notion aside, thinking there was no reason for Snape to suspect anything. Harry averted his eyes. He looked back at the newspaper, starting to shake. He clenched his hands tightly on the pages of the newspaper, willing himself to stop. All week, he'd been fluctuating between emotions. He'd see Neville, and feel justified, glad, relieved. Then he would see Malfoy, and the guilt would come surging back. He'd see an Order member, and the nagging worry would return. The Great Hall brought all emotions crashing down at once. Neville, sitting 2 seats down from him, was strangely peaceful in a way Harry had never seen him, a secret smile on his face. Snape's accusing eyes, he was sure, were still on him, and movement on the other side of the room caught his eye. Malfoy had stood and stormed out of the room, understandable given the fact that a close-up of his aunt's lifeless face was taking up 3/4 of the page and that most of the people in the hall were smiling about it. Harry was breathing fast, shallow breaths. I'm telling you, I feel safer knowing she's not out there anymore, declared Lavender. There were words of agreement from everyone. Who do you think killed her? Asked someone in a whisper. Harry knew his face was red now, he could feel the heat radiating from underneath his collar. Dunno, replied Seamus, but it'd have to be someone with a real killer instinct, wouldn't it? To get past someone like her. Harry stood abruptly, knocking over his pumpkin juice. He strode out of the room. In the entrance hall, he apparated to a far bathroom. During breakfast, it was guaranteed no one would be so far from the Great Hall. He collapsed to his knees, expelling his breakfast all over the hard stone floor. He beeped in a few gasps of air, trying to pull himself together. He had potions first up, and if he didn't attend, he had the feeling that if Snape did suspect him, it would only confirm the potion master's suspicions. Harry closed his eyes and took 10 deep, slow breaths. The forced slow breathing calmed him down greatly, and he was able to resurrect his shields and push the emotion beneath them. They were still there, but dulled. He pushed himself up, opening his eyes and staring into the mirror. His face was impassive now, no sign of his inner turmoil written upon it. Harry washed his face and straightened his robes, and then apparated to a little-used dungeon corridor, before walking the rest of the way to the potions classroom. He tried his best to act normally. That was simple. Walk to his desk, pull out his chair, sit down. Open his bag, place quill, parchment and textbook on the desk. It was the regular routine, but the whole time he felt his movements were exaggerated, and he could feel eyes boring into him the entire time. When he finally looked up at the front of the room though, Snape's back was turned to the class. No one was looking at him. He let out a shaky breath. A bead of sweat ran down the side of his face, and he wiped it away. His hairline was damp, despite the fact that it was the usual chilly temperature in the dungeons. The combination made him shiver. It was the Hogsmeade weekend the week before Valentine's Day. Since they didn't get one on Valentine's Day, those with girlfriends and boyfriends were using the opportunity to spend some time alone. That left Harry free of Ron and Hermione, which suited him fine. He wanted to look for a gift for Aislinn. He wandered slowly towards the alley where he had arranged to meet with Malfoy, a bag of basilisk parts in a deep pocket of his robe. The Slytherin was already there, and Harry handed him the bag. Malfoy transfigured his appearance to the same one he had assumed the first time they had sold basilisk parts. "Shall we?" Harry nodded and threw his cloak over himself. Malfoy's gaze raked the air, and he nodded once to indicate that Harry was fully covered before turning and walking out of the alley and into the apothecary. The same man as last time was at the counter, and he recognized Malfoy. "Back again, young sir." The Slytherin gave a small nod as he approached the counter. He placed the bag of ingredients gently on the counter and opened it up, placing each vial or jar on the counter one by one. "Blood, scales, teeth. We'll accept no less than 400 galleons. No venom this time. In short supply, I'm afraid, my friend." The man produced a variety of instruments from under the counter and started testing the ingredients. 10 minutes later he nodded, satisfied, and placed the jars and vials into a box behind the counter, which he locked. "Don, keep much money on the premises," he said, handing Malfoy a check. Malfoy looked it over before accepting it. With a nod to the apothecary owned, he strode out, with Harry on his heels. After a quick trip to the bank, Harry was supplied with a heavy bag of galleons. "What are you doing now?" asked Malfoy, surprising Harry. "I want to buy something for Aislinn." "Ah yes, the Muggle. I don't know what to get her though. I've no idea at all." "Are you asking me for advice, Potter?" asked Malfoy with a smirk. Harry hadn't been, but he was happy to hear any suggestions. "Just get her jewelry. All girls like jewelry." Malfoy started walking, and Harry walked alongside him, still covered in his invisibility cloak. Malfoy was still in disguise, and apparently not concerned about anyone seeing him talking to himself. "I already bought her a bracelet for Christmas. I want to get something different, but I have no idea what." "You said that already. We can look together, since I have to get something too." Harry shrugged, surprised by the offer. "Okay. Well, what does she like?" "She likes rugby, but I can't really buy her anything for that." Malfoy looked over at him quizzically. "Rugby. It's a Muggle sport. You have people on each team, 15 I think, and basically you score points by putting the ball past a try line, or goal posts." "Wait a minute. Ball, as in only one?" Malfoy sounded skeptical. Harry nodded. "Yes, and since it isn't magic, it doesn't move around by itself or attack players or anything like that. So it just sits there, until someone comes along and moves it." Harry nodded again. How utterly boring. 30 people on the field and only one ball that doesn't even move. Harry laughed. "I guess you have to see it to understand the attraction. I haven't really seen a game myself, not since I was in primary school." Well, something else then." They walked past a pet shop, and Malfoy stopped, looking in the window. "Does she like animals?" Harry nodded. "The thing is though, I can't get her anything magical." Malfoy rolled her eyes. "I'm sure they have the basic non-magical animals. Besides, I might get something from here, so let's have a look." Harry followed Malfoy into the quiet shop, dragging his cloak off. The pet shop sounded like any other pet shop he's ever been in. Birds chirping, puppies yapping, kittens mewing. Unlike Muggle pet shops, however, the smell was regularly charmed away and the air smelled fresh and clean. Harry walked down an aisle, peering into cages at all sorts of magical and non-magical pets. He walked over to the bird section. Aislinn had always said how much she loved Hedwig. Perhaps she would like an owl of her own. He came upon a cage of young owls, apparently called the Eurasian pygmy owl. Harry wondered if it was the same species as pigwidgeon. Those don't look old enough to have been taken away from their mother, announced Malfoy indignantly, coming up behind Harry and trying to stick a finger through the bars of the cage. His finger was too big though, and he frowned, seemingly disappointed at not being able to pat one. Aislinn would love an owl, said Harry, almost to himself. Get one then. I'm not walking around with you all day, trying to find the perfect gift for someone I don't even know. You get one too then, if you think your not girlfriend will like one, jibed Harry. Malfoy sneered, but continued to peer interestedly at the small owls. Doesn't Weasley have an owl like this? So, Malfoy wrinkled his nose, but didn't answer. Can I help you, gentlemen? Asked an attendant, appearing suddenly beside them. We'll take two, said Malfoy, not glancing at the attendant. Please, added Harry. I'd like that one there, he said, pointing to a black and gray one that was hopping softly on one of the perches. The attendant stared at Harry for a moment, his eyes flicking up to Harry's forehead, though the scar was covered by his fringe. And for you, sir? Asked the attendant, looking at Malfoy. The Slytherin tilted his head, considering the cage of owls. After a few moments he said, the one there, with the brown and white wings. 5 minutes later, they were both standing out in the street with little cages which held even littler owls, a bag of owl treats each, and relieved grins. That was easier than I thought it would be, said Harry, holding the cage up and admiring the twittering owl. It's not finished yet, announced Malfoy. Follow me. They walked a few shops along, coming to Scrivenshafts. Harry followed Malfoy in, wondering what he could be looking for in a stationery shop. They wandered around for a few minutes before Malfoy uttered a small, aha, and strode over to a rack, plucking 2 rolls of thin ribbon off the rack, one pink and one red. Which one? He asked, holding them out to Harry for inspection. Harry looked at the 2 different colored ribbons, comparing them to the little owl he'd bought for Aislinn. Red would match better, he decided. I agree. Malfoy paid for the ribbon and then led Harry down the road to the Hog's Head. Not being a particularly clean establishment, no one had brought their girlfriends there and the place was bordering on empty. Harry bought 2 butterbeers and took them over to the table, where Malfoy was already working on his own, tying a red piece of ribbon around its neck. He tied a loose knot, and then muttered a charm, and the end of the ribbon curled around his wand in a nice spiral. He did the other end as well. There, he said, setting the small owl down on the table with a flourish. No, don't peck at it, he told the owl, which had started nibbling at a curled end of the ribbon. The Slytherin tucked the ribbon back out of range of the tiny beak. The tiny owl looked up at Malfoy with big glassy eyes, clearly disappointed. Don't look at me like that. You have to look PR. He broke off when Harry started laughing, muttering, shut up, Potter, instead. Malfoy showed the charm he used to curl the ribbon to Harry, and then cut off a few lengths for Harry to take with him. 10 minutes later, they walked out of the Hog's Head into the slushy street. Suddenly, Harry spotted someone he had been intending to seek out. Mundungus Fletcher was making his way in a leisurely fashion down the main street. Harry gave Malfoy what could vaguely be construed as a wave. I have something to do, he said, not taking his eyes off of Mundungus Fletcher's brown cloaked back. He was almost disappearing in the crowds. Without waiting for Malfoy to reply, Harry took off at a fast walk, dodging around shoppers and students and trying not to lose his quarry. Luckily he had much longer legs than the man he was following, and he caught up fairly quickly. He followed Mundungus until the crowd started to thin out, at which point he ducked into a doorway and pulled on his invisibility cloak. He went on his way again, and soon they were in streets that were empty of any other pedestrians. Harry hurried up until he was just a meter behind the man, who was unscrewing a small flask as he walked and about to take a sip. Dung, he said loudly. Mundungus jumped at the voice, spilling some amber liquid down his front. Dung. It's me, Harry. Can I talk to you? Merlin, boy, are ya trying to give me an heart attack? His eyes searched the air for Harry's invisible form. Sorry, he replied. Come on, we can go over here. He led Mundungus by the shoulder down a paved walkway between 2 tall buildings. It was empty, and the buildings appeared empty. He cast the Muffaliato charm around them in case anyone was listening, just to be safe. He pulled the cloak off so that they could see each other. He pointed his wand at Mundungus, whose eyes widened in surprise. Ari. He knew he could just ask, but the longer they stood there, the more chance there was of them being discovered, and he had a feeling the Mundungus wouldn't be too willing to tell the truth anyway. There's just something I need to know, he said, by way of explanation. Legilimens. His vision shifted as he penetrated Mundungus' mind. It was ludicrously easy to find the memory. He'd never performed the spell on anyone besides Snape, and it was horrifyingly easy to find the information he wanted from someone with no skill in occlumency. He retreated from Mundungus' mind, a scowl on his face. You stole things from Sirius House. Mundungus shifted guiltily in front of Harry. It wasn't nothing they wanted, anyway. They. Who is they? Dung. It wasn't your stuff, and you shouldn't have taken it. He stepped back and pointed his wand at the shorter man again. Obliviate. Mundungus slid slowly down the wall, a catatonic look on his face, but as soon as he hit the ground, he blinked and cleared his throat. Listen lad, I won. Mention this to NY1, so long's you don, mention it either. The stealin'. I mean. A man's gotta make a living, you know. Harry tuned out his words, grimacing. He'd never performed an obliviate before, and it clearly hadn't worked. Shite, he muttered under his breath, running a hand through his hair. Someone tisked behind him. Sloppy. Potter, very sloppy. Harry spun to find Malfoy leaning casually against the wall, staring down at Mundungus' slumped figure. His eyes flicked up to Harry's, then back down to the grubby man on the ground. Malfoy. Harry stepped over to the Slytherin, lowering his voice. What or why did you follow me? Malfoy nodded smugly. I thought I'd lost you when you put that cloak on, but then I realized who you were following. Harry pursed his lips and turned back to Mundungus. Wah! Mundungus' eyes traveled from Harry to Malfoy, his eyes confused, and then widening as he came to an improbable conclusion. Harry lad, think what you're doing. Don't worry dung. It's not what you think, Harry said, trying to reassure the man. The Slytherin took his wand out, holding it loosely. Did you get what you wanted from him? Asked Malfoy, not taking his eyes off Mundungus. Harry cleared his throat. Yeah, I wondered where you were off to so suddenly, what you were up to. I must say, I never imagined something quite like this. Malfoy gave a grin, part amusement and part grudging respect. There was a predatorial gleam in his eyes as he angled his wand downwards at the shabby, scared Mundungus. Obliviate. Mundungus' eyes took on a blank, glassy sheen. Come on, said Malfoy. Before he comes around. Harry followed the Slytherin around the side of the building. He wasn't worried that Mundungus would worry what had happened to him. He had a feeling that he'd woken up in alleyways, smelling like alcohol before. They were almost back to the main street of Hogsmeade when Malfoy stopped and turned to face Harry. He was smirking, and there was a look in his eyes that Harry was sure bordered on pride. Harry ran a hand through his hair again, this time feeling uneasy. Look, I'd appreciate if you didn't mention this to anyone, all right? I won't. Harry let out a long breath, relieved. For now, repeated Harry. I'll be keeping it as insurance. Insurance against what, exactly? Asked Harry loudly, crossing his arms and frowning. Malfoy shrugged. Any unforeseen circumstances. I'm sure it's something that would raise difficult questions for you. Something to keep in mind if you ever think about mentioning anything about me to anyone. You know I won't do that. Like I said though, Potter. Unforeseen circumstances. Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. Harry and Malfoy looked over to see Professor Sprout, who was the one of the supervising professors for the trip. Back to the main street, please. You know you aren't supposed to be wandering off. Malfoy pushed himself off the wall. You owe me. The Slytherin winked and walked away, nodding as he swaggered past Sprout. Professor. Harry followed, also acknowledging the professor. He didn't think this was anything to worry about too much. Malfoy had no reason to say anything at the moment, and Harry had more dirt on the Slytherin than the Slytherin did on him, anyway. He was a bit annoyed at being caught by Sprout though. Hopefully she wouldn't read anything into it, and just think they'd been arguing. He didn't see why she wouldn't, after all. Harry was peering down on Dumbledore's office as Snape and Dumbledore talked. It was proving to be a useful fact-finding mission he was on. Dumbledore had showed Snape some kind of memory, the two of them disappearing with a ripple into Dumbledore's pensieve. When they'd reappeared, they'd gone on to discuss an object called Hufflepuff's cup, which Dumbledore was almost entirely certain was a Horcrux. Snape had agreed. They'd left soon after, for dinner. Hufflepuff's cup, Harry murmured, lying back on the grass and relishing in the sun on his face. It looked as if Dumbledore's theory of a Horcrux for each of the founders was correct. He ran through the mental list of Horcruxes: diary, gone. Ring, gone. Himself, Nagini, the locket, Hufflepuff's cup, something of Ravenclaw's. The Horcrux in Nagini could be destroyed by destroying the snake. The Horcrux in his own soul would have to be destroyed using Phytolemoncy, at least, if he wanted to come out of this war alive. The locket he would have soon. At least, that was the plan. He could destroy that one in the same way the diary had been destroyed. If Hufflepuff's cup was kept safe in the Lestrange's vault, there was very little that Harry could do about that one. They were an old family. Their vault would be deeply hidden, and well guarded. That one too, would have to be destroyed using Phytolemoncy. As would the unknown Horcrux. Something of Ravenclaw's, was little to go on. Harry left the painting world and walked along the corridor he'd apparated to. He spun and walked several meters in the other direction, then turned once more and walked another few meters. Turning back, he saw that a door had materialized in the wall. It had been a while since he'd been in the room of requirement, apart from DA meetings. He'd been provided with exactly what he wanted: some large, comfortable cushions, and a large mirror. Harry took a seat on one of the cushions and stared into the mirror, leveling his wand at himself. Legilimens. He tried this a number of times, with no success. He had no troubles accessing his memories, but that was as far as he could ever get. He was determined to succeed this time though, and he put all his efforts into concentrating on the mirror of Arised appearing. And just like that, it did. It was like one of the Muggle puzzle books he had read as a child. He'd gotten a book from the school library one day, and each page had been covered in a different pattern. If you focused your eyes just right, a picture appeared in the pattern. Now, he focused just right, not just his eyes, but his whole being. His memories slid away into the background, and the mirror materialized in front of him. He was drawn towards it in an instant, melting through its reflective surface and into his soul. He laughed out loud at having succeeded, harnessing the burst of jubilation as he stepped into the Horcrux. Thinking happy thoughts, he made his way to the bridge and crossed it. "Show me the unknown Horcrux," he said, once he was in the spinning room. This time, he did cross the bridge, coming into a Horcrux that seemed no different to the one in his own body. After a pain-filled 20 minutes, he decided it was time to leave, and headed back across the bridge. He was about to leave back to his own soul when he had a thought. What if he could leave something here, something of him that could work while he was gone? He stepped out a door into the soul that resided in Voldemort's own body. It would need to be something positive, or it would be useless. Harry looked down at himself. He found he was wearing one of Mrs. Weasley's Christmas jumpers. It was maroon, decorated with a snitch and the letter H. He tugged it off, smiling at the memories of one happy Christmas he'd spent at the Burrow. The Weasleys were practically family. He loved them, and those feelings were embroidered into the wool, deeper than Mrs. Weasley's designs. Harry wasn't sure if the artifact would remain once he left, since it was a part of his consciousness, but he was quite sure that it couldn't be destroyed by anything in Voldemort's soul. After all, it wasn't a real, solid object at all, just a representation of some of Harry's feelings. Suddenly, a dim light started to appear in the blackness, and he realized it was the representation of Voldemort coming. Hurriedly, he neatly folded the jumper and placed it on the inky blackness on which he stood. If it worked, he would leave something in the unknown Horcrux as well. Feeling that he'd accomplished a lot today, he summoned up the spinning room and opened the door to his own soul, stepping onto the bridge and setting off. Back in the room of requirement, Harry groaned as his eyes were assaulted by the light. One thing he hadn't considered when he'd attempted vitamin C on himself was that there would be no Snape waiting to provide him with the strong pain relief potion. He couldn't go to Snape now, though. Harry knew the potion's master would forbid him to do it on his own, but twice a week just wasn't enough. It was just taking too long for Harry's liking. With a groan, he rolled over on the cushions, barely conscious. He would just have a little rest. When he woke up, he would be feeling well enough and he could go to Madame Pomfrey and say he had a bad headache. She knew about his connection with Voldemort, and would give him something slightly stronger than she would provide to the average student. That was his last thought before he succumbed to the pain in his head and fainted. Ah, Harry. Harry gave a mental groan. He'd just woken up and was on his way to the hospital wing. Dumbledore always turned up at the most inopportune times. I've been wanting a word with you for several days now. Harry's heart gave a jolt and the fear came flooding back. About what, sir? He asked, his voice breaking. He forced himself to keep his breathing steady and to look Dumbledore in the eye. This could be about anything. But then why did Dumbledore have a slightly grave look on his face? About our headboy, Draco. Harry gave an internal sigh of relief. Of course Tonks and Remus had said something about finding him and Malfoy together. His mind had been so clouded by what he'd done to Bellatrix that he hadn't thought about his and Malfoy's silly mistake. And then Professor Sprout had seen them together again in Hogsmeade. About Saturday night, you mean? He asked. I know it wasn't very smart, sir, and it won't be happening again. Dumbledore nodded. Whilst I would normally encourage inter-house unity, I fear Mr. Malfoy is not one to forge a friendship with. Harry gave a wry smile, having no trouble conjuring the expression. We're hardly friends, sir. I'm sure Remus mentioned that we weren't exactly. Dumbledore smiled and his eyes twinkled. Harry relaxed. Dumbledore believed him, completely. Ah well, I was young once, so I can certainly understand how you may have come to be in such a situation, especially after a Quidditch victory. Dumbledore's beard twitched. I do fear, however, that I may have to have Professor McGonagall crack down on the amount of banned substances that seem to be making their way undetected into the Gryffindor common room. They exchanged a few more minutes of conversation about Harry's classes before Dumbledore bid him goodnight. Harry smiled and nodded goodnight back. Turning, he set off for the hospital wing, the smile vanishing within an instant of turning his back on the headmaster. Who's the owl for? Asked Ron as Harry placed the cage carefully on the set of drawers beside his bed. Perfect is, hissed Sauls, eyeing the owl with great interest. Harry quickly covered the cage with a shirt. Don't even think about it, Salazar. For my girlfriend, he told Ron. Girlfriend? Exclaimed Ron. When did that happen? I thought I told you, said Harry, sitting down on his bed and pushing his bag under it. Ron shrugged. Dunno. Maybe you did. But it's about bloody time. What's her name? Aislinn. She a muggle? Harry nodded. Does she know you're a wizard? Harry shook his head. I want to keep my life here separate from her, you know. When I'm with her, I don't have to think about all this, he replied, gesturing at the scar on his forehead. Ron nodded in understanding. Don't go around telling people, okay? Ron nodded again. I'm going to have a lie down for a while. Come and wake me up for dinner, okay? Sure, mate. See you later. Ron left, his own miniature owl fluttering out behind him. Harry heard a soft, cheerful hoot and pulled the shirt off the cage. The owl was blinking sleepily. He bent down, bracing his hands on his knees so he was on eye level with the little bird. Maybe I'll let you out so you can fly around a bit too, he said softly. The owl hooted again and flapped its wings a few times, lifting itself off the bar a little way. Harry grinned. All right then. As soon as he opened the little door, the even littler owl buzzed out, darting around Harry's head in much the same way Pig tended to do. This owl seemed more graceful though, and its hoots weren't as shrill. Harry made himself comfortable on his bed and Saul slithered from around his waist and curled up on Harry's stomach. The owl investigated Harry's curtains for a while before settling down atop the end of Harry's boot, ruffling its feathers and sending a little puff of dust up around itself. Someone else entered the room, and the owl gave a little bounce and took to the air again with excitement. It was Seamus, and he laughed when he saw it. Hello there. Who do you belong to? He caught sight of Harry lying in the dark. Friend for Pig? He asked, heading to his own bed. For Aislinn, Harry replied, adjusting the curtain at the end of his bed so that it was darker where he was sitting. He had a headache coming on. The Irish boy's eyes grew wide. Oh, a bird for your bird, Harry snorted. I guess so. Seamus fished around for something in his trunk and then headed back out. She'll like it, he said, then grinned and winked cheekily. Just make sure you get something good in return. Harry yawned as he turned the page in his rune dictionary. He was working on his charms project, and had been searching out the rune for recant, but there hadn't been one. He'd have to borrow Hermione's dictionary later. He turned to the E section and ran his finger down the page looking for expel. He found it and studied the rune. With a burst of enthusiasm, he realized it would match perfectly with the rune for evil that was in the next column of runes over. He scribbled them both down, even though evil wasn't one of the words he'd considered using in his charm. From what he'd read, the wand movement didn't have to represent the words exactly, just be similar. Deciding he'd done enough of it for the day, he packed it all into his bag and sat back rubbing at his forehead. His scar had been prickling constantly since he had performed phytolimancy on himself, the sharp ache in the front of his mind never quite leaving. He assumed that leaving part of his consciousness there had created some sort of open channel. He certainly wasn't enjoying the pain, but with a normal pain relief potion it was bearable, worse than a headache, but not as bad as when he had visions, or had just had a phytolimancy session. He supposed it meant his plan was working. The thing he'd left hadn't disappeared with him when he'd gone, and so must still be at work. At least, that was what he was hoping. Harry stood up and stretched, looking around the chamber library for Malfoy. He'd been working away diligently on something over at the long table earlier, but now he was perusing the shelves that ran around the walls. Harry headed towards the Slytherin, glancing briefly down at the table as he passed. He stopped in his tracks, raising his eyebrows at the piece of parchment that Malfoy had been writing on. He flicked his eyes Malfoy's way. The Slytherin was engrossed in a heavy tome, oblivious to Harry's action. He picked up the length of parchment, but Malfoy still didn't see. Malfoy had been working on this for quite a while that morning. Most of the words on it were written, scribbled out, and some written again, exactly the same. Apparently the Slytherin was having trouble expressing his thoughts. Harry ruffled the page, as if shaking out creases. The movement caught Malfoy's eye, or he heard the sound, because he finally looked in Harry's direction. Potter. Hey, what are you doing? Malfoy's voice sounded slightly panicked, and Harry grinned down at the letter as he heard Malfoy hurriedly replacing whatever book he'd been reading. Reading, he replied innocently. The B-owned hurried towards Harry and tried to grab it out of his hand. Harry dodged out of Malfoy's way. Dear Astoria, began Harry loudly, escaping behind the lounge and out of Malfoy's grasp. The Slytherin jumped over the lounge. Stop reading. Hand that over now, Potter. No, I don't think I will, actually. It's private. Malfoy lunged for the parchment, but Harry yanked it out of his reach and dashed around to the far side of the table as Malfoy regained his balance. You shouldn't have left it lying about then. Malfoy came to stand on the opposite side of the table, his scowl not quite hiding the slightly mortified expression on his face. Dear Astoria, repeated Harry. Happy Valentine's Day. The other boy withdrew his wand from its holster, letting it hang by his side. Last warning, Potter. Harry put on a posh accent. I sincerely hope you like the accompanying gift. You can name high. Harry laughed and ducked to avoid the jet of red light as Malfoy tried to stupefy him. Malfoy jumped up on the table, his boots making a dull thud as he strode down the length of it to where Harry was crouching. Harry rolled under the table and out the other side, jumping up and running away from the table, looking over his shoulder just in time to see Malfoy shooting off another stunner. Him whatever you wish to. Malfoy's face was completely red by now and he seemed desperate to get the letter off Harry. I really like you, Astoria. The Slytherin graduated to stinging hexes, and one of them nearly caught Harry. Harry felt slightly ragged and short of breath as he continued avoiding the Slytherin. Malfoy seemed too frazzled to be aiming properly though, because he usually had far better aim. Harry had just ducked to avoid a curse when suddenly the steam went out of Malfoy and he deflated, crumpling onto the lounge, his head in his hands. It sounds completely shite. It's not that bad, replied Harry, trying to sound sincere. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He was breathing heavily, and the small amount of physical exertion had made his head pound fiercely. Don't lie, responded Malfoy, sounding half impatient, half dejected. I can't give her that. It's completely. Malfoy waved his hand vaguely, ineloquent and unstandard, and just shite. Harry grunted in reply. He was by no means an expert on love letters, but he wasn't going to argue with the obvious truth. He squinted at his watch, gritting his teeth. It had only been a few hours since he'd had the last pain relief potion, but his headache was building rapidly all of a sudden. Shite, muttered Malfoy yet again. So write another one, grumbled Harry, pulling at his hair in an attempt to alleviate the pain a bit. Malfoy seemed to realize something was wrong, and though he was still clearly disgruntled, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," he mumbled, wishing Malfoy would stop talking for a minute. "Don't lie. Something's obviously wrong." His eyes flickered up to Harry's forehead. "It's your scar, isn't it?" "I said it's nothing," exclaimed Harry, an angry tone in his voice. He instantly regretted it when Malfoy held his hands up in the air. "Fine," he snapped. "I hardly care, anyway." The Slytherin sat back with a huff, then came over and grabbed the letter off the floor where Harry had dropped it. He cast one disgusted look at it and then cast an incendio at it, then sat back on the lounge to watch it burn. Harry ripped his bag open, scowling, and dug around for the spare bottle of pain relief. It was probably too soon to take it, but he could always get more. "Snape asked me about you," said Malfoy suddenly. "He wanted to know what we were doing together on Saturday night." "What did you tell him?" Malfoy snorted. "That it was really none of his business, but I'd had too much to drink, and that was all there was to it. That sometimes even though we don't want to, we end up associating with people we'd rather not." Malfoy smirked. "I think he took that personally." Harry frowned, but there didn't seem to be anything he could do to get Malfoy to talk to Snape civilly. "Dumbledore talked to me, too," he replied, swallowing the vial of liquid. "We should have been more careful. Of course people would mention it, especially people like Lupin and Nymphadora." Harry raised his eyebrows at Malfoy's use of his cousin's first name. He supposed it would have been weird for him to call Dudley Dursley though, even when he hadn't liked him. "Professor Sprout probably said something too, when she saw us in Hogsmeade." Malfoy suddenly brightened, leaning forward with interest. "What could Fletcher possibly know that you would so desperately want to know that you'd perform legilimency on him, anyway?" Harry scowled at the mention of what he'd found out from Mundungus. He knew where the Horcrux was now, or at least who he'd passed it off to, and he wasn't happy about it. He was a step closer to destroying a Horcrux, but that fact only seemed to put more pressure on him, not less as he'd thought it would. "Tell me," commanded Malfoy, "or I'll tell someone what you did." It was obvious he didn't mean it, at least at the moment. Harry knew that could change though, and that only added to his stress levels. "As if you would," he muttered. "Besides, since you so kindly obliviated him for me, there's no evidence anyway." Malfoy narrowed his eyes. "Who's going to believe you anyway?" added Harry spitefully. "Your godfather." Malfoy blinked, then glared at Harry, his pleasant expression disappearing. Harry had to admit that Malfoy had been tolerating his bad mood and snarky comments longer than he'd expected. "At least my godfather's still alive," sneered Malfoy. "Yours is dead, and good riddance to him." Harry glared at the Slytherin. He knew the argument was his fault, fueled by his pain, but he was too fired up now to stop, and Malfoy certainly wasn't going to back down. "He's not the only black people are glad to see gone," he hissed, and Malfoy's sneer dropped for an instant as Harry reminded him of his aunt's recent death. "And at least Sirius died heroically, unlike your bloody horrible aunt." "You wouldn't know how my aunt died, Potter, so stop talking about it," muttered Malfoy, frowning and looking away. "Maybe I do know," replied Harry, leering at Malfoy. He dropped his voice to a whisper. "Maybe I was there." Harry stopped. What on earth had made him say that? He stood abruptly, swaying. He bent and picked up his bag. Malfoy jumped up. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, muttered Harry, running a hand through his hair. Forget I said anything, okay. I'm not feeling well. People don't say things like that because they aren't feeling well, spluttered Malfoy, clearly disturbed by Harry's comment. Harry turned around, but was yanked back by the other boy, dropping his bag again. His eyes widened as Malfoy physically grabbed him, the front of Harry's robes fisted in his hands. You do know what happened, don't you? Malfoy's eyes searched Harry's and he shifted his eyes guiltily. Of course, Legilimens. Malfoy had improved in leaps and bounds since the last time they'd practiced together, and Harry's vision swam as Malfoy almost breached Harry's shield. Harry had improved too though, more than the Slytherin had, and he little trouble throwing Malfoy out. He shoved the Slytherin away. Never do that again. Harry picked up his bag and slung it over one shoulder, not looking Malfoy in the eye. I'm going. Tell me, called Malfoy unsurely as Harry walked away. Tell me, Potter. Harry ignored him and walked quickly away, then remembered he could use the pendant. A split second later he was walking around the Black Lake, its calm waters like a sheet of glass. He could hardly believe what he'd just done. He'd practically gloated to Malfoy about killing Bellatrix. But the act hadn't been something he'd taken pleasure in. He didn't relish killing anyone, even someone as horrible as her. So why had he felt like he had, even for that short while? Harry felt sick. He let out a shaky breath as he lowered himself onto a cold gray rock. Almost immediately he stood again, pacing backwards and forwards. The pain relief potion hadn't taken effect yet, and he felt like he was about to throw up. The thought of throwing up made him feel worse, and a moment later his stomach lurched. Harry leaned over, retching and coughing up his lunch. He dropped to his knees and crawled back to the rock where he'd left his bag, leaning his burning forehead against the cool stone. He took a few deep, steady breaths. His head continued to thump a steady beat and he knew there was no relief coming now, not when he'd just thrown up the potion. He couldn't ask Madame Pomfrey for more either, because she'd know he'd had some not long ago, seeing as she'd given it to him. Harry pushed himself up, leaving his bag where it was. He swung his invisibility cloak over himself and apparated directly into the hospital wing. It was empty of students, but he could hear the matron bustling around in her office. He walked silently over to a medicine cabinet that he knew held the basics: burn creams, calming potions, stomach settlers, and pain relief potions. The hinge squeaked slightly when he opened it and he looked at the door to the office, holding his breath and listening for footsteps. None came though, and after a moment he pulled out a vial of pain relief potion and closed the door. It squeaked again but he didn't worry. As soon as it clicked shut he apparated again, back to the lake. He was glad that apparating using the pendant didn't have the same unpleasant squeezing sensation as normal apparition, because he probably would have been sick again if it had. Harry swallowed the potion and for the next few minutes, concentrated on keeping it down. He couldn't fathom anyone being truly upset about Bellatrix's death. She'd been such a horribly sadistic person. But he'd seen anguish on Malfoy's face when he'd grabbed Harry. He supposed he'd be a bit upset if Aunt Petunia died, even though she wasn't a particularly nice person. And even though Bellatrix had made Aunt Petunia look like a saint, Malfoy had probably had a better relationship with her than Harry had with his aunt. After all, Malfoy was a pure blood, a Death Eater, wealthy, head boy. Bellatrix had probably looked upon him with great favor, especially since he was, in her eyes, the only heir to the Black Line. He felt the guilt overwhelming him again, and he tried to remind himself that she'd been an insane, sadistic killer, even if she had been someone's aunt. In the last week he'd spent so much time thinking about how other people thought of her that he was starting to forget who he'd thought she'd been. Well, not forget exactly, but it was hard to associate the different ways certain people had seen her. It would be okay if he still hated Malfoy. He thought if he did, then he probably wouldn't feel that guilty at all about what he'd done. It sounded callous when he said it like that, but it was true. People only cared about the things that affected them, or people close to them. If Harry had never been affected by anything she'd done, if he didn't know Sirius, or Neville, or Malfoy, she would have been just another death in the news and none of this would be worrying in the least. Well, not if he hadn't killed her. The fact that he had made any of what he was thinking a moot point. He supposed the feelings would fade, eventually. He couldn't feel so guilty and conflicted forever. Snape had though, for a long time at least. But Harry had forgiven him. Did Snape still feel guilt about what he had unwittingly done to Harry, or did telling the truth and being forgiven make it go away? Speaking of Snape, Harry groaned out loud. He had a phytolemancy lesson the next evening. He hoped he was feeling better by then. His moods had been a bit up and down, changing rapidly and for seemingly no reason since he started phytolemancy, but since he'd left a part of his consciousness in Voldemort's soul it had been especially bad. He went from feeling fine to being on edge, short-tempered, feelings he was sure weren't his. At other times, he felt hopeless, sure he was never going to be able to succeed with phytolemancy. It was working, he knew that, but it seemed so slow. He leaned his head on the cool stone again. He needed to stop thinking about all of this or he was going to drive himself crazy. After a short rest, Harry gave a sigh of resignation and stood, heading back to the castle. Harry stepped off the bridge of twisting magic and into the soul that resided in Voldemort's body. Surprisingly, he was there at Snape's suggestion. Apparently Snape thought there was a significant reduction in the attachment of the Horcrux to Harry's own soul. Harry hadn't thought much about it recently, but he thought the potion's master might be right. As he stepped off the bridge, he realized it was a lot different to the first time he'd crossed it. It was still made of writhing, twisting tendrils of magic, but it was longer, he was sure, and thinner. More tenuous. The link to the Horcrux was stretching, and soon, it would break, and the fractured bit of soul would no longer be bound. At least, that was the plan. Harry walked forward into the blackness a little way. He was about to call up the round room when he heard voices, and the two versions of Voldemort he'd met appeared several yards away, surrounded by a dim candle-lit glow. He was surprised. This was the first time he'd come upon them, as opposed to them finding him. What surprised him more was what was going on in front of him. Harry stared disbelievingly as the older, more Voldemort-looking man argued with a 10 or 11-year-old Tom Riddle. And it seemed that the object of their disagreement was none other than the maroon Weasley jumper, the representation of a part of Harry's consciousness that he'd left behind last time. "Who cares whose it is?" cried the small boy in a discourteous voice. "If they wanted it they shouldn't have left it lying about. Anyway, it's warm." He wrapped it around his small shoulders. "Give it to me," said the older Voldemort, snatching it from the boy, who made a move as if to kick the taller man in the shin. Voldemort held the jumper up by the shoulders, his brow furrowed in a scowl as he inspected it. "It belongs to the other boy. I don't care. It's ours now. Mine. I want it." Harry hadn't made a sound during all this, but suddenly Voldemort's head snapped up, crimson eyes boring directly into Harry's. At the movement, the boy looked over as well. "This is our place. You don't belong here." The young Tom Riddle leaned towards Harry, his hands on his hips. The older Voldemort was still holding the jumper up, inspecting it carefully. He looked over at Harry again. What is this?" "It's a jumper. Are you stupid?" yelled the younger, scowling at Voldemort, whose nostrils flared angrily. Young Tom reached up high and snatched the jumper off of Voldemort. The possessive little boy pulled the jumper on, shooting a smug, malicious look at his older counterpart. At that point, a well-groomed young man arrived. He looked little older than the diary memory of Tom Riddle. Perhaps it was the same year, because a headboy badge glinted on Slytherin school robes. "What is going on here? You're making an awful racket." At that point he noticed Harry, and his scowl deepened. "Is this the one you were telling me about?" He didn't wait for an answer from anyone, instead walking up to Harry. He tossed his hair and crossed his arms, looking at Harry through narrowed eyes. He stared imperiously for a long moment without saying anything before he turned and walked over to the older man. "He doesn't look at all threatening if you ask me. The rest of you are worrying about nothing." He cast one more careless glance in Harry's direction, and then turned and walked off, throwing over his shoulder, "Tell me if he does anything interesting." The teenager faded into the wind and whispers around them, and looking around, Harry noticed the young Tom had disappeared somewhere, presumably still wearing the maroon jumper. Only the elder one remained, his piercing gaze still locked unfailingly on Harry. At this point, They were more curious than anything, though it seemed the older Voldemort got, the more suspicious he became of strangers. The teenaged Riddle was too self-assured to really worry, and the youngest was more interested in materials things. Harry had no doubt though that his presence was becoming more and more familiar, more intrusive. Sooner or later, Voldemort's conscious mind was going to sense something was wrong. One thing nagged at Harry though, the teenaged Riddle had said, "The rest of you." To Harry, that implied more than two others, more than the young Tom and the elder one. How many representations were wandering around Voldemort's soul? The ones he'd come across seemed to be different facets of his personality, or maybe just different stages of life. Harry called up the round room, and opened the door that led to the unknown Horcrux. His scar was already stinging terribly, the usual headache beginning. He headed across the bridge and arrived at the unknown Horcrux. The plan for today was to leave something here, like he'd left something in the slice of soul that was attached to Voldemort's body. He assumed it would make the new link stronger, but it made things quicker. The sooner this was all over, the better. His presence was becoming more and more familiar to Voldemort's soul, and sooner or later the wizard was going to start working out what was going on. Harry looked down at himself. What could he leave here? He was wearing his school uniform. He thought of his Gryffindor tie, but then decided not that. It would work, but something that represented him and love would be more effective. After all, his presence here was damaging to Voldemort's soul, but when he was focusing his thoughts on people he cared about, it was more so. He considered the belt Aislinn had given him for Christmas. He even started taking it off before realizing he couldn't leave that there. Aislinn had nothing to do with any of this. He had to keep her separate from it all. Harry reached into his pocket and dug out his invisibility cloak. That would do fine. He focused on the few memories he had of his parents. Ironically, they had all been dredged up by Dementors, and laid the cloak down near his feet. He spent another 10 minutes concentrating on happy memories before the pain coursing through his body became too much, and he staggered back to his own soul. When his vision shifted back to Snape's office, he could already feel the strengthening of the new link he had created. Snape produced the usual pain relief potion and he swallowed it gratefully. It was followed by a sleeping draft. If you take it now, it should take effect soon after you arrive back at your common room. Harry went to take the stopper out but then changed his mind and placed it in his pocket for later. No, that's okay. I think I might stay up and get some work done. Snape raised an eyebrow. As much as applaud your enthusiasm for school work, are you sure tonight is the best night to do so? Harry shrugged, massaging his temples. I don't know, I just feel really clear-headed about my assignments at the moment. I've been having trouble with ancient runes, but I think I just realized what I've been doing wrong. I'm sure it can wait until tomorrow. You do not look well. I'm no worse than usual. No worse than usual, repeated Snape. And has the usual gotten worse since we first began? I don't know, said Harry in a frustrated tone, running his hand through his hair. Does it even matter? Snape scowled. Manners, Potter. He leaned forward, peering at Harry closely. I shall ask you again. Have you noticed a change in yourself since beginning Phytolemancy? Harry gave an annoyed sigh. No, I haven't. I hadn't last time you asked, nor the time before that, and I still haven't. Snape pursed his lips and leaned back. I do not believe you, Mr. Potter. I am not the only one of your teachers who has noticed a change in your behavior and activities of late. I have acquiesced with your wish to keep this between only the two of us, but to continue to do so I must insist you be open with me. I am, sighed Harry, rubbing the heel of his palm against his forehead. Can I go now, sir? Snape gave a dissatisfied sigh and waved his hand sharply at the door. Fine. Get out. Harry stood immediately and grabbed his bag, leaving the dungeons. He knew he could trust Snape, but a part of him still felt distrustful of people in general. He realized with a jolt that this was a recent development. The feeling of distrust probably wasn't even his. Maybe he should tell Snape what was going on, how he was feeling, what Voldemort was feeling more and more, how he'd left a part, 2 parts now, of his consciousness in Voldemort's soul. It would be a relief, and Snape might have an idea of something that could help. Deciding he would tell the potion's master in their next phytolemancy lesson, Harry nodded to himself. He walked slowly back to the common room slowly, hoping the thumping in his head would ease. He wanted badly to sleep, but information he could use in his runes assignment was turning in his head, and he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep until he made a note of it. He climbed into the portrait hole, found an empty corner of the room away from the few people who were still up, and made himself comfortable. Still filled with unexplained enthusiasm for assignments, Harry pulled out a quill and set to work. Harry yawned as he woke, his glasses askew and pressing uncomfortable into the side of his face. He sat up, pushing his glasses up on his nose and peeling away the parchment that was stuck to his cheek. He scowled at the common room in general, his nostrils flaring. He hadn't slept until early this morning, and then only by accident. Still, he was annoyed at the shrill voices that had woken him. The common room was full of giggling girls and huddles of boys casting covert glances at them, and he remembered that it was Valentine's Day today. He could easily have gone up to the dorms and fallen into bed, but Ron appeared at that moment and dragged Harry off to breakfast. He felt a moment of annoyance before he realized he was starving, and that some food was actually a good idea. Hermione joined them at the portrait hole and they exited the noisy common room and headed to the Great Hall. Ron mock-retched as they passed a group of giggling girls, making Harry and Hermione grin. "I can tell you my own, I'm glad you aren't anything like that." "Well, most of those girls are younger, aren't they? Of course they're going to be acting all silly. Age has nothing to do with it, love," said Ron as they descended the stairs into the entrance hall. "Have you forgotten Lavender and Parvati?" "Speaking of," replied Hermione, dropping her voice and nodding slightly towards the doors between the entrance hall and Great Hall. Lavender and Parvati were standing whispering to each other, both grinning and giggling. "See." Ron stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes back in his head. "Harry," called Lavender, as the three of them approached the doors. "Yeah?" he asked, stopping to see what they wanted. He noticed Hermione roll her eyes. Lavender gave Parvati a small push, and she hurried forward, producing a card from behind her back. "Happy Valentine's Day, Harry," she gushed, beaming. Behind her, Lavender giggled into her hand. Harry shot a sideways glance at Ron and Hermione before taking the card. Thanks, Parvati." Harry cleared his throat and gave a half-hearted smile. Ron was sniggering behind his hand. Parvati beamed. "Well, read it." "Oh, Harry pulled the card out of the envelope and a copious amount of sparkly glitter fell out, dusting the floor and sticking to his fingers. He opened the card. More glitter. "Dear Harry, Happy Valentine's Day. Love, Parvati." "Thanks," he repeated. "That's really nice of you." Parvati gave a brilliant grin, stood up on her toes and kissed Harry on the cheek. "You're welcome. I'll see you later, okay?" Okay." Parvati smiled, biting her bottom lip. She stared at Harry for a moment, twirling a finger in her hair, and then practically skipped back over to Lavender, and the two girls walked into the Great Hall, giggling. Ron finally let out a snort that turned into guffaws of laughter. Harry shoved the red head lightly and glared at Hermione, daring her to say anything. He stalked into the Great Hall and took a seat at the end of the table, where a group of first-year boys were sitting. Harry spent breakfast trying to avoid looking at Parvati, and ignoring Ron's comments, which were aimed solely at embarrassing him. After breakfast, the three of them parted ways. "I'll see you guys later." "Okay," said Harry. Hermione waved and Ron nodded, grabbing Hermione's hand and dragging her towards the entrance hall doors and outside. Harry headed back up to Gryffindor Tower and took hold of the little owl's cage. He peeked under the old shirt he had covering it and saw that the owl was still sleeping. He looked quickly to make sure he was alone and then used the pendant to apparate to the boundary of the school. He appeared in a grove of trees where no one could have seen him suddenly appear, and peered between the leaves to make sure there were no teachers around. Seeing nobody, he stepped out of the trees and walked quickly to the school's gate, holding the cage up and trying not to let it wobble around too much. He apparated as soon as he stepped out of the gate, arriving with a pop in the parklands across from Aislenn's school. Thinking it best not to be seen, Harry pulled on his invisibility cloak. Aisling had pointed out parts of the school during one of the times they'd come into Galway, and he made his way straight to the dormitories. There were students everywhere, enjoying the sunny weather. He managed to avoid everyone as he crossed the courtyard to the building he wanted, though he was sure his jerky movements must have woken the owl. When he reached the building where the students slept, though, he held the cage up to his ear and could hear no sound at all. The dorms were quiet. He supposed most people were outside. Harry found her room easily enough. There was a list beside the door where he entered the building, with a list of all the students that lived there. He headed up the quiet stairs and along a bright hallway until he came to the right room. He knocked and waited, but after a moment he entered. It was empty, so he stepped inside and shut the door behind him, pulling off his cloak and stuffing it into his pocket again. There were 2 beds and 2 desks in the room, as well as a wardrobe built into one wall. He wasn't sure which side of the room was Aislin's, but a quick search of one desk revealed a framed photo of the 2 of them. He placed the little cage in the middle of the wood, lifting the cover to check the little owl was all right. It was still fast asleep. It hadn't occurred to him that she might not be allowed pets, so used was he to all the animals that ran around the Gryffindor common room. Luckily the cage and owl could be easily hidden, if she needed to. Harry was about to turn away when he paused, examining the assortment of knick-knacks and school things on her desk. He picked up a small glass paperweight that he recognized from her room at Creeside. "Excuse me," said an indignant voice behind him, and Harry turned to see Aislinn with her arms crossed, eyebrows raised and lips pursed. He grinned as her expression morphed into one of delight. Harry. Surprise. He hadn't meant to actually talk to her, not having a ready excuse for why he was in Ireland or how he'd gotten there, but he was far from disappointed at having to come up with one. Harry returned her grin and bent slightly to meet her lips when she ran over to him, twisting her hands in the front of his robes. He pulled her close, relishing in having her close again. After a minute she stepped back, laughing. "What are you wearing?" "School uniform," he grinned, plucking at the robes. Aislinn pulled him closer, looking closer at the emblem on his chest. "Gryffindor. It's an odd name. I remember Seamus telling me about all the houses once. He was one of the school's founders." Aislinn nodded. "He mentioned that. What are the others again?" "Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin." "I can't believe you're here," she breathed happily, and he leaned down to key her again. "I hope you know I'm going to be in trouble for leaving school to come and see you," he murmured against her soft lips. He felt her grin. "Well, you may as well stay here a while longer then, if you're going to be in trouble anyway." She pulled back. "You don't have to go yet, do you?" Harry could hardly say he did, not with the pleading look on her face. Not when he didn't even want to go. "I can stay a while." He pulled off his robe, in case Aislinn's roommate or one of her friends came by, and then sat down at the chair in front of her desk. He spun around in it. They didn't have spinning chairs in the wizarding world. At least, he'd never come across one. He stopped, facing the desk and started investigating Aislinn's belongings, pulling open her drawers to see what was inside. She draped her arms over his shoulders, her chin resting on one of them and her hands on his stomach. "That's one of my favorite photos," she said, nodding to the one Harry had been looking at earlier. "It's nice," he agreed. At that point, Aislinn noticed the cage. "What's that?" Harry smiled. "You didn't think I came all this way without a present, did you?" Aislinn bit her lip. "I didn't get you anything yet," she admitted. "I was going to write to you, of course, but I didn't." Harry interrupted her. "It doesn't matter. I know people usually just get flowers, but I wanted to get you something different." She moved around and sat on his lap, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. "What is it?" "Lift up the cover and see," he replied. Aislinn grinned. He ed him once on the cheek, and then leaned forward and pulled the cover off. For a moment, she didn't say anything, just stared. "Don't be too loud," joked Harry, "he's sleeping." "Oh, Harry, he's adorable. I can't believe you got me an owl," she said in a high whisper. "Thank you so much." She twisted around, pressing a key to his lips. He ed her back enthusiastically. It was a little uncomfortable in the chair, and a few moments later Aislinn pulled back. "Come and sit on the bed with me," she said in his ear, before standing up. Harry got up and sat back on the comfortable mattress, his back against the wall. She closed the door and locked it. "There, Now we won't be interrupted, at least for a while. Aislinn jumped onto her knees on the bed next to him. She pulled the curtains and they were enveloped in darkness. She gave a laugh as Harry pulled her back onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her stomach and pressing a key to her neck. It's such a thoughtful gift, she said, twisting around to face him. I'm glad you like it. What are you going to call him? She tilted her head thoughtfully. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. He cupped the back of her neck, working his fingers into the base of her hair. She reached behind her head, pulling her hair out of its ponytail, and he ran his fingers into her thick hair, pulling her face to his. He wrapped his other arm around her waist, and then a few minutes later, laid her down on the comfortable doona. You smell nice, murmured Harry, breathing in the scent of her soap and shampoo as he pressed a key behind her ear. Harry ran his lips along her jaw, bringing them back to her mouth. Aislinn shivered when his hand found its way beneath her blouse, running softly up and down the warm skin of her back. Long minutes later, Harry pulled back with a smile. What is it? Asked Aislinn, drawing him back and pressing a key to the corner of his mouth. I can't see anything, he replied. Their mixed breaths had heated the air around them, making his glasses steam up so that all he could see when he opened his eyes was a white mist. Aislinn laughed softly and reached up, pulling off his glasses and depositing them on the bed above their heads. Can you still see me? She asked dubiously. Harry moved so the tips of their noses were toughing. Yes. Just don't ask me to read you anything. She smiled, and Harry keyed her again, deepening it quickly. Aislinn's hand moved slowly from his chest to his stomach, getting lower and lower. She slipped it beneath the hem off his shirt, splaying her hand over his abdomen and then running it back up over his chest. Harry could feel his body reacting to her touches, and he tried to shift away a bit, not knowing if she would be comfortable with it. She pulled her head back at his movement and stared into his eyes without saying anything. The hand that had been on his skin combed through his hair once, and then ran down the side of his face before she returned it to his body. A moment later though he felt it glide even lower and he felt the tug and heard the clink of metal as Aislinn tugged his belt open. In an agonizing moment for Harry, she paused briefly, but then her hand tentatively wrapped around him and he groaned into her mouth. He'd never felt anything so good. He gasped as her hand started to move slowly and awkwardly over him. His hand tightened on her waist in response to the feelings coursing through his body, and he pressed his mouth harder against hers. Am I doing it right? She asked and he nodded fiercely before claiming her lips again, thrusting his tongue into her mouth. Harry ran his hand down her hip and the back of her leg to her knee, pulling it up to hook over his own leg. The feelings she was conjuring in him were amazing, and he found his own hand wandering lower and lower on her body, over her smooth stomach and under her skirt. His fingers grazed the edge of her knickers. Aislinn's breathing quickened further and he heard her nervous swallow, but she didn't tell him to stop, so he slipped his fingers beneath them and into her soft curls. Harry broke the key, running his tongue over her bottom lip and then catching it between his teeth. Aislinn let out a whimper as he simultaneously moved his hand lower to the warmth between her legs. He had no idea what he was doing, but his hand found a steady rhythm that soon had her breathing as labored as his was, interrupted by gasps and whimpers. He could feel himself getting closer and closer to a release with her every touch. Ice! He gasped. I'm going to. Harry gave a grunt as he came, his whole body tensing and his hips thrusting against her. He lay still for a moment when he was done, trying to catch his breath as Aislinn pressed key S against his neck. A few minutes later, Harry rolled her onto her back, his fingers still on her. He started to move them again, showering her neck and face with wet key S. The leg he wasn't lying on was wrapped tightly around him. It didn't take long before she started to tremble and her head tipping back. Look at me, he breathed. I want to see your face. Aislinn opened her eyes, locking them on his. A moment later, her body trembled violently beneath his, her fingers digging hard into his shoulders. Harry didn't think he would ever forget the expression on her face or the way she mo'd his name then. He cupped her face in his hands, pressing gentle key S to her lips as her breathing started to even out. He pulled back to look at her. She was blushing, with a silly smile on her face. She bit her bottom lip as he continued to just stare at her. "You're so beautiful," he whispered, and her blush grew even darker. "I'm tired now," she giggled, rolling onto her side and pressing her face into his neck. He grinned against her forehead, pulling her tighter against his body. "I can say with complete honesty," he murmured, "that this is the best Valentine's Day I've ever had. Maybe just the best day ever." Aislinn smiled against his neck and then tilted her head up to engage him in a slow key. "You made me feel so good," said Harry softly. "You always make me feel good. You make me feel good, too." Harry stroked Aislinn's hair softly, her breathing slowing to a gentle tickle on his cheek. He could happily fall asleep now as well. He was so tired from the events of the past week, so stressed out and worried, but it had all dropped away the moment he'd set eyes on Aislinn again, and he felt himself relaxing for the first time in ages. He hadn't thought of Voldemort, or Bellatrix once since he'd gotten here, and despite the fact that he hadn't had any pain relief potion since the previous night, there was little more than a dull, almost invisible ache from his scar. He steered his thoughts away from things magical, relaxing further in the silence of the room and holding Aislinn tighter. The lack of sleep the previous night was catching up with him quickly now, and his eyelids were drooping heavily. Harry wasn't sure how much later it was, and he thought he might have fallen asleep for a while, when a loud knock at the door disturbed their peace. Aislinn," called a male voice. "Are you in there?" Harry scowled at the interruption. "Just ignore them," whispered Aislinn sleepily. "They'll go away." The knock sounded again. "Aislinn." Harry flung a leg over Aislinn and got out of the bed, walking over to the door. "Harry, your pants aren't done up," she hissed, sitting up. He looked back at her and grinned. "So, Harry, don't embarrass me," she pleaded. Relenting, he zipped them up but left the belt hanging from its loops, wiping away a bit of stickiness on his stomach and straightening his shirt. Harry opened the door to find the same boy he'd met when he'd first come to Aislinn's school. He couldn't remember his name. "Who are you?" asked the boy loudly, clearly surprised. Unpleasantly surprised. "Harry." The boy's eyes traveled downwards, taking in Harry's rumpled appearance. His face reddened. He cleared his throat. Where's Aislinn?" "She's busy at the moment. Do you think you could come back later?" Harry noticed the boy was hiding something behind his back, something that looked like a pink envelope. "Is that a Valentine's Day card? I can just give it to her now, if you want." He held out his hand. He didn't like the idea that someone else was interested in Aislinn at all. The boy shook his head. No, that's fine, it's nothing. I'm sure she'll really like it," he replied, not withdrawing his hand. The boy looked at Harry's outstretched hand, then back to his face, a small dent appearing in his forehead. Finally, he gave an embarrassed huff and thrust the letter into Harry's hand, before turning abruptly and hurrying away. Harry eyed the boy's retreating back through narrowed eyes and then went back into the room, locking the door again. He tossed the envelope down on Aislinn's stomach and then collapsed onto the bed and pulled her into his arms, her back against his chest. "Open it," he told her, resting his cheek against hers. Aislinn ripped the envelope open and pulled out a glittery card. She opened it, and Harry scowled at the words written in the card. It wasn't that much different from what Parvati had written in the one she'd given him. A dried flower had been in it, and it fell out onto the bed. "Oh, that's nice," said Aislinn, holding it up. Harry's scowl deepened. "I can get flowers for you." He surreptitiously fumbled around for his robe, finding the pocket that held his holster and wand. "What's your favorite flower?" Aislinn twisted around with a smile, dropping the card and dried flower off the side of the bed. She mused. "I like lots of kinds of flowers. Wildflowers, blue-eyed grass and fuchsia, bindweed, foxglove, bog asphodel, lots." She smiled at him. Harry rolled his eyes. "You couldn't just pick one, could you?" He waved his wand behind his back a couple of times. He'd never tried conjuring flowers wordlessly, but it worked and he felt several soft things fall behind his back. He stuck the wand in his back pocket and felt around for the flowers, gathering them into a bunch as best he could with one hand. He brought them out, smiling at the look that came over Aislinn's face. She blinked several times, then reached out and took them. She sat up, smelling the flowers. Where did you suddenly conjure those from? She asked, mystified. Harry chuckled at her choice of words. Did you think I wouldn't bring you flowers on Valentine's Day? They're all the ones I just told you. Harry shrugged. That's just a coincidence. I knew you liked those ones because you've told me before. Oh, she was frowning slightly, as if she didn't quite believe him. She had pointed out flowers she liked one day though, when they'd been walking through one of the McKenna's fields at Creeside, so it was a reasonable explanation. Now I feel even worse for not giving you anything. Her brow crinkled as she looked up at him from under her eyelashes. Harry bent down and grinned against her ear. You gave me an oar. Aislinn burst into laughter, pulling away before he could finish. Harry. Her face was a brilliant red, and he thought his face might be a bit red. You're so beautiful when you blush, he said, climbing over her and pushing her down with his body. Aislinn wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled his face closer, engaging him in a slow, passionate key. Another knock echoed through the room. That had better not be that guy again, said Harry, scowling again. No, it'll be my roommate, coming back before dinner. I'd better get up and let her in. He was glad he'd bothered practicing wandless spells now, and they'd done wordless spells in defense, so he'd had plenty of practice with them. He was able to unlock the door without even getting up, just waving his hand in the direction of the door. No, don't worry, I didn't lock the door before. I thought you did. He shook his head. Nope. The knob rattled again, and then the door opened. Could have sworn that was locked, muttered a voice from the other side of the curtains. Ash, you here? Aislinn put her fingers to her lips, but suddenly the curtains were parted and a girl with sandy owned hair was looking down at them. Yes? Asked Aislinn sweetly, smiling up at her friend. The girl's eyes widened and she put a hand up to her mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't realize, she trailed off, clearly embarrassed. Harry just bought me flowers, said Aislinn, holding the small bunch out for the other girl to look at. Oh, they're nice. I'm going to dinner. I'll see you later. Wait, let me introduce you, said Aislinn, struggling to sit up. Harry rolled off her and stood up, then pulled her up as well. This is Harry. I've told you about him. Harry, this is my roommate Siani. Nice to meet you, said Harry, holding his hand out to shake Siani's. I finally meet the mysterious Harry, replied Siani, smiling slyly at Aislinn. The others will be jealous. Aislinn's told us all about you. Harry smiled happily. Why don't you come to dinner with us? Aislinn asked, turning to him. I can introduce you to the rest of my friends. I don't know, he said. He was a bit worried about how many people he should let see him. He was assuming everyone here was Muggle, but what if there was someone who knew him? You won't be noticed, she said, looking at him with pleading eyes. Please. Yes, come on, Harry, said Siani. It is the Valentine's Day dinner, after all. I'm sure other people have snuck in their boyfriends. Harry let out a breath of air. All right, then. Someone called Siani's name from the hall outside. Well, I'll see you two down there, then. Nice to meet you, Harry. You too, he said as she jogged out the door. Aislinn turned away to a drawer and opened it, taking out some clothes. There's a boys' bathroom down one floor at the end of the hall, she said when she turned back around. If you want, I'm going to have a quick shower before we go. That might be a good idea, he said, grinning. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay. I'll meet you back here. It was after curfew by the time Harry made it back to Hogwarts, but he encountered no one on his way up to Gryffindor Tower. The common room was still busy, but he found Ron and Hermione in their usual corner with Ginny, Dean, Seamus and Neville. Harry, where have you been all day? Exclaimed Hermione when she saw him. Harry sat down beside Ginny at the table. It was Valentine's Day, he replied lightly. I was with my girlfriend. He smiled as he thought of Aislinn. We aren't supposed to leave the school, replied Hermione, pursing her lips. What if something had happened? You could have at least told us where you were going. Oh, leave him alone, my own, said Ron, who was playing a game of chess against Ginny. Hermione gave a small humph, and went back to whatever book she was reading. Did she like the owl? Asked Ron. MMHM, replied Harry, leaning on the desk, his cheek propped against his hand. Ron looked at him suspiciously. You look really docile. Ginny laughed. Docile, Ron. Is that a word you learnt in Care of Magical Creatures? Harry isn't a flobberworm. Hermione was giving Harry a knowing look, and Seamus gave an exaggerated gasp of realization. Harry's done the naughty. Harry sat up straighter, his face growing hot. Seamus. Ginny giggled. Ron was staring at him with narrowed eyes, and Neville was blushing, picking at a loose thread on a cushion with his eyes averted. "'Excuse me, lads and ladies. I suddenly remembered something I had to do." Seamus jumped up, galloped away to a table, where he whipped out a length of parchment and a quill. Apparently Seamus wasn't the aggressively protective sort that Ron was, if that was his reaction. Harry cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. I'm going to go talk to Seamus." He stood up quickly and followed the Irish boy over to the table he was at now. Harry sat down next to Seamus, who was scribbling away at the parchment, completely focused on it. Harry cleared his throat. Seamus, what are you writing?" "Oh, just a little letter to my sweet cousin." Harry tried to grab it, but Seamus whipped it away and hunched over it, continuing to write. "We didn't, you know, I just went to see her, and give her the owl." "I'll bet that's not all you gave her," retorted Seamus with a cheeky wink. Harry blushed a deep red and looked around to make sure no one was listening. "Look, don't write anything, you know, I don't want her thinking I've been talking about her, like that, or anything." Seamus finally looked up and paused writing for a moment to clap Harry hard on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Harry, I'll go easy on the innuendo for ye." The comment didn't really give him much relief, and Harry gave a worried look at the parchment, but it was pretty clear that Seamus wasn't giving it up. Sighing in defeat, Harry got up and went to bed. "I'd look out for Parvati today, mate," muttered Ron as they got dressed to go down to breakfast. "Hermione reckons she got a bit unreasonable yesterday when she realized you weren't going to turn up and sweep her off her feet." Harry grimaced. "Fantastic. That's just what I need. At least you don't have many classes with her. Only got to put up with her in Defense and Transfiguration." They waited for Hermione down in the common room and then headed down to breakfast. Harry's gaze was roaming the room when something occurred to him. "Hey Hermione," he said, turning slightly. "You know students from younger years, don't you?" "Course she does," put in Ron, something flying out of his mouth and hitting Harry in the cheek. "She's head girl, isn't she? Knows everyone." Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's manners as she answered Harry. "I know some, but not all of them, of course. Do you know someone called Astoria? She's in Slytherin." Hermione nodded. "Astoria Greengrass. She's one of the 6th-year Slytherin prefects. She's Daphne's younger sister." "Daphne." Hermione nodded. "I think you have ancient runes with her. Why do you want to know?" Harry shrugged. "Just wondering. Heard the name, but couldn't put a face to it." Hermione craned her neck, looking at the Slytherin table. "I can't see her." "Don't worry," said Harry, going back to his breakfast. "Just point her out to me if you do see her." At that moment the post owls arrived, and there was the clink of nuts all throughout the hall as everyone paid for their copies of the Daily Prophet. Harry leaned over Hermione's shoulder to read the front page as she unfolded it, shaking it to straighten it out. Harry felt as though a bucket of iced water had been tipped over his head when he saw the article on the front cover, and his good mood from the previous day was swept away in the torrent. He choked on his pumpkin juice, causing some of it to spurt out his nose and into his cereal. "You right, mate?" asked Ron. Harry nodded, though he felt anything but right. He hadn't been expecting to be reminded quite so bluntly of what he'd done, and the surprise was hitting him hard. The same picture that had graced the front cover of the Prophet nearly 2 weeks ago was on it again, though not as big. Still, the sight of Bellatrix's dead eyes staring lifelessly up at him was not doing him any good. He could feel his heart beating faster, and he suddenly felt hot and confined. Why was there another article about her in the Prophet? Had they found some lead on her killer? He leaned over, and frantically read the first few lines of the article. As it turned out, the article claimed her killer had not been found, and that her funeral was scheduled for that week. "Why'd it take so long?" blurted Harry. "It's been nearly 2 weeks since she was killed." "The ministry has only just released her body," replied Hermione. "They took it in for examination after it was found. I guess with her being such a high-profile Death Eater, they wanted to gather whatever evidence they could. Yeah, especially since the ministry's overrun with dirty Death Eaters now. They'd want to make sure they got all they could to catch the person who did her in, supplied Ron. What sort of evidence? Asked Harry, a note of panic in his voice as his initial fears returned. Were they on to him? Had they found something linking him to the crime? He imagined Aurors walking into the castle at any moment to arrest him. There's really no such thing in the wizarding world like Muggle forensics, explained Hermione. At least, not as advanced and accurate. Wizards have potions which can determine things like whether a hair they found on the body belonged to a male or female, but they have no clue about DNA and that sort of thing. DNA? Asked Ron, a frown appearing on his face. Hermione waved her hand at him to shoosh him up. Solving crimes usually depends on questioning people, and of course you know they'd use things like Veritaserum, even if they claim not to. Harry nodded, relaxing slightly. He knew wizards knew very little about science, but it was still a relief to hear that the only way to track him down was by questioning people, and he was sure now that he hadn't been seen by any of the portraits in Grimmauld Place. Despite Hermione's assurances, however, he was plagued by worry throughout the day, unable to focus on his classes. He grew increasingly short-tempered throughout the day, due in part to his mental connection with Voldemort and in part due to his professors constantly rebuking him for his lack of concentration. His day didn't get any better, and he ran into another unpleasant surprise when he left the Great Hall after dinner that night. Harry left the Great Hall, and as he passed into the entrance hall he froze in his tracks as he caught sight of 3 aristocratic figures standing near the entrance hall doors. It seemed Malfoy's parents were returning him to school after Bellatrix's funeral. Lucius Malfoy was conversing quietly with his son, who looked unusually sullen. Narcissa Malfoy's eyes were red-rimmed, and shining with unshed tears. She dabbed daintily at the corner of one eye with a white silk handkerchief, grief etched quite plainly on her face. Lucius Malfoy laid a comforting hand on the back of her neck. The guilt returned with an even greater intensity as he watched them. Malfoy's gaze shifted and his eyes narrowed as he caught Harry watching them. He visibly tensed. The reaction didn't go unnoticed by his parents. Lucius Malfoy's eyes sought Harry out and they too narrowed, his gaze turning cold. He said something sharp to Draco, who immediately turned his back on Harry, snapping back at his father. Narcissa's sobs grew louder, and Harry started off abruptly, but ran smack bang into a taller figure who had been standing slightly behind him. He looked up and saw Snape looking back at him, his arms folded in his robes and his usual austere expression firmly in place. "I'd like a word with you in my office, Mr. Potter." "Now," croaked Harry, shifting uncomfortably under Snape's scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, now." Snape turned and swept back into the Great Hall, and Harry had no choice but to follow. They walked down to the Potion Master's office in silence, Harry dreading the questions he was certain Snape was going to ask. They arrived at the office, where Snape sat calmly behind his desk and clasped his hands in front of him. Harry shifted uncomfortably, wiping his sweaty palms on his robe. He forced himself to stop fidgeting and laid his hands flat on his thighs, making a conscious effort to relax his body and not appear as tense as he felt. However, it was clearly too late to pretend that nothing was wrong. "Something seems to be bothering you. Would you like to discuss it?" asked Snape, after staring Harry down for a few silent moments. Harry shook his head and stared down at his lap, not trusting himself to speak. He could feel Snape's eyes boring into him, Narcissa's sobs were ringing in his ears, and he couldn't shake the image of Bellatrix's lifeless eyes staring up at him. He was sure if he looked up that Snape would see them too, reflected in his guilty eyes. "Nothing at all," prompted Snape, his velvety voice barely reaching Harry's ears. Snape already knew he'd done it, Harry was fairly certain of that. Or maybe it was his guilty mind imagining it, imagining the knowing glint in Snape's eyes, the condemning glare that creased his forehead. The silence was maddening to Harry, and finally the tension became too much. He needed to tell someone. He wanted to tell Snape, regardless of what the consequences might be. "I did it. I killed her." He choked, his voice breaking. Snape finally moved, sitting back with a resigned sigh. He pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, seemingly resigned at Harry's confession. And I can't. I don't. Harry broke off, unable to explain his conflicted feelings. The back of his throat was hurting from trying not to cry, and he didn't know what he was supposed to say now that he'd confessed it out loud. Snape stood up and moved over to the fireplace. For a moment, Harry thought he must be calling Oars to come and take him away. What are you doing? Please don't tell anyone. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened. He hated how whiny he sounded, but he desperately didn't want anyone else to know what he had done. Calm yourself, Potter, replied Snape, throwing the powder into the flames. I am simply fetching a calming draft from Madame Pomfrey. I have run out of my own supply. Harry sat back with a very fleeting feeling of relief. He was still terrified about what Snape was going to say and do now that Harry had confessed what he'd done. Would he be expelled? Would Snape tell Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or anyone else? Snape pulled his torso out of the fire a moment later with a vial of calming draught in his hand and passed it to Harry. His throat didn't seem to be working properly and it took him a few swallows to get it all down, but it worked quickly and his breathing slowed to a normal rate, his hands becoming steadier. Snape took the vial back and then moved around to the other side of the desk where he took his seat once again. Now, he said, in a calm, even voice. Perhaps you would like to tell me what happened. Part of him wanted to crawl into a hole and never speak of it to anyone, but he knew he couldn't do that now that he'd said something. He nodded reluctantly and took a few deep breaths before beginning. When he spoke, his voice was still slightly shaky. I was looking for the locket, the Horcrux, and I thought it might be in Grimmauld Place, since Regulus was the one that took it. I went there, and I was looking in the attic where we put all the stuff from the drawing room when we cleaned it out, but then I was leaving and I saw Regulus' room, and I thought I'd look in there too. I didn't know she was in there. Harry got it out in one breath, and now that he had started it seemed easier to continue than to stop. How did you get past the wards on the door? I used a Parseltongue spell. The door was only locked. Snape nodded. Very well. Go on. I opened the door and she came at me. I pushed her back. Harry rubbed at his forehead, trying to remember exactly what had happened. The only part of it he really remembered was that last push, and looking at her lying on the floor. The rest was a blur to him now. I was taunting her, he mumbled, feeling ashamed that he had done that, or maybe just regretting the way it had ended. She didn't have a wand and I did, so I thought. Harry broke off with a shrug. You thought there was no danger, stated Snape. Harry nodded. Then she started doing wandless spells, and I was still doing okay, but she was really just wild. She jumped at me and I pushed her away, and that was it. She hit her head. Harry nodded dumbly. It didn't even look that hard, but she was just dead, he said, his voice cracking on the word. Perhaps this has taught you a valuable lesson, murmured Snape quietly. You do not taunt your opponent or let them aggravate you, you act swiftly, deal with them as quickly and efficiently as you can. I worked that out for myself, thanks, snapped Harry. He expected Snape to reprimand him for the outburst, but instead he gave a sigh, and after a moment said, it is unlikely the Order would have ever released her alive anyway, Potter. Harry wasn't quite sure what to make of the comment, but it certainly wasn't comforting in the least. If Snape had said it in an effort to make him feel better, it didn't work. It's just I feel so guilty all the time, and worried that people are going to find out, or that I'm turning into him. Snape didn't need to ask who him was. The phytolemancy is affecting me, admitted Harry. He realized with a start that he was crying. Not because he was upset necessarily, though he was, but it was more like an outpouring of all the emotion, all the frustration and anger and worry and stress that he was feeling. Snape nodded. I would have been surprised if it was not. How is it affecting you, precisely? Harry shrugged. I guess I feel what he feels more than ever. I feel happy or angry or annoyed and it has nothing to do with me or what I'm doing. Snape nodded. I have experienced something similar, he stated, and Harry looked up in surprise. It hadn't occurred to him that the same thing might be happening to Snape. It seems to me that when I leave your soul, I am left with an impression of it. Some part of you stays with me. I doubt I am as greatly affected by it as you are. I am not actively interfering with your soul as you are with the Dark Lord's. Certainly it is not something I would describe as unpleasant, even if it is a little disconcerting. So what do we do? Snape paused as if thinking, and then said, "We shall discuss it at another time. For now, you need to rest." Harry wholeheartedly agreed with that. What about the other thing? Are you going to tell people what I did? Again Snape paused before answering, considering his answer carefully. For now it will stay between us. Harry nodded. For some reason the fact that Snape had done nothing to punish him was disturbing. In one way he felt elated, another part of his mind told him he couldn't possibly get away with it that easily, and some small part felt that it was morally wrong to get away with such a crime. He wiped at his wet cheeks. He'd stopped crying now, and after the outpouring of emotion he felt empty and tired. His head was aching, the usual state since he'd left those parts of his consciousness in the recesses of Voldemort's soul. I think it best if you spend the night in the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey can keep an eye on you. Harry nodded, not really caring to disagree. Wait outside while I collect a few things, and then I shall take you up there. Harry nodded and stood up slowly, moving to the door. He waited as Snape had told him to, lingering in the dark dungeon corridor. He quickly became impatient and wandered slowly in the direction of the potions classroom, stopping before the painting of Serenius Mowbray in his potions lab. Serenius shot him a smug look as methodically stirred the potion. "I know what it is," said Harry, his voice toneless. "Think you do you?" "Andromeda's mist," said Harry. "Correct. Well done, Mr. Potter. You seem to have a knack for playing Serenius' little game. 60 points to Gryffindor." Harry smiled weakly, turning to the potions master, who had appeared silently behind him. His spirits lifted slightly at guessing correctly and earning points for Gryffindor. Snape couldn't be too mad if he was giving Harry points. Snape gripped Harry by the shoulder and motioned with his head that they go. "Hey, hold on a minute there," called Serenius indignantly. "You." "Good night, Serenius," snapped Snape, leading Harry away. Serenius continued to shout after them as they walked off down the corridor, but the thud of their boots drowned out whatever he was saying. "Tomorrow evening we shall be having a serious discussion," said Snape as they walked. "You are going to tell me the truth about how greatly Phytolymon C is affecting you, and we will make a decision about how we proceed." "You mean if we keep doing it or not," stated Harry. Snape inclined his head. "That is correct. I have to." Snape was silent for several moments. "No, you do not. Not if it is affecting your ability to remain balanced and in control of yourself." "That's not what it's like," replied Harry, grinding the heel of his palms against his eyes. Tomorrow, Mr. Potter. We shall discuss it tomorrow." They reached the hospital wing and Snape directed Harry to a bed. He walked to his usual one instead and sat down to untie his shoes. Snape spoke quietly with Madame Pomfrey for a few moments and then swept away. The matron came over, supplying Harry with a dreamless sleep potion. It seemed stronger than usual, or perhaps he was just completely drained, because he fell asleep within seconds and for once, slept the full night without waking or without any visions from Voldemort. In the morning Harry dressed in a fresh pair of robes that were folded on the bedside table. He could hear Madame Pomfrey moving around in her office, and the only other student in the wing was still fast asleep, with their curtain pulled around their bed. He walked quietly on bare feet over to the wall near the office. He opened the door of the medicine cabinet quietly and slipped a few pain relief potions into his pocket. He felt refreshed after a good sleep, but the ache from his scar was constant, radiating through his head. He walked back over to his bed and sat down to put his shoes on, and as he was tying the laces, Madame Pomfrey came out. "Ah, you're awake, and free to go if you feel well." Harry nodded. "I'm fine. I have a pretty bad headache, that's all." The matron nodded and walked over to the medicine cabinet and brought another potion over to Harry. "That should take care of it, my dear." "Thanks, Madame Pomfrey." Harry drank the contents of the vial and then headed down to the Great Hall for breakfast. He felt resigned this morning, but also relieved. He could stop worrying now about someone finding out, because now someone had, and if Snape was going to tell people then there was nothing he could do about it, so there was no point worrying about that either. He had another meeting with Snape tonight, and in a way he was looking forward to talking, no matter what the outcome might be. The day passed uneventfully, and Harry found himself sitting across from Snape once again, answering difficult questions. Snape was reclined in his chair, his hands clasped as he talked with Harry, who was slouched in his own chair, not looking at Snape. Would you have done it, do you think, if not by accident? Asked the potion's master, his tone calm and quiet. I don't know, admitted Harry softly. Is that what bothers you? Part of it, he conceded. I thought about killing her plenty of times, not just after Sirius died either. It's not like I ever planned on doing anything though. Harry swallowed a lump in his throat. I don't know, he repeated, spreading his hands. I really just don't know. Before, it was so easy to say that I would. Now. Snape nodded. I can understand that. There are a great many people who would empathize with that. No one can ever know how it will feel to take a life until they have done it. In any case, we must not forget that it was an accident, Potter. You did not murder her. I guess, he muttered, then let out a sigh. Part of it too is that it's frustrating. I guess that's how I feel, that it was an accident. It feels unsatisfying that it didn't happen in a way I wanted it to happen. He swallowed, knowing that it must sound horrible, but Snape merely nodded again, in apparent understanding. It is human nature to want revenge when someone hurts us. For a second, Harry could have sworn a wry smile crossed Snape's face, but it was gone so fast he was sure he must have imagined it. Contemplating revenge is often very satisfying, and I can understand that you feel something was taken from you. But you are confusing your desire to have killed her with the actual act, something you did not do. Harry nodded. He could understand what Snape was saying. I said something to Malfoy, by accident. You what? Spat Snape, before gathering himself and taking his voice back to the calm tone he had been using. Why on earth would you do a thing like that? Harry shrugged. I guess I just got worked up, and I think it wasn't really me. I mean, I know it was me, but I said it because I was gloating. That's not something I would do. The Horcrux. Harry nodded. Snape thought for a moment before replying. The Horcrux has always been influencing you, though the effect it was having, until now, was negligible. The difference now is that you are actively making contact with the Horcrux, and the rest of his soul. I feel what he's feeling, a lot. I'll feel angry, or frustrated, or annoyed, even when I'm feeling happy. And it's not just that, but I find that I get annoyed more easily than I did before, like maybe it's not just his emotions I feel, but maybe his personality is, I don't know, rubbing off on me or something. Once again, it was a while before Snape replied. Do you recall that when I am in your soul, and you are not, there is a representation of you there? Harry nodded. I've seen representations of Voldemort when I go over to the soul that's in his body. They're getting. Snape held up his hand to stall Harry. We shall come to that. The first time that I visited your soul, your representation was tainted by the Horcrux, but so little as to be unaffected. Your representation had a sort of blackness attached, said Snape, gesturing to his arm. That blackness has been growing. That doesn't sound very good, mumbled Harry, staring down at the desk. Potter, look at me. Harry dragged his head up to meet Snape's gaze. When Snape was sure Harry was focused on him, he said, clearly, it does not mean you are turning into him, do you understand? Harry nodded, though he found it difficult to believe. What was it, if not that? The Horcrux was taking him over, he was sure of it. Snape continued. I have not been unaffected by my visits to your soul, though I am by no means turning into a Gryffindor, sneered Snape, his tone grudging as he made the admission. Harry looked up, surprised. You have. Snape inclined his head. I find I have become more tolerant, lately. Small differences, but they are nonetheless there. I am, however, still myself. But you aren't tolerant, mumbled Harry, not caring if it sounded rude. It's changing your personality. Snape sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. I admitted when we began this that it would be a learning experience for us both. Perhaps. Perhaps nothing, interrupted Harry. We have to do this. It's the only way to destroy Voldemort. No, it isn't, Potter. You know as well as I that the headmaster has a plan also. Harry scoffed. How is it even possible to find something when you don't know what you're looking for? Nobody said it would be easy to destroy the Dark Lord, Potter. And in case you don't remember, his plan involves me dying. I highly doubt that Professor Dumbledore would be willing for that to happen. He would find a way around it. Snape leaned forward. Tell me about the representations you have come across in the Dark Lord's soul. They don't know who I am, replied Harry, massaging his temples. But they're getting more and more suspicious of me. It's like he's waking up to the fact that someone is in there who isn't supposed to be. His subconscious is realizing it first, and pretty soon he's going to realize something's going on. When he does, he's going to be able to come to my soul and my mind. That is why you learned occlumency, Potter. No, it's not, he retorted. Nonetheless, said Snape forcefully, occlumency will help prevent the Dark Lord from gaining access to your mind. I don't understand how it could, though. He knows occlumency, and surely he's better at it than I am. Possibly. Though I believe the Dark Lord is more skilled at legilimency than he is at occlumency. I doubt anyone has ever tried to breach the Dark Lord's mind. He no doubt finds little use for occlumency. That could be part of the reason that he has not yet sensed your presence. When he does realize it, he still has to determine what to do about it. It will take him time, Potter, to find out about phytolimency. It is an extremely obscure branch of magic. In all likelihood, he has not even heard of it. Harry had the feeling that Snape didn't really believe that. There was no way someone who had done as much to his soul as Voldemort had, and who was an expert legilimens hadn't at least heard of phytolimency. Furthermore, continued the potion's master, it was extremely painful for the Dark Lord to possess you. I believe he would suffer the same sort of pain were he to cross into your soul. It's painful for me, and I can still do it, even if it's only for short amounts of time. True, however, I believe the Dark Lord would suffer more than you do. Maybe it would just be better to try and destroy the Horcruxes as soon as possible. Maybe we won't even have to worry about him finding the link. Perhaps, replied Snape, and Harry could tell he didn't mean that either. Harry headed to dinner and ate silently, only partly paying attention to Ron and Hermione's conversation. After a while he stood up, leaving his plate only half finished. I'm not feeling very well. I think I might head back to the common room. I'll come with you, said Hermione, jumping up and slinging her book satchel over her shoulder. Harry waited while she walked around the long table and they set off towards the entrance hall doors. They walked in silence until Hermione said, "Are you okay, Harry?" He looked over at her, seeing her concerned expression. You seem so unhappy all the time lately, and preoccupied. And your visions aren't getting any better, are they? She asked worriedly. Harry shrugged tiredly, rolling his neck. There was a vial of pain relief potion with his name on it waiting in the drawer beside his bed, something to ease the worsening pain in his head. They are, sort of. Harry let out a long breath. Learning to control my mind worked. I can now, better than ever. It's my will that's the problem. I want to know what he's up to, and so my subconscious mind just goes looking. Hermione's worried frown grew more pronounced. It's not just that, either. Harry ran a finger lightly over his scar. Hermione looked at him closely, waiting for him to elaborate. Have you ever heard of a Horcrux? He asked, wondering if he was doing the right thing. He felt that someone else needed to know though, someone who wasn't at the top of Voldemort's list of people to kill, just in case. Hermione frowned thoughtfully for a moment, then shook her head. She curled her arm around his, drawing him to a stop. What is it? She asked quietly. What's a Horcrux? Harry considered saying more, but decided against it. He knew Hermione. She would latch onto what he'd just said. She'd be in the library the next morning, searching for information on the topic. He gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Nothing. Come on. He tugged on her arm and they set off again. Hermione looked like she wanted to ask more, but she kept any questions she had to herself, for which Harry was grateful. They arrived at the common room. I'm going to head to bed early, Hermione. She nodded, sending him a sympathetic look. All right. Do you want me to read over your Ancient Runes essay? Harry nodded. Yeah, thanks, my own. That'd be great. She gave him a smile, and he headed up to the dorms. The first thing he did was take the potion, before changing into his pajamas. His head had been hurting constantly for over a week now. Even after he took a pain relief potion, it didn't fade completely. Maybe he should start brewing his own pain relief potions. He could ask Snape what that special one he sometimes gave him was. Or he could look in the library. Hermione would help him search for something that would be better than the one he had now. Then no one would be able to stop him. His search was becoming increasingly frustrating, but he was getting closer. That was the important thing. He'd expected it would be difficult to track it down, but he was sure now that he was closing in on the one who possessed it. Harry sat up in bed, clutching at his scar, his breathing ragged. The vision had been brief, but the potion hadn't taken effect yet, and his scar had flared painfully, waking him up. He sat quietly as the pain ebbed, feeling like he would be sick if he moved. While he sat, he thought. Voldemort was out of the country once again, still searching for whatever he was seeking. Harry could act now. He should. Voldemort had felt that he was getting close. Who knew how many more times he might be out of the country, completely preoccupied. When the pain had dimmed to a tolerable level, Harry pushed himself off the bed with a groan. He apparated, using the pendant, to a distant bathroom that, at this time of night when everyone was either at dinner or in their common rooms, would be empty. He stumbled slightly as he hurried to a mirror, his vision blurry from the pain. Taking several deep breaths to calm his fast-beating heart, he stared into the mirror. Bracing one hand on the sink, he reached into his robes and pulled out his wand with the other. Pointing it at himself, he incanted, Legilimens. He was propelled forwards into his own mind, and he slipped away from the memories faster than he'd done the previous time, sinking lower than his subconscious and into his soul. The mirror of Arised appeared to him and he stepped through it. He made his way quickly to the Horcrux, flinching in anticipation of the pain as he stepped into it. He let out a strangled gasp as it hit him, and set off at a run to the weave of magic that would take him to the soul in Voldemort's body. He stepped off the bridge at the other end, and was instantly met. The sudden appearance startled him. The representations of Voldemort had always taken a while to appear, now here was one as soon as he arrived. Not stopping to think what it could mean, he ignored the Voldemort's snarls and hissed questions about where it was that Harry had come from, where the bridge led to, and sought out the circular room. He slammed the door behind him and as soon as the wall stopped spinning, he asked for the one he wanted. Show me Nagini, he gasped, running to the door that clicked open. He ran as fast as he could across the bridge and into the Horcrux that was within Nagini. He didn't stop running when he reached it, continuing blindly through the blackness until he came into what must be Nagini's soul. It wasn't light like his own soul was. Tendrils of the Horcrux reached far out into Nagini's soul, darkening it greatly. He managed to move into Nagini's conscious mind with relative ease, and memories swirled around him. There were no barriers to inhibit his movement and he moved easily around. He wasn't entirely sure what to do now. He was in her mind, but did that mean he could control her? And if so, how? He shivered as he remembered when Voldemort had possessed him at the Ministry. Was that what he was trying to do to Nagini now? Pushing the thought aside, he pulled a memory closer to him, focusing on it being a recent memory. One came to him easily, with the lack of any defenses, and all of a sudden he was in the memory, an invisible bystander as Nagini twisted through a dark wooden hallway. He knew the memory was recent, but how recent? He focused on seeing what happened later and the memory sped up. Nagini slithered too fast for him to move, and he was left behind in the darkness, memories once again swirling around him. He called the memory back to him and let it pull him in again. This time, he sped it up, but not so fast. He followed at a jog as she slithered down the hallway and into a wood-paneled room, where a fire burned in one corner. She moved in front of it, curling into a tight ball. Harry waited, but nothing more happened, so he sped it up even faster. He got a great shock when his vision suddenly shifted. It was like someone had thrown instant darkness powder into the room, and he had to remind himself that it was only a memory and he hadn't been caught by any Death Eaters. Then, he realized it was dark because he had his eyes closed. He tried to open them, but for some reason he was unable to. Taking several deep breaths, he willed himself to calm down and think. He could feel his heart beating rapidly in his chest. This was why Snape insisted on being with Harry when he performed phytolemancy. in case something happened that Harry didn't understand or couldn't handle. And now, here he was, floating in some black place, with no idea where he was or how he could fix things, and he found himself wishing the potion's master was here to help him. Suddenly his eyes opened of their own accord and he could see again, and he realized he was no longer standing. Instead, he was curled tightly, coiled was he in another memory. With a rush of realization, he noticed the greater sense of realness, and he realized he must be in the present, or at the very least, not far behind it. He'd sped up the memory, and caught up with time. He couldn't see memories swirling around him, but he could feel what Nagini felt, see what she saw. At the moment, she was confused about what had woken her. Nagini flicked her tongue at the air, Harry's tongue, but neither of them could taste anything on it. Nor could either of them hear anything except for the hiss and crackle of the fire. A sense of evil pervaded the atmosphere of her mind, as it had her soul, and he realized that Nagini's consciousness was greatly affected by the Horcrux latched onto her soul. Her own consciousness was so primitive, so weak compared to the evil force of Voldemort's Horcrux, that any emotion she may have felt and any individual thoughts she had were warped and twisted. Was that what was happening to him? He'd been spending more and more time in Voldemort's soul, and he'd noticed a change in his emotions. He'd thought he was just registering Voldemort's more, because the link was more familiar to him now, but what if his own emotions were being changed too? Harry put the thought aside to contemplate later and focused on where he was. It was a place he recognized. He'd had visions of it before. Heavy curtains covered the windows of the wooden-walled room, and the air was one of tension and decay. Harry was quite certain that he was in Riddle House, in the same room where Voldemort had once killed the old caretaker. He was surprised that Voldemort had chosen to return to the house in Little Hangleton, but supposed Voldemort still thought it was safe. He wouldn't after tonight. Harry wondered if he should just wait now, until Nagini moved somewhere he could go, because he wasn't stupid enough to go to Riddle House. He was still thinking through his options when a few minutes later, whether by sheer luck on Harry's part or because his thoughts had somehow influenced hers, Nagini began to move, uncoiling and slithering out of the room. She moved awkwardly down the stairs and left the big house, her tongue flickering at the air. Harry looked through her eyes, searching for some defining landmark he could use as an apparition destination. A few minutes later, the perfect place came along. The graveyard where Wormtail had performed the ritual to return Voldemort to his body rose out of the darkness, and Nagini kept going, twining around headstones. Satisfied that he had a destination firmly in mind, he withdrew back into the Horcrux. It was far easier to move from Nagini's conscious mind to her soul. She had no barriers to speak of, and he was very shortly back in his own soul, and then once again looking at himself in the mirror. He grasped the pendant and apparated to the front gate of the school, and then ran out onto the road to Hogsmeade. Seconds later, he was spinning on the spot to apparate again. He arrived in the graveyard and was instantly buffeted by the strong wind. He scanned the darkness, but could see no sign of the house. It was obviously guarded by wards and enchantments. The cold wind bit into his skin as he searched with his eyes for the snake he knew was somewhere near. She'd moved from where he was sure he'd left her. He walked quietly as he could, straining his ears for any sound, but the wild wind was too loud for him to hear anything else. It even made it difficult to walk, pushing him back so that he was leaning forward to walk, then letting up suddenly and making him stumble forward. He came upon Nagini quickly. She was slithering slowly back toward him, perhaps looking for prey to consume, or because her sharper hearing had picked up the crunch of his boots on the loose gravel surface. She stilled on catching sight of him. "You!" she hissed, her tongue flicking at the air, the hiss almost lost on the wind. Nagini's eyes glinted in the moonlight as she moved ever so slowly towards him, her body tensing in preparation to strike. This was one animal Harry wasn't going to taunt, and he tensed as well, preparing himself to move suddenly. Nagini made a sudden movement, not to strike, but out of reflex Harry threw out his wand. "Sectum Sempra," he yelled. He barely heard himself, his voice whipped away by the wind. Deep cuts slashed across the snake's body and she let out an angry hiss. She uncoiled unimaginably fast, but he managed to avoid her sharp fangs. The wind stopped suddenly and there was an eerie silence. He cast the curse again, making the snake writhe and twist in the grass, pained hisses and the swish of grass the only soft sounds he heard before the wind billowed again. It didn't take long for Nagini to bleed out. Less than a minute, in fact. Harry stood and watched, somehow enthralled by the sight of the blood leaching into the ground beneath the snake's body. He considered burning it, but then decided he'd leave the body to be found. It would be, he was sure, and the Horcrux was effectively destroyed anyway. Burning it might alert any Death Eaters who happened to glance out a window in this direction. He looked down at the lifeless body in front of him. It had been far easier to kill Nagini than it had Bellatrix. He'd felt Nagini's mind, and it had been so far taken over by the Horcrux that the snake had been like an extension of Voldemort rather than its own being. That was as far as he would think about it. To dwell on it would only make him crazier than he already felt. Not wanting to linger in the graveyard, Harry set off straight away. He was desperately tired, and he had an idea. Last time he had used the pendant to apparate from outside of the school, it had drained him completely. He'd been out of it for some time. He could do with a sleep like that now. Deciding it was worth it, he fixed his destination firmly in mind, wanting to apparate directly into his bed so that it would appear to anyone who happened to look that he was just sleeping. He had a destination firmly in mind. Turning on his heel, his cloak snapping, he apparated. He was certain this would be his last stop. Already, before even speaking to the man, he thought he knew where he would find it. He stood now before a massive structure, jet black and menacing. The stone fortress blocked out the sky. He raised his face to the sky, his eyes seeking out the highest tower, the topmost window. Several light drops of rain fell on his face as the roiling storm clouds overhead released a great rumble of thunder. Wind was buffeting the area, but the stone building was unmoved. There was the briefest flash of orange light from the window. A guard perhaps, checking on the prisoner. Time to fly. With a thought, his body became smoke-like, and he floated off the ground. He rose up into the night as a tide of anticipation rose in his chest. He flew, straight up towards the black night sky, straight up to that window at the very top of the highest tower. The window was the narrowest rectangle in the stone, but in his smoke-like form he simply drifted through, his wispy black body contorting as he moved into the tower, gliding over to a skeletal figure huddled beneath a thin, ratty blanket. His face was so pale, so gaunt, he could almost be dead. He let himself fall lightly back to the earth, light as vapor, his feet touching on the floor of the cell. The figure remained unmoving. Drawing his wand, he twirled it twice between his fingers, a casual gesture, and an icy wind whipped through the cell, lifting the blanket and tussling the huddled figure's dirty robes and lank hair. Finally the figure stirred, a great shiver running through its body as it awoke. Sunken eyes opened and fixed upon him, and there was little surprise in the prisoner's gaze. The prisoner smiled, a gummy, toothless, knowing smile. He returned the smile, and the prisoner's own flickered slightly. He spoke, in a raspy, little-used voice. So, you have come. I thought you would one day. But your journey was pointless. I never had it. His smile widened, becoming a cruel, predatory leer. You lie, he stated, his sibilant voice echoing around the small cell before it drifted out the window to be whipped away by the wind. It angered him, even as it amused him, that the man would bother to lie. It is pointless to say such a thing, Gellert, he continued, sneering disdainfully as he looked around the bare stone room. I know who took it from you, and as he took it from you, I will take it from him. I will kill him, and it will be mine, he said, a feeling of triumph already building in his gut. The prisoner laughed scornfully and his anger surged again. You mock me, he roared, outraged. You mock me, when there you sit, beaten and broken and completely at my mercy. Kill me, then, Voldemort, I welcome death. But my death will not being you what you seek, there is so much you do not understand. Fury coursed through him. Things he didn't understand. How dare this wrecked, belittled man suggest such a thing? I understand more than you could possibly imagine. I do not even need to ask you where it is, for I know, now. I knew it as soon as Grigorovich told me who had taken it from him. There is nothing you can tell me that I need to know. Kill me, then, said Gellert again, his voice now holding a tone of demand. You will not win, you cannot win. That wand will never, ever be yours. He let out a high, mirthless laugh. Oh, it will be mine, Gellert. Very soon, it shall be mine. And when it is, I shall be unstoppable. He paused as he felt one of his followers calling him. They were only to call him if it was important. His nostrils flared. If they were calling him away from this moment for some ridiculous thing. I'm afraid our conversation is drawing to a close, Gellert, he said delicately, once again drawing his wand. But, before I leave, I shall accede to your request. You will be one of the last to die by this wand. His fingers caressed the yew he held in his hand, before he angled it at the weak wizard before him. Avada Kedavra. The flash of green light lit up every corner of the cell for an instant, and when it died, so did the light in Gellert's eyes. There was no real contemplation of the act. It was more like he had no reason not to do it. It had been the inevitable conclusion of this particular journey whether or not the man had asked for it or not. And, he had to admit, it brought him satisfaction to see the once great wizard at his feet. Harry snapped awake, pain searing through his scar. He let out a yell, unable to suppress it. Seconds later he felt the cool, smooth glass of a vial at his lips and he swallowed the potion. A few minutes later, when the pain had receded enough that he could think clearly, he recognized the taste as the pain relief potion that Snape sometimes gave him. He pushed himself up and leaned back against the pillow. The first thing he realized was that, apart from the dull headache, he felt absolutely fine. Madame Pomfrey came over again, with a bowl of porridge and a spoon. She placed them in front of him, and he realized he was extremely hungry. You've been asleep for quite some time now. Your dorm mates found you in somewhat of a restless sleep this morning, and were unable to wake you. I actually feel really good, he said between mouthfuls. Except for the headache, he added. It was true, he felt exceptionally well rested, and the vision must have only come to him not long ago, unless he'd just been so drained from apparating that even that hadn't woken him. Well, I can't find anything at all wrong with you. I must have just been really tired, he said with a smile. Madame Pomfrey looked slightly skeptical, but as she hadn't found anything wrong with him, there was nothing she could say. Harry realized with a start that he couldn't feel the cool weight of the pendant against his chest. He reached for his chest, and then felt around his neck for the chain, but it wasn't there. Settle down, dear, said Madame Pomfrey, and Harry realized he must have a slightly panicked expression on his face. Your necklace is right there, she said, indicating to a small dish on the bedside table. She laid a hand against his forehead and made a small tutting noise, then walked away to her office to let him finish his food. As soon as she was gone, Harry put the pendant back on, relieved that Dumbledore had not seen it. On Friday evening Harry had a phytolymmancy lesson with Snape, and was currently seated in the usual seat across from Snape. I've found out what Voldemort is looking for, he said when they had finished. A vision? Inquired Snape, leaning forward with interest. Harry nodded. I saw him. He was out of the country again, and he went to a prison, maybe Azkaban. Harry crinkled his brow, trying to remember details of what he had seen. No, it wasn't there, he corrected himself. He remembered now. In his third year, there had been a picture of Azkaban in the Daily Prophet. The towering black towers in his vision had not belonged to the square gray stone building that was Azkaban. It was massive, and black. Marble, maybe. Snape nodded. Go on. He went to a prisoner in there. He called him Gellert. Snape sat up straighter. Gellert. Grindelwald. Harry shrugged. I'm not sure. He frowned. The name sounded familiar, though he could not for the life of him think where he'd heard it before. They were talking about a wand, but Voldemort had already realized who has it now. I'm not sure how. He trailed off, then added, he killed him, then left. Snape frowned. So Gellert Grindelwald is dead. Very well. He stood, moving over to the fireplace. Who was Gellert Grindelwald? Asked Harry. The last dark wizard. He was defeated by Dumbledore. A light clicked on in Harry's head as Snape threw flow powder onto the fire and stuck his head into the flames. He could recall the name now, from the chocolate frog card, the first one he'd ever gotten, that had Dumbledore's head on it. Snape returned to his desk. The headmaster will be joining us. No sooner had he finished, Then the flames once again glowed green and Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace into Snape's office, greeting both of them genially. He conjured a luxurious armchair next to Harry's wooden chair and made himself comfortable. Potter believes the object the Dark Lord is looking for is a wand, and has now discovered where he can find it, said Snape, cutting to the point immediately. So, he has finally determined the correct whereabouts, murmured Dumbledore thoughtfully. I must say, I imagined he would have done so far more quickly. You mean you knew all along? Harry was a little disgruntled. All this time, he'd been wondering what Voldemort could possibly be after, and it was something that Dumbledore had seen coming all along. I did not know, however, I did have an idea he would seek it out. Snape was frowning. What is so special about this wand that he must have it? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, and he leaned forward with seeming enthusiasm. Ah, it is an unbeatable wand, Severus, Harry. Unbeatable. There is no such thing, Headmaster. Dumbledore simply grinned and stood, before rising and going back to the fireplace. He was gone for only a few moments, returning with a thick book under his arm. He placed the book on Snape's desk, before resuming his seat. The book had a dark blue cover, with golden lettering proclaiming it to be The Tales of Beedle the Bard, and Harry remembered seeing it when he'd been searching Dumbledore's office for the pendant. Snape took one look at the book and scoffed. For God's sake, Albus. The Elder Wand. It is a myth. Harry looked between them, unsure what was going on. Dumbledore was smiling placidly. Sir, said Harry, turning back to Snape. The potions master rolled his eyes and turned to Harry, his voice taking on the lecturing tone he used when he was teaching. The Elder Wand, as I said, is a myth, Potter. It is known by various names: the Death Stick, the Wand of Destiny. Legend has it that one whom possesses the wand can never be beaten in a duel, for the wand is more powerful than any that has ever existed. According to legend, the wand was made by death itself. An excellent description, applauded Dumbledore. Harry felt his lip twitch in a sneer that mirrored Snape's, though it was only brief. The expression felt wrong on his face. This, said Snape, waving his hand in undisguised disgust at the book, is a children's book, Potter. It is full of children's stories. Growing up as you did in the Muggle world, can forgive you for not having heard of it. I can assure you, it is absolute drivel. I myself find it quite a delight to read, commented Dumbledore. You, Headmaster, are at least 140 years too old to be reading such nonsense. Ah, but it is not nonsense, Severus. I happen to know for a fact that the Elder Wand exists. Snape snorted. Children's stories and myths do not amount to proof, Headmaster. Dumbledore's smile widened. And what of this? Harry watched as he reached into his robe, drawing out a long, thin wand that Harry had seen several times before, though always from a distance. Quite a marvelous wand, really, said Dumbledore, holding it up to the light and smiling at it. You cannot be serious, exclaimed Snape, sounding resigned. Harry sat forward, looking at the wand with interest. Dumbledore noticed. A look, Harry. Harry took the proffered wand, peering at it closely. It was decorated, as was his own, with runes, most of which he didn't recognize. It was an elegant wand, and it seemed to thrum with its own magical energy. The wand was snatched out of his hand. Snape was now holding it, looking at it as closely as Harry had been. There was a frown on his face. Dumbledore turned to Harry. I won it, as Professor Snape has probably guessed, in my duel against Gellert Grindelwald. He took it, I believe, from the wand maker, Grigorovitch. Perhaps you have heard of him. They're both dead, uttered Harry. Snape froze, and a flicker of what looked like sadness crossed Dumbledore's face. He covered it up, however, and continued with his story. This wand has traced a bloody path through history, and has been much sought after by many wizards. It is indeed very powerful, and I had little doubt that Tom, in his quest for power, would seek it out. He'll come here, won't he? Dumbledore raised his hands. Who can know? Perhaps he will try to ambush me next time I step out for a drink at the Hog's Head. Harry frowned. Not to worry, my boy. He's been trying for some time to get to me, and hasn't succeeded yet. Dumbledore winked, but Harry was sure that Voldemort would by trying much harder now. Snape seemed to think the same. He has more reason now, Albus. This is not something he will leave alone. The potions master turned his head to Harry. Perhaps it is time for you to be going, Potter. I shall let you know when our next meeting shall be. Harry nodded and stood. Perhaps you would like to take this book, Harry, suggested Dumbledore, picking up the book and offering it out. I quite think you'll enjoy it. All right. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Snape as he took the book from Dumbledore. Snape, sitting with his arms crossed, glowered. Do try not to take what you read too seriously, Potter. Yes, sir, he replied, trying not to smile at the indignant look on Snape's face. At the door, Harry turned back for a moment, a question on his mind. He spoke to Dumbledore. Sir, I was wondering if you'd gotten anywhere on figuring out how to get the Horcrux from the Lestrange's vault. To Harry's surprise, he received an honest, straightforward answer. Alas, it is proving difficult. Only one has ever breached Gringotts defenses before, and I think we can both agree I am in no position to ask him how he did so, replied Dumbledore, his beard twisting as he smiled. No, sir, I guess not, he replied, feeling an unreasonable surge of annoyance, mixed with an odd smugness at Dumbledore's smiling face. Harry nodded and left, stepping into the cooler dungeon corridor and closing the door quietly behind him. The dungeons were cool and quiet, and he flinched when an unexpected voice came out of the shadows. Good evening, Gryffindor. Do you just wait in dark corridors for people to come along so you can scare the hell out of them? Asked Harry. It happens to be my evening to patrol the corridors, said Malfoy, stepping into the light cast by a wall sconce. Let's go to the chamber. Didn't you just say it was your night to patrol the corridors? Potter. I'm patrolling the Slytherin part of the school. Even if I did catch someone out of bed, the most I'd do is tell them to go back to the common room. I certainly wouldn't take points. Shouldn't head boy be a bit more responsible? Malfoy scowled slightly. I take my job very seriously, Potter. My number one priority is the safety and contentment of the student population. Harry snorted. Yeah, that's why you let Death Eaters into the school last year. Malfoy's scowl deepened. I wasn't head boy then. Harry shrugged. Just because you're head boy doesn't mean you're obligated to help the school. Malfoy crossed his arms haughtily. That's exactly what it means. Like I said, I take my job seriously. This school is as much my home as the manor, and as head boy, I'll do what I need to protect it. So you aren't coming to the chamber. Going to stay here and patrol the corridors like you're supposed to? Said Harry, setting off again. Malfoy caught up with him in 2 long strides. I finish in 10 minutes. I'll meet you there after that. I'll hang around if you want. Then we can apparate there. Malfoy considered it and nodded. All right, but put your cloak on in case we run into anyone, he ordered. Harry bristled at being told what to do, but he'd been going to do it anyway, so he pulled it on without saying anything. In the next 10 minutes as they walked the quiet corridors, Malfoy proceeded to fill Harry in on the wonderful times he had caught Gryffindor students out of bed, detailing exactly the amount of points he'd taken over the year and why. At exactly past, Malfoy drew to a halt and looked around. Harry pulled back the hood of his cloak so that he could pull the chain of the pendant out more easily. He reached up to sling the chain of the pendant over the Slytherin's head. Let's hope nobody catches us in this position, said Malfoy dryly, quirking his eyebrows. A lonely, dark corridor, your arms around my neck could be awkward. Harry rolled his eyes and withdrew his arms from placing the chain around Malfoy's neck. They apparated to the chamber, and the Slytherin immediately let Gaspard loose, the little ferret sprinting in a rapid circle and then shooting off for some unknown destination on the other side of the room. How did the Muggle like the owl? Asked Malfoy, reclining on the lounge. The Muggle's name is Aislinn, replied Harry with a scowl. Malfoy gave Harry a long-suffering expression. How did Aislinn like the owl? She liked it a lot, replied Harry, a smile coming to his face as he remembered how she had thanked him. Malfoy raised his eyebrows at Harry's expression. Did Astoria like hers? Malfoy's expression turned smug. Of course she liked it. And the letter? Asked Harry, a smile on his face as Malfoy blushed slightly. Shut it, Potter. I take it she's going out with you now. Malfoy smirked again. Of course, he repeated. How long did that take? Asked Harry, taking pleasure in Malfoy's discomfort at the question. Malfoy grimaced and stood up, ignoring the question. Let's go flying. I haven't gone for nearly a week. Harry agreed instantly. It felt like ages since he'd been as well, and he felt the urge to stretch his wings, quite literally. Even though in his human form he didn't have them, there was a tightness in his shoulders that felt exactly like he needed to do just that. They took off from the courtyard as usual, and Harry felt all his problems drop away as he flew further and further into the sky and away from the castle. There was a thick layer of cloud, and it opened up briefly, bathing the ground in a silvery light. A wyvern's sight was far superior to a human's, and he could see the landscape with great clarity, though only for a moment. The clouds closed up again and the light dimmed considerably. Harry flew higher, heading for the cloud cover, and shortly he reached it. He felt the coldness as he flew through them, and when he reached a less dense layer he kept the altitude, flying level again. There were more clouds above him now, as well as below, and it was like everything in the world was a deep, dark gray. He could see nothing. No moon, or stars, or ground, just the dim light reflecting off the clouds around him. Water droplets clung to his skin, and the chill of water and wind was refreshing. Suddenly Malfoy burst up through the clouds ahead of him, a cloud of mist erupting around him and water droplets flying off him as he spun, his wings wrapped around him like a cocoon. Harry gave a surprised hiss, dodging to avoid Malfoy's tail as it whipped past him. Above him, there was a roar and Malfoy breathed a stream of fire. He couldn't see Malfoy through the grayness, but for a moment the clouds lit up like orange lightning. There was a rumble of thunder, and Malfoy mimicked it with a louder roar. Harry flew lower and broke through the clouds. The clouds were low, and he wasn't far above the roofs of Hogsmeade. Harry came to rest on the spire of an old building in the middle of Hogsmeade Square, and Malfoy landed on a flat rooftop about 40 meters away. Harry thought back to the conversation they'd had in the dungeons, about Malfoy being head boy, and he wondered, if it ever came to it, Malfoy truly meant what he'd said. The next evening, Harry returned to the common room in the early hours of the morning after his midnight astronomy lesson, and was instantly accosted by Ron. You're up late, he said, sitting down in an armchair next to the fire. I need to talk to you, mate. It's about Malfoy. Oh. Ron nodded, pacing in front of the fire. I was walking and I was going down the corridor of Myrtle's bathroom. Anyway, guess who comes out of it, just ahead of me? Harry gave a mental sigh. Malfoy. Really? Ron nodded. Do you think we should tell Dumbledore? I mean, this is probably the sort of thing they'd want to know, you know. That scummy Slytherins like Malfoy are going down to the Chamber of Secrets. You don't know he was going down there, replied Harry, hoping Ron wouldn't decide to tell anyone. What else would he be doing in a girl's bathroom, Harry? In that girl's bathroom? I don't know. Brewing a potion maybe, he joked. Be serious. Ron's eyes grew wide. We should ask Myrtle. We both know she doesn't like me, but she's always been sweet on you, mate. She'll tell you anything. Harry suppressed a groan. Can it wait till tomorrow? He asked, not needing to fake the yawn which followed his question. But mate, he could be doing anything down there. Remember last year, we knew he was up to something in the room of requirement, and then we had Death Eaters running around the school because no one did anything about it. We can't let that happen again. Ron, there isn't anything down there apart from a dirty great snake. I know, but what if that's not all? What if there's more? Harry sighed. Ron, I promise I will come with you tomorrow and we can go and ask Myrtle whatever you want, but right now I really need to sleep. Ron nodded, looking downcast, and Harry headed up to the dorms. He cast a despairing, longing look at his bed and then apparated to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. There was no sound that he could hear, so he walked over to the line of stall and nudged the door of the first one open. Myrtle, he called, moving on to the next one. She must have heard him, because he heard a gurgle from the end stall and a second later the pearlescent ghost floated through the door. Hi Myrtle, said Harry, putting a grin on his face. Myrtle clasped her hands together and swayed back and forth, delighted that Harry was there. Hello Harry. She grinned brightly and floated closer. What brings you to my bathroom this late at night? She asked brightly. I wanted to ask you something. You see, I need a little bit of help, and well, you're really the only one that can. Ooh, really? Myrtle gave an excited shiver and drifted closer still. Yes, well, you know me and Malfoy, how we come in here now and again. Yes, nodded Myrtle. The thing is, someone saw us, and now they say they're going to tell on us for coming in here. Myrtle suddenly puffed herself up, crossing her arms. Well, it is dangerous to go down there. I've told you that. It's not really all that dangerous, he replied. Not anymore, now that the basilisk is dead. Myrtle shrugged, not deigning to answer. So if anyone came in here to ask you, continued Harry, could you tell them you haven't seen either of us, please? He asked hopefully, hoping she wouldn't make things difficult for them. Myrtle twirled a few times and then smiled coyly at Harry. Well, Draco would have to ask me too, and then I might consider it, I suppose. Harry withheld a groan. Do you really need him to ask you too? He questioned, already knowing the answer. Of course. Myrtle smiled sweetly and did a loop in the air. Harry closed his eyes tiredly before walking out into the corridor and apparating directly into Malfoy's room. He was blind for a few moments while his eyes adjusted to the darkness. He squinted, making out the dim outline of a human-shaped lump on the bed. Malfoy. Hey. Harry prodded at the blankets with a booted foot. The movement woke Gaspard, who darted around under the blanket until he found an edge. Malfoy mumbled in his sleep as the ferret pranced around on his stomach and then leapt onto Harry, clawing up his robe and onto his shoulder. Hello Gaspard, he said, patting the ferret's soft fur. Hey Malfoy, wake up, called Harry, raising his voice louder. He pulled out his wand and dug it into the blankets, somewhere in the region of Malfoy's ribs. There was a sharp intake of breath and the Slytherin darted up in bed, grasping for his wand and casting a Lumos. What the F? K, Potter! Yelled Malfoy, thumping the bed with his fist when his eyes adjusted to the light and he saw who it was. Sorry. Harry reached out and caught Gaspard, who had toppled off his shoulder after leaning out too far to sniff the air. What are you doing in my room? There's just something we have to sort out, and then we can both go to bed. What's so important that you had to wake me up in the middle of the bloody night? It's not the middle of the night, Malfoy. It's only just gone 9:30, defended Harry. I thought you'd still be up. Well, it had still better be something bloody important. I don't appreciate this invasion of my privacy just because you can. Harry pursed his lips. He was already feeling frayed after the phytolymmancy lesson and he wanted nothing more than to fall into bed. He tried his best to keep his voice even. Ron saw you come out of Myrtle's bathroom at some stage, and now he's convinced that you've been going down to the chamber. I tried to convince Myrtle not to tell anyone, but she wants you to ask her too. Malfoy groaned and let his head thump back down onto his pillow. With a heavy sigh, he dragged himself out of bed. Harry gave a sigh of relief. Just try to be nice, alright. You know what she's like. Say one wrong thing and she'll. I know, muttered Malfoy, pulling a robe on over his boxers. Bloody temperamental ghost. No, girl, that's what she is. Tell me about it, muttered Harry, thinking of Parvati, who was still annoyed at him. Malfoy finished dressing and then turned to Harry. He tossed his head and smirked. I'll be charming. Harry rolled his eyes as he lifted the chain of the pendant, which magically lengthened as he put it over Malfoy's head. A split second later, they were standing in the kitchens. Harry raised his eyebrows at Malfoy. The Slytherin spread his hands. What? Harry focused again and they appeared in a dark classroom near Myrtle's bathroom. They walked silently out into the corridor and a few meters down to the bathroom. Harry pushed open the door and led the way in. Myrtle was waiting by the sink, staring at her reflection in the mirror and twining a thick strand of hair around her finger, her head cocked to one side. Her eyes lit up when she caught sight of them both. That was quick, she commented in her high, girlish voice. Malfoy flashed her a brilliant grin. Well, of course I came straight away when Potter here said you wanted to talk to me. I was quite delighted to hear you'd asked for me. Myrtle brought her hand up to her mouth, trying to hide her delighted smile. Ooh, how sweet of you to say. She gushed. Harry rolled his eyes and nudged Malfoy. Get on with it, he muttered. Malfoy jostled Harry back, but didn't take his eyes off of the ghost. My friend here tells me that we've been caught by a no-good Gryffindor, and he's going to get you to back him up when he goes to tell on us. Well, I do like to help, shrugged Myrtle, pouting slightly. Malfoy stepped closer to her, a beseeching look coming over his features. Myrtle, dear, the thing is, if you tell anyone that Potter and I have been coming in here together, neither of us will be able to come here at all. You'd never see us again. What do I care? You don't talk to me anyway, pouted Myrtle, her voice turning sulky all of a sudden. And Harry and I have known each other so long. I thought we were friends. Harry knew she cared very much if she didn't see them again, even if it was true that they rarely talked to her. What if Harry here promised to say hello to you every time we come through this way? Asked Malfoy. We'll, began Myrtle, a smile beginning to curl her lips again. Harry stepped forward and cut in. And so would Draco, wouldn't you? He said, raising his eyebrows at the bee-owned, whose eyes narrowed ever so slightly at Harry. If both of you promise to stay and talk to me every time you go wherever it is you go, she said, her eyes traveling to the sink and then back to her. Harry held back a sigh. Of course we will, he smiled. Beside him, Malfoy nodded as well. Myrtle gave a self-satisfied grin, immensely pleased with the deal she had struck. She clapped her hands several times and bounced up and down on her toes, her happy laughter resonating through the stone room. Much as we'd love to stay and chat now, it's past curfew, and if we were caught, it would all be over, said Malfoy, dropping his voice for effect. Myrtle nodded, her eyes growing wide. Mustn't get caught. And remember, Myrtle, you can't tell anyone we've been coming here, not even Dumbledore, if he were to ask. Of course Myrtle knows. She's a smart girl. Malfoy gave her another winning smile. Myrtle continued to nod. It'll be our secret. Good night, she called gaily as they turned to go. Good night, Myrtle, droned Harry, while Malfoy smiled and winked at her. Her high-pitched giggle followed them out into the corridor. Catastrophe averted, smirked Malfoy, his tone confident. Kitchens now. The next morning at breakfast, Ron talked to him again about telling Dumbledore about Malfoy. Are you sure? Maybe we should try to find out more ourselves first. Didn't you want to go and ask Myrtle? Fine, but I told Myone, and she reckons he's been down there too. She does. Yeah, you know how there was that article in the Prophet about basilisk parts suddenly turning up. Basilisks are pretty rare, mate. The chances of two turning up in the same region are pretty slim. Add that to the fact that I saw him coming out of that bathroom. I guess, agreed Harry. So far as he knew, nobody else had made the connection, which was, when he thought about it, quite surprising. Maybe some people had realized, or had suspicions, and just hadn't said anything. But he'd need to be a Parselmouth to get down there, and he's not. That's true, supplied Hermione, but I doubt he's going in there for a friendly chat with Myrtle. Ron leaned forward across the table. Maybe he is a Parselmouth, but... Harry sighed. No, he isn't. After they'd all finished eating, they made their way up to Ning Myrtle's bathroom, Harry with a slight feeling of trepidation. Myrtle had been willing enough to agree the previous night, but she was extremely temperamental, and Harry had a slight suspicion that she was none too smart, either. Ron, on the other hand, was nearly bouncing with excitement, sure they were about to uncover some Slytherin plot that would greatly help the order. Hermione seemed to think something was going on, admitting it was odd for Malfoy to be in Ning Myrtle's bathroom, but agreed with Harry that he wasn't able to get down to the chamber. Ron led the way into the bathroom. As Harry walked in, Myrtle gasped and gave him a very non-discreet wink. Harry gave a mental sigh of exasperation. Hey Myrtle, chirruped Ron, actually sounding friendly towards the ghost. She looked slightly suspicious for a moment, but then smiled. Harry and Hermione both waved. Well, you three are all very friendly today, aren't you? Bubbled Myrtle, clearly ecstatic at having such a large group to converse with, or perhaps because she felt she was part of some exciting plot. We need to ask you something important, began Ron. Oh, inquired Myrtle, her voice high and girlish. Do you know Malfoy, the Slytherin? B. Owned hair, looks like AF. Hermione elbowed Ron in the ribs, and he amended his speech. Head boy, you know. Has he been in here recently? Myrtle's glance slid to Harry, to keep any expression of his face as, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione's head turned his way as well. It was an effort not to give Myrtle a tiny shake of his head, but he refrained, knowing Hermione would see it. After what seemed like far too long, Myrtle shook her head. I know him, of course. I talk to him all the time in the prefect's bathroom, but he never comes in here. Are you sure? Asked Ron, sounding slightly desperate. Of course I'm sure. Myrtle rolled her eyes. I'm not silly, you know, just because I'm a ghost. I know being a ghost isn't what makes you silly, Myrtle, said Ron, as if he were stating the obvious. Hermione gave a resigned sigh as Myrtle's expression clouded over. You're completely insensitive, she yelled, and Ron cringed. I didn't mean it like that, he defended. You did so. Myrtle crossed her arms and glared at Ron imperiously. I haven't seen him at all. And I don't want to see you in here ever again. Not waiting for a reply, she gave a wail and flew down a toilet. Ron seemed completely dismayed as they left the bathroom and headed to the tower. I was so sure he was up to something. It still seems suspicious, mused Hermione. Malfoy just isn't the sort to go chatting to anyone like her, ghost or not. I think you're right, Ron. He's up to something. Ron perked up. We'll keep an eye on him. Myrtle's lying. I mean, I saw Malfoy come out of there. He even turned around and sneered at me. You know how he does that. Ron trailed off, doing a very bad impression of Malfoy's sneer. We can use the map. I don't know when he has free classes, though. I could find out, said Hermione. He always leaves his diary lying around when we have prefect meetings, or when it's just me and him organizing things. Brilliant! Exclaimed Ron. Harry tried to look enthusiastic about the plan, though he was growing more annoyed by the minute as they batted ideas back and forth. After a while, Hermione detached herself and headed towards the library, while Harry and Ron went back to the common room to get ready for Quidditch practice. They changed into their Quidditch robes in the dorm and grabbed their brooms from their trunks. Ready? Asked Ron, adjusting his keeper's helmet. I'll be down in a second, replied Harry. Ron nodded and left to wait for Harry down in the common room. Harry pulled out the top drawer and dug around under his socks for the last vial of pain relief potion that he had. He would have to make another trip to the hospital wing for some more. He'd had a constant headache since he'd left the jumper behind, and that had been over 2 weeks ago now. The continuous pain was getting to be extremely draining for him, and he wasn't sure if it was good for him to be drinking pain relief potions as frequently as he was. Ginny and Seamus were waiting with Ron near the portrait hole when he got down there, and they headed down to the pitch to wait for the rest of the team. Their next match was the 22 Stone of March, against Ravenclaw, and the team was keen to put in a good few weeks of solid training before it. When they reached the pitch, Harry took off for a few laps, and from the air he could see several Marin-clad figures making their way across the lawns. It was a perfect day for playing Quidditch. It was sunny, but with little glare, and there was only a slight, cooling breeze. It would be nice to go flying in his animagus form, he thought as he passed the hoops for the 4th time. It had been a while since he'd been down in the canyon, or anywhere out of the school in his wyvern form. Noticing that most of the team was assembled, the few of them that were in the air landed and joined the group. Harry left it to Ron, who was a much better strategist when it came to Quidditch, to detail the plan for the practice. When they all took to the air again, Harry realized that he was glad he was a seeker, rather than something like a chaser. He still liked Quidditch, but team sports felt less appealing than it had this time last year. As a seeker, he didn't really even have to be a team player. There was no need to interact with the rest of the team at all, really. And today, as Ron wanted to play a practice game rather than work on individual skills, Harry was free to fly around looking for the snitch, rather than watching the other players to see how they could improve. After practice, in the few hours they had left before dinner, Harry, Ron, and Hermione headed up to the room of requirement for a DA meeting. Harry was pleased with the progress everyone was making, but found that the older students were improving faster than the younger ones, probably due to the fact that Snape was a better teacher than whoever they had teaching the younger years. Harry was working with the first and second years that day. The first years were doing quite well with the shield charm they were trying to produce, but the second years couldn't seem to grasp the proper wand movement for the Confundus charm they'd chosen to learn, and Harry had spent the last hour going over it and over it, doing demonstration after demonstration, and going step by step through the wand movement, to no avail. He was becoming extremely short-tempered by this point, and couldn't see why it was quite so difficult for them to grasp. Keeping his voice calm, Harry showed them the movement again, and watched as they all followed his wand through the air with their own. He then repeated the incantation, and a chorus of voices echoed his. "But how do you actually do it?" squeaked one girl, waving her wand in a random twirl. The second years looked up at him expectantly. "Now try them together," he said, once more. "Just." Harry raked his hand through his hair in frustration and walked away from the group, searching out Hermione. She turned around as he approached. "Can you finish up?" he asked. Hermione frowned. "What's wrong?" "Headache," he replied brusquely. She gave him an understanding smile. "All right, we'll see you later then." Harry gave a short nod and hurriedly left the room, pretending he didn't hear a second year who called for help as he passed. Going through the castle, he passed a few students who looked at him askance, and he realized he had a rather large glare on his face. He tried to school it into a more amicable expression, but it felt odd and forced. He walked until he came to an empty corridor, and then apparated to the far side of the lake, sitting on the large rock he'd visited the week before. Resting his back against the cold stone, he spent the remainder of the afternoon watching the lake grow darker and darker until it was time to go to dinner. That night after dinner, everyone was relaxing in the common room. Harry sat down on the lounge and pulled out the book Dumbledore had given him, that held the tale about the Elder Wand. There was no contents page, so he flicked through to a random page and read the first few sentences. "What's that you're reading, mate?" Harry scowled at the interruption and held it up so Ron could see the cover, continuing to read. He put it down though, his scowl deepening, when Ron let out a guffaw of laughter. "Beetle the Bard. What are you reading kids' stories for?" Okay, said Ron at seeing Harry's expression, holding his hands up in defense, though still grinning. "Just thought you were a little old for them, that's all." "What do you mean? Dumbledore gave me this book." Harry had thought Snape was being sarcastic when he'd said, "children's stories," but apparently he hadn't been exaggerating. "Mum used to read them to us kids when we were little, like I dunno, 4 or something." Hermione sat forward with interest. "You mean those are wizarding fairy tales?" Ron shrugged. "I don't think any of them really have anything to do with fairies." "Well, maybe one might. It's called." "Well, supposedly there's one in here that's true." "I don't actually know which story," interrupted Harry. He didn't fancy reading through all the stories to find the one that mentioned the Elder Wand. "Just ask me," said Ron, munching on a bar of Honeydukes chocolate. He offered it out to Hermione, who wrinkled her nose. Ron shrugged and offered it to Harry, but retracted it and took another bite before Harry had a chance to respond. "You could ask any pureblood, or even half-blood in here. Anyone who grew up in a wizarding household knows all the stories in that book. Famous, they are." Harry tossed the book aside. "Tell me about the Elder Wand," he ordered. "Can you, please?" he added, not having meant to sound rude. He realized he had been short-tempered with his friends all day, even feeling angry at times, and he wondered what Voldemort was upset about. Probably the fact that one of his Horcruxes had been destroyed. Hermione plucked the book off the lounge and promptly buried her nose in it, apparently happier to read at her leisure than listen to Ron. "The Elder Wand," proclaimed Ron loudly, brandishing his own wand in the air for a moment, "is an unbeatable wand." "So I've heard," muttered Harry, though he grinned at Ron's good mood. Hermione's head popped up. "I've heard of the Elder Wand," she said, now setting the book aside. Ron proceeded to tell the story, which he called The Tale of the Three Brothers, with many waves of his arms and detailed descriptions. He finished with, "So, supposedly anyone who has all three of the Deathly Hallows, the wand, the cloak and the ring, will be the master of death." Ron shrugged and leaned back, apparently finished with the tale. They all sat quietly for a few seconds before, "Rubbish," stated Hermione matter-of-factly, picking up the book she had been reading to begin with. Well, yeah, probably, said Ron, shrugging again. It is a children's story. But some people think it's true, stated Harry. Yeah, there's a bunch of crazies who spend all their time trying to track down the Deathly Hallows, mostly the wand. I mean, the wand mostly. Hermione shook her head. How can people believe in something like that? They're just setting themselves up for disappointment. A wand that can never lose a duel. For starters, Antioch loses the wand, doesn't he? Not in a duel, pointed out Harry. Well, what about people who have had it since then? Ron frowned. Yeah, there's stories about people who supposedly had the wand, and I know some of them definitely lost it in a duel. There you go then, exclaimed Hermione, her argument proven. It isn't unbeatable at all. So you believe it exists? Asked Harry, grinning. Hermione gave an exasperated sigh. No, I'm just pointing out the inconsistencies. It's just a story, and nothing more. Not based in reality at all. As for the others, everyone know that invisibility cloaks fade with time, and a stone that can bring people back from the dead. Ridiculous. Harry's cloak doesn't fade, said Ron in a musing voice, peeling back the foil on another block of chocolate. Hermione seemed to have no retort for that, and the statement intrigued Harry. That's true. I've had the cloak for years now, and my dad had it before me, and it's as good as ever. We've never been caught under it, not once. Spells don't affect it. Just like the one in the story. It must be just a very strong bedazzlement hex or disillusioning charm. Demiguy's hair certainly wouldn't last that long, responded Hermione. Neither would charms and hexes, though, said Ron, getting excited and latching onto the idea. Oh, well then, Harry's cloak must be one of the Deathly Hallows, she replied sarcastically. How would you explain the resurrection stone? She waited for an answer, eyebrows raised and a small smile on her face. Ron's gaze drifted to the ceiling. Just as Hermione gave up on an answer, shaking her head and focusing on her book again, Ron's eyes lit up and he sat forward. Hey, maybe it's the Philosopher's Stone, maybe it's the same thing as the Resurrection Stone. Hermione pursed her lips. Ron, Dumbledore invented the Philosopher's Stone, him and Nicholas Flamel, remember? Ron frowned and deflated. Oh yeah, but they weren't the first, were they? They were trying to invent something that had been around before, but been lost. That's true, but the Philosopher's Stone prolongs life, it doesn't bring people back from the dead. But these sorts of things, said Ron, waving his hand at the book, they're only based in reality. They aren't 100% factual. If you use the Philosopher's Stone, you never die, do you? How is that not becoming master of death? You don't need to bring people back if they can't die in the first place. Well, it hardly matters, at any rate. Even if it was the same thing, which it isn't, no one could become master of death now anyway since the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed years ago. Replied Ron, and they all lapsed into silence for several minutes, before Ron suddenly said, not all of them, though. What do you mean? Asked Harry. As far as he knew, there'd only ever been one Philosopher's Stone made by Dumbledore. Well, said Hermione, when we were researching the Philosopher's Stone, I came across some old manuscripts of Dumbledore and Flamel's. They didn't get it right the first time they tried, obviously. There were quite a few trials that failed completely or had horrible side effects. Most of them were destroyed once they'd successfully created the stone, but one of them, the seventh stone, was stolen. It was never recovered. Harry wondered at Ron's idea. Dumbledore, who had an obvious interest in the Hallows, had been in possession of Harry's invisibility cloak, he had the wand, and he'd once helped to create the Philosopher's Stone. Though Hermione didn't believe it, Harry found Ron's suggestion that the Resurrection and Philosopher's Stones were the same thing quite possible. And Voldemort had been after them both, at one time or another as well. It wasn't a secret that Voldemort wanted to avoid death, at whatever cost. Harry wasn't entirely sure what Master of Death entailed, but he had his feeling it wasn't a status they wanted Voldemort to attain. The next week, their professors started ramping up the workload in preparation for Newt's. Harry felt it was far too soon. It was only the end of February, but when he mentioned this to Ron and Hermione in the common room on Monday evening, Hermione claimed she'd already begun revising what they'd learned so far. Harry's first lesson that Monday had been defense. Snape announced they would be beginning another dueling competition. He saw Malfoy shoot him a discreet look, but Snape then informed them that it would be individual, in order for him to better construct a sliding scale for their final grade. In charms, Harry took himself off to an empty classroom to work on his charm. He was starting to worry that he wouldn't be able to finish it. After all, he needed somebody to practice on, and had no idea who he could really ask. He'd considered approaching Snape once he'd worked out a possible charm, but something in him had made him decide against doing that. He felt a strong desire not to disappoint Snape, and felt that it would be letting Snape down if he failed to produce a successful charm. So, he needed somebody else, somebody that he didn't care about disappointing. If it worked, then he would happily ask Snape if he wanted his mark removed, but for now, he would have to consider other options. He was at the stage now where he'd almost completed an incantation, and he was now still trying to match up the wand movements so that they flowed together, with no break. He'd put together a few likely combinations, and when he tried them he could feel the power thrumming in his wand, waiting to be joined with the incantation that would set it free. Following charms and transfiguration, Harry chose to research metallurgical transfigurations for his final project. Harry headed down to the greenhouses for herbology, with Seamus bouncing along beside him. Professor Sprout was already standing behind her bench at the front of the room, waiting for the class to assemble. Harry and Seamus found Neville and Dean at their usual bench and took their seat, and short after Sprout began to tell the class about their final assignment. Now, everyone will be given a plant. Some of you will have the same one, but I've tried to organize it so you don't have the same plant as someone you share a dormitory with. Some of you have plants which are already potted and in various stages of growth, others of you have been assigned a seed. The grubby witch ducked down behind her bench and hefted 2 crates up onto the tabletop. Over the next few months it is your job to nurture the plant, and to harvest whatever usable ingredient it produces. Obviously this means you will have to first identify the plant you've been given, in order to research how to properly care for it, and to determine what you can harvest from it. Once you have harvested the leaves, roots, fruit, or whatever else you can, you must prepare them for storage. That might involve drying, crushing, smoking, stewing and myriad others. We've covered all of them in some form over your years here, so if you don't remember them, then read your textbooks, don't ask me. She waggled her fingers at them. At the end of 4 months I shall inspect your plant. Full marks will be awarded for plants in stellar condition. Here, she cast a glance full of pride at Neville, who blushed and smiled. There will be a sliding scale, of course. If you return me something that's dead, or not far from it, don't count on passing. She cast them a warning glance. If, however, the plant dies before 1 month, it will probably be because you haven't managed to find out what it is and how to properly care for it. In that case, I shall provide you with another, but you will lose 5% of whatever your final mark is. Caring for the plant accounts for 40% of the assignment, another 40% is for correctly identifying all harvestable products, and successfully harvesting and preparing them, and the final 20% is attributed to a report. The report should be no less than 6 feet in length and detail your initial research into the plant, including other plants you could have mistaken it for. You should detail the characteristics and uses of the plant, where it is found, any special requirements needed for its care, etc., etc. The full list of required information is found on the assignment sheet. She waved her wand at a stack of parchments that flew into the air and fluttered down over the class. Everyone jumped around, snatching at the air to grab a sheet for themselves. Now I expect everyone to finish at different times, depending on what plant you receive. Everyone won't be harvesting at the same time, so if you see someone handing in their dried, stored, whatever ingredients, don't be alarmed. She stepped over to the first crate. Now, let's see, who's first? Hannah. Hannah Abbott stepped forward, and was saddled with a rather large plant. She screwed up her face as she took it, and they realized why when she walked back past them and they were hit with a subtle, but decidedly putrid stench. Any one of us gets one of those is sleeping in the common room with it, muttered Dean. Harry privately agreed. She wouldn't give any of us one, assured Seamus, nudging Neville. Not when she's in love with Neville. Air. Neville blushed again, while the three of them laughed. Seamus was correct, however. None of them received the large, smelly plant. Dean got a completely ordinary-looking leafy thing. Neville got a small seedling in a tiny pot, while Seamus and Harry both got seeds. Harry's was about the size of a large coffee bean, but light blue in color. He hoped Seamus had the same so that they could work together, but when he looked closer, he saw that Seamus' seed was a small, brown thing. This little bean'll be the death of me, Ned Seamus. I hate herbology. Hermione returned from the library that evening looking distinctly disgruntled and extremely unsatisfied. I can't find anything, at all, not even a reference. It's like there's no such thing at all, she complained, after asking Harry again about what a Horcrux was. She looked at Harry suspiciously. He rolled his eyes and Hermione relaxed slightly. Well, I just can't understand how I can search through so many books and not even come across the word. Maybe you just aren't looking in the right books. What books should I be looking in? I don't know. I haven't looked for anything about them, but I doubt you'll find anything out from a student-level charms book. Hermione pursed her lips and gave a harumph. I really don't see why you just can't tell me. They were eating breakfast one day when Hermione gave an indignant huff, and Harry looked up to see her scowling, her eyes rapidly flicking back and forth as she read through some article that clearly displeased her. What's wrong, Myone? Asked Ron, also registering her annoyance. Hermione pursed her lips and shoved the paper towards them, pointing at a short article on page 8. Harry read through it quickly, anger growing in his stomach. That's rubbish, he exclaimed when he finished the article. Of course it is. I can't believe they'd print such obvious ridiculousness on the premise that it's an academic article. I haven't even heard of that professor. Harry looked to the byline, seeing that it was written by a man named Professor Lionel Hinkenbotham. The article itself was no better than the leaflets that had been distributed through the school a few weeks ago, though it didn't outright denounce Muggleborns. Rather, it subtly suggested that they weren't as worthy as purebloods, and questioned their right to possess magic, which Harry considered ludicrous. People didn't choose to be magic or not, they just were. It was a privilege, in his opinion, certainly not a right. Ron appeared just as angry about the article, perhaps because Hermione was so clearly upset by it. This is exactly how it starts, he said angrily, stabbing the paper with his finger. People start writing these sorts of suggestive articles, dropping hints, and soon enough, everyone believes what they're saying is true. Harry scowled at the article, knowing that Ron was right. It didn't matter that it was a short article on page 8. People would still read it, and point it out to other people, and they'd talk about it. It was like background noise that you didn't really think about, until one day someone points it out and you realize it's been there all along, and suddenly you can't block it out. Until now, the prophet had seemed largely unaffected by the fact that the ministry was in the control of Death Eaters, and the public didn't have a clue about that yet. Harry wondered if the decision to print the article had been the Daily Prophet's or the ministry's. Suddenly a ting-ting noise resounded through the hall, and everyone's heads turned to the front where Dumbledore was tapping his goblet with a fork. If I could have your attention, please, he called, and the chatter in the great hall died away abruptly. I shall only interrupt everyone's delicious breakfasts for a moment, beamed Dumbledore. I would like for all 7th-year students to remain behind before classes. There is an important announcement from your professors. With that, he toasted the hall with his goblet and sat again. It wasn't long before the chime to signal classes rang through the castle. The hall emptied out quickly, leaving Professors Snape, Flitwick and Sprout scattered along the head table and McGonagall standing in front of it, facing the 7th years. What do you think they want to talk to us about? Whispered Ron. Harry shrugged. Don't know. Professor McGonagall stepped up to the podium to address them. She pointed her wand at herself, muttering a spell, and then cleared her throat. The sound echoed loudly throughout the hall and the chatter gradually died away. Over the next few weeks your respective heads of house shall be talking to you all about your career options. In the next few months you should all be thinking about applying for jobs, apprenticeships, or positions in places of higher learning. To broaden your horizons, the school organizes a number of tours to introduce you to the different industries you might wish to apply for. Everyone will be expected to attend each excursion, whether or not the idea of working in that place appeals to them. Behind McGonagall, the other professors had quietly stood and descended to the house tables, where they handed out stacks of paper. She waited until the rustle of parchment died down before resuming her speech. Street. Mungos will be giving tours, where you will visit a number of different wards, as well as the on-site apothecary. McGonagall's tone turned a bit sour. You will have the opportunity to visit the Ministry of Magic, to see what sort of work is done in the various departments. As well, a former student has kindly offered he'll be coming in to talk to you at a later stage, so you'll find out more about that then. Her tone lightened at the last part, and Harry wondered who it was that would be coming to talk to them. There are a number of other places you will have the chance to visit. They are all listed on the parchments you have been given. As far as apprenticeships are concerned, there will be a careers night held, date still to be determined. Several of the professors you have this year will be taking on apprentices. You should all realize that places are extremely limited, and acceptance is highly dependent on academic performance. McGonagall consulted the sheet in front of her once more, before asking, "Are there any questions?" Beside him, Hermione raised her hand. "Miss Granger. What sort of representation will there be at the careers night, apart from professors looking for apprentices?" McGonagall gave a nod at the question. It is likely that ministry departments will have some representation there, as will various other professional enterprises. A number of places of learning usually attend the event, though none have been confirmed as of yet. A few other students asked questions after that, though most people were too busy talking about the list of places they were going to visit to listen. 2 years ago, he'd been set on becoming an Auror. Now, however, he didn't know if that was really what he wanted to do. In fact, he had absolutely no idea. It would be good to visit a few different places to see what sort of jobs were around. The people who had grown up in the wizarding world seemed to know every job there was, and Harry hadn't even heard of more than half of them. It was too nice of a day to spend inside, so on Saturday morning Harry, Ron and Hermione were relaxing by the lake. Ron and Hermione were talking quietly, and Harry was lying in a patch of sun with his eyes closed, reliving pleasant memories of the Valentine's Day weekend. He desperately wanted to see Aislinn again, but he couldn't just keep turning up more than he had been, or she was going to start getting suspicious about how he was managing it. After all, she knew he didn't have a lot of money, and that he was at a remote boarding school. Shooing away the nagging thoughts, he recalled the pleasant ones. The warm sun made him sluggish, and the soft sounds of waves on the lake and the rustle of wind in the leaves of the oak tree behind him lulled him into a light doze. His thoughts drifted from Aislinn to somewhere much closer to home. He was standing on an outcrop of rock, looking down upon the magnificence of Hogwarts, though from here it looked quite small, as if he could crush it in one hand. The sound of feet on gravel reached him, and seconds later one of his black-robed Death Eaters hurried out from behind a row of bushes that hid a little-used track from view. The man stopped several paces away and hopped back and forth on his feet. "Well," he hissed, exasperated that he had to ask. The man flinched. "Pathetic. Aurors are standing guard at the front gates, though you already knew that, of course, Milo." "How many?" he hissed, annoyed by the man's lack of conciseness. "Only 2 that we could see, my lord. And the wards." It was probably useless to ask. The man before him seemed quite incompetent, and he had already investigated the wards in some detail himself. Lucius and Rodolphus are still deciphering exactly what wards have been placed on the grounds. They've identified a few already, but they say here are more. The man stammered. "They say there are barrier wards, and some even more basic ones than that. There seems to be blood wards around it, but they can't tell who laid them. That's as far as they've gotten. Enough." He waved his hand carelessly back in the direction the man had come, and his follower scurried away. He gazed down upon the castle again. It would be his, very soon, and once he had obtained the wand, nothing would be able to stop him. Not turning from the place he wished to possess, he spoke. "Wormtail. The time is near. The ministry is mine, and soon one of the most well-guarded places in all of Britain will bend to my rule." A smile curved his lips. The man beside him recoiled. His smile grew. Harry shook himself out of the sleepy state he'd been in and jumped up. He had to tell someone what he'd just seen. He didn't know if what he'd just seen had been occurring as he saw it or if it had been a memory. If it had been a memory, Voldemort and his Death Eaters could be coming today, for all Harry knew. Harry, what's wrong? Called Hermione as he jumped up. Voldemort, he said, by way of explanation, taking off at a run for the castle. He heard Ron and Hermione running after him, and with his longer legs, Ron easily caught up after a few moments. What's wrong, mate? What did you see? Voldemort's coming to attack Hogwarts. Ron's eyes grew wide as they ran. What, today? Now? Don't know, replied Harry. They arrived in the entrance hall, and Harry took a left, heading into the Great Hall and towards the entrance to the dungeons. On a Saturday, Snape was bound to be in his office marking assignments, or in his lab brewing some potion. As it turned out, he was doing both, defacing some assignments with cutting red inked remarks and stirring intermittently at a cauldron that was bubbling away on the workbench beside him. The potions master looked up when he and Ron burst into the lab, Hermione arriving shortly after them. Snape raised an eyebrow at the three of them. Can I help you? Voldemort, gasped Harry, trying to catch his breath and talk at the same time. Catch your breath, Potter, said Snape, striding to the fireplace, which burst into life as he approached. He produced flow powder from some deep pocket, sticking his head into the fireplace as soon as the flames turned green. Harry didn't hear what he said, but seconds after Snape pulled his head out and stepped back, Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace and into the potions laboratory. He gazed around, his eyes twinkling merrily at the three of them. Harry, Ron, Hermione. Professor Snape tells me you have some news. Harry nodded, finally getting his breath back. Voldemort's planning an attack on Hogwarts. I don't know when he's coming, but he's after your wand, sir. Wand, repeated Hermione, catching on at once. You mean the Elder Wand, don't you? Dumbledore smiled and pulled his wand out. The very same, my dear. You mean it's real? Ron was sniggering at Hermione's horrified expression, though he did also appear quite surprised himself. Oh yes, quite real, replied Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling. Snape scowled at the wand as he stirred his potion, as though it had personally offended him. Perhaps it would be beneficial to focus on the more worrisome matter, he suggested acidly. When is the Dark Lord planning his attack? I don't know when, just that he is. He was out there, with some of his Death Eaters, but they were just looking around. Looking at the wards. Snape snorted. The Dark Lord has known for quite some time what wards protect the castle. Then why's he out there? Asked Ron hotly. Are you saying Harry's making things up? Snape raised an eyebrow at Ron, who shuffled his feet and pushed his hands into his pockets, trying to look inconspicuous. Knowing what wards are there is only a small part of the problem. Far more important is knowing how to get through them. That will take considerable time to determine. Indeed, agreed Dumbledore, seemingly untroubled by the news that Voldemort was planning an imminent attack on the castle. It is most likely Potter's visions are of the present, rather than the past, answered Snape, then cast a short look at Harry. Do you agree, Potter? Harry nodded. Given the nature of his link with Voldemort, it was likely they were of the present, though there was still the distinct, worrying possibility that they were memories. In that case, we can assume we have at least a little time to prepare. Sir? Asked Hermione, obviously confused by Dumbledore's apparent easy acceptance of the looming danger. Don't you think we should do something, alert the Order? Dumbledore gave her a grandfatherly smile and seemed about to speak when Snape cut in. Rest assured, Miss Granger, as soon as the three of you leave the room, here, Snape glanced pointedly at the door, intense discussion shall be had. Why can't we stay? Interjected Ron. Snape glared, and Ron did another avert the eyes foot shuffle. Dumbledore chuckled. Such enthusiasm is quite admirable, however I believe Professor Snape may be right. It is such a delightful day. Perhaps the three of you would enjoy yourselves far more outside with your friends. Dumbledore looked directly at Harry. Thank you for letting us know, Harry. This is very valuable information. Recognizing that they weren't going to hear anything further, he, Ron and Hermione trudged out of the dungeons, in deep discussion about when the attack might take place, and what they were going to do about it. I've decided to investigate the merits of using Wyvern's venom in various potions, declared Malfoy. Harry raised an eyebrow. He was still considering what he would be doing for his final potions project. Yeah, and where are you going to get any of that? From what I've heard, Wyverns are even rarer than basilisks. Well, you're going to help me out, of course, replied Malfoy, his expression smug. I'll actually be able to experiment with a completely new ingredient. Do you know what that means? I could actually invent a new potion. I'll be famous. And what are you going to say when people ask you where you got the venom of a supposedly mythical creature? Malfoy smirked. I'll tell them I know a man. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed. Malfoy smirked. Why stop at venom, either? I could use blood, and teeth and scales bone. I'm not letting you yank scales out of my body, Malfoy, and bone. I'm going to assume that was a joke. Harry had a weighty suspicion that it hadn't been. The Slytherin waved Harry's statement aside. It's called a numbing charm, Potter. You wouldn't feel a thing. But you're right, bone is probably a bit extreme. Nothing a bit of Skelegro couldn't fix, though. Harry didn't bother to reply. Just venom then. Can we get some now? I want to start investigating the properties right away. I haven't even said yes. Me taking some venom is not going to hurt you, Potter. Harry hummed in an enthusiastic agreement. I suppose not. In truth, he found the idea of investigating Wyvern's venom quite interesting, and was rather annoyed he hadn't thought of it first. Unfortunately, they weren't allowed to do the same thing as someone else, and he couldn't really take the idea from Malfoy, even if he himself was to be the source of the product. Besides, he couldn't exactly harvest it from himself, and Malfoy wouldn't help him if Harry was to take the idea. He gave a sigh and snapped his book shut. Fine. Malfoy stood. Excellent. I have everything we need with me. Outside? He asked, nodding to the courtyard. It annoyed Harry that Malfoy had assumed he'd say yes, but he supposed he should be used to Malfoy's casual assumption that he would always get his own way. The courtyard's too small to transform on, he answered. We could fly down to the lawns, suggested the Slytherin. Anyone looking out the windows could see us. What if they see you transform? Good point. The pitch, then. There'll be no one down there at this time of night, and it's too far from the castle to see anything when it's dark. Harry agreed, and Malfoy strode over to the doorway that led out onto the courtyard. Let's just apparate, suggested Harry. Malfoy spun on his heel and walked back. I keep forgetting you have that thing. A minute later, they were standing in the middle of the dark Quidditch pitch. Harry unhooked Salazar from around his neck and passed him off to Malfoy, who slung the snake over his own shoulders. Gaspar's head popped out of Malfoy's pocket, gave an indignant squeak, and disappeared again. While Malfoy rattled around in his pockets for whatever he needed, Harry stepped away and transformed. Like wands, the pendant was too complex of an object to be a part of the transformation like clothes could be, but as the chain was self-lengthening, it simply grew longer as his neck thickened. Now open wide, Potter, and let me see those fangs, commanded the Slytherin enthusiastically. Harry did so, and Malfoy said, that really is disgusting, how wide your mouth opens. Now, Harry heard the clink of vials and wondered what Malfoy was doing. That's better. The first one was far too small. Keep your mouth open, Potter, I like my hands. Harry felt pressure against one of his teeth and there was a strange feeling in that region of his mouth, like when you eat something sour. About a minute later, the feeling abated and he heard Malfoy's voice. You can close your mouth now. Harry did so, and Malfoy said, Thank Merlin, your breath was horrid. Harry gave a hiss, and was satisfied when the bee-owned flinched, nearly dropping the vial. He transformed back, smiling at Malfoy's scowl. The Slytherin tucked a large vial into his pocket. Apparatus to the potions lab, he ordered. Can I have a look at that vial? Asked Harry. Surprisingly, Malfoy handed it over without a word. Harry looked at it for a second. In the moonlight, it appeared to be quite clear, though they'd definitely need better light. Harry looked at Malfoy. You can walk, he stated, thoroughly fed up with the Slytherin's demands. Usually it didn't bother him overly much. He'd long accepted that was just how Malfoy was, but tonight he was feeling particularly short-tempered, and not at all in the mood to be bossed around. He spun and took a few steps. The Slytherin jogged the short distance between them, but no sooner had he reached Harry, than Harry imagined himself standing in the potions lab, and quite suddenly, he was. He laughed out loud, imagining the look on the Slytherin's face. He walked up to the front of the room where Snape's desk was. Pulling out the chair, he sat down, finding it to be far more comfortable than any of the stools they normally sat at to work. While he waited for Malfoy, who he knew without a doubt was coming, probably storming up to the entrance hall doors about now, he inspected the vial, casting a wandless lumos for better light than was provided by the torches. The spell came very naturally and easily to him now, practically without effort. So did the few other wandless spells he'd practiced, and it occurred to him that he should try some harder, defensive ones. After all, an Accio and a shield spell were very hand in times of need, but if he could produce a wandless stinging hex, stunner, or similar spell without a wand, it would most definitely give him the advantage if he were to be parted from his wand in a duel. He didn't have to wait long for Malfoy, who burst into the classroom not 10 minutes later. "That was fast," said Harry innocently. "Did you run?" Malfoy shot him a filthy look and stalked towards him, ignoring the question. He stuck out his hand. Satisfied that Malfoy was sufficiently annoyed, and feeling much less annoyed himself, Harry, with a grin, handed the vial back to the Slytherin, who snatched it away rather unceremoniously. He set the glass vial carefully on the desk and placed his satchel beside it, flipping open the leather cover and taking out several different implements and small vials of test substances that they'd used in class before. The dull flush that he'd had, from running, Harry was sure, was fading now, and the Slytherin appeared to be calming down. "Do you want to prepare some of the testing slides?" asked Malfoy. "Not," Harry noted, telling him to. Harry suppressed a satisfied smile that Malfoy had cottoned on to what Harry had been annoyed about. The Slytherin had probably been waiting for Harry to say something about it, testing how long he could continue to get away with pushing Harry's buttons. Harry picked up a glass slide and a vial of a light pink, watery potion that tested for sugars. He uncapped the vial and, using an eyedropper, placed a single drop onto the slide. Malfoy had poured a small sample of the venom into a shallow dish, and Harry used another, clean eyedropper to add a drop of venom to the slide. The eyedroppers were good quality and protected with spells so that they were impermeable to the effects of a wide range of potion substances. When the venom touched the pink potion, it mixed, but there was no easily visible change in color, indicating a lack of sugars in the venom. The light in the room wasn't fantastic, however, and it would probably be better to do it in proper light. Harry looked up as Malfoy dipped the tip of a glass stirring rod into the dish. He removed it, the end coated in the thinnest layer of venom. Before Harry could ask what he was doing, Malfoy touched the rod to the back of his hand. "Are you crazy?" spluttered Harry, hearing a soft hissing sound. "Ow ow ow," sang Malfoy in a high voice. "Stinging." The Slytherin grabbed a towel off a nearby rack. "Why the hell did you do that?" questioned Harry. "I thought you were smarter than that. You have to test these things," replied Malfoy, defending the action as he rubbed fiercely at the back of his hand with a towel. He swore and hurried over to the sink, turning the tap on full blast and holding his hand under it. Harry capped the vial and slipped it into his pocket, and then joined Malfoy at the sink. The Slytherin was cradling his hand. Where he'd touched it with the venom, the skin was eaten away, revealing red, raw flesh. It wasn't too deep, but it was bleeding freely. "Maybe you should go to the hospital wing," suggested Harry. "That doesn't look at all good." Malfoy wrinkled his nose and gave a hum of agreement. "Definitely acidic, in its pure form." Harry shook his head at Malfoy's detached manner. "What if it's poisonous? I think I washed it all off. It isn't stinging anymore, well, except for normal stinging." "What? You mean the stinging of raw flesh exposed to the open air?" questioned Harry dryly. "As I said, you have to test these things." Malfoy pulled his wand from his pocket and waved his wand at his hand, muttering a spell that Harry recognized from various trips to the hospital wing. It had no effect, and the blood didn't seem to be clotting. "Hospital wing," stated Harry again. Malfoy nodded. "Yes, I think I will. I'll just pack this up. I'll do it, offered Harry. I'll take it back to your room for you. Malfoy hesitated, but then nodded. Fine. He looked like he was going to add something, but didn't, leaving the room instead. Harry packed Malfoy's tools and potions away, then apparated to the Slytherin's room and deposited the satchel on the desk. He cast a look around the room before he left, noticing that the picture of Abraxas Malfoy was, as usual, empty of its occupant. He probably spent most of his time in his portrait at the Ministry, or the one in Malfoy Manor. Harry was sure Malfoy had mentioned there were portraits of him there. Not thinking on it for any longer than that, Harry apparated back to his own dormitory. It wasn't long before Harry saw the Slytherin again. He was heading to Snape's office for a phytolamency lesson after dinner the next evening when he heard footsteps behind him. He didn't think anything of it until he heard his name called. Malfoy had followed him out of the Great Hall. Yeah. Malfoy came to a stop a foot from Harry and cast a quick glance behind him before speaking, his voice low. Snape asked me if the Dark Lord was planning on attacking Hogwarts. Why would he ask me that? What makes you think it has anything to do with me? Harry was surprised Snape had asked Malfoy, but supposed it made sense to do so. The Slytherin pursed his lips and gave him a withering look. Don't play with me, Potter. You haven't heard anything? Asked Harry. Malfoy frowned, then shook his head, his eyes flicking up and down the corridor. No. Harry couldn't tell if Malfoy was being honest with him or not. Well, it's happening. Are you sure you don't know when? Like I just told you, said Malfoy, a dangerous edge entering his voice. No, but if you ask me, it's surprising it hasn't happened earlier, he continued, his usual cool demeanor settling over his features. He crossed one arm across his chest, inspecting the nails of the other hand. Harry clenched his jaw. Remember when Voldemort was using you home as a headquarters? Malfoy seemed taken aback by the question, and scoffed. What has that to do with this? Well, this is my home. Hogwarts is my home, and I'm pretty sure you must feel that it's something like that too. I don't want him taking over the castle, and I'm going to do everything I can to stop him. If you feel anything the same about this place, then you'll help me. Don't tell me what I will and won't do, Potter. I'm not having this argument with you again. You know very well whose side I'm on. That didn't stop you from telling me where you live so that you could get him out of your house. Malfoy shifted uncomfortably. Lower your voice, will you? Harry ignored him. Remember what you said to me the other day, about how being head boy makes it your duty to protect the school. Two small first years came around the corner, giggling, and Malfoy held up a finger, cutting Harry off. Just stop, he hissed, his voice suddenly deadly. Without another word, he spun and walked away. Harry continued on in the opposite direction, wondering if the Order had managed to determine when exactly Voldemort was planning on attacking the castle. He reached Snape's office, and following the usual routine, Harry soon found himself in the round stone room. He received what could be construed as a pleasant surprise when he opened the door the full way. The bridge of woven magic, though still very much there, was noticeably thinner, and seemed weaker somehow. As he crossed to the Horcrux, it seemed to take Harry that the bridge was longer too, much like the one that led to the Horcrux in his own soul. If his guess was correct, it meant that this Horcrux's tether to this world was also becoming more tenuous. This boosted his morale, and he managed to stay in the Horcrux for longer than usual. He saw the invisibility cloak he'd left the last time. It was impossible for him to tell if it was in a different place than it had been last time, if place was really such a thing in one's soul, but he had a feeling that it was placed differently, as if someone had picked it up and then dropped it, and it had fallen differently. It wasn't entirely surprising, if representations were appearing in the Horcrux, though he'd never seen any in his, thankfully. Though he stayed longer than usual, he wasn't silly enough to push himself too much. He had no idea what he'd do if he passed out in there, and wondered if Snape would come and get him if he were gone too long. His concentration mustn't have been terribly good after the longer than usual stint in the Horcrux, because no sooner had he stepped into the round stone room than it disappeared. There had always been wind and whispers in the Horcruxes, and in the soul that inhabited Voldemort's body, but suddenly it was different. The wind grew colder, until Harry was shivering violently, and fiercer, so that he could barely walk. The whispers grew loud and harsh, and he placed his hands over his ears, crouching low to minimize the effect of the buffeting winds. He could sense shadows prowling the darkness around him, though none of the usual representations he'd come across had yet made themselves known. He thought the thought too soon. Almost instantly, there materialized out of the darkness more representations than he had yet come across. There were 8 or 9 of them, of varying ages and appearances. They were circling him, all staring at him with eyes that, though they ranged from a cool brown to a piercing red, all held him in identical chilling, terrifying stares. He noticed that child Tom still had the jumper wrapped around his shoulders, and it could have been funny if the little boy hadn't had a disturbing look of absolute loathing on his face. One of the Voldemorts, the one that looked to be the oldest, or most recent representation, whichever way you looked at it, drew his wand. In chilling unison, the other representation that walked in a slow circle around him did the same, except for the youngest, who did not seem to possess one. Then, with startling clarity, he heard his name hissed amongst the harsh whispers and winds. Seconds later, he almost thought he hadn't, except that he knew he had. He was sure it hadn't been his imagination. His suspicions were somewhat confirmed when one of the representations said in a deathly voice, "You are Harry Potter." He didn't even think to pull out his wand, perhaps because his subconscious told him there was no point, or perhaps because through the haze of pain his mind just wasn't functioning as it should. Suddenly, a pale face more frightening than any of the ones around him swooped from above, before disappearing just as quickly as it had appeared. Harry knew without a doubt that it had been Voldemort's conscious mind, and he knew he couldn't stay there anymore. He pushed himself up, staggering slightly, and took a step. The men surrounding him all took a step in, closing in on him, and the flight reflex took over Harry's mind. He sprung forward, scrambling to get away from them all, lunging desperately at a gap between one who looked little older than he was, and one who looked almost identical to how Voldemort looked now. They continued to circle though, and he gave a strangled yell as he plunged right through one representation, as if it had no substance but for what was in Harry's own mind. It made a racking shiver pass through his body, probably more from fear than anything, because he'd felt nothing physical. He almost forgot how he was supposed to leave, and it took a moment of running blindly in the darkness before he remembered to envision the round room. It seemed to take longer than ever to reach his own soul, though this time he was far from relieved that the tether was stretching. He hardly remembered the mental journey back to Snape's office, and seemingly woke up, sitting in the hair again. He couldn't breathe properly. He could hear ragged gasps, broken by the occasional sob, and he realized they were coming from him. The room was spinning around him and he felt like he would be sick. He felt a warm arm encircle his shoulders, and gradually the firm presence helped to halt the movement of the room. A vial was pressed to his lips, and after a few deep breaths he calmed his breathing enough to drink it. Once he had gulped down Snape's special pain relief potion and gotten control of himself, he related what had happened to Snape, including the jumper and the invisibility cloak. Snape seemed to realize that Harry was quite shaken, because he said nothing about the fact that Harry hadn't mentioned them before. He realized now that he had been terrified. He also realized that he'd completely let his emotions go. Part of the reason that Voldemort probably hadn't suspected much until now was that Harry had been employing occlumency to hide his emotions, trying to be as inconspicuous as when he visited Voldemort's mind in his sleep. He was shaking still, and sweating, and shivering, all at once, and he still felt like he was going to be terribly sick. His barriers had completely collapsed somewhere along the way, and Snape seemed to know exactly how Harry felt, producing a stomach-calming potion from a box labeled, Infirmary. Harry was expecting a lecture, but Snape said nothing, though his face looked more grave than Harry could remember ever seeing it. The potion's master conjured a small, basic lounge from an old desk that was used for detentions. "Sleep," he ordered, guiding Harry over to it. Harry gladly obeyed, knowing full well that when he woke up he would probably be mortified at having fallen asleep in Snape's office. When he woke, the candles in the room were burning low, and Snape was still writing at his desk, the sound of the scratching quill and the crackle of the fire the only sounds in the room, apart from the occasional dissenting grunt, followed inevitably by vicious scratching at the parchment. Harry deduced that Snape was marking essays. He sat up slowly, even though he was really quite comfortable and wanted nothing more than to go back to sleep. Snape noticed his movement when he stood up and made his way to the chair again, immediately ceasing his writing. Your mental shields? Asked Snape quietly when Harry was seated. Harry was grateful for the tone of voice. At the moment, his head was pleasantly fuzzy, but it never took much for the headache to return in full force. Harry focused, erecting the barriers in his mind. He felt Snape probing at them, checking them, and after a few moments he gave a satisfied nod. Will you be all right to see yourself back to your dormitory? Harry considered the question. He thought he probably would, though he wouldn't know for sure until he tried walking. He nodded. He squinted at the clock on the wall, but he could see about 6 hands on it, and he had no idea which ones were the real ones. It is 2 o'clock in the morning, provided Snape, noticing where Harry's gaze was directed. Harry grunted some version of a thanks in reply, standing to leave. Before you go, said Snape, pulling open the top drawer of his desk. Snape handed Harry a folder which appeared to be filled with a number of parchments. What is it? He asked, his eyes too blurry with sleep to see what was written on or in it. The Order's information on Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry looked up, surprised, mostly because now that Snape said the name, he realized he'd not thought of Bellatrix in a number of days. What for? He asked slowly, after a moment. It contains, amongst other things, the list of all crimes committed by her, at least, crimes known to the Order. She undoubtedly committed others we have never found out about. I thought perhaps it may put you mind to rest. Harry nodded, running his finger over the first page in the file. I would suggest not showing that to any of your friends. Harry nodded, knowing there would be more than one surname that he recognized. Thank you, sir. Snape waved his hand towards the door, pulling a stack of essays over to Mark. The next morning Harry woke late, and found that he'd missed breakfast and his first class. Annoyed that no one had bothered to wake him, he felt around for his glasses and pushed them onto his nose. He noticed a small scroll that had been sitting beside them and unrolled it, finding the reason that he had not been woken. He had been excused from classes for the day by Snape, who had also written that they would have no phytolemancy lesson that evening. He hoped Snape wasn't reconsidering their plan. It was too late to stop now. Pointless, given the fact that Voldemort had now sensed Harry's presence. Harry wondered just how much Voldemort had realized. He obviously sensed something, and that it had something to do with Harry, but had he realized that it involved souls and Horcruxes, and that Harry himself was one of them? Quite happy to spend the day resting, he apparated to the kitchen in his pajamas, where Dobby happily prepared him a huge meal of eggs, bacon, and tomato with toast and mushrooms. Harry apparated back to his dormitory with it and ate it in bed. He sipped at a pain relief potion as he ate, and by the time he was finished eating, he felt quite good. He took the opportunity to write a long letter to Aislinn. She was still using Hedwig to send letters back. He'd told her she could use her owl, which she still hadn't named yet, once it got a bit bigger. After he'd finished the letter he tucked it into an envelope and put it on his set of drawers to take up to the Ollery later, and then hauled his school bag up onto the bed. Snape may have given him the day off, but he still had a ton of work to do, and he found he was actually looking forward to getting a lot done. He'd been having inexplicable bursts of wisdom in his classes, more and more often picking things up before even Hermione. It was a strange feeling, one he thought could probably be attributed to Voldemort's personality. He probably had a stronger work ethic than Harry himself, or something like that. It was strange though. Harry knew his personality was being affected, but intelligence had absolutely nothing to do with personality. He hadn't been visiting Voldemort's consciousness, so it wasn't as if he could be taking knowledge from the other wizard's mind. Perhaps he would ask Snape about it, in case it had something to do with the Horcruxes. He thought he would begin with his herbology assignment, since it was quite important that the plant grew in time for him to harvest ingredients from. Seamus had also gotten a seed, and had already taken a book out of the library on identifying seeds. Harry stuck out his hand and it flew over from its position on the floor. In the end it was a fairly straightforward procedure. The book had a sort of flowchart, asking a number of questions, which led, eventually, to a page number. Harry copied the questions down as he went, for use in his report. What color is your seed? Harry ran his finger across the page, from left to right. There were only basic colors: red, blue, yellow, brown, black, green. He held the little seed in his palm. At first he'd thought it was light blue, but he saw now that it seemed tinged with purple. He supposed it probably came under blue anyway, and moved his finger back to blue. There was nothing written under the row of colors, but when he held his finger over the word blue, a line of ink ran downwards an inch, and another question appeared. Beneath that, a horizontal line appeared, with another row of options. How big is you seed? Really puny, tiny, small, medium, a bit bigger, quite large, large, monstrous. Harry considered the blue seed. To be quite honest, he wasn't sure. He flipped to the contents page and looked down the list. He found a seed sizes guide in first few pages of the book. There were several ovular shapes, ranging in size from really puny to quite large. Large and monstrous apparently were too big for the book. His fit in the small oval almost perfectly. He turned back to the flowchart page, finding that it was still as he'd left it. He held his finger over small, and a vertical line descended. Does the seed have a noticeable smell? Harry tested it and held his finger over no. There were a variety of questions before he held his finger over yes, to answer does the seed glow in the dark? And a vertical line ran down to the words. Turn to page 89. On page 89, he found several options. The first seed was quite thin, while Harry's was more rounded, like a coffee bean. The second one looked much more promising. It was exactly the same as the one he was holding in his hand, and the last two looked nothing like it, so he thought it safe to settle on option 2. The book contained very basic details about the plant. Name: Eleori plant. Height: 7 to 9 inches. The Eleori plant grows in permanently snow-covered terrain in remote regions of the far north of the continent. Somehow, he'd have to simulate the kind of environment it grew in, as by now the snow around the castle had melted away and the days were pleasantly cool rather than cold. He'd need some more books for that. Feeling particularly enthusiastic about his assignment, he immediately stood and apparated to the school's library, wandering through the shelves until he came to the charms section. He found a book on weather charms and then went to the herbology section for an encyclopedia of plants, ignoring the strange looks he received from students due to the fact that he was still in his pajamas. He apparated back to his bed and flicked through the book until he came to a section dedicated to atmospheric charms. He marked the page and snapped the book shut again, piling all of his things together. He apparated again, this time to behind the herbology greenhouses. Just as he set off around to the doors at the front, there was a small squeal from behind him and he spun to see that he'd interrupted a fourth-year couple, the boy looking particularly annoyed at him. He didn't think they'd seen him actually appear, however, so he ignored them and continued on his way. It was quiet in the greenhouse. There were no classes on, and only one other student working in there. He set up his things on a table at the far end and got to work. Guided by the information given in the encyclopedia, Harry chose the appropriate soil for his plant and filled a small ceramic pot, making an indent in the center with his finger. He placed the small blue seed in and covered it lightly with more dirt, then watered it. He found a shallow plate to set the pot on and filled that with water as well. While he'd been doing that, he'd thought of a way to simulate the correct environment. When he'd been little, Aunt Petunia had received a clock as a gift from someone, and she had sat it on a cabinet in the lounge room. It had been a 400-day clock, with shiny gold pendulum balls rotating around the base and a clear glass dome covering it. Harry found a plastic pot that was a similar shape, and with a tap of his wand and an incantation, he transfigured into a replica of the glass dome. It fit perfectly over the pot he'd planted his seed in, the top of the glass standing about 12 inches above the top of the pot. Referring to the textbooks he'd brought with him, Harry picked it up again and traced his wand around the base of the glass case, muttering the spell to mark the boundary of the atmospheric charm. With that complete, he began the atmospheric charm, sticking his wand into the glass dome and waving it a rapid circular motion. It took him a couple of tries before he got the spell right, an icy blue light ghosting over the inside of the dome and twisting off and inwards like mist towards his wand, like a tiny tornado. It dissipated, but he could feel a light, cold drift from the open base. Harry placed it carefully over the pot again and sat on his stool to make a few notes. He watched for a while, and condensation started to appear on the glass, then wisps of snow followed, visible in the wind that was blowing like a tiny cyclone in the glass case. After waiting a bit longer, there was a full-blown miniature snowstorm contained in the glass. He filled the plate again, to sustain the storm, and then gathered his things and apparated back to the dormitory. Harry was lying in bed that night, one arm tucked behind his head. Ron was playing with a dragon figurine similar to the one Harry had gotten during the Tri-Wizard tournament, though Ron's was a different species. In fact, it looked suspiciously similar to Malfoy's animagus form, something Harry found quite amusing. Ron was fascinated by the dragon and the wyvern that had been flying around, and every time they went outside he was scanning the skies for some sign of them. Seamus was being thrashed in a game of chess by Dean, though he didn't seem particularly put out by the fact. He was singing a lyrical Irish melody that Harry actually found quite pleasing. It sounded familiar, and he thought he might have heard Aislinn humming it before. Neville was tending to his plant on his bedside table. Harry glanced back at the map in his hand, watching the little dots that moved all over it. He'd been watching it frequently since he'd had the vision, but hadn't seen anyone suspicious lingering around. Although, the map only showed people inside the school's boundaries, so anyone could be doing anything around the edges, and he wouldn't be able to tell just by looking at the map. He could see a large number of people slowly traversing the boundary of the school, not a small area by any means. It occurred to him suddenly how big of a job it was toward the school. There were names that he recognized, teachers, from the order, and some who he thought probably weren't. Aurors. He could see Tonks, Kingsley, Owens and Mulgrave, as well as a good many other names that he didn't recognize. He wondered if the school had approached the ministry for help. After all, Kingsley had said that the Auror department was still largely untouched by Voldemort, though that could have changed since he'd said it. And the school would have had to have gone through the ministry to request Aurors to protect the school, in which case there was a good chance Voldemort had inside knowledge of at least some of the extra wards which were now being placed around the castle. He rubbed his face tiredly, telling himself not to worry. It wasn't as if Dumbledore didn't know all these things that Harry was thinking, and he would have taken measures to ensure that only people on their side were entrusted with the job of placing wards. The warding that was going on must have been the reason Snape had rescheduled their Phytolemancy lesson that evening. He considered going to the room of requirement and using a mirror to perform Phytolemancy on himself, but decided against it. After what had happened last time, he didn't think it was a good idea to try it without Snape being there. The mystery guest that Professor McGonagall had mentioned in her speech to the 7th years arrived the following day in the form of Charlie Weasley. Harry, Ron and Hermione were walking through the entrance hall just as the redhead entered the castle. "Charlie!" exclaimed Ron. "What are you doing here?" "I've come especially to see you, little brother." Ron rolled his eyes. "Really? Is it order business or something?" Charlie shook his head as they walked into the great hall, the smells of lunch making Harry's stomach rumble. They took seats at the end of the table. "All you 7th years are coming on an excursion to the reserve, but don't tell anyone else yet, it's supposed to be a surprise." "We'll actually be going there?" asked Hermione, leaning forward with interest. Charlie nodded. "Tomorrow morning." "Excellent," said Ron, thumping the table with his fist. "We'll get to miss classes." Harry was quite eager to visit the Dragon Reserve. He hadn't even considered that they'd be going anywhere like that when McGonagall had mentioned that they'd be visiting places to help them decide what they wanted to do. He had a strong feeling that Ron was headed into a similar field to Charlie. Care of magical creatures was by far his best subject, and his favorite. Lately, Harry had found himself wishing he'd continued with it as well. He missed the outdoors work it involved, probably because it reminded him somewhat of the working outside at Creeside. Charlie left the table when Professor McGonagall came into the hall and went to greet the teachers. Harry remembered that Ron and the others had already been there one holidays. "What's it like?" he asked. "It's this massive place, in the middle of a mountain range. There are huge cliffs, and dragons flying everywhere. Mostly they all live in tents. The keepers, not the dragons, but there are a few small wood buildings." "I can't wait," stated Hermione matter-of-factly. "I think it will be quite fascinating." Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. "We should head out to the lake later and see if those dragons are hanging around." Charlie's pretty interested to see if it really is a wyvern. Harry gave a small smile, but hid it quickly. I have to see Snape later. Ron gave him a sympathetic look. After lunch, Harry left the common room. Hermione was in her meeting with McGonagall, discussing career choices, and Ron was with Ginny and Charlie. He apparated to the top of the stairway that led to Malfoy's dormitory, facing the wooden door. He knocked and waited a few moments, but there was no answer. Deciding against apparating straight into the room to make sure he wasn't there, Harry knocked again. He waited again, and was about to turn around and walk away when suddenly the door was flung open, and Malfoy appeared looking sullen and bad-tempered. If someone doesn't answer the first time you knock, you can be fairly certain they either aren't there or don't want to chat, he said loudly, on the verge of yelling and not bothering to conceal the aggravated tone in his voice. Malfoy's brow furrowed when he registered who was actually at his door. Potter. What do you want? Malfoy left the door open and walked over to his desk where he began sifting through some papers on it. Taking the open door as an invitation to come in, Harry went into the room and closed it behind him. What do you want? Asked Malfoy again, a rude edge in his voice. Ron's brother is here. He's right into dragons, and Ron and him were planning on trying to catch a sight of them today. Can you come out later? Why should I go out of my way for a Weasley? Sneered Malfoy. Again. You already asked me once. Harry scowled. Malfoy was clearly in a bad mood about something, and was being difficult. What's wrong? Asked Harry. Malfoy was silent for a moment, before retorting, mind your own business. Harry sighed. Are you going to come out with me, or not? No, replied Malfoy shortly, still not turning around from whatever he was doing at his desk. It was clear to Harry that it wasn't an argument he was going to win. He felt extremely annoyed at Malfoy, but he couldn't force the Slytherin to be civil. Harry glowered at Malfoy's back and left the room through the door, leaving it open behind him. He paused about halfway down the stairwell and pulled out the Marauders map to see if Ron and Charlie were out on the lawns yet. He felt a brief stab of smug satisfaction when Malfoy's door slammed loudly above him. Smiling, he scanned the map and saw that Ron, Ginny, Charlie were indeed seated near the lake. He apparated to the balcony off the chamber and deposited his bag and the map on the bench there, then took a running leap off of the cliff. He didn't think he would ever get over the rush of exhilaration that he got from plummeting towards the thin gray ribbon of water in the canyon, knowing that the only thing that would keep him alive was his own skill. His yell of elation turned into a hiss as he transformed. He spread his great leathery wings and they filled with air like a parachute, slowing his descent. He flapped them a few times, letting his tail skim through the cold water before he rose upwards towards the top of the castle. He flew over the turrets, his sharp eyes picking up every flicker of movement around him, seeing the few people who were up on the towers. They stared open-mouthed at him as he flew over, those who hadn't seen him looking up as his shadow crossed over them. He flew to the lake and perched on a large rock where the Weasleys would have a good view of him. It was a nice day, and he felt extremely comfortable seated on the rock, warming himself in the sun. His superior ears could pick out every word that the Weasleys exchanged. They'd seen him as he flew over the castle, and Charlie had quickly, and with much excitement, confirmed to Ron and Ginny that he was a wyvern. He had produced a camera and proceeded to take several photos of Harry sunning himself by the lake. He nearly went to sleep, lulled into a doze by the silence and warm sun, and only snapped awake when the sun started to go down and a cold breeze started to roll off the lake. He flew off around the castle to the balcony and transformed, then apparated to Snape's office door right on time and went in. Harry took his seat and Snape sat forward with his hands clasped, a serious look on his face. We need to discuss what you have done, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded, though he didn't say anything. He wasn't sure what exactly he could say. He'd lied, or at least not told the whole truth, and been caught out. He didn't even wonder how Snape knew about it. He would have seen it all when Harry had completely dropped his barriers in their last meeting. It was a unique idea, but I am not sure that creating such a link with the Dark Lord's soul is a particularly good idea. Most especially now that he has begun to consciously sense your presence there. Harry nodded, fully willing to agree that it wasn't easy or safe. Did you come across the idea in a book? Inquired Snape. Harry shook his head. I just decided I'd try it and see if it worked. Snape's lips grew thinner. And is it just the 2 links you have left behind? Yes. How does it affect you? I have a headache pretty much constantly, but it isn't as bad as after I finish a legilimency session. Can tolerate it if I have a pain relief potion. A displeased scowl creased Snape's forehead. Such potions are not usually taken on a regular basis. Harry paused. It wasn't really related to legilimency, so he simply nodded rather than elaborating on the point. I think it's making his I don't know, personality or whatever, rub off on me more. Snape nodded. That would be expected. The longer and closer your consciousness is in contact with his soul, the more it will affect you. How long exactly have you had this link between your consciousness and the Dark Lord's soul? Harry scrunched his face up, thinking. I'm not really sure. More than a few weeks now. I've been doing it on my own, as well. Harry could see that Snape was angry, but he was holding himself back from saying anything, for whatever reasons. Instead of yelling, as he looked like he wanted to, he merely said, I was under the impression that we were past the point where I had to drag things out of you. Was not one of my conditions that you did not lie to me, that you inform me of everything that happens so that I may most effectively assist you? Harry felt slightly ashamed that he hadn't told Snape what he'd done. He had promised to be truthful, and he did feel that he owed it to Snape to be so, since he wouldn't have even gotten this far without the professor's help. He couldn't quite say why he hadn't told Snape. After all, he trusted him, he was fairly certain of that. In the end, he was sure it was probably Voldemort's suspicious nature rubbing off on him, and he promised himself that just because of that he would be completely honest from now on. He nodded to answer Snape's question. Yes, sir. And I will, from now on. He wanted to sound genuine, but it came out more pleading than he wanted, but he needed Snape to keep helping him. After what had happened in the previous session, there was no way he was going to perform legilimency on himself anymore. Snape raised an eyebrow. Will you? I am not sure I can trust you, given that you've already told me that before. But it hasn't been me that didn't trust you. I realize that now, so I'll make sure that I tell you things, even if they seem unimportant or I feel hesitant to tell you. Snape eyed Harry for a moment before giving a short, sharp nod. Very well. We shall continue. Perhaps Harry was occluding his feelings more effectively, or perhaps Voldemort was otherwise occupied, his attention focused on something so that Harry's presence wasn't as obvious. Whatever the reason, his journey to Voldemort's soul that evening was largely uneventful. The representations of Voldemort were all there, but not as aggressive as they'd been the previous time, and Voldemort himself did not appear as he had the last time. On the morning of the trip to Romania, the seventh years all gathered in their house groups on the lawns outside of the entrance hall, assembling themselves around the portkeys which would activate at 7 o'clock sharp. They all gathered around a deep purple wine bottle while the Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws and Slytherins gathered around their respective portkeys. A minute later Harry felt a jerk behind his navel as the portkey activated. They landed on a rocky area, and Harry noted the drop in air temperature. The second thing he noted was the magnificent view. They were standing atop a wide ridge that seemed to run in a sort of half-circle shape, with a sharp drop to a valley on one side, and a steep slope leading to another valley on the other. Mountain ranges stretched as far as he could see, swathed in mist and early morning light. Looking down into the valleys, he could see at least 6 or 7 dragons, flying or sitting still, without even looking for them. Harry turned when Ron yelled a greeting to see Charlie striding towards them, dressed in his work clothes. As soon as Hagrid and Professor Grubbly Plank arrived with Tonks via the last portkey, Charlie introduced himself to the group and then began the tour of the Dragon Reserve. Usually we have the dragons in the reserve, free to fly around. This reserve is among the largest in the world, so they all have plenty of room, at least for temporary stays. Charlie pointed to a valley surrounded by high cliffs. Down there, you can see one of the territories. We have a number of different ones, since not all dragons get along so well. For example, it's quite all right to keep most female dragons in quite close proximity, but you'd not want 2 male dragons in too small an area. Today we've managed to get a few of the dragons into cages so you can have a bit of a closer look. Charlie beckoned for them to follow, and they set off a long cliff to huge mesh cages in the distance. We keep dragons here for a variety of reasons: research, testing for disease, treating for sickness or injury, breeding. Some we've had to collect because their populations were growing too big and they were being noticed by muggles. So don't think that only ruffian dragon handlers like me work here, he joked. We have a large number of researchers, working in a variety of fields such as medicine, potions, etc. There are obliviators so we can deal with any muggle sightings. We need ministry representatives from any country for which we currently hold a dragon. There's more than one photographer on the reserve, and a writer. Translators. Charlie hummed for a second, trying to think of more. Then there's the job of looking after everyone who works here. We have cooks, healers, a few librarians. An auror or two, in the not so rare event that people try to steal a dragon. So you see, there's a wide variety of jobs you can enter into, and still have the opportunity to work in an exciting, beautiful place, he finished, spreading his arms wide. By now, they had reached the first of the cages. It was more like a net, and it must have been protected with a myriad of charms or it would have easily been destroyed by a sweep of the dragon's tail or a breath of fire. The tent-like cage backed onto another territory, so that the dragon could be released into it simply by opening the net up. This one is a Hungarian horntail. He's a male, a very aggressive one, this one. They generally are, as a species, but this guy's given us a whole lot of trouble. You might all remember this species from the Tri-Wizard tournament a few years ago. It was our intention to use this guy for breeding, but he's very picky and he's harmed quite a few of the prospective females because he didn't like any of them, so at this point it's likely we'll be releasing him or sending him on to another reserve. Before you go, we'll show you a feeding. They moved on to the next cage, to see a medium-sized beige-colored dragon. Here we have Norbert, friendliest dragon you could ever meet. Harry, Ron and Hermione grinned amongst themselves, and Charlie shot them a wink. He was hand-reared, so he has a bit of a weakness for humans. He's a Norwegian Ridgeback. We've tried to release him a number of times over the years, but he keeps finding his way back here. The group laughed. The next cage held a familiar-looking dragon, though it was a bit smaller. This is an English fire dancer, like the one you've all seen recently at Hogwarts, called Charlie from the front of the group. Quite a fierce beast, and all the more dangerous because they have a resistance to fire. This girl was injured by dragon poachers, who desire the scales. Other parts like the blood can be used in potions, but the scales are particularly good. The powder can be used in Burns potions, amongst other things, our whole scales are used to make protective clothing. She'll be right in a matter of days, I'd say, and we'll release her back into the wild in the English countryside where she was found. Harry hung back looking at the dragon until Malfoy passed, then fell into step slightly behind him, at the back of the group. He leaned forward, whispering in Malfoy's ear, "Thinks she's attractive." Malfoy choked on a laugh crossed with a curse and shoved Harry into the mesh netting. "Boys, settle," called Professor Grubbly Plank in a curt voice, scowling as she waited for them to catch up. Charlie came back to the castle that evening, to eat dinner with them and spend the evening with Ron and Ginny. "How? Ong U Sayan, Arlie?" asked Ron, through a mouthful of mashed potatoes. "I'll be leaving early tomorrow morning, taking a portkey back to Romania," replied Charlie, easily understanding what Ron had asked after years of living with him. Suddenly the castle seemed to give a huge shake, and a feeling like static electricity ripped through the air, gone in an instant, but leaving a tangible sense of unease rippling between the students. The hall went deathly silent for a split second before people started to stand up, talking loudly. "Silence. Silence, please. Everything is fine," said Dumbledore, his voice sounding loudly through the hall. A blinding pain ripped through Harry's head then, and he knew with certainty that Dumbledore was lying. All was far from well. Voldemort was close, probably standing at the gates of the school with his army of Death Eaters. He slapped a hand over his scar and walked as steadily as he could from the hall, sagging down against the wall in the entrance hall. He wondered for a moment if the Horcrux in him was trying to rip itself out through his scar to join its master. He could still hear Dumbledore's magnified voice. "I would like everyone to calmly return to their houses. Prefects, head boy and girl, if you would see the younger students back to your houses please." Dumbledore's voice was drowned out then, by the sound of a hissing, terrifyingly cold voice. Your wards are falling, Dumbledore. Frightened screams sounded through the hall, as people recognized the voice of Voldemort, which continued, echoing through every corner of the school. Soon the castle shall be mine. Surrender, and perhaps I shall spare the lives of the impure who reside within it. Dumbledore's voice was drowned out then, by the sound of a hissing, terrifyingly cold voice. Your wards are falling, Dumbledore. Frightened screams sounded through the hall, as people recognized the voice of Voldemort, which continued, echoing through every corner of the school. Soon the castle shall be mine. Surrender, and perhaps I shall spare the lives of the impure who reside within it. There was an instant uproar in the great hall as the echo of Voldemort's magnified voice faded away into a brief moment of chilled silence. Harry shuddered as a wave of agony ripped through his skull, then peered into the hall. Raucous, scared, panicked voices filled it. The room had been busy in a bustle of activity at the Yule Ball, but it seemed smaller and more packed now, as students spread out, rushing to find friends and siblings, giving no heed to Dumbledore's voice as he tried to calm the students with a steady tone. It didn't take the headmaster long to realize that his tactic was not working, and he soon took another approach. Quiet, he boomed, and the commanding tone of his voice caused everyone to halt in their tracks, the yelling dying away immediately. In the sudden quiet, Harry realized he felt a sick sort of glee in the pit of his stomach and did his best to ignore it. He felt excited, too, and anticipation was curling in his gut. Suddenly several Patroni glided past him and out through a window. Harry recognized one as McGonagall's. Dumbledore's voice rang loud and clear through the great hall and through the doors into the entrance hall where Harry leaned against the cool stone wall. All students are to return to their dormitories. It is of the utmost importance that any and all instruction given to you by a teacher or prefect is followed immediately and exactly. Now please, everyone to their houses. For a moment nobody moved, as if expecting some other set of instructions, but none came and gradually the students began to move, voices rising to a crescendo again as some people started moving out of the hall. The teachers were not as hesitant as the students milling in the hall. Most had disappeared already, following whatever course had been planned in such an event. McGonagall's Patronus had probably gone to warn the order, and the others, too, had probably been going to call people to fight. There was no way that Harry was not going to fight, but he couldn't fight in the condition he was in now, with Voldemort so close. Pain was radiating through his head, making his eyes water. Harry peered around the corner of the entrance hall into the great hall, squinting. It was in chaos as prefects and teachers tried to organize the students, many of whom were panicking. The Aurors Owens and Mulgrave had materialized, and Harry saw several more Patroni glide past him and out of the castle. He had the sudden desire to know how they could be used to carry messages. He searched the crowds and spotted who he was looking for. Snape was over by the Slytherin table, and had managed to gather quite a crowd of younger Slytherin students, and they were filing in quite a calm line down into the dungeons, their small figures fading into the blackness of the stone archway. Harry took the opportunity and hurried to the nearest bathroom. It was empty, so he apparated as soon as the door swung shut behind him, reappearing a split second later in the potion master's gloomy office. Snape's office was quiet, the cold stone and jarred specimens completely oblivious to the chaos overhead. Harry moved around the desk, to the cabinet where he knew Snape usually kept the stronger pain relief potion he sometimes gave Harry after phytolimancy lessons. If he was going to fight, and there was nothing that could stop him, then he was going to need the potion in order to concentrate. He was slightly apprehensive about touching anything in Snape's office, given the wards Snape had erected specifically to deter Harry, but he couldn't recall any on these drawers. Fairly sure that it was only the actual office door that was warded, Harry took a deep breath and grabbed the handle of the cabinet. Nothing happened. Exhaling a rush of air, he turned the handle and opened the door. Nothing leapt out of him and no magic blocked him, so he reached in and collected 2 vials of the familiar potion. He hoped Snape wouldn't miss them, but suspected that he would. Too bad, Harry would have to deal with that when the time came. With the biggest issue sorted, Harry apparated to a higher level of the castle. He appeared in a corridor he'd been sure would be empty, though he found that there were students hurrying along. Luckily they were ahead of them, and, looking back, he saw that there was no one behind him. He ran after them and slipped into the crowd, searching for Hermione's bushy hair in the crowd of students pouring towards the Gryffindor common room. He spotted her after a few minutes. She had come up after him, ushering along a large group of first and second years, some who had tears of fright, if not running down their cheeks then sparkling in their eyes. Harry caught Hermione by the arm as she swept past, her arm around a particularly tiny girl who seemed to be trembling with terror. "What is it, Harry?" she asked, slightly breathless, though her tone was strong, without the quaver of fear many of the voices he could hear had. "Call the DA," he said quietly. He knew the teachers would most likely forbid students to fight. He also knew that many, like him, would want to, and that they would, no matter what they were told. Given that, it was better to arrange some sort of plan, rather than just have so many individuals charging in with no thought-out actions. He could see, though, that there was no way any of the younger students would be able to stand up to the Death Eaters, or anything else that Voldemort had out there, so he added, just the older students. "I don't know, 6th years and above." He ended it as a question, wondering what she thought. She nodded slowly. "Yes, all right." Harry nodded once and headed off again, spotting Ron cajoling along a group of students who looked unsure that holing up in the common room was the best thing to do under the circumstances. Harry couldn't help but wonder the same thing. Once Voldemort breached Hogwarts' outer wards, were there any others, or other types of magic protecting the castle? Would students be safe in the common rooms, or would the professors move them somewhere else? He knew there must be some sort of plan in order, and he needed to know what it was. Slipping away from the crowded corridors, he found an empty one and pulled out his invisibility cloak. He could feel the weight of the pendant on his chest, his wand cool against his upper arm, Saul's curled around his waist, and the map folded in his pocket. Now invisible, he apparated to the chamber library. "You need to stay here, Salazar." Saul's curled up Harry's arm and out of his collar. The snake had sensed the panic in the air, Harry could tell, as Salazar's tongue was darting out to taste the air rapidly, again and again, and his eyes were glittering dangerously. "You'll be safe here," hissed Harry, running a finger over the snake's scales as he slithered down onto a heat rock. "What is happening?" inquired Salazar, stretching out his long body from the table so that his head was almost as high as Harry's. "Voldemort ISSS here," replied Harry. "But don't worry. Want to fight," hissed Sauls. "Bite, bite, bite." Sauls bared his fangs in a loud hiss. Harry grinned. "Not this time, sorry." With that, he apparated again, this time to the waterfall painting. He stepped into it and then jumped through to his usual painting that looked down upon Dumbledore's office. It was packed with many of the school's teachers, their faces strained and severe. "It will take them several hours to get all of the wards down," Dumbledore was saying calmly. "We should start evacuating the students, Albus. A couple of hours is little time, but it's enough to get the students safely out," said McGonagall, worry lines creasing her forehead. Dumbledore inclined his head. "Of course. As soon as the word comes that all students are accounted for, they will all be moved out as planned." "What about those who wish to fight?" asked McGonagall, surprising Harry. There were murmurs of dissent around the office, and cries of dismay. "They'll want to fight," continued McGonagall. "Not the younger students, of course, but those of age are quite within their right if they wish to stay." Several teachers nodded their heads slowly at that, though most still seemed to agree. Dumbledore stroked his beard, then said, "Say nothing to the students. Those who wish to stay will do so of their own accord. There is no sense in pressuring students to stay who would not otherwise." "Of course," replied McGonagall, nodding. Harry felt the fake galleon in his pocket heat up, and realized that Hermione was calling the DA together. He had no doubt they'd want to fight. Harry noticed a portion of the room seemed to be constantly jostling, and looking closer he saw that there was a ghost amongst them. He realized the ghost must be going to pass on the results of the meeting to the others, and wondered how the ghosts could help. Order members would come, but there were a great deal of them, not compared to the amount of Death Eaters that Voldemort had. The Ministry might send orders, if they even got the message. Harry noticed that Dumbledore's fire was dormant, and wondered at that. At a time like this, he was sure it should be flaring to life. Had it been blocked by Voldemort so that the school could not communicate with anyone? At that point, 4 patroni entered the office one after the other and announced, in the voices of various professors, that all students were accounted for in their common rooms. Harry wondered how he'd been included in that and assumed Hermione had covered it somehow. Dumbledore spoke again, this time to delegate duties to those gathered. The evacuation shall begin. Hagrid will have already opened the route. Vector, Mulgrave, I want you to join Phileas in assisting the Ravenclaws. Sybil, Nymphadora and Owens join Pomona. As he spoke, teachers moved out of the office without waiting to hear the rest. Minerva, join your house. Charlie and Charity, if you would also aid the Gryffindors in finding their way. Aurora, Irma and Wilhelmina, join Severus. Cuthbert, if you and Helen could organize the ghosts. Septima, please see to the suits of armor. Rolanda, I do believe we could do with an aerial advantage. Find us the best brooms we have. The office emptied out quickly as teachers went to evacuate the students, and Harry wondered where exactly the exit point was. He could wait in the common room to find out, but time was ticking on now, and he had something else to do. He jumped through to the picture of Abraxas Malfoy that sat in Malfoy's room. It was characteristically empty, and was the Slytherin's private room. Harry fell out of the painting, with a strong suspicion as to where exactly Malfoy was. He reached into his pocket, pulled out and unfolded the Marauder's map, hoping that he wasn't too late. He scanned the map, spotted Malfoy's form after only a few seconds. He clenched his jaw. The Slytherin was moving slowly, sneaking, probably, around the side of the castle from a rear entrance. Scattered between him and the castle's gates, Harry could see several students, no doubt heading to join Voldemort's army. Harry wondered if they'd been called or were going of their own volition. Seeing that he had little time, Harry apparated once again, appearing without a sound in the dark, quiet grounds. A second later he heard soft footsteps and Malfoy passed. Harry stepped out of the tiny space between the castle's wall and a tree that he'd apparated into and moved towards the Slytherin's dark figure. Malfoy was shrouded in his Death Eater robes, his silver mask already in place. He didn't even see Harry approach. Angry, Harry grabbed the Slytherin's shoulder hard and swung him into the wall of the castle with enough force to hear a loud thud as his head hit the wall. Malfoy gave a yell. Your duty to protect the school is it, hissed Harry, digging his wand under Malfoy's chin. Quiet, he ordered when Malfoy struggled to talk. Harry was all too aware that there were others following Malfoy's path out of the school, and he cast a wordless silencio in case Malfoy tried to attract their attention. The Slytherin's body was tense, and he struggled with Harry for freedom. Footsteps approached, and at hearing them, Malfoy stilled, as did Harry. Another figure, also in Death Eater robes, hurried past, disappearing into the fog that limited Harry's sight. When the footsteps died away, Harry stepped back, releasing Malfoy, though he kept his wand trained directly at the Slytherin. To his surprise, Malfoy toppled silently to the ground and Harry realized he had unwittingly cast a body-bind curse on him. Malfoy's face was livid, at first from not being able to make a sound, and then again at the revelation that he couldn't move. Deciding it was easier for the moment, Harry left him that way and lengthened the pendant's chain so that it slipped over Malfoy's inert frame. Harry apparated them before Malfoy could think of anything, and then removed the chain as soon as they appeared. Tugging Malfoy's wand from his unmoving hand, Harry pocketed it and then flicked his wand casually at the Slytherin. Enervate. Malfoy hurriedly pushed himself off the ground, looking supremely angry and embarrassed. His pale eyes darted towards the pocket that Harry had secured his wand in, then up to Harry's own wand. What do you want? He spat, venom in his voice. Harry gave a casual shrug, though he knew his face looked cold. I was just wondering where you were going. Looked to me like you were rushing off to join your father and all his friends out there beyond the wards. Malfoy cast a quick glance in the direction he'd been heading, and said nothing, instead crossing his arms and settling back with a scowl on his face. All you have to do is not go, said Harry forcefully, enunciating his words clearly. Just not go, repeated Malfoy mockingly, rolling his eyes, before his gaze turned stormy and his voice rose to a yell. He's expecting me. We've been called, all of us, and if I don't go I'm dead. He'll know I'm against him, and might I remind you, Potter, that I'm not. Malfoy took a step forward, his finger which he'd been poking into his own chest at random intervals, turning towards Harry and digging sharply into his instead. Harry took the smallest of steps back. You told me it was your duty to protect the school and its students. Now you're telling me you're running to fight against us. The students are being evacuated, retorted Malfoy. Do you really think they're all going? I'm staying to fight, and I can tell you, I won't be the only one. And even if there were no students, what about the castle? It won't be destroyed, defended Malfoy. The fight won't get that far. Anyone who fights will be defeated on the lawns. The Dark Lord's army is you have no idea, Potter. It's too big, too powerful. I don't care how big it is, returned Harry, his voice rising. I'm still fighting. Not because I think anyone is right or wrong. I'm fighting because I want to protect my friends, and my home. Do the same thing. Stop being a coward. I'm not a coward, yelled Malfoy, so loudly Harry was sure it must have hurt his throat. Then stop making excuses not to do the right thing. Malfoy clenched his jaw. In case you haven't realized by now, you and I have a different view of what the right thing is. And sure, I might want to protect my friends, but half of them are out there, yelled Malfoy, gesturing wildly. As is most of my family. I don't care, yelled Harry again. Wouldn't care, said Malfoy quietly, ice in his voice and in his eyes. Well, I suppose I wouldn't expect you to understand that particular concept. Harry stopped short, realizing what he had said. Malfoy turned away and walked a few steps, letting out a strangled yell at nothing in particular. Harry grabbed fistfuls of his hair, trying to alleviate the pressure pounding in his skull. He'd need to take the potion soon, the time to fight was drawing near. He took a deep breath and forced himself to let go of his anger. Just listen, all right, just for a minute, then you can do what you want. You can make your choice, whatever choice you want. Choice, repeated Malfoy, a sneer in his voice. Well, maybe it's not a choice at all. Maybe a way not to choose. 10 minutes later, they appeared in nearly the same spot as they'd apparated from, Harry unsure whether or not he'd convinced Malfoy. Malfoy cast a look around them, on the alert for anyone approaching. His nostrils flared and he gave Harry a sneer. Don't make me regret this, Potter. You regretting it isn't up to me. Quote. The Slytherin gave him a foul look and turned on his heel, striding into the darkness. Just before he disappeared into the mist, his hand slipped into his pocket, pulled out the slim sliver mask, and moved it up to his face. An hour later, Harry looked down from the castle's tallest tower, upon the lawns of Hogwarts, on the crowds gathered there. Dawn had come, and light was just peeking over the horizon. Clinging to the shingles of the roof with his claws, his body wound around the spire, he inspected the two armies. There was a large crowd defending Hogwarts, though it seemed smaller than the one Voldemort had brought with him. He could see small figures in the crowd, too small to be 7th or even 6th years, brave students who had crept out despite the teacher's orders. He could easily pick out the large group of Weasleys by their red hair, and Hermione was standing beside them. He saw a large group of tall, silvery figures, and realized that they were the knights that lined the Hogwarts corridors. In addition, there was a small group of centaurs. Looking to Voldemort's army, Harry saw a wide variety of fighters. There were a considerable number of Death Eaters, more than Harry had ever seen in one place before, their silver masks luminescent in the early morning light. Harry suspected that most of Voldemort's Death Eaters were probably present tonight, for such an important attack. He recognized Inferi by pictures he'd seen in their defense classes. They were pale, pasty figures, hunched and with an odd sheen to their skin. They swayed creepily in unison, their sights fixed unblinkingly on their opposition. Harry identified Fenrir Greyback by his build, the broad shoulders and clawed hands giving away his identity despite the silver mask he wore. He wondered how many other werewolves were there. Suddenly the crowd fell silent as dull rumbling filled the air, and out of the shadows at the forest's edge stepped 9 giants, dwarfing everything around them. A murmur of apprehension went up from the Hogwarts crowd, and Harry realized it was about to begin. He took off. He felt a thrill of surprise when he saw something flying to his left. Looking over, he saw that stone gargoyles had alighted from the towers and were descending to the grass. There were gasps from both crowds as they caught sight of him flying lower towards them, and, their eyes fixed on him, they did not see the orange dragon that rose from a clearing in the forbidden forest and flew in from the opposite direction. Their gaze snapped around to it though, when Malfoy gave a loud roar. Harry felt a stab of relief, tinged with surprise. A part of him had not expected Malfoy to do what he'd asked him to. Malfoy sat down on the grass between the two armies and let out another roar in the direction of Voldemort's, while Harry went straight for the nearest giant. There was no point waiting for someone else to announce the beginning. He would start it himself, or they would lose the element of surprise. This was something Voldemort wouldn't have expected, or prepared for. The giant was slow, its arms moving almost as if in slow motion as it made to wave Harry away, even though Harry was probably as long as the giant was tall. The lumbering giant was far too slow for him, and had the disadvantage of being below Harry. He spun around the giant, and it twisted, trying to keep sight of Harry, which made it confused very quickly. As it turned, Harry pushed off its head with his legs, and used his strong tail to help push the monster over. It gave an angry howl as it lost its overbalanced and crashed to the ground. Harry flew low over the Death Eaters. They aimed spells at him, but the jets of light bounced harmlessly off of his scales. He hissed, sending a jet of his acidic venom spraying over a group of them. His sensitive ears picked up the sizzling hiss of it burning through whatever it had hit, and several different voices started yelling in pain. A wall of fire came from his left, though it didn't reach the Death Eaters. Most likely Malfoy was afraid of hurting anyone he knew, and Harry could understand his divided loyalties. The fireball certainly scared them though, and the huge group took a collective step back, giving a shout of surprise in unison. Harry flew low over them again, letting his tail drag through the mass of black robes and silver masks. The army defending Hogwarts was making the utmost of the opportunity. Spells from their side began to hit Death Eaters, who realized they should start fighting back. The grass had caught fire in one place, and was creating a nice barrier between the two groups, though only at one end. Fight! Fight! Yelled Voldemort's high, cold voice, though Harry couldn't pinpoint where it had come from. The Death Eaters surged forward, along with the assortment of magical creatures fighting with them. Harry took down another giant, biting its neck as he flew past. It stumbled, a confused frown appearing on its face. Then it went down, falling to its knees and then flat on its face. He wasn't sure, but he thought he could see a tiny leg sticking out from under where it had fallen. Everyone else had realized in time and scattered out of the way. He saw Malfoy sweep his tail along the ground, tripping over 24 attackers as they ran forward, and more were dropping from the spells sent their way. There were a lot of them though, and Harry could see students and teachers being hit by their spells. When the fighters met, it was too difficult to determine who was who, so Harry flew to the back of the group and picked up some Death Eaters as he flew overhead. He flew higher and then let them go. It wasn't high enough to kill them, but judging by the crunches and cracks he heard as they hit the ground, they wouldn't be doing much fighting either. He took down 2 more giants, blinding one with his venom and knocking another into the trees, then flew to the forest. They'd had a big impact, swinging the battle in Hogwarts' favor right from the beginning. It was time to transform. Malfoy was flying there too, and they sat down in the biggest clearing they could find. Harry transformed, to see Malfoy already in his human form and running from the clearing. Malfoy! Called Harry, and the Slytherin spun with a look of anger on his face, pulling his silver mask from a pocket. I've done my part, he yelled. Now let me go. He turned and ran again, and after a moment Harry followed, pushing through the sharp branches and leaves blocking him from the battle. He broke out into the light, his wand already drawn. No sooner had he broken the tree line, than he was forced to duck. A jet of green light that had missed some other target shot past him, and hit a figure several yards along the tree line. The black-robed figure dropped like a stone, their silver mask glinting in the dappled light. It was already clear that Voldemort had lost. All the giants had been taken down, and the Inferi had been greatly deterred by the fire that Malfoy had started, preferring to sneak around the edges than run in and fight. The Death Eaters seemed to be fighting desperately, knowing they were at a disadvantage now that the Inferi and giants had been suddenly removed from their battle plan. It still seemed to take an age before there was an outraged shriek and Voldemort gave the order for the Death Eaters and other followers to disapparate. Many did so instantly, some others pausing briefly to enervate fellow Death Eaters, or simply to drag unconscious figures into their arms and sidelong apparate them. It didn't take long for the cracks of apparition to fade from the grounds. There was a few moments of silence before a cheer went up from those still standing. Harry wandered across the grass, and his eyes fell on a red-headed figure lying still on the ground. "Ginny!" he exclaimed, rushing over and kneeling beside her. She was unconscious, her robes torn and her face smudged with dirt. He felt for a pulse, but wasn't really sure where to look. He pointed his wand at her. "Enervate." He felt a flood of relief as she stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Harry," she breathed, her eyes widening as she realized where she was. "What happened? It's over. We won. He's gone." Ginny gave a sigh of relief, leaning her head against his arm momentarily. He helped her up, and they set off towards where most people seemed to be congregating. A large patch of grass was scorched where Draco's fire had burned, now extinguished, though in some places it still smoldered, the smell of smoke drifting through the air. Groups of students, teachers, Aurors and Order members were gathered around fallen people, helping them to their feet. "Harry." He looked back. "What?" he snapped. "Sorry," he added, softening his tone. He realized somewhere along the way that he'd stopped supporting Ginny as they walked and started dragging her by the arm. He released it and slowed his pace, letting her lean on him again. She was limping slightly, a cut on her ankle bleeding badly. A tent had been set up, and they headed there, finding Madame Pomfrey rushing hurriedly from one conjured stretcher to the next. Everyone appeared to be in fairly good spirits, and Harry heard someone say, "No casualties," to someone else as they passed. He tried to keep the raging anger that came from Voldemort at bay, pushing it down below his occlumency shields. It was better, but there was still an edge of it tainting the relief and sense of triumph he felt. Harry sat Ginny down in a free chair, and seeing that Madame Pomfrey was busy, he kneeled down to look at her ankle himself. In both charms and defense, they'd covered various basic healing charms, and he was able to staunch the flow of blood from the wound, though he'd have to leave anything further to someone more skillful. He left the tent, with the intention of finding anyone else who needed help. Around the place, the Aurors were binding the few Death Eaters who hadn't been apparated away by anyone. Harry stepped around the corner of the tent, and was met by a disturbing sight. Rodolphus Lestrange lay on the ground, his mask beside his body and his glassy eyes staring lifelessly up at the blinding sun. He started to walk off, but then stopped short as a sudden thought occurred to him. He looked around. On this side of the tent, the lawns were quiet. He walked back over to the body, keeping an ear out for anyone coming around the side of the tent. Harry had had enough of Lestranges, and he didn't want to have anything more to do with them if he could help it. There was another body covered by a sheet, and it seemed to be slightly flatter than was normal. The sheet was stained red, and Harry remembered the leg he'd seen sticking out from under one of the fallen giants. Grimacing, he decided he'd just have to go with Lestrange. Harry dusted off his hands and walked the few meters back to the edge of the forbidden forest, glancing back the way he'd come as he stepped out of the trees. His path was invisible, the trees settling back into place as if he'd never been there at all. "Harry, mate." Harry whipped around. "Ron." The redhead approached with a wide grin on his face. "We showed them, Not one casualty on our side, and they were running like cockroaches." Harry grinned at Ron's exuberance. "And did you hear? Avery was the guy that got squashed by the giant, and Rodolphus was killed by another Death Eater's killing curse." Ron continued to narrate high points of the battle as they walked back towards the area people were congregating. By now, anyone who'd been badly injured, and there'd only been a few of those, had been taken up to the castle or to St. Mungo's, and there was little left to do. Seeing that, Ron and Harry headed up to the castle, passing Professor Sprout who, along with Neville, was fertilizing the ground where it had been burned. Even as they watched, the grass was beginning to grow back, greening the scorched earth again. At the sight, Ron once again launched into descriptions of the battle, this time the ones where a wyvern and a dragon had come to Hogwarts' aid. Indeed, Harry noticed as they walked into the Great Hall and sat down to eat. It seemed to be what everyone was talking about. Ron settled next to Hermione and wrapped an arm around her waist, while Harry sat on her other side. "Can you believe it though?" exclaimed Ron. "AW2 dragons, it was amazing. You should have seen he looks on those dirty Death Eaters' faces." "I'm sure Harry can believe it, Ron, and I'm sure he did see their faces, since he was there," said Hermione dryly, trying to stall Ron's enthusiasm. Harry's tactic of shoving a bowl of stew in front of Ron was slightly more effective. Later that night, Harry snuck out to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Everything looked different in the darkness compared with the bright sun earlier that morning, and his eyes were pretty much useless now. He cast his eyes about and, seeing no one, he stepped into the forest a few more meters until he found a reasonable-sized clearing, where he transformed. His eyes were much better now, but he followed his sense of smell instead, slithering through the undergrowth, the only sound the soft sliding of his scales over rotting leaves and tree roots, and the small scurry of small forest creatures as he approached. What he'd come for was where he'd left it, lying limp in the darkness where he'd concealed it under some fern fronds. Since he was already in wyvern form, he flapped his wings to hover slightly above the ground. With a bit of careful maneuvering, he grasped the cold lump in his claws and flapped his wings harder, lifting himself fully into the air and then above the treetops. He held it gingerly, knowing his claws could easily squash or pierce the soft cargo. He flew through the night air, almost invisible against the inky sky. Around the castle he flew, and to his usual landing spot on the courtyard. As usual, he transformed as he landed, the momentum carrying both him and Rodolphus Lestrange's body onto the stone paving. He landed on top of the dead body with a grunt. Harry stood and brushed himself off, then jogged a few meters and opened the door into the chamber. Going back, he slid his hands under the Lestrange's shoulders, hooking his arms under the man's armpits and pulling him towards the door. He grimaced as he dragged the Death Eater over the threshold and into the library. Once the man's feet had clunked onto the floor, Harry dropped him with a dull thud and closed the door. Now the only problem was where to put the man. He was going to start rotting, and the smell would be terrible. Of course, Harry wasn't planning on keeping him there that long. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The basilisk chamber had some sort of stasis charm over it that had stopped the basilisk from rotting. If he left the Death Eater there, he could keep him as long as he needed. The thought was a bit morbid, but if the opportunity was there, he may as well take advantage of it. Harry flicked his wand at the Death Eater and levitated him up the stairs and through the short stone passageway that led to the basilisk chamber. He walked to the far end, where shadows made the floor and wall impossible to see from any distance. He'd never come over here before, since there was, as far as he knew, nothing here. The flat stone floor was stopped by the rough wall, which had crumbled in places, littering the floor with small chunks of stone. He cleared an area and lowered the body onto the bare patch. He took a few steps back. There was no reason to come this far over, and even here, the body was barely indistinguishable from the shadows. He walked over to the basilisk and then turned to look where he'd left the body. He gave a grunt of satisfaction. Malfoy would never see it. Breakfast the next morning was a boisterous affair. The students who had been evacuated were already back in the castle, and with no casualties, everyone who'd stayed behind was excitedly relaying the events of the previous day. Harry had no doubt that once word of the battle got out, some of the students would be gone. Parents wouldn't want their children staying in a school that wasn't adequately protected. The wards were being erected again, but it was a process that would take weeks, at least, before they were back to the standard that they had been before. From what he'd heard, only the more recent wards had actually been destroyed. The more ancient wards, from the time when the castle had first been built, were still there, they'd just been suppressed. He hadn't thought to see if his pendant had worked while the wards were down, but suspected that it would have. Looking to the Slytherin table, Harry saw Malfoy seated in his usual spot, surrounded by the usual people. Harry was surprised to say the least that Malfoy and the other students who had fought with Voldemort were still allowed at Hogwarts. Dumbledore must know who they were. He certainly knew Malfoy was one, and Snape would have reported that sort of thing no matter what student it was. A rushing sound filled the air, and hall was filled with owls, delivering copies of the Daily Prophet. As expected, front page news was of the battle. Battle at Hogwarts School. In the early hours of yesterday morning, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was attacked by the armies of he who must not be named. No casualties have been reported on the Hogwarts side. Aging headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, has made assurances that all necessary measures were taken to ensure the safety of students during such an event, though this reporter still records reports of students horrifically injured during the battle. One must question whether Dumbledore's aging mind is still suited to the task of caring for over 1,000 children, especially in such times as these. Minister for Magic Septimus Thorne has vowed ministry support for the school, though what measures will be taken is yet to be determined. There are reports that one alleged Death Eater, Roland Avery, met a rather grisly end after being pinned between a rather large giant and the ground. Also killed during the battle was longtime follower of you-know-who Rodolphus Lestrange, husband of the recently deceased Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange. It suddenly and forcefully hit Harry that it wasn't just Rodolphus Lestrange that Harry had hidden down in the basilisk chamber, but Malfoy's uncle. He cringed at the thought. First Bellatrix the aunt, and now the uncle. He'd have to go back and make 100% sure the body couldn't be seen. He didn't feel particularly guilty. After all, he hadn't killed Rodolphus, but he was sure that Malfoy would consider what he was doing to be slightly improper. In a mysterious twist, the body is now missing, raising speculation that he did in fact survive. Multiple independent eyewitness accounts state, however, that he was hit with the killing curse. According to a close family source, the Malfoy family will be attending the reading of the Lestrange will. Now that was interesting. He supposed it was something he could have worked out for himself though. Narcissa Malfoy was Bellatrix's only relative, besides for Andromeda and Tonks, whom she considered blood traitors. It made sense that the Malfoys would inherit much of what Bellatrix had possessed. He supposed Rabaston might get something too, but the article seemed to suggest that it had been Bellatrix's relatives, rather than Rodolphus's who'd been the beneficiaries. According to a source, the two dragons who have taken up residence in the mountains around the school threatened the safety of students and teachers when they flew into the midst of crowds gathered on the lawns. Conflicting reports state that the dragons defended the school, ultimately contributing to the Hogwarts victory. Harry knew this was usually the type of thing that would please Malfoy's boastful nature. Looking up, he saw that Malfoy looked, not pleased, but relieved and relaxed. Harry felt a tap on his shoulder and twisted to see a fourth-year Slytherin student with a scroll of parchment. Professor Snape asked me to give this to you, he said, eyeing the Gryffindors with mistrust as some of them glared at him. Yesterday's fight certainly hadn't done anything to improve relations between the houses. Harry thanked him, much to the Slytherin's surprise, and unrolled the parchment. It said simply, "Present yourself at my office at 6 o'clock this evening." Classes had all been cancelled for the rest of the week so that the teachers could dedicate their time to resurrecting and reinforcing the castle's wards, but it wasn't a good time for Harry to stop practicing phytolymmancy. Of course, it could just be Snape wanting to know where his potions had gone. Harry had taken the second one that he'd stolen late the previous night. It had made him feel slightly woozy for a while, but it had passed and the potion had done its job, so he hadn't worried about it too much. That night at the prescribed time, Harry descended to the dungeons to find Snape's door sitting open and Snape moving around behind his desk. "Potter, come in," said Snape, and Harry stepped over the threshold and into the dim office. "Am I here for phytolymmancy?" asked Harry, taking his seat. Snape gave one sharp nod. "However, rather than go straight into phytolymmancy this evening, I think it would be better if we were to practice occlumency for a while. Do you agree?" Harry nodded. It made sense. Voldemort's feelings were becoming stronger, whether because Harry hadn't been practicing occlumency or because of the links between them. One of the benefits of occlumency was blocking out others, and suppressing emotion, so practicing it was bound to help. It had been quite a while since they'd done any occlumency, but it didn't take Harry long to realize that it made him feel more like himself than he had in a while. He felt calmer and happier, and the anger he'd been feeling in the back of his mind had drained away completely. Harry hardly felt like moving on to phytolymmancy when Snape decided they'd practiced occlumency for long enough. The calmness he felt was shattered as soon as he stepped from his soul into the Horcrux. He made his way through it quickly to the bridge, and into the soul that inhabited Voldemort's body. From there, he summoned the round room and went into the unknown Horcrux. The bridge seemed extremely precarious, and he wondered how long it would take before the link was broken completely. He hoped it would be soon. After all, it had been months since they'd started Phytolemancy, and it would be good to see some real progress. The unknown Horcrux was as silent as usual, save for the winds and whispers. He'd never seen a representation of Voldemort in here, and wondered why. He walked for a while, but gradually the searing pain in his scarf forced him to sit down. It was difficult to keep his thoughts on happy memories, but by using occlumency and pushing any other thoughts beneath his barriers, it was easier to keep only those thoughts close. After about 15 minutes he began to feel lightheaded, and stood to make his way back. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he stood still for a moment until he felt right. He began walking, and a few steps on, he noticed a shiny silveriness in the darkness ahead. As he neared it, he realized it was his invisibility cloak. When he reached it, he picked it up and shoved it deep into the pocket of his robes. With the link between the Horcrux and whatever held it, he didn't want to leave part of his consciousness lying around. He had no idea what would happen if his consciousness was here when the Horcrux detached itself, but it seemed logical to Harry that that part of his consciousness would be lost. And, though it was probably only a small part, it didn't seem wise to be without it. Not an hour before, he'd been wondering why he'd never come across a representation of Voldemort in the Horcrux. But as he stepped off the bridge, he nearly jumped out of his skin when an almost impossible to hear voice spoke his name. He quickened his pace. He didn't think it was a representation of Voldemort. It was Voldemort. He'd only taken a few steps when the child Tom appeared in the darkness, the Marin jumper that swamped his small frame doing nothing to make him less threatening. He was joined shortly by the teenage Tom Riddle, who crossed his arms and gazed disparagingly at Harry for a few moments before stating quietly, "He's over here." "Harry Potter," breathed the bodiless voice again. Harry craned his neck, trying to pinpoint anything in the darkness. It was impossible to tell where the voice had come from. It seemed to emanate from all directions at once. "Where are you?" The whispered question faded away into the winds. "Here," said the prefect again. "Here," echoed the younger one. Suddenly a cold hand gripped him by the arm, chilling him to the bone. He gave a yell and tore his arm away from the hand's grasp. "Where?" Harry ran through the darkness until he lost sight of the representations. It wasn't far, but there were more important and effective ways to hide. Harry shut his eyes and focused on his occlumency shield, pushing everything down below them, hiding his thoughts and feelings in a place where they couldn't be reached. It was difficult. The pain he could feel made it almost impossible to think, but after a few minutes, he'd heard no more whispers and felt nothing more. He realized he'd collapsed at some point and stood, doing his best to keep any emotion from entering his mind. He staggered back to his own soul where Snape was waiting to help him back. Once he'd calmed down, Harry explained to Snape what had happened. "He knows now. He's got to. He's saying my name. Calm down, Potter. We knew this would happen. You have made a phenomenal amount of progress. We could not expect him to not realize, eventually, and then make his own." Was his form more definite this time? Harry shook his head. "No, not really, but he grabbed my arm, or at least something did. I didn't see anything more than last time though." Snape nodded. "A physical reaction on your part to his consciousness, catching yours, momentarily. When he learns how to access his own soul, then you shall see him more physically, I believe. Of course, you must remember that in the soul, as within the mind, things exist only as you imagine them. If he so chooses, he could remain invisible. If I felt him grab my arm though, doesn't that mean he was there in his soul?" Snape shook his head. "Not necessarily. Anything you feel from an outside influence when in the mind or soul is imagined, you must remember that. He may have grabbed at you in a metaphorical way, and your mind interpreted it physically. He seemed angry that he couldn't find me. You can imagine. For someone so accomplished at legilimency, and no doubt quite proficient in the art of occlumency also, he must be quite frustrated, and surely concerned, to say the least, that with these skills, he still cannot determine exactly what is going on. Harry nodded slowly, massaging his head. He felt like throwing up, and moving too fast made him dizzier. Seeing this, Snape stood and turned to the cupboard where he kept the special pain relief potion he sometimes gave Harry. He rummaged around for a moment before closing the cupboard and turning to look at Harry, his brow creased. Harry waited expectantly for him to hold out a vial, but Snape produced nothing for him. Harry had forgotten about the vials he'd taken, but he remembered them now. Snape had obviously just discovered them missing. Pressing his luck, Harry asked, "Can I have S?" "No," said Snape shortly, his arms crossed as he looked down his nose at Harry. "You have been taking this potion without my permission," he stated. Quickly deciding there was no point in trying to get out of this one, Harry nodded. "Only for the battle. I couldn't even think straight otherwise. I needed it." "I beg to differ. You could have left with the other students like you were told to." "I couldn't not fight. In actual fact, you could have not fought, Potter. The only thing keeping you here was your own ignorant, stubborn nature," sneered the potion's master. "How many did you take?" "2," replied Harry, choosing to ignore the insult. He was feeling increasingly detached. "Time frame. I don't know," groaned Harry. "One that night, the other the next morning sometime." Snape appeared extremely displeased by this announcement. "Wonderful. Well, you will not be having any tonight." "I need it." "You do not need it, Potter. You want it. There is a significant difference." "Please," argued Harry, thinking that he probably wasn't above begging. His head felt like it was splitting in two. "No is my final answer. I will assist you to the hospital wing and Madame Pomfrey can take care of you." "Come on." Snape stood, motioning for Harry to stand as well. He did so, and promptly collapsed on the floor. His bones and muscles felt like jelly, and with nothing to halt his fall, his head hit the stone floor with a loud crack. When Harry woke, he was in the hospital wing, crisp white sheets pulled up to his chin. He felt groggy, but otherwise fine, apart from the slight headache that was the norm since he'd left part of his consciousness in Voldemort's soul. He felt around for his glasses and pushed them onto his nose, and the room came into focus. Madame Pomfrey was tending to another student, who seemed to be covered in a large number of hairy purple boils. Harry pulled the curtain around his bed and changed into a fresh robe that was hung over the chair next to his bed, and when he was finished Madame Pomfrey came over to check on him. "Good morning, and how do you feel today?" "Fine, thanks." "Well, you seem to be in good spirits. You can't go just yet, though. Professor Snape wants to see you first, so just wait here while I call him up." Harry groaned and finished putting his shoes on, before leaning back on the pillows. "He's on his way," called Madame Pomfrey from her office a minute later. 10 minutes later, Snape still hadn't arrived, and Harry decided the potion's master was taking his time just to punish him. Just as the thought occurred to Harry, who'd been keeping his eye on the fireplace, expecting Snape to flow up, the professor strode into the hospital wing with a snap of his cloak. The student with the purple boils gave a high squeak, then visibly relaxed when Snape's piercing gaze targeted Harry. "Potter," said Snape, coming to stand next to Harry's bed and drawing himself up. He was silent for a few moments before he drew his wand and wordlessly cast a charm. Harry recognized the wand movement as the Muffaliato charm that he'd found in Snape's old potions textbook. "Yes, sir?" asked Harry, noting that Snape seemed to be waiting for something. Snape sneered slightly, as though disappointed, or disgusted. "Then, you are to take no potions of any kind for the remainder of the week. Is that understood?" Harry nodded, then scowled. "What about after Phytolemoncy? If need be we can put off further lesson until next week." Harry's scowl darkened, and Snape raised a displeased eyebrow. "That does not suit you. Well, perhaps you will consider that before taking excessive amounts of a potion, without asking permission, or considering the consequences. I took it because I needed it. It makes me feel better. Besides, I was completely fine. It is effective, Potter, because it contains certain potent, and dangerous, ingredients which numb the senses. That is why I only gave it to you when I truly thought you needed it. That is why it is not stocked in the hospital wing where any student could have access to it. 2 doses within the time span that you took them was highly dangerous, and completely careless. As for you being completely fine, I highly doubt you were functioning at your best, and had you taken another dose tonight, there is every chance there would have been serious side effects. Don't see why you couldn't just. Perhaps you think I enjoyed prolonging the pain you were in? Inquired Snape delicately. I don't know, maybe you did. Spat Harry, then felt silly for the childish comeback. Snape sneered mockingly. Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey mentioned that some of the potions kept here, said Snape, indicating the medicine cabinet, have also mysteriously disappeared. Harry remained silent and Snape's nostrils flared. Well, he hissed. Fine, snapped Harry. I took some. Snape pursed his lips and stood silently. 20 points for stealing from me, another 20 for stealing from Madame Pomfrey. You will have detention, where you will work. I do not want to see you outside of classes, and I do not want to find that you have been endangering your health again. Without waiting for any kind of reaction, Snape gave Harry one last sneer and swept away, murmuring something to Madame Pomfrey and then exiting the infirmary. The next week, the wards had been fully resurrected, and there were only a few teachers still working on them, in odd hours, probably putting up entirely new ones. Classes resumed, and one Monday, the 7th years were taken on another excursion, this time to the Ministry of Magic. Harry wondered at the wisdom of sending them into the Death Eater-run ministry, but now that they were here, he hardly suspected it himself. It seemed no different on the outside to how it had when he'd been here years ago. Aside from that, there were 5 teachers with them, along with Owens, Mulgrave and Tonks, who were under disillusionment charms. He supposed since the battle, the ministry wanted to show that they were more secure and in control than Hogwarts, and any attack on ministry grounds would only make them look bad. It was busy in the atrium. People were bustling around, back and forth, crisscrossing the wide marble floor between the public flows, front desk and the elevators. No one could see him, however. He'd been instructed to stay beneath his invisibility cloak for the entirety of the excursion. The class passed by the fountain in the middle of the room, heading towards a bare patch of wall in a quiet area of the atrium. Here, Harry. Harry took the small piece of parchment that Hermione handed him, seeing that it was an itinerary of their day. It seemed they were going to be going through most of the ministry's departments. He scanned the list, noting the ones that interested him. The Department of Mysteries would be interesting, though he doubted they'd be allowed to see much of it. He certainly didn't want to go anywhere near the Veil. The Department for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts didn't interest him a whole lot, but it would be good to see Mr. Weasley, if he was there. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement would be good, since that was where the Aurors worked. He wasn't sure that was what he wanted to do anymore, though. In fact, when he really thought about it, he had no idea what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. He couldn't even think about it with any sort of commitment, not when he had so much to think about now. The Department of Magical Games and Sports could be interesting. He wouldn't mind doing something like that as a career, something easy and fun, with no real responsibility. A few of the other departments they would be visiting were those for international magical cooperation, transport, magical accidents and catastrophes, and the regulation and control of magical creatures. The first place they went was the Department for International Magical Cooperation. Hermione seemed thoroughly interested in the speech that they were given, but it bored Harry completely. He found the talker's monotonous voice and subject matter completely banal. It seemed they were getting those sorts out of the way, because the next 2 departments they visited held no interest for him. In fact, the first thing he saw that interested him was an office door that they passed on the way to the Department of Transport. The plaque, looking as if it had been recently polished, read Dolores Umbridge, head of the Muggleborn Registration Commission. Harry frowned. He hadn't heard of that before. He wondered what it was. Realizing he'd fallen slightly behind the group, he ran to catch up. Murmured Ron, whose eyes were nearly shut. He looked like he was about to fall asleep. I have to do something. Can you cover for me? Ron's eyes snapped open. Where are you going? He whispered out of the side of his mouth. Can't say. I'll catch up with you soon though. Take me with you. Ned Ron. Harry grinned. See you soon. He crossed back to the other side of the room, suddenly grateful to Dumbledore for insisting he stay underneath his invisibility cloak the entire time. The school group was already moving on, shuffling through a doorway into what looked, from here, to be a hallway. Harry cast his eyes about the room behind him. Everybody seemed focused on the tasks in front of them, so he opened the door and slipped inside. No alarm bells rang, though he would be surprised if there were no wards of any kind on the office, so once inside, he moved quickly. At first glance, the office seemed to be too full of stuff for him to possibly find what he was looking for, if it was even here. On closer inspection, however, much of the clutter in the office was ornamentation. Little porcelain kittens in different poses paraded across the mantelpiece and the edge of the desk, paintings of frolicking kittens on the walls. All of the pink fluffiness was sickening. He tried a summoning charm, but there was no movement in the office. He moved around the desk and pulled out each drawer, muttering the Parseltongue opening charm to bypass whatever locking charms she had used on them. He found nothing. The desktop was covered in paperwork, none of which interested him. He scouted around the edges of the office, looking in the cabinets around the edge, but what he was looking for wasn't in them. As he walked past the end of the desk, he brushed against a stack of papers, and a leaflet fluttered to the floor. Harry bent and picked it up. It seemed to be a draft copy of a pamphlet, titled Muggleborns and the Dangers They Pose to a Peaceful Pure-Blood Society. Harry clenched his teeth in anger, clenching the pamphlet in his hands. He touched his wand to the tip of the pamphlet, and though incendio. The corner took alight, and the flames began to devour the paper. He threw it onto the desk, where the fire spread to other documents and doilies. As the flames began to lick at the wooden surface of the desk, it occurred to Harry that he was becoming something of a pyromaniac, like Malfoy had said after he'd burned down Privet Drive. His lips quirked at the thought. It wasn't his fault fire was such an efficient way to destroy things. The smoke started to irritate his eyes, so he left the office, ignoring the startled yells he heard when he opened the door and a cloud of smoke drifted out behind him. It seemed he'd left the office just in time, too, for Umbridge herself was waddling at a rapid pace in his direction, a group of ministry guards hurrying behind her. A scowl darkened his face on catching sight of the toad-like woman. He took in her appearance, grimacing at the pastel pink robes she wore. Her brown hair was curled tightly on top of her head, and an assortment of gaudy jewelry items hung around her neck, triggering Harry's interest. "Put it out! Put it out!" she shrilled, stopping suddenly and pointing a stubby finger at the burning office. The guards ran forward, brandishing their wands, jets of water spurting through the doorway in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Harry smirked as he swept smoothly past Umbridge, whose face was a deep puce as she gasped for breath. He came to a stop slightly behind her, a safe spot given that no one seemed to want to come within 10 feet of her. After a few minutes, the fire was gotten under control and finally doused. Umbridge trundled to her office, her face livid. "Get out! Out now!" she snapped, making shooing motions at the guards who had put out the fire. The filed out and Umbridge went in. Harry stepped in after her, just in time to avoid having his cloak caught in the door as she slammed it behind her. Umbridge surveyed her office, hands on her tubby hips. She gave an extremely dissatisfied harumph, and then set off to see if anything was to be saved. She gave a small cough, and pulled a white silk handkerchief out of her pocket, placing it over her mouth as she walked. Harry moved slightly so that he brushed against a low table that sat next to the door. A small porcelain cat fell to the floor, smashing into 100 pieces on impact. Umbridge gave a small shriek and spun around, her eyes darting around the ashen room. "Who's there?" she squeaked, drawing her wand and making a slashing movement in the air, possibly in what she thought was a threatening manner. The fact that she jumped back slightly as she did so made it seem nothing more than defensive, and slightly humorous. Needless to say, Harry didn't deign to answer. He pointed his wand at her, making sure to keep in within the confines of his cloak. He cast a silent body bind charm, and Umbridge toppled to the floor like a dead weight. Harry summoned her dropped handkerchief as he approached, and then dropped it over her eyes when he reached her. Kneeling beside her, he sifted through the many chains that hung around her neck. He ignored the ones made of silver and focused on the gold ones. He could feel that what he was looking for was close, and sure enough, the second gold chain he inspected was attached to the locket that Umbridge had bought off of Mundungus. Harry made a tisk tisk sound. "This doesn't belong to you," he said, his tone like he was talking to a small child. He flicked his wand at her body, muttering, "Wingardium Leviosa," so that she drifted off the floor slightly. Harry drew the locket's chain up over her head and then lowered her back onto the floor. He stood, slipping the chain around his own neck. The Horcrux hung pleasantly against this chest. Spinning on his heel, Harry strode from the room, not worrying about the people who were still gathered outside of Umbridge's office. He had a skip in his step as he pulled out the itinerary to see where he would find his classmates. "Where've you been?" asked Ron, keeping his voice low when Harry nudged him 10 minutes later and alerted him that he was back. "I'll tell you later," whispered Harry, and settled in to listen to a wizard telling them all about the Department of International Wizarding Relations. Back at Hogwarts, he apparated directly to the basilisk chamber. Once there, it didn't take him long to find the basilisk fang that he'd once pulled out of his arm. It was exactly where he had discarded it, lying alone near the wall of the chamber, in a shallow puddle of cold water. Grasping the fang in one hand, he untangled the chain of the locket from the chain of the pendant, pulling it off his neck. He held the locket up by the chain. There was something mesmerizing about the way it glinted in the dim light of the wall sconces, and it called to him in some deep way he couldn't really describe. He knew what it was, knew it was the soul in the locket calling to the Horcrux in his own body, but it still felt pleasant somehow. Knowing he was being stupid, but convincing himself he could always do it later, Harry dropped the fang and apparated to the library, still holding the chain above his head. It was odd. The locket felt foreign and ugly to one part of him, but another part of him wanted to possess it, was jealous of it. That part of him found the locket familiar, and comfortable. He slipped it around his neck again and it clinked against the pendant before settling into place. Monday brought to Hogwarts 2 visitors, one welcome, and one not so welcome. Harry was walking down to breakfast with Ginny when he spotted Professor McGonagall conversing with Lupin in the entrance hall. He didn't see Harry though, and headed out with McGonagall, and Harry made a point of going to find him after breakfast. The second visitor arrived that night, appearing at the head table at dinner. She was seated between Dumbledore and McGonagall, and wore a look of supreme satisfaction as Dumbledore engaged her in polite conversation. Nobody seemed to know what she was doing there, and Harry eyed her as he ate, a scowl darkening his face. The fact that she was even there darkened his mood. Towards the end of the meal, she stood. "Hem," she said, and Harry cringed at the familiar noise that grated on his nerves. The hall gradually quieted as people realized that Umbridge had stood to talk. When there was absolute silence, she began. "I'm sure you must all be wondering what brings me to Hogwarts, busy as I am with my ministerial duties." She paused to give a slight titter. "In fact, I am here for the ministry. As head of the newly formed Muggle-born Registration Committee, I am here to oversee the, registration of all Muggle-borns in the school. For your safety, of course, so the ministry knows exactly who it is they need to take care of, protect." The response to Umbridge's little speech was varied. He heard shocked gasps, confused questions, concerned mutterings, and even some agreements. Hermione appeared outraged at the announcement, and it worried Harry. Knowing as he did that the ministry was run by Death Eaters, the news that they were taking names did not bode well. Umbridge sat, smoothed her skirt and looked out over the hall with a self-satisfied smirk on her round, flabby face, seemingly oblivious to the myriad hateful glares cast her way. The next evening after dinner the 7th years were asked to remain behind, and Umbridge proceeded to inform them that they would be registering themselves as purebloods, half-bloods, or muggleborns. All the tables in the hall had been banished to the sides, except for one, and they were all gathered in front of it. Umbridge was walking behind the desk, her wand in one hand and the other hand tucked behind her back. She reminded Harry of an army commander, inspecting her army. "Muggleborns, here," she shrilled, stabbing the first stack of parchment with her wand. She toddled down the length of the desk to the next pile. "Half-bloods," she said, tapping the next. "And purebloods," she said with a smirk upon reaching the last pile, tapping it lightly with her wand. There was grumbling throughout the hall as everyone started to move. And just to warn you, continued Umbridge in a superior tone, these parchments will not allow you to lie, so no trying to write your name on the pure blood list if you aren't one. Ron gave a defeated sort of shrug and slouched as the three of them separated, each going to a different line. Hermione held her head high and strode straight up to the first parchment, signing her name with a flourish. She stepped back, handing the quill out to the next person, and then stood with her arms crossed, glaring at Umbridge. Harry joined the half-blood line, which had formed reasonably quickly. He was surprised. There were more pure bloods than Muggle-borns, though half-bloods far outnumbered either of those two. Harry waited idly as he shuffled forward in the line, listening to the different conversations around him, and was only drawn from his reverie when someone jabbed him lightly with the quill. "Your turn, Harry," said Justin Finch Fletchley. "Thanks," he replied, taking the quill and ignoring the part of his mind that had the desire to stab Justin back, because he knew it wasn't him. Harry bent over the parchment and moved the quill to the bottom of the list of names. He'd just signed his name when. "Thief!" gasped Umbridge suddenly, and Harry raised his eyes to see who she was talking about. As his eyes locked with her accusing orbs, he wondered how he could have thought she'd been speaking to anyone else. He realized then that as he'd bent over, the locket had slipped out of the top of his robe and was hanging down in plain view. She lunged for the locket, and they grappled momentarily for it before Harry managed to drop it down the front of his robes. Umbridge's stubby hand latched onto his arm, her fingernails digging deeply into his flesh. Harry struggled to pull away without her nails piercing his skin, but she seemed to have some monstrous strength as she dragged him forward, and he had no choice but to scramble over the table. He wrenched his arm away, wincing as her sharp nails raked against his skin. Harry scowled at her. She seemed to be struggling to find the right words to yell at him, and he could almost see steam pouring out of her ears. Students were staring, flabbergasted at Umbridge's actions, and McGonagall, who had been supervising the hall, was striding over, lips pursed thin and nostrils flaring. "Dolores!" she exclaimed, her Scottish accent thick in her anger. "What in Merlin's name are you doing, manhandling a student in such a manner?" "Student. This boy is a thief. He's stolen from me." McGonagall didn't even glance at Harry. "And I suppose you have proof of this, do you, Dolores? Because I certainly hope that you aren't unprofessional enough to make a completely unfounded accusation." Umbridge spluttered in indignation. "Mr. Potter, have you stolen anything from this woman?" Harry shook his head, rubbing his arm where several streaks of blood were staining his robes, leaking through from the scratch marks beneath. "Well, there you go, Dolores. Liar. You little liar, Potter. I'll have you charged for this, mark my words." McGonagall seemed to take personal offense at Umbridge's declaration. "What is it exactly that you think Mr. Potter has stolen from you?" "My locket." "Your locket?" "Yes, my locket. He's even got the audacity to wear it. Sheer impudence, it is." "As that's so?" asked McGonagall, seeing that Umbridge wasn't going to drop the issue anytime soon. "Well, I think perhaps this matter is best dealt with in the headmaster's office, rather than here in the midst of all these students where it is creating a spectacle, don't you think?" Umbridge blinked and then smiled sweetly, straightening her robe. Yes, you're right, of course, Minerva. Lead the way." She turned her head to Harry. "Believe you me, Potter, I've a word or two to say to Dumbledore about this. Stealing from a ministry employee has serious consequences." With that, she set off out of the Great Hall. McGonagall heaved an exasperated sigh and looked to Harry. "Well, come along, Mr. Potter. We'd best sort this out." Harry traipsed out of the hall with his head down, ignoring the curious stares of the other students and cursing himself for not being more careful. He was quite certain all would be fine. She was the one in enemy territory, so to speak. McGonagall was clearly behind him, and he had no doubt that Dumbledore would be as well. They reached Dumbledore's office where Umbridge, who'd rushed ahead, was waiting because she didn't know the password. "Ice mice," said McGonagall crisply, and then stepped aside for Harry. She waited for him to step onto the bottommost step of the spiraling staircase and then stepped on after him, leaving Umbridge to bring up the rear. They entered Dumbledore's office to find it occupied by 3 people. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, Lupin in front of it and Snape standing. Umbridge began to make her accusations, but McGonagall cut across her to explain it briefly and without the flamboyance that Umbridge was putting on. Is that all? Asked Snape with a sneer, when McGonagall had finished. Surely it could be dealt with elsewhere. No, it's not all. He's stolen from me, shrieked Umbridge, her finger pointing accusingly at Harry. And set my office on fire, too. I'll bet my wand on it. You cannot be serious, Dolores, really. Harry scratched his nose and averted his eyes from McGonagall, though they unfortunately found Snape, who was gazing at him somewhat suspiciously. My locket, a family heirloom, been passed down through countless generations of pureblood witches and wizards to me, and he thinks he can just take it, she gasped, snatching at the air as if to emphasize her point. Do calm yourself, Dolores, sneered Snape, and Harry agreed it was probably a good idea. She was quite red in the face, and seemed breathless with rage. Perhaps if you were able to see this locket, Dolores, said McGonagall, her tone like she was placating a small child. Then you shall see that you have merely been mistaken. Umbridge nodded. Yes, yes. Then you shall see he has stolen it from me, just as I've said. Harry nearly snorted. He couldn't see any possible way that she was going to prove it, given that she'd only been in possession of it for a short amount of time. Harry, if you would show us this necklace, so we might clear this up, asked Dumbledore. Harry grasped the chain around his neck, making sure it was the locket and not the pendant. He pulled it over his head and held it up in the air for everyone to see. Dumbledore looked sharply at Harry upon seeing the locket, and he realized that Dumbledore must know exactly what it was. Snape frowned at Dumbledore's reaction, and though he looked closer at the locket, he didn't seem to know the significance of what he was looking at. See, mine. That S stands for Selwyn, the name of my ancestors. Harry, if I may have a look? Asked Dumbledore, extending his hand for the locket. His tone made it clear that it was not a request. Harry reluctantly surrendered it to Dumbledore, and had the almost overwhelming urge to snatch it back and run away with it as Dumbledore's gnarled fingers closed around the chain. Harry reluctantly surrendered it to Dumbledore, and as the old man's gnarled fingers closed around the chain, he had the almost overwhelming urge to snatch it back and run as far and as fast as he could because he knew that the locket, which he'd been guarding jealously, was currently in the most dangerous hands it had ever sat in. Harry was almost without any doubt that he wouldn't ever get it back. Dumbledore pretended to muse over the locket before turning to Lupin. Remus, isn't that the locket that was missing from the possessions you acquired from the estate of Sirius Black? Umbridge let out an odd gurgle as Lupin moved closer, pretending to inspect the locket carefully. He wasn't stupid, and obviously realized that he was expected to play along. Why yes, I think it just might be. It certainly looks like it. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he turned back to Umbridge, who was looking suspiciously between Lupin and Dumbledore. Are you sure this is yours, Dolores? Inquired Dumbledore. Perhaps it just looks similar. Umbridge looked outraged that somebody was contradicting her, especially in favor of what Harry was saying. The S for Selwyn, stuttered Umbridge, realizing she'd been caught out in her lie. Family heirloom, she repeated. No, I'm quite sure that is the locket that belonged to Sirius, argued Lupin in a reasoning voice. I wondered where it had gotten to, but of course, Sirius did leave a number of items to Harry being his godson. I believe you owe Mr. Potter an apology, said McGonagall sternly, drawing herself up and sniffing. AP apology, gasped Umbridge, outraged, and Harry worked hard to conceal the grin that wanted to break out on his face. An apology would be especially sweet, especially since he had stolen it from the woman. He remembered all the times when he'd been little, and Dudley had gone running to Uncle Vernon with some made-up tale to get him into trouble. It had never mattered what Harry had said to defend himself, and never mind that he'd been telling the truth. Vernon's face had always turned that ugly puce color, much like Umbridge's was turning now, and after yelling and designation of chores, and a forced apology, Harry would be sent to his cupboard without dinner. He was quite certain that apart from the forced apology, if she even gave it, Umbridge would suffer none of those injustices. What he hoped she felt that he always had though, was the complete unfairness of the situation, the frustration that he was in the right and no one believed him, the humiliation of being called a liar, the indignity of being requested to apologize. Umbridge drew herself up. Though it was far from intimidating, given that she was by far the shortest person in the room. She sniffed. I hardly think there's a need for an apology. After all, it was an easy mistake to make. Then she turned to Harry. I'm sure I'll have my heirloom returned to me in time, and I'll be sure that whoever was foolish enough to steal it will be severely punished. With that, she turned and stormed out of the office, making sure to slam the door on her way out. Dumbledore gave a little flick of his wand though, and it slowed as it closed, so that there was only the slightest click as it did so. Harry finally grinned, though he hid it quickly when Dumbledore's expression became at once more serious. Remus, Minerva, Severus, if you would also excuse us, there is something I must discuss with Harry. Lupin nodded, seemingly unaffected by being asked to leave, though he did cast a curious glance at Harry. McGonagall also nodded, though seemed more put out. Snape on the other hand raised an eyebrow that both scorned Dumbledore for asking him to leave, and dared anyone to ask him to leave a second time. When only the three of them were left, Dumbledore placed the locket in the center of the desk. How long have you had this, Harry? There was no accusation in his tone, just curiosity and relief. Harry shrugged. Not long. You should have come to me at once, so that we could destroy it. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Truthfully, the thought had not occurred to him to come to Dumbledore at all. Fortunately, Dumbledore was too caught up in his close examination of the locket that he didn't seem to notice when Harry failed to answer. Out of the corner of his eyes, Harry could see Snape looking at him, and paying attention to what he was, or wasn't, saying and doing. Well, there is no point in prolonging the wait, said Dumbledore, looking up with a smile. He pointed his wand at the locket and began muttering a chant. Harry strained to hear the words that Dumbledore was saying, but they were too quiet and sounded strange, anyway. The locket began to vibrate violently, clacking against the desk. Dumbledore's voice rose, as though the louder he spoke the spell the more power went into it. Snape had drawn his wand as well, though he was doing nothing to help, and Harry suspected that he didn't know how. The clacking of metal against wood grew louder too, and Dumbledore's voce rose higher still, until his voice was booming in the circular office. The headmaster's forehead was beaded with sweat as though he were physically exerting himself in the effort of extracting the Horcrux. Long minutes later there was a high, thin scream that Harry barely heard, and the locket was still. A split second later, the locket was suffused by a black substance that moved as though crossed between a gas and a liquid. It gravitated upwards, seeping from the surface and cracks in the locket, and finally detaching itself completely. It drifted upwards and Harry's hand jerked, as if he'd subconsciously had the desire to reach out and snatch the bit of soul back into himself, but he caught himself and put it in his pocket. Dumbledore, who'd been inspecting the locket still, hadn't noticed, but he could still feel Snape's obsidian eyes boring into him. The locket was left lying inanimate on the desk, its surface slightly dented and with a tarnished appearance. Dumbledore was beaming when he looked up, and he clapped his hands together loudly. That was a happy surprise that I was not expecting today, he announced, and Harry returned his smile, feeling somehow freer in knowing that another Horcrux was destroyed, despite the fact that he'd been reluctant to give it up. He vaguely answered Dumbledore's questions. Snape had been unusually silent, and when he left the office 15 minutes later, he found Ron and Hermione waiting for him. What was all that about? Asked Ron when Harry walked over to them. Hermione said Umbridge accused you of stealing from her. Well, said Harry, and he found he couldn't quite keep the smug tone out of his voice, that's because I did. Ron blinked for a few seconds and Hermione, too, seemed without words, not having expected that answer. Surprisingly, it was Ron who spoke first, in a rare burst of insight. That's where you went at the ministry, he realized, his eyes growing wide and a grin blooming on his freckled face. You set Umbridge's office on fire. Oh, Harry, groaned Hermione, her hand covering her mouth, though Harry thought it was more to cover the grin that was spreading across her face as well, more than a sense of disbelief. Ron was chortling merrily. But why did you steal that necklace? Asked Hermione, a confused, thoughtful frown on her face. Horcruxes. The diary was gone, the ring Dumbledore had destroyed, Nagini was dead and now the locket was gone as well. He felt he was close to destroying the unknown Horcrux, and the hold of the Horcrux in his own soul was also loosening. How he would finally get rid of it, he wasn't sure yet. Then there was the soul that was in Voldemort's body, which was weakening as well, but which again posed a problem of being completely gotten rid of. That left the cup that belonged to Hufflepuff, if Dumbledore was even correct about that, and he seemed to have been thus far. The cup, however, was very securely hidden in Gringotts. However, the only one he was really thinking of now was the locket, and with it destroyed, he was feeling distinctly optimistic. So he told them. It was a Horcrux, he said simply, and Hermione gasped, even though Harry was quite sure she hadn't figured out yet what a Horcrux was. Horcrux, what's that? Asked Ron, still elated about the fact that it had been Harry who'd set Umbridge's office at the Ministry on fire. Dark magic, replied Harry. It's what makes Voldemort immortal. He can't be killed until all of his Horcruxes are destroyed. Ron's expression sobered up, and Hermione looked like she expected more detail, but Harry offered no more. So, he's mortal now? Asked Ron. Harry shook his head. No, there are more. Harry left then, because he didn't want to talk about them anymore, because it would ruin his good mood. At any rate, he didn't think he would have answered many more questions. What he really wanted right now, more than anything, was to see Aislinn. It seemed like an age since he'd seen her on Valentine's Day, though it had been little more than a month ago, and the letters he received from her, though they were on a regular basis, were far from enough. At times, Harry was sure that the distance between them could only spell doom for their relationship. He felt that there must be boys at her school that she'd rather spend time with, especially since she could see them as much as she wanted. His thoughts turned to the last time he'd seen her, and he let a smile creep onto his face as he walked slowly back to Gryffindor Tower. A sudden thought occurred to him, and he quickened his pace. There were too many students in the corridors now for him to apparate, and he had to concentrate hard on not apparating. Ron and Hermione were staying at Hogwarts for Easter, so he didn't have to turn down an invitation to the Burrow, so it would be the perfect opportunity to visit Aislinn for a few days. He wondered if she went home for Easter, or stayed at school. He all but ran up the stairs to his dormitory. Harry opened the lid of his trunk and sorted through it, looking for a quill and a nice piece of parchment to write his letter on. He was running out of ink as well, and reminded himself to get some on the following Hogsmeade weekend. He brushed against what felt like a quill, but when he reached for it again, his fingers closed around the cool, smooth cylinder of a potion's vial. He pulled it out, wondering what it was, and realized that it was one of the vials of Polyjuice potion that he had left over from when he'd left Privet Drive the summer after his 6th year. Harry held it up to the light, twirling it idly. He didn't know how long Polyjuice potion kept for, and thought it might be worth finding out. It was a good potion to have on hand, but only if it hadn't expired. He would have to get a book out of the library to find out, because such a potion wasn't in their school textbook. He couldn't remember the name of the book they'd used when they brewed it in their 2nd year, since Hermione had been the one to do most of the brewing, but he was sure Hermione would remember it, and added asking her to the list of things he had to do. Sir, can I go and practice my charm in an empty classroom please? Flitwick nodded and waved his wand towards the door. Of course Mr. Potter, of course. Hermione frowned at him as he left, and he shot her a grin which made her scowl harder. She was still dying to know what charm he was working on, but he'd refused to tell her anything. Harry wandered through the corridors, on the pretense of finding that empty classroom, but as soon as he found one, he stepped into it and apparated immediately. He appeared in the cool darkness of the chamber and with a short hiss, the wall sconces burst into light. Harry walked across the stone floor, the thud of his boots echoing in the silence. Rodolphus Lestrange's body was exactly as Harry had left it, lying cold and immobile amongst the debris that had crumbled away from the wall. Harry used his boot to clear a patch of ground and sat down next to the body. His eyes continued to be drawn back to Lestrange's blankly staring ones, so he reached over with a grimace and closed them. The man's eyelids were damply cold and Harry wiped his hand on his robe in disgust. He unzipped his back and pulled out his charms workbook. He knew he was one of the last people to start experimenting with his charm, but he was also sure that he had something that was at least close to working. Harry opened his book to the page where he'd written down the charm he had created, along with wand movements. Then, Holding his breath in anticipation, Harry turned Lestrange's arm so that the mark was facing up, and pressed his wand against the center of it. He spoke the incantation and performed the wand movement, and then, because it was a chant as opposed to a spell, he repeated it, again and again. Harry felt a spark of excitement when he felt the magic beginning to gather, and forced himself to keep concentrating on the correct words and movements. He could feel the magic thrumming in his wand, but only a tiny portion of it seemed to be transferring out of his wand, and after nearly 6 minutes of constant chanting, he stopped and took a few deep breaths. The mark remained unchanged, but he didn't let it faze him. For the next 40 minutes, Harry tried a variety of different ways, sweeping his wand wide, keeping it tight, speaking the words loudly, speaking them softly, with different emphasis and nuance, but nothing seemed to have any effect. There was something missing from the spell, something that was creating a kind of barrier, or perhaps there was just not enough power in the spell to overcome a barrier that was already there. Despite the fact that his first attempt hadn't removed the mark, he was still optimistic when he went off to his next class. He was quite certain the spell he had was very close to one that would work, it just needed something more. Harry should have known that his good mood wouldn't last. When he went down to the dungeons for his phytolamency lesson that evening, Snape greeted him with clipped tones and a scathing rebuke. "What were you thinking, walking around with a Horcrux hanging around your neck? Did it not occur to you to destroy it, or, if you did not know how, to ask? Was not one of my stipulations that you be honest with me?" Harry sat back, surprised. He hadn't expected this, since Dumbledore hadn't really pushed him for answers. It hadn't even occurred to him, for whatever reasons, to tell anyone that he'd found a Horcrux, and he hadn't even thought of Snape, hadn't thought to tell him. "I have trusted you, and again you have lied to me," stated Snape. "I will not tolerate that, Potter. I am not a fool, nor do I wish to be treated like one. I expect respect, and repeatedly you fail to show it." Harry opened his mouth to object, and tell Snape that he did respect him, but the potions master didn't give him a chance to speak. "It is not your duty alone to defeat the Dark Lord, nor do you have a chance if you act alone." Snape paused, his arms crossed over his chest. "What do you want me to say?" asked Harry, spreading his arms. "That I'll tell you next time. I just didn't think to tell you. Don't take it personally." Snape's nostrils flared. "It does not even cross your mind that an apology is warranted, does it?" hissed Snape, glowering at Harry darkly. "Fine. I'm sorry. Okay. I'll tell you next time," said Harry, unable to understand why Snape was so angry. Snape pursed his lips. "It hardly means anything when I have to ask, Potter. Get out of my office, we will not be having a lesson today." Harry gave a huff of exasperation and left, slamming the door shut behind him. He couldn't understand why Snape was so angry. He hadn't made a conscious decision not to tell him, so it wasn't as if he'd been dishonest. It was good that he didn't have a phytolamency that evening anyway, he thought, as he stormed back through the cold dungeons. He had a Quidditch game tomorrow, against Ravenclaw, and he was never at his best the day after his sessions with Snape. Harry circled higher in the sky, his eyes scanning the pitch for the tiny golden snitch. He hadn't spotted it even once yet. Below him, the players whirled and zagged up and down the pitch, neither side managing to score too often. The game seemed stagnant. It had been an hour, and the score was only 30-20, in Gryffindor's favor. It was an unusually hot day for the time of year, and Harry dragged his arm across his forehead, wiping away the beads of sweat that had collected there. The sun was beating down hotly and brightly, making him squint in an effort not to be blinded by it. He commenced a slow horizontal spin, wishing the wind would pick up a bit. There was no wind to speak of, and he was feeling sweaty and uncomfortable. It was by pure chance then, that as he was halfway through his spin, facing up towards the clear blue sky, the snitch materialized in front of his eyes, its round body eclipsing the sun. As if it had a mind of its own, Harry's hand came off his broom and closed casually around the elusive little thing. It might have been a slow game, but it had had a satisfying end nonetheless. After dinner the next day, Harry visited Lupin in the rooms he was staying in while at Hogwarts. "How long are you here for?" asked Harry, once they were both seated in the small temporary living room. Lupin shrugged and handed over a butterbeer, uncorking one for himself. Not too long. I'll actually be leaving tomorrow morning. I really only came to update Dumbledore, and stayed while Tonks is visiting her parents for a few days. How is she? Asked Harry. And the baby? Lupin's eyes lit up and he smiled broadly. Very well. Couldn't be better, in fact. The baby is due next month. Harry frowned, remembering how Tonks had been there the night Voldemort had attacked Hogwarts. He couldn't believe she would have been fighting at such a late stage of pregnancy, and in his memory, her stomach had been perfectly flat, not that he'd been paying much attention to such things. Still, he thought he would have noticed, given that she was in her 8th month. I saw her before the battle. Remus looked grim, and shook his head slightly. Oh, she wanted to fight, believe me, and I think she would have been out there if Kingsley hadn't as good as locked her up. Oh, she didn't look pregnant, he added. Remus smiled. Yes, we've been trying to hide it, just while she's in public. It just isn't worth it in the current climate to draw attention to it. But on the subject of the baby, that's actually a large part of the reason I wanted to talk to you while you were here. Harry took a sip of his butterbeer. Oh, why? He couldn't imagine what Lupin could possibly have to ask him, in relation to his unborn child. Tonks and I have discussed it at great length, and we've decided to ask you to be godfather. We'd be extremely honored. Harry nearly choked on his mouthful. He'd hardly been expecting that. Godfather? Really? I'd be honored, Remus. Harry could hardly believe that he'd been asked, and he did feel honored. Lupin grinned broadly. Thank you, Harry. Harry returned the grin. Do you know if it's a boy or girl yet? Do you have names? Remus shook his head, still smiling. We're leaving it as a surprise. As for names, we're keeping that to ourselves for now. Although, since you're godfather, I suppose I could. Harry shook his hands out in front of him. No, don't tell me, that's okay. Lupin laughed and leaned forward, clapping Harry on the shoulder. Once again, Harry, thank you. Now, how are you doing? A long while later, after a long conversation, Harry said goodbye to Remus and headed up to the Ollery to send his letter to Aislinn. He was once again in the good mood that had been dimmed by Snape, and there was a bounce in his step. The corridors were quiet, since it was only minutes until curfew, and he didn't pass a single soul as he made his way up to the Ollery. It wasn't a surprise that there was nobody there when he arrived, apart from the 100 or so OLWS that blinked blearily at him from the rafters. His snowy owl fluttered down with a happy hoot. Hey, girl, he said, stroking Hedwig's feathers. She nibbled at his shoulder and he pulled an owl treat out of his pocket, which she gobbled down greedily. He turned, surprised then, when he heard footsteps on the stairs he'd come up. A moment later, a figure appeared in the darkness of the archway at the top step. He watched as the figure stepped into the relative light of the Ollery, and he saw that it was Malfoy. Better hurry, Potter, you've only got 2 minutes to make it back to your common room before curfew comes and I can take points. Although, he said, pausing thoughtfully, I suppose with that wonderful pendant of yours, you can take your time, can't you? Harry narrowed his eyes. He hadn't spoken to Malfoy since the battle. In fact, he suspected that Malfoy had been avoiding him. Now, he was joking with Harry, as though they hadn't been fighting on opposing sides of the Hogwarts battle. Are you sending a letter? Harry looked, but couldn't see a letter in Malfoy's hands. No, I just saw you coming up here as I was making my rounds. I'm not supposed to be scheduled on Saturdays, since I do the scheduling, but our 6th-year prefect suddenly took ill and I've been forced to step in for her. He pursed his lips, but only at the fact that he'd been inconvenienced, rather than out of any concern for the prefect. Poor you, droned Harry. I know, sighed Malfoy, brushing his fingernails against the chest of his robes and then inspecting them. He glanced at Harry. Are you sending a letter? Obviously, said Harry, waving it around at shoulder level. He turned and began attaching it to Hedwig's leg. The owl hooted dolefully in Malfoy's direction, and then in a more friendly manner when he came to stand next to them and ran his finger lightly over her feathers. Nice owl, he said, and then leaned over to look at who the letter was addressed to. Aislinn. That's your girlfriend, isn't it? MMHM. Harry watched as Hedwig took flight and flew around the tower and out of sight. How could you be bothered continuing a relationship over that distance? Wouldn't you rather have a girlfriend who goes here? Harry scowled darkly and pushed off the window. Because I love her, he said simply. Malfoy smirked and held his hands up. Don't get offended. All I'm saying is that there are advantages in having them close, he said lightly. Harry rolled his eyes and stepped around the other boy. He headed for the stairs and the Slytherin fell into step beside him. Let's go to the chamber. Please. Harry raised his eyebrows at the please. He could probably count on one hand the times Malfoy had said please, and he couldn't recall any other times off the top of his head. He was feeling in a good mood, after his talk with Lupin and sending off Aislin's letter, so he stopped, drawing the pendant from beneath his robes. All right. They apparated to the library. Harry didn't have anything in particular to do, and given that he had a headache, he preferred just to relax. Harry slipped his hands into his pocket and slumped back on the lounge, the fingers of his left hand closing around the cool vial of polyjuice potion that he had completely forgotten about. It had been there since he'd found it in his trunk, which was more of an indication that he should put his robes in the laundry than anything. He pulled the collar up to his nose and gave a sniff. Yes, he thought, that definitely needed to go in the laundry. The vial provided opportunities for him, he was sure about that, though he wasn't quite sure what they were at this point. His thoughts turned to the man lying in the chamber upstairs. He'd expected Malfoy to take a seat at the opposite end of the lounge as he usually did, but instead he laid on his side on the floor, his elbow on the floor and his head propped on his hand. Before he'd moved into this position though, Gaspard had appeared, so quickly that Harry wasn't exactly sure where from, and proceeded to leap back and forth over Malfoy's prone form. The Slytherin pinned the small animal with his hand and rolled him around on his back. Gaspard curled round Malfoy's hand and sunk his sharp little teeth into the B's knuckles. He gave a laugh and dragged his hand away, shaking it as the ferret pounced again. Malfoy pulled something from around his neck, and Harry realized it was his gold Gringotts key. He jiggled it in the air, attracting Gaspard's attention. Malfoy waited until the ferret leapt for the key, and then jerked it sharply out of reach. The ferret fell in a fluffy ball with an excited squeak, and then was up again, preparing for another leap. Malfoy lowered the chain, chuckling when Gaspard managed to grab onto it this time, and then just dangle there because he couldn't pull it down. Harry chuckled and wondered where Salazar was. He was probably hunting for mice in the tunnels. His thoughts turned to Lupin, and the baby who he'd been named godfather for. He'd been surprised to say the least when Remus had asked him, but he felt extremely honored, and contented. It made him feel like a part of the family, in a way, and they obviously felt the same way about him. It occurred to him then that the baby would be related to Malfoy. After all, Tonks was his cousin, so that would make the baby his something. Harry wasn't sure. You know Tonks? He asked. Nymphadora. Yeah, well her and Remus named me godfather for their baby. Malfoy paused for a split second, but then resumed playing with the ferret. Harry thought that maybe his forehead had creased slightly at the announcement. Are you going to go see it when it's born? Malfoy shrugged and continued to swing his key around for Gaspard. We don't associate with them. You know that. Don't you want to know your family? Asked Harry. You don't have to pretend they don't exist just because your parents don't like them. Malfoy gave a noncommittal grunt and Harry dropped the subject. As he sat there thinking, and watching the fawn-colored ferret jump up and down, the final piece of a plan he hadn't realized he'd even been making fell into place. Harry placed the glass case back over the Eliori plant after taking it off to water it. He sighed when he remembered the other thing the plant needed for nourishment. He scowled. He couldn't believe he had to sing to it. How did they grow in the wild without people singing to them? Maybe birds were attracted to them. Were there even birds in places that cold, though? Harry felt a bit silly about having to sing to a plant, but he reminded himself there were supposed to be other people who'd gotten the same plant, and had to do exactly the same. He picked up the plant in its case carefully and carried it from the windowsill to his bed, where he settled back comfortably. For lack of anything better to sing, he began to hum the tune that he'd heard Seamus and Aislinn singing from time to time. The plant's leaves whipped about in the contained wind and snow, but the branches and stem were sturdy and barely moved. As soon as he began to sing, however, they seemed to melt slightly and become more fluid. The plant began to dance. It swayed as he sung, and a fine silvery gold glitter-like substance dusted a globe of air around its leaves. It really was quite beautiful, and some of the dust got caught up in the small storm, making it sparkle. That evening, Harry stepped out of the portrait hole to find a mess. Scattered all over the floor was a bunch of pamphlets, all printed on a variety of different colored papers. Picking one up, he scanned his eyes over the title. His eyes narrowed as he saw what it read: Muggleborns and the Dangers They Pose to a Peaceful Pure Blood Society. It seemed very similar to the one that had been circulating a while back, only with more in it. He scrunched it up, knowing full well who had distributed the leaflets. He'd seen the draft copy in Umbridge's office the day he'd stolen the locket from her. He wondered if it was on ministry orders that she had put them around, or if it was her own decision. Either way, he didn't care. He wanted her gone from Hogwarts, and wondered when she would be leaving. She hadn't out up any of her decrees this time around, but he was willing to bet if she was here very much longer then they'd start seeing a few of them. Pulling his wand from its holster, he banished the pamphlets so that no one else had to see them, and then set off with a new destination in mind. Umbridge had taken over the same office she had when she held the position of defense professor, and he reached it to find her just leaving, locking the door behind her. He stood at the end of the corridor, his invisibility cloak making it impossible for her to know he was there. She jangles her keys around to find the right one. Harry heard a click as she locked the door, and then she placed the bunch into the pocket of her pale pink robes. She set off, with a smug skip in her step, and Harry began to walk after her, keeping his footsteps in time with hers. It was almost agonizingly slow. Her legs were so stubby and short compared to his. After a few meters, she stopped, cocking her head to the side. She turned and glanced back down the corridor. Seeing nothing, she turned and walked on, and Harry once again mirrored the timing of her steps. This time, however, he let his boots fall a little more heavily on the stone floor. A nice thud echoed down the length of the corridor each time Harry's foot connected with the floor. Umbridge froze, and turned slowly, this time drawing her wand. She shuffled all the papers she was carrying into an arm, and cast a lumos, even though the corridor was already brightly lit by torches. He saw her mutter something, but couldn't distinguish the words. Once again, she set off, only to stop again at the sounds of Harry's heavy footsteps. This time when she turned around, her expression was distinctly afraid. "Who is there? Show yourself," she commanded. She waited a few moments, but Harry offered no answer. "Revelos," she cried, waving her wand towards a random part of the corridor. Harry was too far away from where she was aiming though, and he didn't even flinch. She tried it again, twice, on different parts of the corridor, then took a slow step back. Her eyes were uncertain as they scanned the empty space. Harry suddenly took a step, then another, and Umbridge's eyes widened. She seemed stuck to the spot as he advanced up the corridor, and halfway to her, he sped up and started to run. Several meters from her he stopped suddenly, and as his cloak settled around him with a light ruffling noise, the only sound remaining was Umbridge's erratic breathing. Her eyes were wide, her mouth quivering, and her gaze was focused somewhere past him, her arm extended and her wand jerking from one side of the corridor to the other, and then back again. Harry waited a minute, until he saw her arm relax. "Boo," he whispered. Umbridge let out a whimper, paused for a split second, and then turned and fled. Harry let out a low chuckle as she waddle ran, and at the sound she gave a little shriek and dropped everything she was carrying, as if not having it would allow her to escape faster. Once he'd lost sight of her around a corner and the sounds of her footsteps had receded, he waved his wand at all the things she'd been carrying and banished them, too. With a spring in his step, Harry continued on his way to his initial intended destination, the dungeons. He was approaching the stairs that led down into the entrance hall when he spotted Malfoy heading in the same direction. He picked up his pace so that he caught up, and fell into step beside the Slytherin, who raised his eyebrows as a greeting. "I need you to help me with something," stated Harry immediately, making his tone businesslike. "What?" asked Malfoy, sounding dubious from the outset. "I can't tell you that, yet. How can I say I'll help you if I don't even know what you want help with?" Can't you just trust me? Malfoy snorted. That's what your Gryffindor friends are for, Potter. They passed through the Great Hall, heading towards the archway that led into the dungeons, and Harry considered how he could get Malfoy to agree to help him. Well, he began again, I would ask them, normally, it's just that you're really in quite a unique, I guess, position to help me. Harry hoped Malfoy would respond to that. He liked to hear that he was special in some way. The Slytherin gave him a curious sidelong glance, and Harry knew he'd hooked him with the line. It'll have to wait until next month, he continued. Why? What is it? Just so I can do a bit of planning. There are a few things that I need to sort out first. And I told you I can't tell you what it is yet. If he told Malfoy what he wanted, it would give him plenty of time to decide he didn't want to help. If Harry kept him guessing though, then Malfoy would only become more and more intrigued. Malfoy frowned. I can hardly help if I don't know what you want me to do. Harry sighed at the circular direction of conversation. I'll tell you everything when the time comes. I just don't want it getting out before then. I won't tell anyone, you can trust me to keep that a secret. Malfoy's tone had a tinge of begging in it. He was going to help Harry, just so he could know what Harry was up to. Harry grinned at him. Trust is what my Gryffindor friends are for, remember. Malfoy pursed his lips as if in annoyance, but then shook his head in small amusement, a smirk curling his lips. Don't keep me in suspense too long, Potter. I can lose interest in things very quickly. Harry gave a satisfied smile as Malfoy walked away down the corridor. All you had to do was know how to talk to people, and you could get them to do anything you wanted. Harry continued down the same corridor until he came to Snape's office. Apologizing to Snape had been the main purpose of his leaving the common room this evening, though he thought now that even if it didn't go as planned, it would have been a productive and fulfilling trip nonetheless. He was in two minds about apologizing. He supposed he should, since he hadn't been honest with Snape. It still irked him that he had to though, especially since the dishonesty had been unintentional. Harry was smart enough to realize though, that if it hadn't been for the subconscious influence that Voldemort's soul was having on his own, he probably, almost certainly, would have made the conscious decision to tell Snape about the Horcrux. And, since he'd told Snape he would be careful of that sort of thing, he could see where he had gone wrong. It occurred to him that he would have to tell Snape about the plan he'd been discussing with Malfoy, but then decided it could wait until he knew exactly how it was going to work. Realizing that he could probably stand out here all night debating with himself, Harry forced himself to act. Snape wasn't going to help him unless he apologized, so that was what he had to do. Harry knocked on the door and entered when Snape answered. Yes? Asked the potions master curtly, upon looking up from his work and seeing Harry. Harry went straight to the issue, something he knew Snape would appreciate. He tried to appear contrite, even though a part of him felt completely unrepentant. I came to apologize, sir. Did you? Asked Snape, clearly not overly impressed with the announcement. It seemed to Harry that more than an, I'm sorry, was required here. Snape wanted to hear more, so Harry would give him that. He took a deep breath while he considered what to say, and then let it out in a rush. I know that I should have told you about the Horcrux, and I also know that I would have told you. I just sometimes it's difficult to tell what is me feeling something, and what's him feeling something. That is why you need to think, Potter. Think about what you are feeling and consciously decide. You know yourself, you know what you would usually do in any given situation. If something is telling you to do something differently, ignore it. I know I should do that, sir. But the longer this goes on, the harder it gets to do that. It's like when you know someone. You might know them really well, but then they go away, and sometimes you can't even remember what their face looked like anymore. Harry's thoughts turned to Sirius. It was true, sometimes he just couldn't picture his face, and when he could, it was not the smiling face, but the gaunt unhealthy face of a man just out of Azkaban. And with Dumbledore, Voldemort hates him, and I feel that most especially when I see Dumbledore. I know it's Voldemort's feelings and not mine, but since I found out about some things, Dumbledore's plan, I don't trust him so much anymore. It makes me angry that he's never really trusted me, but that he expects things from me. All that makes me angry at him too. I even hated him, I think, just a bit, for keeping that he thought I had to die from me. And then I can't decide how much of the anger is mine, and how much is his. Harry paused for a deep breath, and then continued. It's the same with you. I think at the moment he hates you even more than Dumbledore. Sometimes when I see you, and I'm not expecting it, like when you walk into the Great Hall in the morning or something, I feel this great rush of feelings that aren't mine. Anger, and frustration and betrayal and contempt. It makes it hard to remember that I trust you. He looked up appealingly at Snape, and decided that a little bit of flattery wouldn't hurt. I need your help. I know that. I mean, you're really the only one. The only one who can help me, I mean. And, I guess, you're the only one that I really trust to help me. It was true. He wasn't saying it just to convince Snape, but it probably wasn't the type of thing he'd usually say to anyone. Finished, Harry swallowed and looked down at his clenched hands. There was silence in the office for a long time, and Harry looked up to find Snape staring at him long and hard. Finally, he nodded once to show that he accepted the apology. Harry felt the tension drain out of him and the relief drain in. He had a feeling, though, that even if he hadn't apologized to Snape, the potion's master still would have helped him. The end goal was too important to let a grudge get in the way of progress. When can we start again? Harry asked. Snape drummed his fingers on the desk. Perhaps a lesson now would be a good idea. Now, repeated Harry, not having expected that. Snape raised an eyebrow. Yes, now, unless you have some other pressing engagement. It seems to me that things in your mind are worse than I had previously believed. I do not think we should waste any time. Harry nodded slowly. All right, occlumency first. Snape nodded, and Harry pulled his chair in closer to the desk. For 40 minutes, Harry prevented Snape from gaining access to any important memories. He was pleased with that, despite the fact that he hadn't done any regular practice on occlumency since they'd begun legilimency, he was still improving. He was glad they'd started practicing it again though, as it made his head so much clearer, and made him feel more like himself. The feelings of contentment were ripped away when they commenced legilimency. Voldemort's soul was more active than Harry had ever seen it. The whispers were loud to him now, and they faded in and out like they were moving around him. The winds were stronger, buffeting him as he walked. Snape had said that what he imagined would become so, but as much as he tried to imagine a quiet place, the winds and whispers wouldn't go away. He had only just stepped off the bridge when the prefect Tom Riddle appeared from the darkness, a lit wand tip lighting his way. We've been waiting for you, he said softly, and then a smirk spread across his face. It didn't reach his eyes. Harry checked his shields, and tried to suppress the cold dread that had started to creep through him at the words. Any emotion would make him more noticeable to Voldemort's consciousness. He walked forward, and out of the blackness a number of other representations appeared. Hello, Harry Potter, said a soft, cold voice behind him. Harry froze, his breath catching in his throat. He forced himself to turn, slowly. Please let it be just another one, he whispered. Please just another representation. He knew it was not, however, when a blinding pain ripped through, nearly obliterating the reasoning part of his mind with its force and suddenness. Voldemort stood before him, looking much as he had the last time that Harry had seen him. Voldemort drew his wand, and Harry scrambled for his own. Before he had it in his hand, Voldemort had slashed his wand through the air. Harry gasped as pain ripped into his stomach. He took hold of his wand and flicked it, sending a curse back at Voldemort, and then he remembered that none of this was real. It was their minds, and nothing more. So Harry became invisible. As he did so, the wound that Voldemort had inflicted faded away, though he could still feel an odd ache there, as though his mind wasn't entirely convinced that he hadn't been physically hurt. No matter, whispered Voldemort, his eyes searching the darkness. I can still feel you. There, said a voice to the left and behind Harry. He spun, seeing that he was surrounded now by representations. He reminded himself that they couldn't do anything to him. One of them had his arm pointing straight out, the finger pointed directly at Harry. He turned back around. Voldemort's red eyes pierced straight through Harry and a chilling smile curled his lips. Harry didn't wait for a curse to come. He ran. He visualized the round room as he ran, trying to escape the rustle of robes that meant he was being chased. Suddenly he found himself in the round room. The unknown Horcrux, he gasped, trying to catch his breath. His eyes were streaming, and reaching a hand up, he found that his scar was angry and inflamed. A door popped open and he staggered to it, stepping out onto the bridge beyond it and shutting the door quickly behind him. Here, between soul fragments, the pain eased slightly. He let out a ragged sob and stumbled forwards, his hands clenching handfuls of his hair. When finally he reached the Horcrux, he fell to his knees and focused on his occlumency shields as best he could through the haze of pain. He didn't want Voldemort to be able to follow him into the other Horcruxes. If the Dark Wizard did, there was the risk of him finding out that some of the Horcruxes had been destroyed. Even worse, he might find a way to get to Harry's soul, and from there, his mind. Voldemort had seen the jumper that the child Tom had been wearing. Harry would have to get it back. He couldn't leave it here anymore. He wasn't sure if Voldemort could do anything with it, but it was a part of Harry's consciousness. He felt certain that Voldemort could find something to do with it, and anything he did was unlikely to be good for Harry. An even scarier thought was that he might destroy it. Harry wondered what that would do to him. He resolved to get it on his way back. He might have wanted to leave it there longer, but he supposed it had at least had some effect. Voldemort's soul would have been weakened by it, would be more unstable now than if he'd not left it there. Realizing he was wasting time, he focused on positive feelings, this time bringing to mind the photos that he had of his parents, and the love that he had seen on their face in them. He was only there a short while longer before he thought he couldn't bear the pain any longer. He crawled a few meters before he managed to push himself up with shaking limbs. Setting off across the bridge, he halted a few meters onto it. He'd been staggering along, his eyes almost fully closed when he'd felt a tremor beneath his feet. With great difficulty he forced his eyes open, and he saw that the bridge was shaking. It had always been made of black writhing, twisting, magic, but the bridge itself hadn't been moving in space. Now it was, twining back and forth, up and down slightly. He looked back, and saw that where it latched on to the Horcrux kept breaking free. The tendrils of magic would reach out when they were ripped away, and take hold in the blackness of the Horcrux once more, only to be ripped away when the bridge moved again. Was this the connection breaking? Was the Horcrux about to be released? Harry felt a thrill of fear. What would happen if he had stayed in the Horcrux until it broke off? Would his consciousness be lost in it forever? What would happen if it broke away now, while he was on the bridge? He wasn't sure where he was, in this place between soul fragments. Harry started to run, each step sending throbbing vibrations up to his head. It was hard to run on the bucking bridge, and almost every second step had him tripping or falling to his knees. Finally, he made it to the other end. As he stepped off it, the bridge gave a huge heave, and then was still for a moment, before starting to tremor and shake again. He didn't stay around to watch what happened. He hurried back to his own soul as quickly as he could. He barely even remembered falling out of the Horcrux and into the golden light of his own soul. Harry woke a few hours later, his nose wrinkling and the whiff of some foul smell just leaving his nostrils. His eyes adjusted to the dim light, and he saw Snape capping a vial that Harry had a suspicion had just been waved under his nose to wake him. "It is 2 in the morning, Potter. You will enjoy a much better sleep in your dormitory, or the hospital wing than you will in that chair." Harry's head was pounding ferociously, and he moved slowly so as not to exacerbate the problem. He thought he probably could have continued on sleeping just fine where he'd been, blissfully unaware of the pain in his skull. "Can I have something for my head?" he asked, squinting up at Snape, but the teacher shook his head. "Shortly, I will resume giving you something when we finish these sessions, but for now I wish to be certain that any other potions are out of your system. I know that it is unpleasant for you, but these are things we must deal with as best we can." Harry snorted at the use of "we." He was willing to bet that Snape's head didn't feel as if it was being sawed open. "I will see you next week, on Monday evening, for your next lesson." Harry paused and ran a hand through his hair, remembering what Snape had said about not wasting time. "Oh, I'm not going to be here next week." Snape raised an eyebrow. "And why not?" "It's the Easter holidays. I'm going to stay with a friend for a few days." He paused and then added, I'll be staying in Galway, but I'm not sure where, yet. I see. Well, perhaps you could make use of the flow and return to the castle for a few hours. I guess. Good. Then I shall see you then. Yes, sir. There was one other thing I wanted to ask you before I go. How long does Polyjuice Potion keep for? Is this a part of your potions project? Asked Snape. Not exactly, sir. I came across an old vial in my trunk and was wondering if it was any good still. Snape raised an eyebrow. And this is not something you could have looked up in a book. His voice took on a sarcastic lilt. I'm sure you'd be terribly hard pushed to find a book in the Hogwarts library that will give you the details you seek. Harry ignored the sarcasm, wishing that Snape didn't make everything so difficult. I just thought I'd ask you seeing as I'm here. You obviously know that sort of thing, don't you, sir? Harry let the tiniest of an edge of doubt creep into his voice. I mean, a wizard like you, a potions master, I mean. Of course I know, snapped Snape, narrowing his eyes at Harry, and Harry thought perhaps he had overdone it a bit. Snape looked suspiciously at Harry before answering, a textbook will tell you 6 months. Ignore that, because that is talking about a perfectly brewed potion with no contaminants and that is kept in optimum conditions. Past 4 months I would not use it. The potion would become unreliable, perhaps not working for the full hour, or having nasty side effects. Harry thanked Snape and left, making a note to throw out the useless vial of potion. As he walked up to Gryffindor Tower, it occurred to him that he really hadn't been himself tonight. Frightening Umbridge for his own secret pleasure, charming Malfoy into an agreement, convincing Snape to accept his apology, even if it had been with the truth. Those things weren't him, were they? The next morning Harry finished packing his trunk. It was a lot emptier than usual, since he'd decided to leave anything magical behind, except for his wand, invisibility cloak, and his Eliori plant, because he couldn't let that die. He rubbed at his scar. He'd woken with a pounding headache, and he cursed Snape for telling Madame Pomfrey not to supply him with any potions without consulting Snape first. He wouldn't have minded taking some of them with him at all. It dawned on him suddenly that he hadn't removed the bit of his consciousness from Voldemort's soul and he felt a stab of great annoyance. It would have been good not to have the constant headache while he was with Aislinn, but he supposed now that there wasn't much he could do about it. He'd have to wait until Monday. Harry gave a start as 2 owls soared through the window into the dormitory, one touching down on Ron's bed and the other settling onto Harry's pillow. Ron had ripped open the package within seconds. From Fred and George, he announced, as Harry put a few folded clothes into the trunk. They've sent us a bunch of new products to test out. Some of this stuff looks bloody brilliant. The other boys were crowding around Ron's bed to have a look, and Harry couldn't contain his curiosity enough to finish packing until he had taken a look as well. Look at this, Harry, edible dark marks, chortled Ron, holding up a thin black sheet of some lolly that was an exact replica of the dark mark. Harry snorted in amusement. Ron bit into it. Licorice, he commented, going back to the parcel. Harry laughed and stood up, going to the owl that was sitting on his pillow. It glared at Harry, as if annoyed that the other owl's parcel was getting so much attention, and its own wasn't. Harry reached out to untie the parcel from the owl. He tried a few different ways, but couldn't seem to get it. He gave an exasperated huff, shook his hands to loosen them up, and tried again, but he couldn't seem to keep his hands steady enough to undo the tight knots. He frowned at the shaking in his hands, clenching them into fists and the relaxing them. The shaking continued. Pulling out his wand, he used a spell to untie the string instead, and the owl fluttered over to Ron's bed, where the redhead had poured out a pile of owl treats. Opening the package, Harry found the same Weasley's Wizard Wheezes the Ron had received, including several edible dark marks, and something called, poo. Harry shook his head in amusement at the name and sorted through the box, but in the end came back to the dark marks. They were extremely lifelike. He unwrapped one from its clear packaging and laid it on his arm. It was a chillingly accurate replica, and given that it was so thin, it almost looked like it was actually on his skin. He supposed that was probably the effect that Fred and George had been going for. Harry slipped it back into the packet and had another look through the other things before getting up to pack the rest of what he was taking with him. 20 minutes later, he was ready to go. He shrunk his trunk and slipped it into his pocket. "See you all in a week," he said loudly, and the other boys all looked up from their various activities to variously wave or say goodbye. "Say hi for me," said Seamus with a wink, much to the confusion of the others. Harry rolled his eyes, hoping Seamus wouldn't elaborate on that if anyone asked. He stopped off to say goodbye to Hermione and Ginny, and then headed out. It seemed that most people were staying at Hogwarts for the short Easter holiday. He'd been expecting most people to go home, given the political climate and the recent attack on the school. Most people certainly had gone home at Christmas. He supposed exams were coming up though, and a lot of students probably wanted to get some work done. Before he left, he made a quick stop in the basilisk chamber. If he was going to be staying somewhere, he'd need money to pay for it, and though he had his key and could go to Gringotts, he preferred to save the money that his parents had left him. He didn't encounter anyone he knew on the way out of the castle, so he got away on time. He wondered if Dumbledore had had any Aurors follow him. There was a good chance that he had, but Harry could easily elude them. Just to be safe, he threw on his invisibility cloak, apparated to the gates of the school, stepped out of the boundary, and then apparated once more, this time to Hogsmeade. He walked up the street until he came to the Ollery. The Ollery was the one-stop shop in Hogsmeade for any transportation and communication needs. As well as owls, they created portkeys, and had flows for public use. It was to the flows that he went, and a minute later, he was in Ireland. The Irish Wizarding Alley was the busiest Harry had seen it. He found a dark, quiet corner and pulled off his invisibility cloak, exchanging it for his normal black school one. With the hood of his cloak pulled up, his face was cast in shadow. When he was younger, he'd always thought people dressed like that were suspicious, but there were enough people in the alley dressed exactly the same way that he was hardly out of place. Now, he had to sell the basilisk parts, and then he could head into Muggle Galway and find somewhere to stay. After that, he would finally be able to see Aislinn. He was filled with anticipation, and he moved quickly through the crowds, growing increasingly frustrated by slow walkers and people who wouldn't get out of his way. A large apothecary appeared at a bend further up the road, and it occurred to him that Snape's office and the infirmary weren't the only places he could get pain relief potions from. He shook his head at his own stupidity. He could have apparated to Hogsmeade any time he wanted and gotten what he wanted, with no worry that Snape, or anyone else, would find out. The apothecary was quieter than the alley outside, but there were a steady stream of people weaving their way through the shelves. Harry joined them, perusing the shelves until he found the potions he wanted. He added a slightly stronger potion to the vials of standard pain relief potion that he'd found, and then found a vial of polyjuice potion. He knew it was restricted in England, but it didn't seem to be, here. Harry made his way up to the counter to pay for the potions. He paid with the little gold he had left. Luckily, there had been a slight pause in the stream of people entering the shop while he'd been looking, and no one was waiting in line behind him. The apothecary worker's eyes went wide when Harry brought out the ingredients he wanted to sell and told her what they were. She instantly agreed to purchase them, for the price Harry demanded, and he left the shop with his pockets significantly heavier than when he'd entered. At the small Gringotts branch, he exchanged most of the coins for Muggle money. He had more than enough to last him for the trip, as long as he didn't go crazy, of course. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself to go into Muggle Galway, and then went into a fast food place to change into Muggle clothes. Following that, he wandered down the streets, looking for somewhere to stay. He was in the city center, it seemed, and most places were hotels and motels that looked quite expensive. He didn't want somewhere like that, where he'd be cooped up in a tiny little room, but he wanted to be close to Aislinn's school as well. After a half an hour of looking around, he couldn't wait to see Aislinn any longer. As he walked quickly to her school, he decided asking her where he could stay was a better idea anyway. She'd know the area and be able to suggest somewhere good. The school was quite deserted when he got there. A lot of people had probably gone home for their Easter holidays as well, or were out doing things. He hoped Aislinn was there. He headed straight to her dormitory and ran up the stairs. As he walked along the hallway, he could hear talking coming out of some of the rooms that he passed. Reaching Aislinn's room, his stomach was about to burst with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he took hold of the handle and opened the door. Harry opened the door of Aislin's room to find her alone, sitting on her bed and reading a book. Harry's face split into a grin at the sight of her, and at the sound of the door hitting the wall, she looked up, and an equally happy smile bloomed on her face. Harry, she breathed, putting her book aside. Harry strode over to the bed and leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Harry's key was frantic at first. It felt so good to be with her again, and he couldn't get enough of her. He raked his hands all over her body, pulling her tightly against his own. After a minute they broke apart, both gasping for air. Aislin's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were sparkling. "It's good to see you, too," she said, smiling. A small hoot came from over on the desk, and Harry looked over to see Aislin's pygmy owl hovering around near a small upright fan on the desk. Harry thought it was very unwise of the tiny owl to hover so close to the moving blades. It was so small, and looked as if it was about to be beeped in at any second. "Don't worry, she seems to know to keep a safe distance." Harry grinned and looked back down at Aislinn, then at her again, this time soft and slow. "Where are you staying?" she asked when he pulled away again. "Nowhere. Yet. I thought I'd ask you, since you know the area and I have absolutely no clue." Aislinn cocked her head to the side, thinking for a moment, and then jerked her head towards the wall behind her. "Down that way and around the corner there's a little place run by a nice old couple. It's in a nice place, across from a park, and not too expensive. My parents always stay there when they come to visit me." Harry smiled and at her again. "Sounds good to me. Do you want to walk up there with me?" "Of course. Where are your things?" Harry stood up straight, and as he did so, he felt a sharp, painful twinge in the area where Voldemort's curse had hit him. He beeped in a hiss of air between his teeth and Aislinn looked up at him in concern. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he replied, taking his hand off the side of the pain and holding it out to pull her up. "My trunk is just outside." In truth, it was stuffed into his pocket, but of course he couldn't tell her that. "All right, just let me get my bag," Aislinn said, her voice trailing off as she looked around. "I'll meet you outside," said Harry, and ducked quickly out of the room, pulling his trunk from his pocket. With a quick wave of his wand, it was back to its normal size and sitting on the floor against the wall. Aislinn appeared from her room. "How did you get that up here by yourself? It's not too heavy." "I didn't bring many things." It was true. Without any textbooks, his trunk was really quite light. They each picked up an end and set off to the stairs. "Maybe I should tell you before we get there. You have to cook yourself, unless you want to go out for every meal." "I don't mind," said Harry. "We can go somewhere tonight, and I'll pick up some things tomorrow." They arrived at the place Aislinn had suggested, and Harry found it to be a small, out-of-the-way caravan park. There were a number of small self-contained demountable units around the boundary of the lot. Most of them appeared to be occupied, with clothes hanging over the railings or cars parked in the small driveways. "I hope they have some empty," said Aislinn, looking worriedly at the busy park. "I didn't think about it being busier at Easter." They entered the reception area and as they approached the counter a tiny old lady hobbled out from a back room. "How can I help you two today?" she asked with a kind smile. "Hi, I need a place to stay for the week. Do you have any cabins free?" "Well, you may be in luck. We had a late cancellation just this morning." "Is it just for the two of you?" She proceeded without waiting for the answer. "I'm afraid it's rather a little large. It has 3 bunks and a double bed, so it sleeps 8. "That'll be fine. Thanks," replied Harry, relieved that he would be able to stay somewhere within walking distance of the school. "I'm afraid you'll have to pay a little extra, even though there's only 2 of you. It's just that since it's fit for 8, a minimum of 4 people have to stay there, or you have to at least pay that." "That's fine," repeated Harry, ignoring the concerned look that Aislinn was giving him. After selling the latest lot of basilisk parts, he had more than enough money to sustain him. He paid, and the old lady handed him a shiny silver key on a plastic tag. "Number 7. Dearie. Do make sure to read the list of rules and regulations, which you'll find on the kitchen bench." Harry nodded politely. "Yes, ma'am." They left reception and made their way over to the right cabin. She probably thinks we're going to be having loud parties or something, laughed Aislinn, then frowned. Are you sure it isn't too expensive? I feel bad you paying so much. Don't worry about it, he said lightly. I can afford it. They explored the cabin. It was quite small, but comfortable for a short stay. Half of it was taken up by a kitchenette and lounge, with a small square table in the center and a television mounted on the wall. A short hallway had two doors along its length, one opening on the toilet and the other on the bathroom. At the other end of the hallway were the doors to three bedrooms, one with a double bed, and the other two with double beds with single bunks on top of them. Definitely plenty of room for just him. Aislinn investigated the fridge while Harry took his trunk into the bedroom with the double bed. Harry carefully lifted the Eliori plant out of the trunk. He'd cast some cushioning charms on it before he'd placed it in there, and luckily it had survived the trip so far. He placed it on the window sill where it would get some sunlight, and then, because it was a very odd plant and he didn't want to risk Aislinn seeing it, he cast a disillusionment charm over it. There was still a tiny little rainbow hanging in the air where the sun hit the glass, but apart from that, it was invisible. There's absolutely nothing in the fridge, announced Aislinn when he came back out. Not even those little milks. Oh no, said Harry, enveloping her in a hug. No little milks, we're going to starve. Aislinn shoved him lightly in the chest, but didn't pull away for the embrace. Ha ha, she replied sarcastically, rolling her eyes. In the end, Harry decided to pick up some food things the next day, and they went out for dinner. On Monday evening, Harry made an excuse to part company with Aislinn early in the evening. From the cabin he apparated to the Irish Wizarding Alley, which he had finally found out was poetically called O'Malley's Alley, and then went to the Ollery and flowed to Hogsmeade. He apparated again, walked onto the Hogwarts boundary and then used the pendant to apparate directly to a shadowy corner of the dungeon, before walking the short way to Snape's office. Even with such expedient modes of travel, he had arrived late, much to his own annoyance, as well as Snape's he was sure. Sorry I'm late, sir. I do realize these lessons take up your time as well, he said as soon as he entered and before Snape could reprimand him. It won't happen again. I should hope not, muttered the potions master. If you do it will be 20 points, instead of the 10 it is this time. Harry sat down in the chair and waited for Snape to finish what he was doing. It appeared he had thought Harry wasn't going to show up, and he had been working on a potion in one of the smallest cauldrons Harry had ever seen. It wasn't made of peter, either, but appeared to be crystal, like the vials Harry had gotten Malfoy for Christmas. The potion bubbling inside was a brilliant, shimmering gold. And how is Ms. McKenna? Inquired Snape as he cleared things away, surprising Harry. She's fine, sir. Harry averted his eyes, not sure how to react to being asked such a question by Snape. He scratched his nose, searching for something to change the subject. His eye lit on the vials and jars on Snape's desk. Harry eyed one of the jars, inspecting the ingredients in it. They looked suspiciously like basilisk scales, said Snape, noticing where he was looking. And venom and blood in the vials. I was exceedingly lucky to get them. Why lucky? Asked Harry. They sell it in Hogsmeade. Snape shook his head. Those ingredients sold out in the same day they were bought by the apothecary. Basilisks are very rare. Most likely whoever sold these to the Irish apothecary sold them to the one here in Hogsmeade as well. Suddenly a small frown creased Snape's forehead and he shot a look at Harry. His frown deepened slightly. What is it, sir? Asked Harry. He wondered if Snape had come to the correct conclusion about the basilisk ingredients. He certainly seemed to have come to some conclusion, though he hadn't said anything, and if he'd been sure Harry thought he probably would have. True, Harry had been in both Scotland and Ireland when the ingredients had been sold, and could potentially get access to a basilisk, but any normal person would assume that an animal killed 4.5 years ago would have rotted by now. Snape might suspect that he'd taken parts from the basilisk in the chamber, but he would dismiss it too. Snape shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Nothing. Harry allowed himself a small smile. 10 minutes later, Harry found himself once again stepping off the magic bridge and into Voldemort's soul. Last time he'd been here, He had forgotten to remove the piece of his consciousness form the Horcrux, so he made it the first thing he would do tonight. In the end, that was all he did, because although other representations of Voldemort appeared, the child Tom proved to be quite elusive, for whatever reasons. He didn't see the real Voldemort though, which was a relief. He was almost beginning to give up hope, and was becoming quite worried, when finally Tom appeared, thankfully with the jumper. The other times Harry had seen him, the child Tom had always had the jumper's arms tied around his neck, with the body hanging over his back. This time though, he was actually wearing it. It swamped him, and if it had been any other little boy, Harry, or someone like Mrs. Weasley, at any rate, would have said it was adorable. One thing Harry noticed was that Tom looked quite ill. He was pasty and sweating, and appeared to be in some amount of pain. "What are you doing here?" roared the little boy in an accusatory tone, standing with his hands on his hips and glowering at Harry with an absolutely deplorable expression for someone so young. Harry frowned, thinking that this might not be such an easy task. "I need my jumper back," he answered. "You shouldn't have been so stupid as to have left it lying about. It's mine now. Finders keepers, you know, that's how it works. Anyway, why do you only want it back now?" Tom crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows expectantly. Harry thought he may have even tapped his foot in impatience when Harry didn't answer in an instant. Harry ran a hand through his hair, cringing when it flopped back down and brushed against his scar. It was light, but it sent barbs of pain shooting through his skull. "I'm cold," he replied, really at a loss for what else to say to the argumentative little boy. After 2 minutes of useless, dead-end arguing with him, logic finally caught up with Harry, and he remembered how when he'd been surrounded by the representations of Voldemort, he'd gone through one of them as if it had no substance of all. With a smirk that was more relief than anything, he strode up to the child and reached for the knot at Tom's neck. He recoiled slightly, looking suspiciously at Harry, but Harry managed to grab the knot. As soon as his hand coiled around the wool, it fell limp. He pulled, and the jumper came with him, moving through Tom as if the boy weren't there at all. The child's eyes widened in rage and his face turned red. "You give that back now," he demanded, stamping his little foot in anger. "I don't think so," said Harry with an unreasonable feeling of smugness and victory. He pulled the jumper over his head. "Takers keepers, that's how it works." "Is it indeed?" came a cold voice, seemingly right in Harry's ear. He jumped about 4 feet in the air, and spun to see Voldemort just inches away. His scar exploded with pain even greater than he usually experienced from being in Voldemort's soul, and it was only willpower that kept him from passing out then and there. He scrambled backwards. "How do you get here?" hissed Voldemort. "What are you doing in this place?" For obvious reasons, Harry didn't offer an answer. He turned and fled, making himself invisible. He imagined a wall behind him, and looking back quickly, he saw that one had indeed sprung up. Hoping that Voldemort hadn't quite worked out how the imaging thing's concept worked, and would therefore be slowed by the wall, Harry sought out the round room. Voldemort hadn't yet caught up with him yet, so he called for the door to his own soul and stepped through it with haste, slamming the door behind him and bolting across the bridge. Well, bolting probably wasn't quite the right word. The pain was crippling, and by the time he reached his own soul, like most sessions, he was nearly crawling, ready to collapse at any moment. He stepped out of the Horcrux in his own soul to find Snape waiting, as usual. He felt the same wave of relief as he always did. Harry suddenly felt the tiniest of tugs about his midriff and looked down to see that his woolen jumper was unraveling, a long strand of wool stretching out behind him and back into the Horcrux. He froze, hoping he had imagined the tug. He held his breath for an interminable moment, and then gasped when he felt another tug, and saw the wool pull out a bit. The hairs rose on the back of his neck as the tugging became increasingly insistent. Harry took hold of the strand, feeling the vibrations running through it from whatever, or, more likely, whoever, was on the other end. He raised his eyes to meet Snape's. They both lowered their eyes to the string in Harry's hand, and he wondered if Snape comprehended that it was actually Harry's consciousness unraveling. Harry spun back to face the Horcrux, and as he did so, a pale hand shot out and latched onto Harry's wrist, wrenching him just a little bit closer to the Horcrux. Harry couldn't see into the Horcrux, even though if he'd been this close to Voldemort in the Horcrux he would have been able to see him quite clearly. The hand was cold, and the chill sliced deeply into Harry's arm, resonating right through the bone and up his arm. He beeped in a gasp, and his eyes rolled back in his head as he nearly passed out. Snape was there in an instant, his wand pointed at the slender, pale hand. With a muttered curse, the hand released Harry's wrist and snapped back into the blackness. Harry felt a brief moment of relief, before the wool was yanked taut. Harry stepped forward, his front brushing against the Horcrux. He didn't want to go back in. He was inches from Voldemort, but he couldn't let the wool break. Before he even had a chance to do anything about it though, it snapped, and Harry watched with a rising sense of dread as the end he was holding fluttered down to hang limply from his hand. He stared at it blankly for a moment, and then felt Snape pulling him away. The functioning part of his mind was terrified that Voldemort's hand would reach out and pull him in again, but in the end, the pull of blissful oblivion won, and Harry finally succumbed to unconsciousness. He woke some time later, lying on a transfigured cot, still in Snape's office. He sat up, and was surprised to find that his head was only aching the tiniest bit. "I took the liberty of feeding you one of my stronger potions whilst you were passed out, in order for it to have taken effect when you woke," stated Snape, answering Harry's unspoken question. "Thanks," grunted Harry, coming to sit back with Snape. Snape appeared to have been reading, but it did not escape Harry's notice that the all-too-familiar pensieve was sitting to Snape's right, its contents shifting and moving in that odd, shimmering, silver way. He was desperately tired, but there was something important that he needed to talk to Snape about before he left. "I'm pretty sure one of the Horcruxes is getting quite loose," he began, and Snape pushed aside the book he had been reading to clasp his hands and fix Harry with his attention. "The bridge, or the magic, that connects it to whatever it's contained in, or to the other parts of his soul is getting really weak. I don't know that I want to go into those Horcruxes anymore in case they detach while I'm in them." "Indeed, that does not seem wise," agreed Snape, pulling out a thick book from somewhere behind his desk. "I have been researching the spells I mentioned when first we began this method of destroying Horcruxes. You remember I mentioned them?" Harry nodded and Snape continued. "There are several spells which I believe may be useful in destabilizing the attachment of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. I have bookmarked them, if you wish to read about them," said Snape, indicating several strips of parchment that hung out of the book in random places. "However, they are quite complex, and several of them are highly theoretical. Others still have to do with soul magic, but will have to be adapted for the specific use we wish to put them to." Harry's heart dropped. This was sounding a bit demoralizing. "However," continued Snape, "I believe there may be another, simpler spell we can use, one which you already know. It is unrelated to soul magic, and yet, I believe it will suit our objectives and intentions perfectly." "What is it?" "Cheering charms," joked Harry weakly. Snape's lips thinned. "In fact, the spell I am referring to is the Patronus spell." "A Patronus?" questioned Harry, even as he began to realize of his own accord how it could be useful. Snape gave a brisk nod, strands of black hair falling around his face. "I assume you know that a Patronus requires a happy memory in order for it to be created. What you may not have realized is that you Patronus is that happy memory, its corporeal representation. Recall the color of you Patronus, and note the color of memories," said Snape, extending an open palm towards the pensieve. Looking at it, Harry realized that Snape had been anticipating this conversation, planned it even before Harry had woken and thought to speak to Snape about it. It had never really occurred to Harry before that a Patronus looked similar, the same, in fact, in color to pensieve memories, nor that it did so because it was made of memories. It was something that was really quite logical, and yet had never even crossed his mind. Harry found himself nodding, and with a sense of optimism and excitement rising in him. It seemed to him that it really could work. Voldemort, averse as he was to love, was greatly affected when Harry contemplated love and other happy thoughts while in his soul. A physical representation should work just as well, only Harry would be able to guide the spell where he needed, and not have to step onto the bridge at all. "Do you really think it'll work?" he asked Snape, looking hopefully at the potion's master. "We can only wait and hope," said Snape. "Wait and hope," repeated Harry, giving a slow nod. It was only as Harry tumbling out of the flow on the Ollery in Ireland, having fled straight from Snape's office, that he realized they hadn't discussed the lost bit of Harry's consciousness. Perhaps Snape hadn't realized, though Harry discarded that thought. Snape was too perceptive not to have noticed and understood what had happened. Perhaps then, it was just to be a casualty of the method they were using. He tried not to be so pessimistic. It might be small, but he could still get it back. At least, he hoped so. Half an hour later, he collapsed into his bed at the bed and breakfast, falling asleep within seconds. Harry felt better when he woke the next morning than he had in a long time. Without the open conscious connection between Voldemort's soul and his mind, he was as separated from the Dark Wizard as he could get. Harry got up early and dressed, then headed out to the nearest shop he could find and brought a few basic cooking things. It felt good to have his own money and to be independent like this. He went back to the cabin and stowed what he'd bought on the cupboard, or in the fridge if it needed it, and then went out again, walking towards Aislin's school. She had a rugby game on, and he was looking forward to watching her play. Harry hadn't watched a rugby game properly since he was in primary school, and at first he couldn't really remember the rules. By the end of the game though, he'd picked the basics up again and was enjoying it even more than he had been just watching Aislinn play. Since it was Easter, there weren't too many people watching, and Harry was sitting by himself in a rather empty part of the stands. Despite that, he stood up and cheered every time Aislinn's team scored a try. When the whistle sounded for the end of the game, Harry walked up to the other end of the oval to meet Aislinn. He waited at the edge of the group while the teams shook hands and then she said goodbye to her teammates. Finally, she looked around for him and waved him over to where she had all her stuff. He reached her and Aislinn slung her duffel bag over her shoulder. "Ready to go?" she asked, squinting slightly up at him because she was facing into the afternoon sun. Harry nodded, tugging the duffel bag out of her hand and slinging it over his own shoulder. He wrapped the opposite arm around her shoulders, and Aislinn leaned against his side, her arm around his waist. It didn't take them long to walk back to the caravan park, but since the game had ended late it was nearly dark when they arrived at the cabin. Harry set to work cooking dinner immediately, while Aislinn looked on. "What's it going to be?" she asked, leaning her chin on her hand with her elbow on the counter. "Spaghetti," replied Harry. "Pretty basic spaghetti, since we don't have everything we need, but it'll have to do." Aislinn leaned closer and sniffed at the pan. Well, it smells good already. Where'd you learn to cook like this?" "My aunt taught me," replied Harry dryly. Aislinn smiled. "Really? Wow. I really can't imagine my mother trying to teach Seamus how to cook. He's terrible at it. Anything to do with cleaning or cooking isn't really his strong suit. I remember once, I was staying at his place and it was just us, and we were supposed to cook. He bought some of those frozen potato wedges you can get, and he cooked them in a can of tomato soup, but he only waited until the soup got hot, so the wedges were still half frozen and raw. Plus, it was condensed soup, and he didn't put any water in." She giggled. It was disgusting, but he still ate it. Harry laughed. Aislinn stood up straight and pulled her hair tie out. "I'm going to have a quick shower and wash all this mud off before dinner." She grabbed her duffel bag and headed down the short hallway. Harry heard the door slide across, and a minute later the shower came on. Harry stirred the frying pan, adding a bit of water to the sauce and setting the lid over it to let it simmer. It was nearly done. He checked on the pasta, and decided it needed another minute. There was something liberating about cooking because he wanted to, rather than because someone had asked him to. He was actually enjoying working silently in the kitchen, with the sound and smell of the food, and knowing that Aislinn was in the next room. Apparently she was impressed with his ability to cook. He had the wry thought that he would have to thank Aunt Petunia next time he saw her. Taking the opportunity while Aislinn was in the shower, Harry slipped into the bedroom and took a pain relief potion out of his trunk. He'd woken up fine, probably because of the potion Snape had given him, he now realized. Since then, however, things had gone downhill. He'd tried to grin and bear it, but all afternoon his headache had been getting worse, and the potion was definitely a relief. Tossing the empty vial back into his trunk, he headed back to the kitchen. Harry was draining the pasta when he heard the shower go off. He checked the sauce, and seeing it was done, turned off the stove. He pulled 2 plates out of the cupboard and then set the table. All that was left to be done was to serve the meal, so after waiting a few minutes for her to come out, Harry went to tell Aislinn that everything was ready. He walked down the hallway, only about 2.5 steps, until he came to the bathroom door. He raised his fist to knock and then dropped it with a small frown. The shower was off, and had been for a few minutes now. Was she dressed? Before he could think better of it, Harry slid the door open. It glided silently on the hinge, banging lightly when it hit the stop. The bathroom was very small, probably less than a meter square, not including the shower itself. Aislinn was facing the mirror, doing something at the sink. She wasn't dressed yet, as it turned out, but she had a big fluffy blue towel wrapped around her. Aislinn looked up and caught his eye in the mirror. Her eyes widened. Harry, what are you doing in here? She adjusted her towel self-consciously, her cheeks turning a shade of red that Harry found extremely attractive. I came to tell you dinner is ready, he replied softly. Aislinn went to turn around and face him, but Harry stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist, pressing a key to her shoulder. Her skin felt fresh and cool, and he let his lips linger there, before brushing them lightly over several water droplets that still clung to her pale, pink skin. Aislinn turned around in his arms, slipping her arms around his body. In one quick movement, Harry lifted her up and sat her on the vanity unit, her legs either side of his and her arms still wrapped around him. Her breathing quickened as he moved closer to her, and she looked up at him from beneath her eyelashes, biting her bottom lip. He had no idea where this forward behavior was coming from, but he could feel the heat from between her legs and smell her soap, and his head was spinning with the sensations. Aislinn looked as surprised as Harry felt. Harry leaned in, tilting his head, and kissed her gently. She responded, and after a moment he ran his tongue lightly over her bottom lip to deepen the kiss. After several moments, Harry's hands drifted lower, seeking a way beneath the towel. Unable to find one, he took a handful of the fluffy blue towel and gave a tug, causing it to fall around Aislinn's body. She beeped in a breath and breathed his name into their kiss, and he paused, realizing she was shy of him seeing her. Harry kissed her again and then pulled back, but only the tiniest amount. He brushed his nose lightly against hers. He grinned. Can I touch, as long as I promise not to look? Harry. Aislinn let out a nervous giggle and buried her head against Harry's chest, pulling him closer to her so that he couldn't see her. Harry buried his face in her hair and took a long, deep breath, memorizing the scent of her soap and shampoo. The feel of her warm flesh through his shirt was driving him crazy, and he ached to touch her like he had last time. Surely she felt the same. They'd done it once. She must want to do it again. He knew he did. The thoughts and images swirling through his mind alone were causing his breathing to become more ragged. Looking up into the mirror, he watched as he ran his hands softly over her smooth, bare back. He noticed a dark freckle right in the middle of her lower back. He circled it with his finger and then ran it slowly up her spine, hearing her sharp intake of breath and feeling the pleasant tickle against his chest when she released it. Harry wasn't sure if her silence was a good sign or a bad sign. She wasn't telling him to stop, but she wasn't exactly encouraging him, either. Doubt began to worm its way further into his thoughts. He couldn't tell if her fingers, twisted in his shirt, were pulling him closer or pushing him away, or just sitting there for lack of any better place to rest. This was the first time he'd really felt awkward with Aislinn, and it was a feeling he didn't like at all. It was the way he'd felt when he'd kissed Cho, and she'd started to cry. Only this was 100 times worse, because he cared so much more what Aislinn was thinking. Feeling more than a little insecure now, Harry decided it best not to risk it. With a small frown, he pulled Aislinn's towel up, covering her shoulders. He wasn't sure, but he thought he felt her body relax. I'm just setting the table, so you have a few minutes to get dressed, he said, stepping back and turning towards the door at the same time to give her the privacy he suspected she wanted. She didn't answer, and Harry shut the door quietly behind him and went back to the kitchen. He felt silly, or maybe embarrassed, or both. He wasn't sure why he'd acted so confidently, at least at first. He'd quickly withdrawn when he'd begun to suspect that Aislinn was feeling awkward. Maybe he was just imagining that she'd felt that way, though. Maybe she'd wanted him to keep going. Harry sighed and heaped spaghetti onto their plates. Maybe it was what Malfoy had said about advantages in having them close. It had certainly got him thinking, although he'd already thought about Aislinn a lot even before Malfoy's comment. Mostly he thought perhaps the comment had made him worried if maybe he and Aislinn's relationship wasn't going in the right direction, or that it wasn't progressing at the rate it should, too slowly maybe. He didn't think it was, but then again, he didn't really know, and he certainly wouldn't mind it moving a bit faster. Malfoy hadn't been going out with Astoria as long as Harry had been with Aislinn, and yet it sounded as if their relationship was closer, physically, than Harry and Aislinn's. Then again, maybe he'd misunderstood the tone in Malfoy's voice, or maybe he hadn't meant what Harry had thought he'd meant. Maybe he'd just been bragging about something that hadn't even happened yet. Apart from Malfoy, Harry didn't really know any details about any of his friends' relationships. It suddenly occurred to him to wonder how far Ron and Hermione's relationship had progressed, and then just as suddenly he stopped wondering, because the thought of his two best friends doing that was slightly disturbing. As Harry ladled sauce onto the two plates, he heard soft footsteps come into the kitchen. He heard her pause, but then her footsteps resumed and he felt her arms wrap around him, her face pressing into his back. The tension drained out of him and he let out a long, low breath of relief. "I'm sorry if he began, but Aislinn cut him off. "Harry, it's okay. I wasn't expecting you to come in like that and it made me nervous," she admitted, and Harry could hear the reluctance to admit it in her voice. She still had her face pressed against his back, as though she was still embarrassed to face him. But then, she came around to his side. She grabbed one of the plates with one hand, and his hand with her other. "But don't say you're sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. Now come on, I'm hungry." Harry smiled and grabbed his own plate, and they walked over to the small table. They settled into an easy conversation while they ate. They were nearing the end of the meal when Aislinn commented, "You seem very happy, this time you're here." Harry looked up from his food. "What do you mean? I'm always happy to see you." "Oh, I know. It's just sometimes you seem brooding and sad, I guess, like you're worried about something." Harry looked back down at his food with a shrug, then looked back up with a smile. "I'm never sad when I'm with you, as." Aislinn smiled, and squeezed his hand. "One of these days I'm going to have to come and see you where you live, instead of you coming here all the time." Harry took a sip of his drink, contemplating his answer. "There's not really anywhere to stay at Hogwarts. You can sneak me in," she whispered. "Seamus said it's a big school." "It is a big school," agreed Harry, avoiding the issue of her coming to stay. He didn't think she was entirely serious about coming to visit him anyway, since there were only a few short months of school left for both of them, and no more holidays. "You could stay in an unused classroom," he suggested with a joking smile. "I'll bring you some blankets and you can hide under the desks if anyone comes in." Aislinn laughed at the suggestion. "I really would like to see your school one day, though. It sounds amazing, from what Seamus has told me. I can't imagine going to school in somewhere so secluded. I like it. There's a village nearby that we're allowed to visit about once a month, and the school has a big oval and a lake, as well. Plus, the castle's so big, there's always somewhere you haven't explored yet," he said, thinking of the chamber. "It sounds nice. What sort of sports do you have?" "Our school has a rowing team, although we don't have our own lake, we go out on the river." Harry shrugged. "We just have the usual sports. Football," he said, thinking of all the posters Seamus had around his bed. "That sort of thing. We don't have any water sports though. I think mostly the lake is too cold to really enjoy swimming in." "Really? Even in summer?" Harry grinned. "Well, maybe not in summer, but legend has it that a giant squid lives in the lake. I don't think anyone is willing to risk that it's true." A few hours after they'd finished dinner, Harry walked Aislinn back to her school. They walked through the dark streets until they came to the road the school was on, which was well lit because it was a main road. By now they were just walking in silence. Aislinn's head was leaning against his chest, and tilting his head, he could see that she had her eyes closed and was relying on him to guide her in a straight line. Harry smiled peacefully and looked up at the stars as he walked, enjoying the silence and the warmth of Aislin's body next to his. On Harry's last day in Ireland, he woke feeling pleasantly warm and extremely comfortable. Aislinn was wrapped around him, their legs tangled and their arms wrapped around each other. They'd fallen asleep leaning against each other after staying up late talking, but sometime during in the night they'd found the much more comfortable position they were in now. Harry stroked his hand lightly over her chestnut hair, staring at her as she slept. He loved the light smattering of freckles across her nose. He'd noticed that they faded in winter, only to return in summer when she spent more time in the sun. He lowered his eyes to her chest, where a small triangle of darker skin, very slightly suntanned, was revealed by the dip in her shirt. He liked the freckles there, too. Unable to help himself, Harry tipped his head forward and keyed her lightly, beeping on her bottom lip. He moved along her jawline, down to her neck and then back to her lips, at which point she woke, opening her eyes slowly. A smile spread across her face. "That's a nice way to wake up," she murmured, snuggling closer against his body and running a hand up his back to rest on the nape of his neck. Harry moved forward the short distance, engaging her in a deep, passionate key. She responded eagerly, and after a few minutes he rolled more onto his front, shifting Aislinn under him and pinning her down with his leg and body. The hand that wasn't underneath her, holding her close, began to explore her body, roaming down her side to her hip and back again. He moved it up, laying it against the side of her face and twining his fingers in her soft hair. Aislinn's hand came up, covering his, and she slowly pulled it down until his hand was resting on her breast. Harry moved his hand to cup the warm flesh, caressing it with small circles of his thumb, a movement which caused Aislinn's breathing to quicken and a small moan to escape into his mouth. Harry was beginning to feel very pleasantly lightheaded when Aislinn pulled herself tighter against him and breathed, "Harry, IW." Suddenly a knock sounded at the door, cutting him off. He attempted to ignore it, despite the fact that it was terribly distracting, but it only became more insistent. When it continued, at intervals, Harry raked a frustrated hand through his hair and sat up, climbing over Aislinn and walking to the door. He heard Aislinn give a soft, disappointed sigh behind him. Harry opened the door to find the old lady who had served them at reception when they'd arrived. "Just reminding you that checkout is at 10 a.m., Mr. Potter." Harry glanced at the time on the microwave in the kitchenette. It was 9:40 already. He sighed. "Thank you," he replied, trying not to sound as annoyed as he felt about the untimely interruption. He had a feeling it had come out in slipped tones, though. His body seemed to express his aggravation anyway, because his arm closed the door in the woman's face seemingly against Harry's will. He turned, running his hand through his hair again, to see Aislinn peering over the back of the lounge. He let out a long breath and then walked over, running his fingers lightly down the side of her face. "What were you going to say?" he asked softly. Aislinn looked away. "Oh, nothing really. It doesn't matter." She cleared her throat and got up from the lounge, walking around to hold him. "Come on. Let's get all your things packed and go somewhere nice and quiet for breakfast," she said quietly. Harry apparated from the Ollery, appearing about 20 meters from Hogwarts' front gates. To his surprise, there was a small group milling at the edge of the path, just in the tree line. They were a rough-looking bunch. One man with a strong build and a Nordic appearance had long, rust-colored hair, fashioned in dreadlocks. He had a fierce expression and a long scar running from next to his right eye down and around behind his ear. His clothes all seemed to be handmade of animal skins, and a big knife sat in a holster at his belt. There was another man of slightly smaller stature dressed similarly. His skin was rough and ruddy from long hours spent outdoors, and as Harry looked at him he spat on the ground, glowering at something only he could see. Another was rather finely dressed, with expensive-looking black boots and a long black coat, despite the warmth of the day. He had pale skin and was tall and slender. Harry thought he looked as if he was dressed a bit like someone from the 1800s, though without any ruffles on his cuffs and neckline. Two more sat chatting animatedly, and yet another, dressed in muggle pants and a shirt, was leaning against a tree, watching Harry closely. Not one of the men was wearing a wizard's robe, though he suspected they must be, given the fact that they were sitting outside of Hogwarts and hadn't flinched at the sight of him suddenly appearing out of this air. 4 bulky and well-worn traveling packs were lumped under a nearby tree. The one leaning against the tree followed Harry with his eyes as Harry set off the short distance to the front gates of the school. He wondered who they were. They seemed a bit rough, some of them, and an odd group to be hanging around outside of a school. He looked back as he stepped through the gates, and found the man watching him. Deciding to ignore it, though still wondering who they were, he continued on. As Harry walked up the dirt path and came up on to the wide green lawns, it occurred to him that it had been quite a while since he'd talked to Hagrid. He set off towards Hagrid's hut, which had smoke puffing out of the chimney. That probably meant he was cooking something, since it was quite warm and there was hardly a need for a fire. He hoped it was only tea brewing, so that he didn't have to decline and dubious results of Hagrid's cooking. Not that he ever did turn down Hagrid's offers of food. Usually he suffered in silence and just ate what he was given. Suddenly 2 hands covered his eyes, completely eclipsing the sun. "Guess who?" "Hagrid!" yelled Harry, with glee in his voice. The person behind him snorted, and then punched his arm as they came around. "Shush, you." "Hey Ginny," said Harry with a smile, turning to look at the youngest Weasley. "How was your holiday then?" "It was good. I had fun. What about yours?" "Oh, you know, I spent most of it doing Snape's potion essay, Snape's defense essay, and McGonagall's transfigurations essay." "Sounds like fun," commented Harry. "Well, I'm actually just going for a walk with Luna," said Ginny, nodding towards a girl standing several yards away and swaying slightly while she stared, it seemed, directly at the sun. "I'm just off to see Hagrid, myself, before I go back up to the castle." "Oh, well, say hello for me, will you? I'll see you later." "All right, see you, Gin." Ginny turned back to wave as she jogged back to the Ravenclaw girl. "Hi, Luna," called Harry, lifting his hand to wave when she slowly turned to look at him, a vague expression on her face. "Oh, hello Harry. I didn't know you were there." Harry smiled and waved goodbye, then continued on his way to Hagrid's. "Hey there, Ari," said Hagrid with a delighted smile when Harry knocked on the door. "Hi Hagrid," said Harry, grinning back. "Mind if I come in?" "No, at all. No, at all. Course, if ye said ye weren't comin' in, I'd avenue to drag ye in." Upon stepping into the hut, Harry was immediately assaulted, first by the smell of Hagrid's cooking, and then by Fang, as the boarhound leapt on him, licking him with his huge, slobbering tongue. "Down Fang! Down!" roared Hagrid, grabbing at the dog's collar and pulling him off of Harry. Harry wiped the drool from his face as best he could and took a seat at Hagrid's table. "Do you know who the people are out the front of the school?" he asked. Hagrid frowned, shaking his head. "No. A clue, sorry." "Wah. Sort o' people." Harry shrugged, accepting a cup of tea. "Don't know really. None of them were dressed like wizards, but 2 of them were dressed strangely, in animal hides, I think." "Well, I'm sure they're Alri, or Dumbledore wouldn't let 'em stay there." Harry nodded. That made sense. They were probably just travelers passing through the area. "I've just finished baking," said Hagrid, moving over to the oven and pulling out a tray, which was letting off just the faintest waft of black smoke. "Rock cake, Harry." In Harry's next charms lesson, he once again apparated to the basilisk chamber to work on his subject. Setting his school bag down and removing his book, he sat down in the same spot as last time, first brushing away the new pebbles that had since crumbled from the wall. Lestrange's body was getting a bit dusty, so Harry used a wind charm to blow of the dust and small rocks that had gathered along its length. Once he was settled, Harry pressed the tip of his wand into the man's arm, in the dead center of the mark. Something had been missing last time he'd tried this, something that had stopped him from summoning the requisite amount of power to successfully perform the spell. After over a week considering the charm, he thought he knew what the problem had been. He thought back to the dream he'd had, ages ago now, where Voldemort had marked a follower, and recalled the way that Voldemort had cruelly dug the wand into the young man's flesh. That had been a sign of power and domination, of anger and hate. Loosening his grip on his wand, Harry placed it lightly on the arm. He needed his wand movements to show none of those characteristics, a manner that spoke of freedom or caring, of things that Voldemort wasn't about. He began to move his wand so lightly over Lestrange's arm that it was almost a caress. Recalling how Voldemort had poured hate and rage into the spell, Harry focused on their opposites. He thought about his best friends. He thought about how he felt when he was with Aislinn. He thought about the sense of freedom he felt when he was flying through the canyon in his animagus form. He murmured the chant quietly, over and over. After several minutes, he was beginning to think nothing was going to happen, when suddenly the mark began to move. He almost stopped chanting in his surprise, but picked up again quickly. As he continued to chant, the mark began to really writhe, twisting and pulling the skin around it. It started to bubble thickly in places and the edges began to flake and lift. Finally, after several more long minutes of chanting, the disfigured mark ripped completely away, the black fading to the emerald green of the dark marks that were cast into the sky. It drifted up and stopped, hanging in the air just above Harry's head. He looked back down at Lestrange's arm. It was hard to tell, since he was dead and couldn't bleed and his skin was completely white, but it looked as if there were some damage to the flesh, as if the mark had really torn away, and from deeper than the skin layer. Deciding it was something to think about, Harry looked back up at the smoky green mark and finally allowed himself a moment of exhilaration. He had done it. He grinned, and then blew out a mouthful of air. The mark was destroyed by the jet of air, the smoky greenness whipping about and then dissipating with his breath. He looked back down at the dead body of Rodolphus Lestrange, and wondered if, were he still alive, he would have felt freer. Harry mused on his success and what he would do next as he walked up to the Great Hall and sat down at the table to eat. He waited until Ron and Hermione arrived before serving himself up some food, though he was too busy thinking to join in their conversation. He needed to practice the rune, and make sure he was doing it properly. He might even try out some different runes to see if they worked better. Of course, there he hit a bit of a snag. Practicing it again meant finding more Death Eaters, and he had a sneaking suspicion that that would be difficult. Then another thought occurred to him. He wondered if perhaps he could mark Lestrange again. He could mark himself. Harry stopped and frowned, then discarded that thought. If he marked himself, it would be different. The mark wouldn't have the link to Voldemort that the Death Eater's marks did, and it wouldn't have his hate and rage poured into it. He started chewing again, realizing he'd been staring off into space. It would be the same with Lestrange too. There would be no connection to Voldemort, and he was sure that would make the spell weaker. Still, it might still be useful for a comparison between using different runes. "What are you thinking about, Harry?" asked Hermione, interrupting his thoughts. Harry smiled. "Oh, just thinking about my charms project. I finally managed to perform my charm successfully." He couldn't help the smug tone in his voice. He was feeling extremely happy with himself at the moment. Ron had been looking at Harry, and at his answer, the redhead's face broke into a grin and his head shot around to look at Hermione, anticipating her reply. Hermione's eyes were fixed on Harry, and she looked excited. She seemed to be singly fixated on Harry. Her spoon, which was full of soup, was tilted and dripping down the front of her robes. "Please won't you tell me, Harry? I'm dying to know." Harry chuckled and took a bite of his steak. "Not yet, Hermione. You'll get to see it when everyone else does." They had to demonstrate their charms to the class near the end of term, which meant Harry would have to find someone to take into class to show everyone. He'd been planning on this being Snape, however, he thought Snape would be quite reluctant to be Harry's demonstration. Hermione's face fell slightly, though she continued to wheedle for a while before finally giving up with a sigh. "I just can't understand why you're being so secretive, Harry." "Did you see Hermione's face?" chortled Ron as they made their way up to Gryffindor Tower after dinner. Hermione had gone off with a red face and an indignant scowl at her two best friends when she'd realized there were very obvious streaks of soup down her front. "She's beside herself, wondering what you're working on. I think she's a bit touchy at you now, for not telling her about the soup," replied Harry. Ron chortled again. "She'll get over it, old Hermione will." Harry suspected Ron was right. She would no doubt appear in the common room later that evening, acting all stuffy until Ron made a joke. Then she'd crack a smile and reluctantly be unable to stay mad at either of them. You guys have been going out for a while now, haven't you? Stated Harry, and Ron nodded. Don't know how it's gone on so long, he said, shaking his head. She tells me at least twice a week that she can't stand me. Harry grinned, but he was feeling a bit nervous, and the smile fell from his face quickly. But, Ron said airily, spreading his arms, I guess that's love. He took a bite of what he's pulled from his pocket, a chocolate frog. So you really love her? Asked Harry. You don't just really like her. Ron choked a bit on his mouthful. What? I didn't say that. I just meant. Ron waved his arms in the air. Harry had no clue what that meant. He looked expectantly at Ron, raising his eyebrows when Ron looked over at him. His face was flaming nearly as bright as his hair. Well, I don't know. Why are you asking me this, Harry? Ron's voice took on a whining tone. These are questions girls ask other girls. Harry rolled his eyes. Fine. You don't have to answer me, said Harry. Good, said Ron gruffly, and then muttered something that sounded like, embarrassing stuff love PFFT love. They walked on in silence for 2 minutes before Harry blurted out what he really wanted to know. Have you guys done it yet? Huh, done what? Asked Ron, feeling around in his pocket for something he'd taken from dinner and stowed for later. You know it, replied Harry in a whisper, feeling slightly embarrassed to be asking Ron such a question. He knew Seamus and Dean talked about it all the time, though, so he should be able to ask Ron if he was having girl troubles. Ron shook his head. Are you talking about an assignment, Harry? Because I have lots of them at the moment. Which one are you talking about? Harry nearly laughed, but managed not to lest Ron not answer him when he finally got across what he meant. He sobered up quickly and dropped his voice lower. I'm talking about, say. Ron. Ron choked again, and Harry suspected that he would never learn to take smaller mouthfuls. Even in the darkness of the corridor they were in, Harry could see that Ron's face and neck were a burning red again. Ron tugged at his collar. Say. He repeated, his voice strangled. Well, you have, haven't you? Asked Harry, though it was more of a statement. If it hadn't been true, Ron would have flat out denied it, Harry was sure. Ron finally managed to gather himself together and give Harry an answer, though it certainly wasn't what Harry had been expecting. Well, you know how Myone can be, she's a very strong-willed woman, she is. If she wants something, she goes after it. Harry blinked, digesting the answer, and then laughed. She strong-armed you into, did she? Ron shoved Harry, his face still flaming. Shootoop. Why the questions, anyway? Blimey. Harry wrinkled his nose. I don't know. I guess I was just wondering, you know. How long did you guys wait? Ron scratched his head, and then shrugged. Better off asking Hermione that one, mate. She's the one that's good with facts and figures. The redhead finally showed a burst of wisdom. You're asking 'cause of your girlfriend, aren't you? Harry wrinkled his nose. Yeah, I just don't know, you know. I want to, but I have no clue if she wants to. Ron nodded wisely. I know. You have to follow their lead, Harry, he said, looking over with a serious expression. Yeah, Ron nodded emphatically. Yeah, we didn't ever really talk about it until it just happened. Myone just decided out of the blue one day that she wanted to try it and dragged me off to the room of requirement. Room of requirement. Harry suddenly had the feeling that he would never be able to look at that room the same way again. Yeah, well, where else, you know? Can't do it in the dorms, can we? Huh, guess not. They reached the common room, and found Hermione sitting with Ginny and Neville in one of their usual spots. After greetings and stories from everyone's holidays, Harry took out a quill and parchment to start on the work he'd neglected when he was in Ireland. No sooner had he done so, then Hermione looked up and spoke. Ron, do you want to come for a walk to the library with me? Harry quickly buried his nose close to his parchment and tried to hide his snigger, though he saw Ron turn a brilliant shade of red for the third time that evening and narrow his eyes at Harry. Hermione seemed not to notice the exchange, and was already standing, pulling Ron up. Said Ron. Maybe we could go another time. I need to go now. I have a book that's very overdue, and I need to return it immediately. That's it, Myone. Take control, said Harry, unable to help himself. It did not escape Harry's notice that when they left, Hermione didn't take any books with her, and he had the strong suspicion that their destination was more along the lines of the room of requirement than the library. Harry sat quietly, looking out over the lake. He was mulling quietly on his own thoughts, remembering the night Voldemort had reached his own soul. At first, he'd been worried, but then he'd consoled himself that he could always get the small piece of consciousness back in the next Phytolemancy lesson. Now, however, he had started to worry again. It was small, but he had an indefinable sense of something missing, deep within himself. He hadn't noticed it before, and the scary thing was, he didn't have the constant headache that he'd had when he'd left that part of his consciousness in Voldemort's soul. Maybe it was because the part of his consciousness that was in there now was just so small, just a short length of wool, so the connection was barely non-existent. Or, said another part of his mind, maybe it's because he's done something. Maybe he's destroyed it. Maybe that was why Harry could feel something missing in himself now, when he never had before. He supposed he could talk to Snape about it, but if Voldemort had destroyed it, then there was nothing they could do about it anyway. Harry waited and worried. The next morning, Harry decided that it was time to let Malfoy in on his plan. He'd been thinking about ways to get around the little problems he could see with it, but he realized now that he'd need help. He couldn't seem to get Malfoy on his own at any time that week to arrange for them to meet, so Harry took his opportunity during a transfiguration class. He scrawled a short note onto a small piece of parchment and then rolled it into a ball. With a little wind charm he'd learned from the book of Parseltongue spells, he guided the ball of paper across the floor to the Slytherin. It skittered like a leaf, coming to rest right next to Malfoy's chair. Harry glanced around. No one had noticed it, except for the intended recipient. The bee-owned casually extended his arm down to the floor, letting it hang for a second. Then, leaning over just the slightest bit to reach it, he picked up the message. After a few seconds, Malfoy gave a small nod, which to anyone else would have seemed to be him tilting his head forward slightly to read lower on the page. Later that afternoon, Harry met Malfoy in the designated location and they apparated to the courtyard that overlooked the canyon. Seeing as they were here, Harry thought he might as well ask the Slytherin about the thing that had been bothering him. "I'm hardly going to talk about that to you. It's private," sniffed Malfoy when Harry asked him about the same thing he'd asked Ron a few days prior. Harry blushed. "I'm not asking for details," he defended. "I'm just asking how do you know when a girl wants to or not?" Malfoy burst out laughing and Harry scowled. It must have been a pretty dark scowl, because Malfoy stopped laughing and gave an exasperated sigh. "Look, you have to take charge, Potter. Do what you want, and if she doesn't tell you to stop, don't." Harry gave a mental groan. He shouldn't have asked a second opinion, because now he had two very conflicting sets of wisdom. He pushed that fact aside and answered Malfoy. Well, I kind of tried that and it didn't really work out too well," he admitted. Malfoy looked like he wanted to laugh again, but so far he was managing to keep a straight face. "Why are you asking me, anyway?" "Well, you and Astoria are doing it, aren't you? I mean, what you said to me last time we spoke." Malfoy sighed. "I didn't say that, exactly." Harry turned back to look at Malfoy, his eyebrows raised. "You mean you're not?" Malfoy muttered something about doing other stuff, and looked at the ground. "But you said." "Maybe I just meant that I like being able to see her whenever I want," interrupted Malfoy, although Harry suspected that Malfoy had in fact been bragging about something that hadn't even happened, something which Harry had briefly considered. The Slytherin smirked, trying to cover what appeared to be embarrassment. "At any rate, it shouldn't be long now. Things are accelerating rapidly." Harry snorted. "What, now that you finally got her to agree to go out with you?" "Tell me again. How long had you been asking her?" Malfoy narrowed his eyes. "Is this all you brought me here for, or are you really going to let me in on this plan of yours? Let's go for a fly first. I'll race you to that big outcrop we jeweled on. I'll tell you when you catch up." Malfoy smirked at the challenge and was about to speak, probably to say something about how Harry would be the one catching up. Harry didn't stop to listen, however. He took a running leap off the courtyard and transformed immediately, flapping his powerful wings to gain height and speed. He heard Malfoy's surprised yell, and then the sound as he too transformed and his wings caught the air. It seemed like a while since he'd been flying, and it felt fantastic to be out again, waking up his system with a bit of aerobic activity. Harry saw Malfoy edging closer out of the corner of his eye and flapped his wings harder until the tip of Malfoy's nose dropped out of his vision. It didn't take long for the fast pace to start getting to Harry, and he felt himself slowing slightly, his muscles starting to ache with the effort. He pushed himself on though, and eventually they neared the outcrop. Harry could see it jutting out over a bend in the canyon up ahead. He put on a burst of speed, hopefully inching ahead just a little bit more. He knew he was going to win. He had always been faster than the Slytherin, despite the fact that he had slightly smaller wings. Suddenly an unearthly screech shattered the peace of the canyon, sending a flash of fear through Harry's body. By instinct, he put on another burst of speed, even though his muscles were already burning from the effort of trying to stay in front of the Slytherin. Another scream rent the air and Harry felt a thrill of alarm. It was Malfoy. Suddenly an unearthly screech shattered the peace of the canyon, sending a flash of fear through Harry's body. By instinct, he put on another burst of speed, even though his muscles were already burning from the effort of trying to stay in front of the Slytherin. Another scream rent the air and Harry felt a thrill of alarm. It was Malfoy. Harry slowed his pace, twisting his body in the air and hovering facing back towards the castle. Malfoy had slowed too, but he was thrashing in the air and making pain-keening noises. At first, Harry didn't realize exactly what it was that he was seeing. The scene felt surreal. A stab of fear shot through him when he saw what was wrong with the Slytherin. A long harpoon was sticking out of his body, jutting from the area near his chest. Harry immediately became more aware of his surroundings, scanning the surrounding rock faces for the danger. All of a sudden, something shot through the air at him, but with lightning-quick reflexes he avoided it, though narrowly. He let himself drop a few meters, and then started flying in a jagged pattern, scanning the surrounds again. This time, his sharp eyes picked out several human figures hiding in the rocks on either side of the sheer canyon walls, and with a screech of his own, he flew at them. As he got closer to one of the people, another harpoon came at him from an angle. He swerved, and heard a yell as his tail whipped painfully against the rock face, catching the figure he'd been flying at. As he came around he saw Malfoy, just as bundle of something shot out like a bullet from the other side of the canyon. The Slytherin was too distracted to see it, and as it shot towards him, it opened up into a silvery net. Whoever had aimed it had done well. It hit Malfoy, catching the tip of a wing and a leg. Harry swerved again, this time to avoid the jet of flame from Malfoy. The flame had no effect on the net though, and Malfoy became extremely unstable. He could barely flap his right wing, so his left was mostly holding him up, making him tilt in the air and drop down several feet every time he flapped a wing. Suddenly brooms appeared in the air, racing out from both sides of the canyon. One came at Harry shooting a spell, and as Harry maneuvered around the broom, he caught sight of someone stationed in a cleft in the rock face. It was the Nordic-looking man who'd been one of the group Harry had seen outside the school when he had arrived back. Now Harry knew who they were. Dragon hunters. Malfoy was spouting bursts of flame indiscriminately in an effort to fend off the hunters. The ones on brooms were closing in, throwing ropes to try and contain Malfoy, while the others were keeping Harry at bay. He gave a hiss of frustration. He was so big, he should be able to stop this. With a rush of determination, Harry made a sharp turn and headed at one of the flyers, who was swinging a rope like a lasso. A spell came at him from the right, but he made no move to avoid it. Magical creatures like dragons and giants were often impervious to a lot of spells that would hurt a human, and while it stung, it didn't slow him down. Harry flew straight at his chosen target, knocking the man off his broom. With a cry, he plummeted towards the rocky ravine with its thin ribbon of water, while his broom went wayward, crashing into the cliff face. One of the other flyers went into a steep dive in an effort to catch his comrade, but Harry didn't look to see if he caught him. With another hiss, he went for the next rider that caught his eyes. Malfoy was trying to flap upwards, and as Harry flew past, he gave a hiss, spitting some of his venom onto the part of the net that was creating a huge web between the dragon's wing and foot. Fire hadn't had an effect, but the net hadn't been designed with wyvern venom in mind. He heard the brief, soft sizzle as the acidic substance ate its way through the netting, and as Malfoy flapped a few more times, the silvery net worked its way loose and fluttered away. Another net shot out from the side, and Harry realized that they needed to get out of range of the dragon hunters, which would be difficult given that they were on brooms. Malfoy wasn't looking good. Without the net he could keep his balance a bit better, but he was now favoring the freed arm, trying not to agitate the thick spike sticking into his chest, and it was making him tidal the other way now. Fly back to the castle, hissed Harry as he flew by Malfoy again. He tried to ignore the pained cries Malfoy was trying to smother every time he flapped his wide, leathery wings. The broom riders had disappeared, and Harry scanned the sheer walls, trying to find someone. He spotted a figure dressed in dark clothes. They made him blend into the rock, but Harry caught his movements and soared along the wall. Upon reaching the man, Harry gave a hiss, spattering the man with venom. His scream echoed around the canyon and Harry knew he wouldn't be in a state to fight, at least until he managed to get rid of the aid that was probably eating away his skin, as well as his clothes. Malfoy was flying back as Harry had told him to do, but his progress was slow. Harry circled the area of the canyon where they'd been attacked, but all was quiet. Had they given up? Hoping that they had, Harry took off after the Slytherin, easily catching up to him in his weakened state. Malfoy seemed to be having trouble breathing. His breaths were ragged and shallow, sometimes seeming far too far apart. Grunts and pained whimpers came from him as well, and Harry kept up a steady stream of encouragement as they flew, all the while growing increasingly concerned for the Slytherin. If he passed out so high up in the air, Harry didn't think there was much that he could do to save him. He could tell that Draco was rapidly growing weaker. He was getting slower, and dropping lower and lower. The tang of blood was strong, and a continuous stream of it danced on the wind behind the silvery orange dragon as they flew. Nearly there, thought Harry, and then said it out loud, relief flooding through him as the turrets of Hogwarts came into view at the end of the canyon. It was a small relief when they reached the point where the canyon was met by the cliff upon which Hogwarts stood. The ground was suddenly so much closer, and they flew over the top of the castle. They sat down on the grass, right outside the doors to the entrance hall. Malfoy let out a loud cry as he landed heavily and the end of the harpoon collided with the ground, digging in further. Harry had underestimated the rate at which Malfoy had been losing blood. Copious amounts were already coating the ground, soaking in and creating an area of blood-stained dirt and grass. Harry knew that Malfoy couldn't transform with the harpoon still in his chest. It was so big it would rip his human chest apart. It would have to be removed, and then Malfoy would have to transform so he could be treated. Harry could hear, though not see, people coming towards them from inside the castle, and he knew he didn't have much time if he wanted to keep his identity as an animagus a secret. He quickly transformed and pulled his wand from the strap around his ankle. The footsteps were getting closer. Whoever was coming was going to come down the front steps any moment and see them. Harry aimed carefully and removed the harpoon. Malfoy, giving a loud screech of pain, was pulled out, revealing a gaping wound with bloody, ragged edges. Harry set the sharp spear on the ground next to the Malfoy and the promptly transformed back into the wyvern. It was lucky that he'd waited no longer. A dozen teachers ran from the castle, their wands drawn, raising them when they saw the dragon and the wyvern. The teachers yelled at the large number of students who had followed to stay back. Transform, Draco, hissed Harry. They can only help you if you transform. The dragon shook his head weakly. You'll die, Draco. People finding out you're an animagus doesn't matter right now. Hagrid was approaching cautiously, and behind him, the other teachers were ordering the students, without much luck, to get back into the Great Hall and eat their dinner. The dragon took a ragged breath and gave Harry a look of defeat. Slowly, he began to transform. Seconds later, it was the human Malfoy gasping for breath. He sank to his knees as several students and female teachers screamed. Malfoy grasped at his chest, where a bloody hole was soaking his robes with blood. He coughed, and blood spattered the ground in front of him. He looked desperately at Harry, and then at the teachers who were staring in astonishment. Draco, gasped Snape, lowering his wand and running forward. He halted when Harry moved, but then kept coming, albeit more slowly, not taking his eyes off of Harry. Draco, can you walk? I need you to get up. Draco shook his head and fell forward, leaning on one arm, the other dangling uselessly. Blood dripped in a thin stream from his mouth, and Harry realized the harpoon must have hit one of his lungs. Harry realized he was doing more harm than good now and backed away, quickly slithering over the ground. Once he was far enough away, he flew, disappearing around behind the castle and landing on the courtyard where he could get into the chamber. He stumbled inside and then apparated, not even worrying that someone might see him when he appeared. He appeared at the head of the entrance hall, and though it was full of students, no one was looking in his direction. There was an angry yell from the front, and students started backing away quickly. Snape appeared carrying Draco, nearly running. Madame Pomfrey and several other teachers followed closely behind. Harry felt fear when he saw Draco, his head lolling backwards over Snape's arm as they swept past. Malfoy's face was completely colorless, and the front of his robes was saturated with blood, though it looked as if the flow of blood had been stopped now. His eyes were open, but they were rolled back in his head so far that only the whites of his eyes could be seen. He looked dead. Harry followed the herd of teachers, slipping into a small alcove along the way to don his cloak. There was no way he would be allowed in the hospital wing. When he arrived, a small group of teachers was standing by the door, looking uncertain about what they could do. Maybe someone should go and reassure the other students, suggested Madame Hooch. In fact, yes, I think I might go and do just that. She was looking extremely pale, and almost gagged when she looked over at a bed in the room. She looked away quickly and then hurried past Harry. That's probably a good idea, squeaked Flitwick, and he followed her out, looking a bit calmer. Harry heard quick footsteps approaching them, and turned to see a large group of students, all Slytherins by the looks of it, racing up. How is he? Gasped Pansy, looking extremely upset. Is he going to be okay? Asked Blaise Zabini, craning his neck to see into the room. How bad is it? Asked Theodore Nott. Harry recognized Astoria amongst the group, her face worried and a tear streak running down one cheek, though she wasn't visibly crying. The teachers who'd been at the door closed in a bit to block any view the students might have had. I'm sure he'll be just fine, soothed Professor Vector, though he looked far from convinced. Everything that can be done to help him is being done. This didn't seem to hearten the group, who only looked more worried. One girl started to sob loudly. Harry had had enough of standing around outside. He apparated into the room, appearing right up the far end of the infirmary so that he was well away from any action, and then walked closer. Madame Pomfrey and Snape were working on Malfoy's gaping wound. They said nothing to each other, both seeming to know what to do without the other saying. Madame Pomfrey was barking out instructions to McGonagall, Sprout and Dumbledore, and they were all rushing around the room collecting various vials and bits of equipment. This is why I need an assistant, shrilled Madame Pomfrey as McGonagall hurried back with a vial, which Madame Pomfrey instantly uncorked and poured down Malfoy's throat, Dumbledore assisting by opening the Slytherin's mouth. Malfoy was well and truly out of it. For situations exactly like this one. Merlin knows these things happen far more than they should. Despite her seemingly frazzled comment, her hands were steady and Harry could tell she was completely focused on her ministrations. Harry looked closer and wrinkled his nose. Snape's hand seemed to be fully immersed in Malfoy's chest, doing God knows what. As Harry watched, he pulled his hand away and blood quickly welled up. Madame Pomfrey flicked her wand and vanished it, and Snape's hand went straight back in. Harry had a sick feeling that Snape's fingers might be plugging an artery. Maybe the harpoons had had some kind of poison or potion on them to stop the blood from clotting. After all, the hunters would want to weaken the dragon as quickly as possible. Then again, dragon blood was a valuable commodity and they wouldn't want to waste any of it. Madame Pomfrey suddenly joined Snape in digging around in Malfoy's chest cavity. She could be a bit more delicate, thought Harry, as she plunged her hands in and then roughly parted them as if she were looking through long grass, or something. Removing one hand, she grasped her wand again and stuck it in there instead, beginning to murmur a chant. More blood replenisher. Now, snapped Snape, and Sprout administered it to the unconscious patient. And for God's sake, Someone fetch some essence of hagwood. Ah yes, of course, murmured Dumbledore, as if it was something he should have thought of, and he hurried off to the store cupboard. Madame Pomfrey was still chanting, and Snape was looking at her expectantly, as if waiting for some instruction. She looked up for the briefest second, her eyes glazed, before looking back down at Malfoy. When she looked up, Snape snapped, "Now," and Dumbledore immediately uncapped the vial and poured it into the injury. It began to steam, though it didn't seem to affect Snape and Pomfrey. Harry was completely lost, unable to follow what they were doing, or why. He could smell blood in the air, and he was shocked to find that the whole scene excited him. Such mayhem, such chaos was infectious. Feeling sick with himself, he apparated to the lake, to the rock he'd taken to sitting at. He paced in front of it, trying to force feelings that shouldn't be his from his mind. He kicked at the ground, swearing loudly. Malfoy might die, and it would be all his, Harry's, fault for insisting they go flying. He should have recognized the dragon hunters for what they were when he'd seen them loitering outside the school's gates. They'd probably been asking Dumbledore for quarters to stay in while they hunted. Harry hoped Dumbledore had refused. On top of the fault that yet another person might die because of him, he'd been standing there watching, without even the slightest shred of remorse. It was crushing him now though, the guilt, even though one part of his mind reasoned that he couldn't have known what would happen. He had to destroy the remaining Horcruxes, and he had to do it soon. He was feeling less and less of himself, and rocketing so rapidly between such a range of emotions was confusing and upsetting to say the least. Harry remained at the rock until it was dark, electing to skip dinner. He apparated back later that evening, hoping that Malfoy was awake now. It would be a relief just to see that, though he doubted that he would be after the ordeal. It was dark in the hospital wing, but it was quiet now. Dumbledore was conversing quietly with Madame Pomfrey in the doorway of her office. Harry looked to Malfoy. It was dark in the ward, but Malfoy's face was so pale that it seemed almost luminous, and Harry picked him out immediately. He was in the same bed he'd been in before, and copious amounts of blood still stained the sheets. A feeling of cold dread swept over Harry, making him momentarily dizzy. He was struck by the certainty that Malfoy was dead, and had just been left, lying there. Panicking, Harry stepped right up to the bed, unable to breathe. After several long, tortuous moments, Harry let out a long, low breath of relief. Malfoy was lying with his eyes closed, though to Harry's surprise he appeared to be awake, judging by the way he responded to noises in the room. As Harry watched, the tiniest of frowns creased Malfoy's mouth, and his head turned slightly, as if he were trying to better hear the hushed conversation. Harry moved closer. He could see now that Malfoy's chest was rising and falling, irregularly, but rising and falling nonetheless. Harry realized Malfoy probably couldn't be moved for them to change the sheets just yet. On closer inspection, the area had been tidied up considerable. Potions were stacked neatly on Malfoy's bedside table, and the floor around the bed was spotlessly clean. Harry looked up, to see whether Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey were still talking, and nearly yelled when he saw Snape standing not 2 feet from him, on the other side of Malfoy's hospital bed. For a second, Harry thought that Snape must have heard him, must know he was standing right there, but as the thud of his heart slowed after his second shock since arriving in the infirmary, he saw that the potion's master was looking not at him, but down at Malfoy. Harry saw Malfoy's eyes crack open the tiniest bit, as if sensing that someone was close but not saying anything. His eyes snapped open. Without saying anything, Snape took a seat on the edge of Malfoy's bed. Malfoy struggled to sit up, but gasped in pain. Snape put a hand on his shoulder, briefly, to make him stay in place. "You are in pain?" asked Snape quietly. At first Harry thought it was an obvious question, one uncharacteristically dense for Snape to ask, but then Snape's eyes flicked to the younger Slytherin's arm. Malfoy's face was pinched, and his hand was clamped on his arm. When he talked, his voice was a strangled, hoarse whisper. "I can't even sleep. He keeps calling me but I haven't." Malfoy shook his head and looked desperately at Snape. "I haven't gone. I can't go. He knows it was me. He's going to kill me if I go. I know it hurts, but you must remain here. You will be safe here. I promise you that, Draco." The Slytherin nodded several times, looking slightly hysterical. He swallowed heavily and wiped at his eyes. I'm sorry. He choked out suddenly, his voice breaking. A strange look passed over Snape's face as Draco threw both arms around him and buried his head against Snape's shoulder. Ow! Cried Malfoy, and then began to sob quietly. Snape patted Draco awkwardly on the back, as the Slytherin had pinned both of his arms down. He pulled one arm out and wrapped it around Draco, who started crying in earnest. It's all right. Come on, calm down now, said Snape, a little tersely, smoothing a hand over Draco's head. Harry looked away, feeling embarrassed and uncomfortable at intruding on such a private moment. He knew neither of the people he was watching would want him to see. Grasping the pendant tightly, Harry apparated away. The next day after classes, Harry riffled through the things in his trunk, trying to find his half-finished Ancient Runes essay. He stopped, coming across the box of Weasley Wizards' Wheezes test products he'd been sent for Easter. He pulled out the edible dark mark, a sudden thought occurring to him. He had never liked licorice, but he knew someone it would suit just fine. After locating his essay, he went down to the common room to rejoin Ron and Hermione. He had just taken his seat when an owl soared through a high-up window and settled at their table. It wandered around in a little circle, clearly not overly concerned who it delivered its letter to. Ron was the one who reached out and untied the envelope, offering the corner of his peanut butter sandwich to the owl. It's for you, mate, said the redhead, tossing him the letter like a frisbee. Harry attempted to catch it, but his hands were shaking slightly again, and were being slightly uncooperative. He tried to lift up the lips of the envelope, but again, the tiny tremor wouldn't let him get a grip of it. In the end he gave a hiss of frustration and tore the end off of the envelope instead. The letter was brief, but it brought a smile to Harry's face, something that had been all but absent the last 24 hours. Harry. Teddy was born during the night, at 11:57 and weighing 8 ounces. All is well with mother and child, though I must admit, I am exhausted by the ordeal. Remus. Harry laughed happily and folded the letter neatly, placing it back in the envelope. 8 ounces seemed wrong to Harry, and he thought perhaps Remus had been a little distracted when he wrote the note. Then again, who was Harry to know how much a baby weighed? The only thing he ever had to weight anything in was potions, and they didn't use babies in any school-level potions, though he'd heard rumors that Snape did, on the odd occasion. He snorted at the ridiculous image that came to mind of Snape rocking a baby wrapped in swaddling cloth, before unraveling it straight into a bubbling cauldron with an evil laugh. He wondered when he would be able to go and see the baby. It seemed to him that he should, given that he was the godfather. He should probably get a gift of some sort, too. Flowers for Tonks, he supposed. Did godfathers usually get something for their godsons? He wasn't even sure what you would buy for a newborn. He pulled out a fresh piece of parchment and began writing a reply to congratulate the new family. Tonks had the baby last night, he said out loud. Hermione looked up, beaming. Really? Is it a girl or a boy? What have they called it? A boy. His name's Teddy. I wonder if that's short for Theodore, or something else, or if it's just Teddy, she mused. I should write a letter to say congratulations as well, she said, abandoning her work and looking for some parchment as well. I can just include you in this letter, if you want. Hermione nodded. All right. Ask how Tonks is doing, and ask who the baby looks like. Harry rolled his eyes, but did as she asked. Do you want it to be from you, too, Ron? He looked up at the redhead. Suppose, said Ron, looking up briefly from his assignment. Hermione rolled her eyes. You suppose. Show some interest, Ron. Our friends have just had a baby. Aren't you happy for them? Of course I'm happy for them, said Ron indignantly, and then turned to Harry. Could you write that, please, mate? Harry nodded as Ron turned back to Hermione. Just because I'm not jumping up and down with excitement doesn't mean I'm not. Well, I think it's wonderful. I'll have to buy a gift next time we have a Hogsmeade weekend, she mused. Ron spoke up again. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention, Bill and Fleur are having a baby, too. Hermione gasped and then smacked Ron on the arm. Ron, how could you forget to tell us something like that? How long have you known? When is the baby due? I only just found out, said Ron in a tone designed specifically to placate Hermione. He blew it when he continued by saying, about a week ago. A week. Ron, you're just impossible, she scolded. Ooh, I can't wait, isn't it exciting? Harry was down in the chamber again, contemplating his charms assignment. He pointed his wand at the wreck of mangled skin that had been the topmost layers of Lestrange's arm. Morsmored. He waited, but nothing happened. He tried again, with the same result, and then several more times. He knew he was doing it right, since he had a memory of having done it from the dream, but it just wasn't working. He decided it must be that Lestrange was dead. There was no life to grab onto, to control, or leech on. He sat back on his heels and turned his thoughts again to marking himself. He knew he could get it off, so he wasn't worried that he would be marked permanently, but the thought was still a bit unnerving. In the end, though, he realized he couldn't even seriously contemplate that idea. He'd just have to find someone else to test it out on. After all, it wasn't as if there was a great lack of Death Eaters. The only trick was to find a willing one. It hit Harry then that he had an obvious candidate. Malfoy would surely want to be rid of the mark, now that the fact that he'd defied Voldemort was out in the open. Then again, Harry would rather save him for the in-class demonstration, because he probably couldn't bring another Death Eater into the castle. Harry felt a brief moment of guilt for thinking to use Malfoy's misfortune to his advantage, but he brushed it aside. You couldn't ignore such wonderful opportunities or you'd never get anywhere. Harry sighed. He was letting Voldemort's ambitious nature shine through a bit too much when he thought things like that. Malfoy was suffering, and here Harry was wanting to wait, just so he could use Malfoy as a demonstration subject. He'd just ask Malfoy if he was willing to wait a bit, and if the Slytherin wasn't, then it was too bad for Harry. Besides, he still had a little bit of time. He needed to find ways of making it less damaging, if he could, because it looked as if it would surely be painful for someone capable of feeling pain. He could either work something into his charm, or look into some potions. Then he'd ask Malfoy, and just hopefully, it would take a while for Harry to find out what he needed. He stopped thinking about it then, because thinking about Malfoy tended to make him unexplainably angry, and he felt like he wanted to hex something, or someone, just for the sake of it. The next evening, Harry finally got around to visiting Malfoy again. He went during dinner, because he saw that Madame Pomfrey had come down to eat, and he knew she wouldn't do that unless her patient was fine to be left alone. After a quick stop, he apparated to the hospital wing. It was quiet. Malfoy was the only patient, and his friends all seemed to be down at dinner. He dragged his cloak off. Malfoy jumped and then tried to cover it with a cough. Potter, what are you doing here? Given that the answer was obvious, Harry ignored the question. He walked towards the bed. Why are you looking at me like that? Asked Malfoy, and Harry noticed that the Slytherin had moved to hold his wand, his knuckles white because of how tightly he gripped it. Harry realized he was scowling quite heavily at the Slytherin. He forced the expression off his face. Sorry, he muttered, then reached a hand into his pocket. I brought something for you. Malfoy raised his eyebrows, and then scowled indignantly when Harry produced Gaspard from his pocket. Mumbling something Harry couldn't hear, the Slytherin reached out and took the ferret from Harry. Despite the grumbling, Malfoy cradled the ferret against his chest, and Gaspard burrowed his nose and paws into the crook of Malfoy's elbow, apparently settling in for sleep. Harry turned his body slightly to investigate the myriad potions and other medicines that were sitting on Malfoy's bedside table. He picked up a healing balm and unscrewed the lid. What are you doing? Asked Malfoy drowsily. Harry suspected that the only thing keeping him awake was the dark mark burning on his arm. I had a run-in with a harpoon myself, he remarked dryly. He sat on the bed one over from Malfoy and shrugged off his robe, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal the shallow gouge running from under his armpit down to his hip. It wasn't too bad, though he suspected if he hadn't had a pain relief potion earlier in the day it would have been giving him curry. He'd only noticed it that morning because he hadn't bothered with a shower the night before and had simply slept in his robes. The balm was cool and instantly soothed the dull ache of the wound. After a few seconds, a tingling sensation started, indicating that the balm was healing the wound. Harry screwed the lid back on and returned the jar to Malfoy's bedside table, taking a small vial of what looked like Dittany. He unstoppered it and gave an experimental sniff. Now sure it was Dittany, he slipped it into his pocket to apply later. He looked up at the Slytherin, who was leaning back against his pillows with his eyes closed. How do you feel? Malfoy opened his eyes briefly and then closed them again. Hurts like hell, but I'll be alright. I'm doped up to my eyeballs on pain relief potions and I can still feel where that harpoon went into me. What about your arm? Asked Harry, referring to Malfoy's dark mark. Malfoy's eyes snapped open and his eyes darted momentarily to Harry's and then away. He grimaced. Well, that just hurts like hell. Harry could tell he was trying to make light of it, but failing miserably. Malfoy's voice became stilted as he realized he couldn't fool himself. He's angry at me, I can tell. I know he is, replied Harry wryly. Malfoy looked at him with a small frown and Harry tapped his scar with his wand. A few hours ago, Harry had felt a moment of blind rage, and since then his scar had been aching constantly, occasionally sending darts of pain into his skull, with accompanying feelings of anger. That's why you were scowling at me when you came in, wasn't it? Malfoy looked suddenly fearful again. He can't make you do things, can he? Harry shook his head. No, I just get some of what he's feeling sometimes, most especially when he's particularly angry. The comment did nothing to ease Malfoy's anxiety. You'll be okay, said Harry, trying to sound encouraging. After all, look at Snape. He's fine, and Voldemort's been after him for ages. Malfoy flinched at the name. He's been coming to see me every day, you know. It's only just been 2 days, Harry reminded him. And you were practically comatose the first day, from what I've heard. I just can't believe he still wants to talk to me, murmured Malfoy. After all the things I said to him. I was really awful. Harry shrugged, running his hand over Salazar's scales as the snake coiled around his arm. He's your godfather, he's supposed to care. I told you that you should have spoken to him earlier. Malfoy muttered something about a traitor and Harry rolled his eyes, but didn't reply. Tell me about that plan now, said Malfoy, looking up expectantly. Malfoy might be curious, but Harry was quite certain he wouldn't be receptive to the plan that Harry had in mind, given the recent events. Harry waved him off. Not now. I wouldn't even be in here if you hadn't insisted on flying out there to tell it to me in the first place, grumbled the Slytherin. It was technically true, but they'd been flying in the canyon plenty of times before and never run into any trouble. You're the one that wanted to show off, Malfoy. If it weren't for you, no one would have ever heard of us at all. Yeah, until you made us fight, retorted Malfoy. Oh, yeah, he'd forgotten about that. If you hadn't made me do that, I wouldn't be in half as much trouble as I am. Harry suspected that when whatever potions Malfoy had ingested wore off that he would be considerably more upset with Harry. Right now, he was pretty docile. Although, it was absurd of me to agree with you. I'm a Slytherin. My sense of self-preservation really should have stopped me. Harry made some reply, and then realized that Malfoy had fallen asleep as he'd been speaking. The Slytherin looked like he really did need the sleep, so Harry got up and left quietly, heading down to dinner. Harry was sitting in the common room playing a game of chess with Ron. He'd improved a lot at the game in the last year, but chess seemed to be a real talent of Ron's. He'd always been good, but Harry was starting to realize that it was a real talent for strategy that Ron had, rather than just being good at the game. Harry had seen him put the talent to use in other things too, like their Quidditch matches and defense duels. Beside them, Seamus, Neville and Dean were playing a very loud game of exploding Snape, which was really quite annoying Harry, as it prevented him from concentrating on the game. It didn't seem to affect Ron at all, probably because he'd grown up at the burrow where someone was always making a loud noise of some sort. Suddenly the portrait hole slammed with a bang and Harry's head whipped up to see Hermione storming their way. Her hair was flying wildly around her head and her face was flushed. She was clearly in a rage about something. Heads turned to follow her as she made her way over to them, stomping her feet. Ron was giving Harry a look that said he clearly feared for his life. Hermione sat down heavily next to Ron, crossing her arms and letting out a great huff. Ron relaxed slightly, realizing that he wasn't about to be reamed for something he had inadvertently done. What's wrong, love? He asked evenly, putting down his bishop and fixing Hermione with all his attention. I've just been in an interview, returned Hermione, her scowl deepening. She took a deep breath, and it shook as she let it out. It wasn't with Rita Skeeter, was it? Asked Ron, only half joking. No, it wasn't with Rita Skeeter. I wish it had been. Who was it with, then? Prodded Harry. Umbridge. That foul, awful, fascist, self-serving toad. Hermione sniffed, and then added, her voice going high, and your brother. Ron's expression darkened further. Git, he muttered, and Harry wholeheartedly agreed. Why was Umbridge interviewing you? Asked Dean, frowning. Hermione looked over at him. All the Muggleborns in the school have to go through them, and they ask just the most personal questions, and ridiculous ones, too. I don't know if they're doing half-bloods as well, but I'll just bet you they aren't doing purebloods. Harry scowled, his anger rising. You should have refused to do it. We should tell everyone to refuse to do it. Well, I didn't finish it. I walked out. They started with me, and do you know what she said? She said that I should set an example for the other students, and answer the questions like a good little girl. Well, I will be an example to the other Muggleborns in this school, but most certainly not in the way they want me to. Good for you, Hermione. Ron rubbed her shoulder, pulling her closer. And me and Harry will be right here supporting you, won't we, Harry? Harry nodded fiercely. Course we will, my own. The Ministry won't get away with this. Yeah, said Seamus. We know what they're up to. None of us is going to go down without a fight. Harry was heading down to his phytolamency lesson with Snape that evening when he heard voices in the corridor up ahead. They were making no effort to keep their voices down, so he was able to get close without being heard or spotted. He took cover behind a large stone statue, and listened in on the conversation. After the debacle with the Granger girl, I think it best if we start with the younger years instead. Compliance is the key, and it will be far easier to enforce that on first years. Easier to mold, they are. Once the older years see that they're being compliant, they'll follow suit. Of course, Madam Umbridge, replied Percy, nodding and making a note on his clipboard. Obedience and conformity, Mr. Weasley, those are the path to a peaceful society. When those in power can control the lesser persons of our society, order shall be obtained, and the first step in control is understanding. Percy's head bobbed up and down, his quill scratching away all the while. Reschedule the order of interviews for tomorrow and then take the rest of the day off. You've a sister and brother that attend this school, is that correct? Percy's scratching stopped for a moment. Yes, that's correct. Well, how about you visit with them? Perhaps they'll be able to pass along some useful information, people we need to watch out for and expect trouble from. I'll be off now, there are important matters I must discuss with Dumbledore. Umbridge smiled genially at Percy, an expression Harry found thoroughly sickening, and then waddled off. Percy remained, scribbling on his clipboard, his horn-rimmed glasses nearly touching the parchment. You don't really believe all that drivel, do you? Asked Harry stepping out from behind the statue. Percy's head snapped up and an expression of dislike pinched his face. Madam Umbridge does not spout drivel, replied Percy stiffly. You should listen to her words, you could learn a lot. It's a load of tripe, is what it is. Perhaps to one such as you, who has no understanding of things political, but as a member of our ministry, I can tell you that we are on the path to a better way of life for all witches and wizards. Harry crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. You do know that the ministry is overrun by Death Eaters, don't you? Percy spluttered indignantly. See here, Potter, you've no right. Hermione is one of my best friends, of course I have the right. Can't you see that you're just pawn to these people? Can't you see what these interviews, and this registration committee is all about? You were obviously eavesdropping, so you must have heard. How can it not be obvious to you that Thorn is a Death Eater? Percy looked outraged at the allegation. Minister Thorn is most certainly not a Death Eater. Of course he is. Why else would he have organized this Muggleborn registration committee, and all the other things he's doing? Do you even look beyond the orders, or do you just blindly follow every instruction you're given without even thinking about it? Percy puffed himself up, but Harry didn't give him a chance to speak. Have you seen the propaganda that's been going around, denigrating Muggleborns? I know for a fact that Umbridge herself was personally involved with at least one of those pamphlets. How dare you accuse Dolores of such a thing? These wild, unfounded, completely baseless claims are preposterous. Harry clenched his jaw and held himself tall. You know what, Percy, I don't care if you don't like me, and I know you don't. If you want to believe the rubbish the prophet printed years ago, believe it. But take a look around at what's going on. With that, Harry turned and stalked away. After a few meters though, he briefly turned back. Oh, and maybe you should try talking to your family. They can tell you all about what I'm talking about, and when you do finally realize that ultimately, you're working for Voldemort, maybe they'll forgive you. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but it seemed some of the Slytherins he passed in the dungeons were scowling at him more darkly than usual. Choosing to ignore it, Harry continued on to Snape's office. He wasn't looking forward to this phytolymmancy lesson, even though he was going to be trying out his Patronus to see if it worked to weaken the Horcruxes. He knew with a certainty that Voldemort would find him tonight. He was learning quickly how to navigate the souls, and last time he had found the path to the Horcrux in Harry's own soul. Harry just hoped that Voldemort didn't realize he could access his Horcruxes, and, if he did, that he had no reason to investigate them. Harry said little to Snape before they began, and Snape said little to Harry. The potions master seemed tired, and yet somehow more relaxed than usual. He had dark bags under his eyes, but his movements were fluid, and his frame did not seem as tense as usual. Harry found the round room as quickly as he could. He'd expected to already have encountered Voldemort's conscious mind, but perhaps the wizard was distracted by his anger. Harry opened the door to the unknown Horcrux and looked at the heaving, twisting bridge. It looked the same as when he'd left it. It looked like it was an animal, writhing in agony. Not wanting to waste time, Harry sought about for a happy memory. It was difficult to actually feel the happiness, with the white-hot barbs of pain shooting through his mind, but he did his best to focus on the memory. He could see Aislinn smiling at him, and the brightness of her smile sent a tingling rush through his body. He yelled out the incantation, and the sensation of warmth that the memory held raced through his arm and into his wand, erupting out the other end in the form of a brilliant silvery stag. He directed it across the bridge, and unlike Harry, it had no trouble running. Harry had barely been able to keep his balance on the bridge the last time he'd had to cross it, but the stag seemed to know exactly when and where to put its feet, and bend its knees so that it traveled with smooth, proud leaps. Now, Harry had nothing to do but wait. He couldn't see the stag any longer, nor could he see far enough to see the Horcrux, but he could still feel that the spell was working. The stag was still out there, somewhere, hopefully doing what Harry had sent it to do. While he waited, Harry kept a lookout for Voldemort. Perhaps the round room was somehow hiding him from the dark wizard, because it was unusually silent in the soul. Suddenly a great tingle ran through Harry's body like a shockwave, and his head snapped around to look at the bridge. It was truly thrashing now. Tendrils of the twisting black magic were flicking up into the space around the bridge, cracking like whips. They fell back down, and some of them, instead of twisting back into the bridge as they always had done, fell limp and lifeless. Harry felt that he had lost the Patronus now, but he could see that it had had the intended effect on the Horcrux. It was a relief to know that it would work, because there was no way he could risk going into the Horcrux when it was so close to being torn away from whatever vessel was holding it. Harry crawled away from the door and shakily got to his feet, opening the door to take him back to his own soul. Back in Snape's office, Snape provided him with a pain relief potion, and he recounted what he had seen. Snape nodded in satisfaction. What do you think would happen to me if I was in one of the Horcruxes when it gets destroyed? He asked, genuinely curious about what exactly he was avoiding. Snape paused, frowning thoughtfully. One cannot say for sure. Perhaps your mind would be lost, or be taken along to whatever awaits the soul. Another option, more likely, too, I think, is that you would become what Voldemort was, in the years after the curse rebounded and he was torn from his body. Harry nodded. What Snape was saying seemed quite logical, even though Harry wasn't entirely sure what had happened to Voldemort in those years. You would be without a body, but still you would be bound to the earth. Unlike him, it would not be Horcruxes binding you, although they certainly would, I think, if they still existed. What I mean is, if that was the last bit of his soul, then it would be but your own body keeping you, and in turn, that bit of soul, connected to this world. Harry nodded again, and then suddenly felt a painful tug deep within himself, deeper than his mind. The wrench came from his very soul, and he gave a gasp. He could feel something moving up through the layers of his very being. He stood, his hand going to his scar, and then sat again. He was already feeling faint from performing phytolemancy, but now the potion was beginning to take effect and he was feeling hazy, as well. Potter, what is it? Asked Snape, standing and leaning across the desk towards Harry. He's coming, gasped Harry, and he saw a look of fear cross Snape's face. Moments later, Harry stood. Only, it wasn't him standing. He hadn't told his legs and arms to move. He realized with a start that he wasn't in control of his body, and there was an ugly, imposing presence violating his mind. His arm delved into a pocket, found nothing, and began searching his body, finally closing on the wand in its holster. He heard his voice, but the tone behind it was foreign. A malicious, cold hiss issued from his throat. Severus. Harry saw that Snape had drawn his wand, and was suddenly immensely glad that he no longer had the Holly and Phoenix feather wand, for that surely would have been more useful to Voldemort than a wand that suited Harry alone. At least, he hoped the Yggdrasil wand didn't suit Voldemort as well as it suited himself. He caught sight of himself in a reflective surface, and saw that his eyes were crimson. The pain had returned full force, despite the stronger potion he'd taken, and Harry thought perhaps that the pain wasn't his, but Voldemort's. Fight, Potter, muttered Snape, but Harry had no idea how he was supposed to fight. He could barely think straight through the haze of pain and the cloudiness of the potion, which had dimmed his awareness of things around him. He tried bringing up his occlumency shield, realizing they had dropped. His body took a step forward and promptly fell face forward. He could feel that his face was flaming with Voldemort's embarrassment as his body was righted, and the potion master's lips even quirked slightly, though he still kept a firm grip on the wand pointed at Harry. A greater anger began boiling in his veins, and suddenly it seemed less important that Voldemort was in his body, and more important that Snape was laughing at him. Have a nice trip? Asked Snape dryly, still positioning himself to act. The comment was so uncharacteristic of Snape and so banal despite the situation that Harry couldn't help but laugh, despite the pain ripping through his skull. The laugh, or more precisely the emotions that came with it, caused Voldemort even more pain, and Harry felt the presence recoil slightly back into the recesses of his mind. It gave him a moment of greater clarity, and he used it to make his shield stronger. Suddenly another presence joined them, and Harry saw Snape materialize in the darkness. Voldemort returned, and they began to duel. It did not last long. Voldemort was in as much pain as Harry, fighting Snape, who was in his element, and Harry's shields, which, though weak at the moment, were still hindering him. With a scream of pain and anguish and frustration and anger, Voldemort was gone. Harry felt his presence recede the same way it had come, until all of a sudden it was all but gone. His vision wavered and he was back in Snape's office, with Snape by his side muttering something about keeping his shields up. Harry tried to focus on them, but he really just couldn't right now. He felt himself being pulled to his feet and the movement briefly sent him into unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, only a few seconds had passed, and they were standing by the fireplace. Snape reached out, taking a pinch of flow powder from a small pot on the mantel. Harry closed his eyes, trying to keep out the bright light of the flames, opening them a bit when Snape threw the powder in and they turned a more pleasant green. They stepped into the fireplace together, a tight fit, but there was no way that Harry could stay standing without Snape holding him up. Following the unpleasant mode of travel, Harry threw up the contents of his stomach, including the potion he'd taken not 10 minutes before. He groaned. It had been the only thing keeping the worst of the pain at bay. A moment later, Harry felt himself settled onto a bed and he relaxed into the sheets and soft pillows. He turned on his front, pressing his face into the pillow. Even the moonlight, soft and cool as it was irritating him. Phytolemancy lessons were so draining. The pain took more and more out of him every time. He gagged, coughing up foul-tasting stuff. At least one more Horcrux was nearing the end of its tenancy in whatever object it inhabited. After the unknown Horcrux had been released, and Harry was fairly certain that it would be soon, there would only be 3 Horcruxes left to destroy, and he repeated the mantra 3 times before he passed out again. Cup, him, me. Cup, him, me. Cup, him, me. Something tiny hit Harry's eyelid, bouncing off and landing on the pillow beside his face. Was that what had woken him? Or was it the pounding in his skull that had dragged him out of sleep? Another little something hit his nose this time, though he didn't hear this one land anywhere. He brushed his hand over his face, rolled over and burrowed into the blankets. If only he could fall asleep again. There was a tiny dull sort of snapping sound, and then another little something collided with his face, this time rolling and settling in his ear. Harry reached up and felt around for his ear, picking the something out of it. It was roundish, and rough, and a little bit slimy. Squishy, too. What the hell is it? He thought, cracking his eye open and holding the something close to his face. It was a brownish color, and as he started to properly wake up, the stirrings of suspicion began to creep in. Harry touched the thing to the tip of his tongue, then put it in his mouth and chewed. A haughty voice decided to speak at that point, confirming Harry and his taste buds' suspicions. Ugh! Disgusting, Potter. I really don't know how you can eat that. Have you seen how many sultanas the elves put in the bread and butter pudding? I hate sultanas. Perhaps I'll draft a formal complaint to the kitchens. Probably no one likes sultanas, but they haven't been bothered to do anything about it. Harry pushed himself up with a grunt. Why are you eating it if you don't like it? And why are you eating pudding for breakfast? He didn't bother to ask why the Slytherin felt the need to throw his unwanted food at people. Malfoy sighed. I like it without the sultanas, Potter. As to why I'm eating it for breakfast, Madame Pomfrey tells me I have to have bland foods, which means toast without jam, which is disgusting, or porridge, which I've been eating since I got here. Harry felt around for his glasses and pushed them onto his nose, then looked around to Malfoy as his sight adjusted to a normal focus. Malfoy was sitting up in bed, thick white bandages wrapped around his torso. He had a row of sultanas lined up on his blanket, and as Harry watched, he added another one to one end of the row, and then flicked the sultana at the other end off of the bed, aiming carefully at Harry. Harry scowled as it hit him in the forehead. Malfoy smirked. Sultana? He asked innocently. Malfoy's tone suddenly changed. Why were you at Snape's so late? His eyes narrowed. At first I thought he was still teaching you occlumency, or maybe even legilimency, but neither of those does that to you. None of your business. Well, actually, it is. How do you figure? Muttered Harry, getting out of bed and walking over to the medicine cabinet to help himself to a pain relief potion. He quite clearly remembered throwing up the one Snape had given him the previous night, and judging by the way he felt, no one had bothered giving him another one. He reached out and grasped the handle of the cupboard. Snape told me to watch you. He even said I could use my wand on you, if the need were to arise. Harry turned slowly and fixed Malfoy with a scowl. The Slytherin was smiling smugly and twirling his wand idly. Did he? Asked Harry icily. Part of him knew why Snape was so concerned, but Harry was really not in the mood for Malfoy's smug attitude. I did indeed, said a dry voice, and Harry turned, his hand still holding the handle of the medicine cabinet. Snape raised an eyebrow. Tell me, Potter, do you recall a conversation we had not long ago? Of course I remember, snapped Harry, crossing his arms defensively. My head hurts. Be that as it may, my request still stands. You will speak to me before taking potions. Request, muttered Harry sarcastically, and just loudly enough for Snape to hear. More like orders. Call it what you want, responded Snape blithely. He crossed the room to the cabinet and opened it, taking out the same potion Harry had been seeking. He handed it over. Harry pursed his lips, but took the proffered vial. He tried to still the shaking of his hands while he uncorked it, hoping Snape wouldn't notice. He turned his body away slightly, but Snape grasped his arm and plucked the vial back from Harry, his face impassive. He pulled the cork out and handed it back, then turned to Malfoy. Draco, how are you feeling? Much better, thank you. Harry blinked at the polite way Malfoy spoke to Snape. He sounded afraid of angering Snape in any way, shape or form. I really would like to get out of here, though. Do you think you could possibly convince Madame Pomfrey? No, said Snape shortly, inspecting the various potions beside Malfoy's bed. You may leave when Madame Pomfrey tells you that you may. Until then. Snape picked up a vial. Have you taken your potions this morning? Malfoy looked sulky. Yes, sir. Can I go? Asked Harry, cutting in. Snape stared at him again, this time with a small frown. He looked Harry up and down, considering him. Breakfast first, and then you may go. Malfoy's jaw dropped. You can't let him go after only one night. I've been in here far longer. Snape turned back to Harry, appraising his condition. Don't listen to Malfoy, stated Harry hotly. Speak without the tone, if you will. How do you feel? I'm fine. I'm fine. Hush, Draco. Potter, get back in bed and eat. Snape snapped his fingers and a house elf appeared. Breakfast for the patient, please. Harry got back into his bed. He was rather hungry. He focused on his stomach. Famished, in fact. Where's Madame Pomfrey? Asked Harry. He didn't want her to come back and decide that he did in fact need to stay in the infirmary. Breakfast, answered Snape, pulling a small box out of a pocket. He tapped it with his wand and it grew to about 6 times the size. Snape carried it into Madame Pomfrey's office. While he was in there, a house elf appeared with a bowl of porridge for Harry's breakfast. Harry ate a spoonful. It was delicious. Snape strode back out and surveyed the two of them for a brief moment before continuing out of the room, leaving Malfoy sulking. Harry was scraping the dregs of the porridge out of his bowl when Malfoy leaned over and started whispering to him. You have to get me out of here, Potter. I don't have to do anything. Please, wheedled Malfoy, drawing the word out. I am dying of boredom in here. It's even worse than the time I was attacked by that horrid hippogriff. Pomfrey won't even let me do any homework. I'm going to fall dreadfully behind. Quite besides that, I need to move. I have been sitting right here. Malfoy paused, in order to indicate his bed, right here, for nearly 3 days. The only time they let me up was so they could change my sheets, and they let me put on some clean clothes then, too, because my other ones were shredded and covered in blood. And you know, it wasn't even those hunters that ruined my robes. Well, I suppose I can blame them for the blood, but it was the teachers that shredded my robes so that they could get at me. But back to my main point, I really do feel the need to stretch my legs for a while, and you could just apparate us with that pendant of yours, and then no one would be able to stop us on the way. All right, muttered Harry, for nothing else than to get the Slytherin to shut up. He didn't mind terribly. He would much rather be in the chamber than sitting in the hospital wing anyway. Gaspard, called Malfoy, looking expectantly about the room, not bothering to even thank Harry. Typical, he muttered, lacing up his boots. Harry frowned, wondering where Salazar was. He really hoped that the snake hadn't fallen out in the flow. He'd have to go and see Snape later, and see if Salazar was hiding in his office somewhere. 2 minutes later, Harry was sitting on the lounge in the chamber. He wasn't doing anything, just thinking, but Malfoy had found a book to read. He felt very wrong. He still had the sense that something in him was missing, and his head hurt, and he couldn't forget how helpless he had felt when Voldemort had possessed him the previous evening. He felt different today than he had felt even yesterday. Maybe it was just the headache, but what if Voldemort coming through to his soul had affected him somehow? He wondered if Voldemort would try it again. Harry knew it hurt the other wizard as much as it hurt himself, but all he would need were a few seconds of control, and he would be able to kill someone. Malfoy, or Snape, or Dumbledore, or someone completely innocent. He cracked an eye open to look at Malfoy, only to find the Slytherin staring at him. You still didn't tell me what you were doing with Snape last night. And I'm not going to, answered Harry shortly. Was it dueling practice? He knows some rather nasty hexes, but I wouldn't have thought he'd practice them on a student. Harry ignored him and the Slytherin gave a sigh. Malfoy had the carefree attitude of someone who was trying very hard to forget that anything was wrong. He was focusing on completely inconsequential trivialities, and completely ignoring that anything bad had happened, in the hope that his problems would simply disappear. Malfoy stood up carefully, favoring the side that hadn't been injured. Seeing as of no books with me, I'm going to go upstairs and get some basilisk scales, all right? Replied Harry vaguely. Malfoy eased himself up, wincing, and Harry closed his eyes again. Thanks. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, and I need some more venom from you, too. I've run out. Harry was too busy being amazed that Malfoy had said thank you that it wasn't until Malfoy was at the top of the stairs when it registered what he had said. Harry swore and jumped up, the book falling face down on the floor. Malfoy! He yelled loudly, spinning around to look at the stairs. The edge of Malfoy's robe whipped around the corner of the entryway. Harry swore again and raced across the library and up the stairs, yelling Malfoy's name as he went. He was pretty sure that Lestrange was pretty well out of sight, but he hadn't intended to let Malfoy go walking through the basilisk chamber without Harry talking to him as a distraction. He hadn't wanted to risk that Malfoy would decide to explore it a bit. Harry was racing up the stairs, desperate to get to the basilisk chamber, when suddenly he was there. He pursed his lips. He always forgot the pendant. Thankfully, the Slytherin was still plucking scales out of the basilisk with tweezers and dropping them into a small, clear jar. Gaspard was twining in and out of Malfoy's boots, darting beneath the edge of his robes and out the other side. What did you want? Asked Malfoy, and Harry scowled in annoyance. Of course Malfoy had heard him, and ignored him. Nothing, he muttered, running a hand over the basilisk. Malfoy tugged out another scale and dropped it into the jar, and screwed the lid on, before pulling out a vial and proceeding to fill it with blood. Suddenly, Gaspard darted out from between Malfoy's boots, sniffed at the air, and scampered off. Harry froze when he saw in what direction the ferret had sped. Malfoy appeared unconcerned about the actual direction, simply stopping the vial and holding it and the jar out to Harry. Here, hold these while I get the bloody thing. No, I'll get him. Before Malfoy could argue, Harry followed the direction Gaspard had run off in. Malfoy shrugged and turned to put away the tweezers tools he'd used to extract the blood. Harry moved quickly, calling the ferret's name. Please, please, don't be where I think you are, muttered Harry as he hurried towards the lifeless body of Malfoy's uncle. What's that over there? Asked Malfoy, his voice curious. Harry jumped. He hadn't even heard Malfoy's feet approaching. Harry cast about for something to say, and came up with nothing. Literally, nothing. He turned and stepped in front of Malfoy. It's just rocks. Why don't you go back to the library? I'll find Gaspard and bring him back. He sounded miserably false, though, and Malfoy, taller than Harry, simply peered over his shoulder, squinting into the darkness. Is that a body? He frowned. Gaspard, get away from that. Malfoy seemed more concerned that his pet might be catching a disease than the fact that there was yet another dead body in the chamber. The Slytherin stepped around Harry and walked towards Lestrange. Harry let him, too tired to bother trying to stop him. Instead, he settled for trailing along behind Malfoy. The Slytherin was at the body now, and he had frozen completely, looking down at it. Finally, he said in a strangled voice, what the F? K is this? His voice was breathless and disbelieving. It's Rodolphus Lestrange. Malfoy rounded on Harry, fire blazing in his gray eyes. I can see that. I do recognize my own uncle. What the F? K is his body doing here? Harry wrinkled his nose and scratched the back of his head uneasily. You see, I really needed someone to practice my charm on, and since he died, well, I thought I'd use him. Malfoy's face flooded with color. Practice on. You're practicing charms on the dead body of my uncle. What the hell is wrong with you? Harry floundered around for words to justify the situation somehow. There wasn't anything terribly wrong with what he'd done, was there? He could see why Malfoy was upset, but that was only because he knew Lestrange personally. I know you killed my aunt, Potter. I know you weren't joking that time. You slipped up. Malfoy sneered. Did you kill Rodolphus, too? He died in the battle, yelled Harry, desperate to defend himself on that point at least. How convenient for you. It was, actually, very convenient, said a little voice in Harry's head, but he refrained from saying it out loud. You can forget about me helping you with whatever it was you wanted. Oh, Come on, argued Harry. I'm sorry. Okay. I didn't mean for you to find this, and it's not like I was going to keep him here forever. This, said Malfoy, sweeping his hand over the body. It's really just not the done thing, he hissed, enunciating every word clearly. His eyes were like ice, and he bore a more striking resemblance to his father than Harry had ever seen. Normal people don't do this sort of thing. What's that supposed to mean? Harry could feel his anger rising, and it was so much easier than usual to be angry at Malfoy, with Voldemort's rage feeding his. Forget it, muttered the Slytherin, bending over and picking up Gaspard. But I meant it when I said I wasn't going to help you anymore. Harry turned and stormed out with an angry, incoherent yell. Couldn't one thing go right for him? Why must everything be so difficult for him? He apparated midway across the chamber. Malfoy could see himself back to the infirmary, and too bad for him when he received a telling off from Madame Pomfrey, or better yet, Snape. His troubles were nothing compared to Harry's. Unfortunately, Harry was the first one to run into Snape. He was storming down a corridor, with no particular destination in mind, when his name was called. Potter. Harry stopped and turned, waiting for Snape to get closer. Where had Mr. Malfoy gone? Asked Snape once he had reached Harry. How should I know? Asked Harry sourly. I'm not his keeper. Snape pursed his lips, striding closer to Harry. He crossed his arms and looked down his nose. Harry felt more than a little like a bug under a microscope. Go to my office and wait for me there. Harry opened his mouth to complaint. Why? What have I done? We have things to talk about. Are you not concerned about the fact that you were possessed by the Dark Lord last night? Of course I'm concerned, sir. I'm more than concerned that I might suddenly have a murdering maniac controlling my body when I'm surrounded by people I care about. What kind of Then go, hissed Snape. To my office, now. Wait for me there. It was then that Harry remembered he had been intending to search for Salazar. Fine, he muttered, and turned his back on Snape to go to the dungeons. He really didn't feel like talking to Snape about anything at the moment. He was tired and his head hurt, and he'd had enough of argumentative Slytherins for one day. He had to wait about 15 minutes for Snape, and by the time the potions mater arrived, Harry was beginning to feel quite impatient. Have you seen Salazar? He asked, the second Snape stepped through the floor into his office. Harry had been expecting him to come through the door, but he didn't let his surprise show. My snake, he added, in case Snape didn't remember who that was. Snape stopped by his desk and nudged a cardboard box that Harry hadn't noticed earlier with the toe of his boot. As Snape sat down, Harry pulled the box closer and saw Salazar coiled in one corner around a rock. Harry reached in and lifted Sal's out, noticing that the rock was nice and warm. The snake had been asleep, but woke with a small hiss when he was moved. Harry said nothing, waiting for Snape to initiate the conversation. How do you feel this morning? Asked Snape. How do you expect I feel? He replied, scowling down at Sal's. Anyway, how I feel isn't important. What is important is how we can stop it happening again, don't you think? Very well. Then I shall get to the point. I know no way of preventing possession when it is accomplished in the manner that the Dark Lord accomplished it, other than your own force of will. Employing occlumency against him would work, if you were a better occlumens. However, he is an extremely adept legilimens, and I am certain in a battle of the minds, he would win. That said, you are adept enough at occlumency that you should be able to stall him and seek help, or at least attain some distance between yourself and others before he takes control of you. Harry nodded once, not surprised by Snape's admission of being unable to prevent it from happening. It is essential that you maintain your barriers at all times, continued Snape. By doing so, you will far more easily detect him, in addition to making him work harder to gain access to your mind. You must remember, once he has taken possession of you, he will not stay long. The pain is as great for him as it is for you. In fact, it appears to be worse, perhaps because of his strong aversion to the feelings you are capable of. He also shies away from physical pain. For him, it is like the precursor to death and he will do what he can to avoid it. For all we know, he may not attempt to possess you again. Harry could understand the reasoning, but he was still dubious about Snape's suggestion that Voldemort wouldn't try to take some advantage of the situation. Seeing as you are here, we may as well try and make a little more progress. Given the information that the Dark Lord is starting to gain, I believe time to be of the essence. That Harry could agree with. He especially didn't feel like re-entering Voldemort's soul, especially since it had only been such a short time ago that he had last done it, and he was feeling particularly unwell after the possession. So, once in his own soul, he conjured his Patronus and directed it into the Horcrux, and, hopefully, along the bridge to the soul fragment in Voldemort's own body. Harry watched his Patronus disappear into the blackness. As soon as the stag had gone into it, the Horcrux had started to roil and twist alarmingly, the edge sending out short tendrils that grabbed and receded back into the mass. He noticed Snape twirling his wand, and a silvery Patronus erupted from the end, landing lightly on the ground in front of them. "Why are you doing it too?" asked Harry. "Two Patroni are better than one. I am unsure whether mine will be as effective as yours, but it will have some effect, at least. Now that the Dark Lord is aware of what is going on, there is no reason why I should not assist you." Just as Snape's Patronus followed Harry's into the Horcrux, he realized the form it took. "Your Patronus is a doe. Thank you for pointing that out, Potter. All these years, and I had not realized." Harry scowled. "I was commenting because mine is a stag and yours is a doe. I just thought it was an interesting coincidence, sir." Snape spun and walked a short distance away, inspecting the Horcrux from different angles with a frown on his face. Harry couldn't imagine what it was he was looking at. It all looked the same to him. He looked about them, frowning. He could see no representations of himself, and he wondered why. He asked Snape. "I politely asked them to leave me be," replied Snape shortly, inspecting his potion-stained fingernails. "I told them we were doing important work and that they were being distracting. I see enough of you, Weasley, Granger and Hagrid as it is, not to mention the others that seem to be wandering your soul. At least these ones do as I ask without making a fuss. Why are there others besides me though? I've only ever seen representations of Voldemort in his soul, not other people. The soul is who we are, and as such, is shaped by who we have met and the things we have done. Perhaps the reason you have seen no one else in Voldemort's soul is that he cares so little what anyone else thinks, and so no one has had any large effect on him." Snape paused, his head cocked slightly to the side. "However, I do find that difficult to believe. The Dark Lord does care, greatly, in fact, what others think. It is why he is the way he is. He seeks power, so that others may fear and respect him. Maybe then, it is because you have been hiding, and so nothing but the most basic aspects of his soul have appeared to you." Snape strode back over, and after a moment of hesitation sat down a few meters from Harry, leaning forward with legs spread and his forearms braced against his knees, hands clasped. "At any rate, it is not an issue of importance." They sat in silence for a while, and Harry was pleased to find that he was feeling little effect from this method of destroying Voldemort's soul. The proximity to the Horcrux affected him, but it was easily bearable when he compared it to what he could be experiencing. "Did you hear about Remus and Tonks, baby?" he asked suddenly, looking over at Snape, who had been carefully watching the Horcrux, probably for any sign of Voldemort. "Oh yes, such wonderful news," said Snape, his lip curling in sarcasm. "Another Lupin to brighten the world." Harry rolled his eyes. In the last year or so, he had started to get the impression that Snape didn't mind Lupin half as much as he pretended he did. "A little bundle of joy, I'm sure. Joy and fleas. Did you know they made me godfather?" asked Harry, choosing to ignore the comment. "I did, yes. I suppose congratulations are in order." Harry grinned. "Let's just hope they don't both die in the near future and saddle you with a child while you are still one yourself." Harry scowled again. "I'm not a child, if you say so," replied Snape carelessly, still seemingly focused on the Horcrux. "I should go and see them. Do you think Dumbledore will let me? I'm sure if you ask the headmaster he will arrange for someone to take you. I believe Professor McGonagall will be making a visit shortly. And, if she cannot take you, there is no shortage of other teachers who mean to visit." Harry spun and laid down on the ground, turning his head to look at the Horcrux. Do you think my personality is affecting his? He asked. It wasn't something that had occurred to him before, but it seemed logically that it worked both ways. Less that his affects you, I would imagine. The Dark Lord is averse to feelings of love, kindness, compassion. You are still susceptible to feelings of anger, jealousy, and so on. As well, I imagine that his feelings, given their nature, are naturally more aggressive, more contagious. Snape paused. Did you know that Draco is an animagus? Harry was taken aback by the question, and the sudden change of topic, and he was sure the surprise showed on his face. No, why would I have known? No reason, replied Snape after a long moment, his tone suggesting that he did in fact have at least one reason for his suspicion. He knew Snape had probably seen something when he had visited the farm in Ireland. Maybe, with the recent outing of Malfoy as an animagus, he was starting to put it together. What's going to happen to Malfoy's parents now that Voldemort knows Malfoy isn't loyal? Snape didn't miss a beat before replying. Lucius was no doubt punished for his son's actions. However, the Malfoy are wealthy and influential, far too important for him to kill them for their son's actions. I imagine he will punish them and then move his attentions to killing Draco himself. A while later, Harry felt his connection to the spell he had cast break, and he stood to return to the office. He stretched and started walking, and as he did so, he caught sight of a representation of himself. It was the one with the black substance leaching up his arm, only now it covered his whole arm, and was spreading across his chest and up his neck. Harry wondered what that meant. It certainly didn't seem to bode well. The next morning, Harry was allowed to accompany Dumbledore and McGonagall to the hospital to visit Tonks and Teddy. The Auror, Owens, was there as well, which Harry thought was ridiculous, because he was under his invisibility cloak, and no one even knew that he was coming. As it turned out, Tonks and Teddy were both being sent home that day, so it was lucky that he had asked Dumbledore if he could come that day. He had bought Tonks flowers, but he hadn't gotten anything for Teddy. He hadn't been sure if he was supposed to, and even if he had been, wasn't sure what he should have gotten. At any rate, they hadn't had a Hogsmeade weekend, so he could still get something on their next one, which was coming up soon. Back at the castle, Harry decided that it was time to get rid of Lestrange's body from the chamber. He had no use for it now that he'd removed the mark, and Malfoy clearly had a problem with the body being where it was. Finding an empty classroom, Harry apparated to the chamber and walked across to the shadowy corner where the body was hidden. Harry stopped short. The body was gone. Malfoy must have taken it after their argument the previous day. He pursed his lips, but decided he could forgive the Slytherin for wanting to take the body. It was his uncle, after all, and he didn't think he was likely to tell anyone where he'd come across it. Even Harry thought Uncle Vernon deserved a proper burial, for no other reason than he was family, and he meant it when he said for no other reason. He would have been concerned that someone would notice the missing dark mark, but Harry had solved that problem when he'd been in the previous day. After all, it was best to be prepared, and this just proved it. A simple sticking charm had secured the edible dark mark to Lestrange's arm, and the twins really had created something quite realistic. Harry had truly been able to see no difference, and he doubted anyone would look too closely at it. For one, Rodolphus' robes had covered it up. For two, no one was going to go around licking dark marks to see what they tasted like. Harry went to the lounge and made himself comfortable, looking out into the darkness that had settled over the canyon. Now that Malfoy had been found out as an animagus, and was at least suspected of not being loyal to Voldemort, Harry really didn't have anything to bargain with. There was still the chamber, he supposed, but Malfoy had seemed pretty adamant, and Harry wondered if even the threat of him not taking him there would be enough to convince him to help. He sighed, raking a hand through his hair, trying to tell himself it would be fine. It was a temporary setback, that was all. Harry knew he would have to find Malfoy soon and apologize. If he didn't, he would have no chance of convincing Malfoy, but if he at least feigned sincerity in his apology, he had a chance. It wasn't that he was completely insincere, but he couldn't see that he'd done that bad of a thing. Of course, Malfoy had overreacted. He was understandably stressed, given the events of the past few days. After he'd apologized, he'd wait a few days and then ask Malfoy to help with the plan again. The Slytherin would have had time to cool down, to put things in perspective. With these thoughts in mind, Harry set out to find Malfoy. He doubted that the Slytherin would be in the common room now, not when his housemates had strong evidence to suggest that he wasn't as loyal to Voldemort as they'd thought he was. Harry knew that not all Slytherins were Death Eaters, but he also knew that there were some that were, so the common room might not be a particularly safe place for the Slytherin right now. He scouted out the library on the off chance that Malfoy was working there, but at this time of night there was no one but Madame Pants. Harry fell back on the more effective means of searching for people and returned to the common room. Just as he reached the fat lady, two redheads arrived. Ginny was smiling peacefully, while Ron looked a little shocked. Harry raised his eyebrows in question. "Percy just talked to us nicely," explained Ron, his eyes wide as he shook his head distractedly. "Yes, he was really quite friendly and completely reasonable," added Ginny. "I think maybe he's coming around." Harry snorted, wondering if Percy had in fact taken a look at what was going on around him, or if he'd just been following Umbridge's suggestion of trying to gain information from his family. He found it easier to believe the latter. He continued up to his dormitory and fetched the Marauder's map from the drawer beside his bed. He laid back on his bed and unrolled the map, tapping it and saying, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Thin black lines of ink spread out over the map, forming the corridors and rooms of Hogwarts. The Slytherin common room was the first place he looked, but he could not spot Malfoy's name amongst the huddled groups of names. He scanned the areas of the dungeon Snape inhabited: his office, the classroom, his quarters. Snape was in his quarters, but there was no sign of Malfoy. Harry looked to Dumbledore's office, but again, its sole inhabitant was the professor who lived there. Harry scowled and ran his eyes over various other parts of the castle that Malfoy might be: his room, the kitchens, the Great Hall, but he was nowhere to be found. Eventually Harry sighed and put the map aside. The tiny writing was hard to read after a while. He wondered where Malfoy was. It wasn't overly surprising that he'd been unable to find the Slytherin. He was probably in hiding somewhere, and it was a big castle, with lots of people. But still it nagged at Harry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.